Chapter 1087. Middle Divine Continent. Nighttime. In a huge valley. There was a large lake in the valley. Moonlight shone down on it. There were a dozen girls playing in the lake. They were only wearing undergarments and splashing water on each other. Hee hee, senior sister, look at the water, one of the girls shouted. Damn girl, are you looking for death? Look at the water. Ha ha ha. The girls were happily playing in the water. Lower your voice. This is the forbidden area of the Kaiyuan Academy. If the sect leader finds out, we'll be in trouble. One of the girls said. Senior sister, don't worry. It's because of the forbidden area that no one is here. One of the girls laughed. That's true. I don't know why, but no one is allowed to enter this area. One of the girls frowned. I know. It seems to be the burial place of the founder of the Kaiyuan Academy. So no one is allowed to disturb him. Then wouldn't it be blasphemous for us to bathe here? Ha ha. Fourth sister, you're the one who thinks the most. So many of us are naked for the founder to see. Why would he think it's blasphemous? One of the girls laughed. Damn girl, you don't say anything nice. Hee hee. Look at the water. Huh. Look at the water. The 15 girls were having a great time, but they didn't know that in a distant forest. At this moment, they were hiding from a wretched fatty. Although they're a little ugly, I don't mind. Once the sky turns dark, isn't it the same? Besides, I don't want to look at their faces. Hee hee hee. The wretched fatty's eyes were wide open. The wretched fatty was Dongfang Zhengpai from the Julu Academy. Hiding in the forest, Dongfang Zhengpai's body trembled. His blood essence rushed to his brain, and his breathing became rapid. When a person's wretchedness reached a certain level, it was also a kind of realm. If this scene was known by the previous generations of the Julu Academy, who knows how many of them will be killed to make up for the guilt they felt towards their founder, Dongfang Bubi. The great scholars of the Julu Academy, couldn't they have some morals? Even if they were thirsty, they could go to a brothel in the mortal world. Was there a need to embarrass the Julu Academy here? Of course, Dongfang Zheng sect, who was immersed in their wretched business, did not notice. Higher, higher! Dongfang Zhengpai shouted excitedly. Poo-pee-you! A huge rock beneath Dongfang Zhengpai's feet suddenly rose a little. Dongfang Zhengpai was too engrossed and didn't notice anything amiss. Wow, good, good. GGG, it would be even better if it was higher. Dongfang Zhengpai laughed wretchedly. The boulder beneath his feet suddenly expanded once more. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge hole was blasted open under Dongfang Zhengpai's feet. Dongfang Zhengpai was blasted to the ground. What's going on? Dongfang Zhengpai turned to look. There's a big hole in the ground, and there seemed to be some orderly explosions around it. It was as if a formation had been opened from the inside of the ground. When the array was opened, Dongfang Zhengpai saw a huge tomb. At the entrance of the tomb, a skinny figure was standing there. He was dressed in green and seemed to be preparing to open the tomb. It was the divine sect's sacred ground, Ren Shun Palace Master, Ren Shu. Ren Shu had returned to his old profession of digging up ancestral tombs. Today, he finally found a huge tomb. This wasn't an ordinary tomb. It was the tomb of the founding ancestor of the founding origin sect. There must be treasures inside. However, Ren Shu didn't expect that when he broke open the restriction, there would be a fatty standing beside him. Oh, you're a tomb raider? Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes lit up. Ren Shu's expression changed. He even had the intention to kill. I recognize you. You're Ren Shu of the Arcane Sect's Holy Land? Dongfang Zhengpai shouted. Ren Shu's expression froze. Who are you? Ren Shu asked worriedly. I didn't expect that the dignified palace master of the Arcane Sect's Holy Land would do such a thing. Digging up someone's tomb is too immoral. You don't even let off a dead person. Dongfang Zhengpai immediately stood on the moral high ground and reprimanded. Ren Shu's expression froze. After all, Dongfang Zhengpai had been trained by immortal Meng Lingtian for many years. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the first level of the upper void stage. Ren Shu naturally couldn't see through Dongfang Zhengpai's cultivation. Moreover, the person in front of him even said his name. This caused the originally timid Ren Shu to become nervous. I'm Julu Academy's great scholar, Dongfang Zhengpai. Palace Master Ren, you're really immoral. You don't even let off a dead person's belongings. Dongfang Zhengpai continued. Dongfang Zhengpai? Rinshu immediately reacted. Although he had heard of this name, he had never seen Dongfang Zhengpai before. What do you want? Rinshu asked in a deep voice. Rinshu hated encountering such self-righteous scholars. They only talked about benevolence and righteousness all day long. Dealing with them was like facing tens of thousands of flies. It was too annoying. Dongfang Zhengpai looked at the tomb behind Rinshu and took a deep breath. It's fate that we met. You, and I will split it in half. Half. Rinshu was stunned when he heard Dongfang Zhengpai's words. The difference was too great. If you don't give it to me, I'll inform Kai Yuan sect that you dug up their ancestral tomb and let the entire Kai Yuan sect hunt you down. Dongfang Zhengpai continued. Shameless. Rinshu said hatefully. Are you going to give it to me or not? Dongfang Zhengpai glared at him. One fat and one skinny. The two of them glared at each other. All right, half each. Rinshu said helplessly. Brother Ren, you're really talented. Meeting you today is a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Dongfang Zhengpai said with a fat face. Rinshu's face twitched. He didn't look at the almanac when he went out. It seemed like he had met someone who was even more shameless than him. How dare you, pervert! Give me your life. A woman's shout suddenly came from the lake. The loud sound just now made the 15 women realize that something bad was going to happen. Senior sister, there's someone here. Not good. There's a pervert. Quick, put on your clothes. The group of women quickly put on their clothes. Because of this, they were delayed for a while. During this period of time, the 2 perverted men reached an extremely shameless deal. After the 15 women put on their clothes, they immediately rushed over with a murderous look on their faces. Insolent pervert, hand over your life. A woman shouted angrily. Dongfang Zhengpai and Ninth Rat looked at each other. Ninth Rat immediately waved his hand, and the soil on the ground quickly rolled over, covering the tomb in an instant. Who? A group of women instantly rushed forward. Dongfang Zhengpai panicked, but he quickly calmed down. The wretched smile on his face disappeared, replaced by an extremely righteous expression. How dare you? Shameless bastard. In broad daylight. No, in the dark, you dare to defile the fairies? Dongfang Zhengpai glared and shouted righteously. In the distance, the woman charging forward suddenly paused when she saw the 2 people. One was fat and the other was thin. The 2 of them seemed to be in a confrontation. Although the fat one had a face full of meat, there was an aura of righteousness around him. As for Ninth Rat, its mouth was wide open as it looked at Dongfang Zhengpai in shock. Fairy? Ninth Rat looked at the group of aggressive women flying over. No matter how he looked at them, they didn't seem to be fairies. The fairies weren't the key. The key was that Dongfang Zhengpai's attitude suddenly changed. What was going on? Shameless bastard, are you the one who peeped on us sisters bathing? The woman in the lead suddenly shouted angrily at Ninth Rat. Ninth Rat's face stiffened. Peeped on them bathing? Dongfang Zhengpai once again said, shifty eyes. One look, and I can tell that you're not a good person. So you were peeping on the fairies bathing? Despicable. Shifty eyes? When the women saw that Ninth Rat indeed had shifty eyes, they immediately believed that Ninth Rat was a pervert. After all, Ninth Rat was a rat demon, and he had shifty eyes. You're bullshitting. Ninth Rat immediately shouted. Ninth Rat understood that he had been slandered by Dongfang Zhengpai in front of him, and it was hard to defend himself. Fatty, who are you? Why are you here? Another woman asked suspiciously. Fairies, I am Dongfang Zhengpai, the most upright scholar of Jiulu Academy. My chest is full of righteousness, and I walk the world to temper my righteous heart. This time, I came to the Kai Yuan sect to travel and accidentally entered this place. I didn't expect to suddenly see a shifty-eyed person sneaking around. When I saw his expression, I knew that he was up to no good, so I used my art to blow up this place. I didn't expect that there would be such a wretched and despicable person in this world who actually dared to peep on the fairies. Dongfang Zhengpai looked at Ninth Rat with hatred. Ninth Rat, He was already considered shameless, but there was actually someone even more shameless than him in front of him. So that's how it is, pervert die. A woman immediately rushed over with her sword. It's not me, I didn't, it's him. Ninth Rat naturally didn't want to bear this burden. If it was a group of beautiful women in front of him, then he would let it go. But this group of strange people in front of him, was it worth it for him to peep? The woman who was rushing towards Ninth Rat paused and looked at Dongfang Zhengpai. Dongfang Zhengpai revealed a sorrowful expression and said, "Public morals are degenerating day by day. These fairies are as beautiful as fairies. Actually, if you really admire them, it's pardonable that you admit your mistake now. Who hasn't been young before? But you." Dongfang Zhengpai's expression was one of disappointment. When the women heard that Dongfang Zhengpai was as beautiful as fairies, their anger dissipated a lot. Some of them were even smug. After all, no man had ever praised them like this before. Ninth Rat couldn't take it anymore. "Are you blind? How can these ugly things be as beautiful as fairies?" Ninth Rat pointed at Dongfang Zhengpai and exclaimed, "First senior sister, second senior sister, third senior sister." All the hatred had been transferred from Dongfang Zhengpai to Ninth Rat. Next, Ninth Rat witnessed what it meant by, "There is no most shameless, only more shameless." 2 hours later, the group of women flew away with Ninth Rat's compensation and spirit stones in their hands, venting their anger. Ninth Rat and Dongfang Zhengpai looked at each other in dismay. "Dongfang Zhengpai, you..." Ninth Rat said with sorrow and hatred. "Aha, Hall Masterin, don't think about those unhappy things. Let's continue to open the tomb," Dongfang Zhengpai said with a smile. Ninth Rat felt bitter. "No, half of the compensation I gave you just now will be yours." Ninth Rat immediately shouted, "Huh? Mine? What apology? Hall Master Run, let's open the tomb first." Dongfang Zhengpai changed the topic. "Then let's split the loot. I'll take 60% and you take 40%. Ninth Rat shouted. "No, we agreed to take half." Dongfang Zhengpai immediately argued. The two of them continued to squabble for a while, and Ninth Rat could only admit defeat. When the two of them were about to open the tomb, Dongfang Zhengpai suddenly asked, "Brother Run, I'm curious. Don't you blame me at all?" Ninth Rat rolled his eyes and said, "Blame you? What's the use of blaming you? Who asked you to be more shameless than me?" Dongfang Zhengpai grinned as if Ninth Rat was praising him. "I've learned something new today. I haven't trained my face to be thick enough yet. Just wait and see. Sooner or later, I'll be more shameless than you and get back at you for what you did today." Ninth Rat said with hatred. I'm ashamed." Dongfang Zhengpai laughed. The two of them stopped talking and continued to open the tomb. Dongfang Zhengpai suddenly took out a jade pendant. The jade pendant was emitting a green light. There was a rat head on one side and Ninth Rat's face on the other. "Found it? Huh!" Dongfang Zhengpai shouted excitedly. Chapter 1088. Beijing. Yin Chuan was about to leave with Wang Jian, Li Si, Zizi, and Miao. In the distance, Lu Gang quickly ran over. "Your Majesty, there is news from the Eastern Orthodox sect," Lu Gang reported. "Oh," Yin Chuan asked doubtfully. Dongfang Zheng's sect found a factory guard in the city and told him that they found a person with a jade pendant reaction, Ren Shu. Lu Gang said, "Ren Shu? Ancient demon god bloodline?" Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. The surrounding officials also came to their senses. Evidently, the Zhen had its own information system. It had a record of all the powerhouses in the world. "It's actually him." Yin Hentian frowned. "Did he say where Ninth Rat is?" Yin Chuan asked. "He did. He said that he's with Ninth Rat right now and is doing something big. Maybe he'll go to Divine Sect Sacred Land soon." Lu Gang said. "Something big?" Yin Chuan was slightly surprised. "What do the two of them want to do?" "Since we're going to the Divine Sect's sacred ground, that's great. Let's go now." Yin Chuan said. "Yes, Your Majesty, take care," the officials said. And Yin Chuan nodded. Taking ZZ, Wang Jian, Li Si, and Miao with him, he soared to the sky and stepped onto a gigantic flying ship, flying towards the west at high speed. Central Divine Continent, in a valley. Brother Ren, your ability to dig holes is unparalleled in the world. Dongfang Zhongpai praised. It's not bad to use your overwhelming righteous energy to break the formation. Ninth Rat said indifferently. Haha, you're flattering me. However, don't you feel guilty about robbing tombs? Dongfang Zhongpai asked. Guilt? They're dead, and I'm helping them develop their magical equipment. Why would I feel guilty? Don't tell me you have it? Ren Rat was puzzled. Why would I have it? Sure enough, it was more exciting than peeking at a girl bathing. Let's go. We'll continue digging up the TriStar Sect's ancestral grave. I didn't say I would bring you. It's all right, I don't mind. I mind. You'll get used to it after a while. Let's go, don't be shy. The two figures, one fat and one thin, slowly disappeared from the valley. It was rare for the two of them to meet people who shared similar tastes, so they naturally became familiar with each other very quickly. Moreover, they could sharpen each other's faces and prove the great Tao of shamelessness. Why not? Central Divine Continent. At this moment, he had become the focus of all the heroes in the world. Great Jun, the Great Buddha, and even the sect masters of the Central Divine Continent were all staring intently at the arcane sacred ground. Great immortal Gongyang Taolu had been in seclusion for many years. Anyone could guess that his next target would definitely be the Divine Sect Sacred Grounds, because in the current world, only these three places ruled the world. He had suffered at the hands of Great Buddha and Great Jun, so he was only left with Divine Sect and Sacred Grounds. Could the Arcane Sect's Sacred Ground withstand an attack from a great immortal? While the experts of the outside world were paying attention, the cultivators of the Arcane Sect Holy Land were also feeling extremely pressured. Divine Sect Sacred Grounds. Meng Hongying held a letter in her hand. A man was standing in front of him. Meng Hongying squinted her eyes and asked, Who are you? I am a Baihu of the Great Jun Dynasty's guards. This letter was sent by the Emperor and was personally delivered by the Great Jun Dynasty's Empress. If I hand it over to the Saintess, then my mission is complete. Farewell. The man left. Meng Hongying opened the letter and read it. After reading for a while, Meng Hongying had a complicated expression. The great immortal is nearby, and he wants me to leave? How can I leave? Meng Hongying kept the letter and looked to the east. ZZ, it is your fortune to be able to leave the arcane sacred ground. The divine world is too complicated. Shaking her head, Meng Hongying kept the letter and flew to the divine world. A large number of cultivators and disciples were guarding the entrance of the divine world. No one stopped Meng Hongying when she entered. The interior was like a small world. The yuan qi of heaven and earth was extremely rich, but there was no sun, moon, or stars. At a glance, there were vast mountains and rivers. In the distance, there was a place covered in purple clouds. Meng Hongying quickly flew over. Soon, she arrived at a large mountain. No one was allowed to approach the mountain. This was where the divine world was located, the ancestral mountain of the gods. Grandfather must be here. Meng Hongying took a deep breath and said, Grandfather. Meng Hongying called out. Rumble. A cave slowly appeared at the foot of the mountain. Meng Sanqing frowned slightly and walked out with a huge purple gourd on his back. Meng Sanqing looked a little impatient. Hongying, what are you doing here? Meng Sanqing asked. Grandfather, ZZ just sent me a letter. She said that Gongyang Taolu has arrived near the arcane sacred ground. Meng Hongying frowned. He's already here? Meng Sanqing raised an eyebrow. Grandfather, what should we do now? Meng Hongying asked worriedly. Meng Sanqing took a deep breath and shook his head. I know. Oh. Meng Hongying nodded. Are there any other factions that are dissatisfied? Meng Sanqing asked. The other factions are fine. They are all of the gods' bloodline and will advance and retreat together with the arcane sacred ground. However, it is different for the outsiders. I have already noticed some of the 10 palace masters are disloyal. Meng Hongying said worriedly. Disloyal? Humph. Disloyal to the arcane sacred ground will only lead to death. Deal with them as you see fit. Meng Sanqing said. Yes. Go. Meng Hongying nodded and left. Meng Sansheng watched Meng Hongying leave and took a deep breath. Meng Sansheng slowly walked back into the cave. Rumble. The entrance of the cave slowly closed. Inside, there was a huge space inside. The interior space had a large number of balconies. There was a cultivator sitting cross-legged on each balcony. There were both men and women, 71 in total. There were 6 leaders based on the space they occupied. 6 men in Taoist robes sat on the highest balcony. There was a huge gourd beside each of them. The shape of the gourd was exactly the same as Meng Sansheng's Hongmeng gourd. It looked like it grew out of a vine. There were a total of 7 gourds, including Meng Sansheng's gourd. The only difference was the color. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple. 7 different colors, 7 different gourds. Meng Sansheng stepped in, and everyone looked at him. The man holding the red gourd said, "Meng Sansheng, what's wrong? A great immortal might be invading our divine sect's sacred ground." Meng Sansheng frowned. Great immortal? When our divine race dominated the world, even the saints retreated. How dare a little great immortal bully us? The cultivator, holding the orange gourd, said coldly, "Ever since our divine race reappeared, we have been hiding here. We wanted peace and quiet to unlock all the seals. I didn't expect there to be no peace here." The cultivator holding the yellow gourd said with a sigh. At this time, the cultivator holding the red gourd said, "There's no need to say any more. The next seal is about to be unlocked. Everyone do your best." "Yes," everyone answered, including Meng Sansheng. Meng Sansheng flew to the highest balcony and looked at the center of the space. There was a huge egg that was 3 zhang tall. The huge egg had 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, purple. However, there seemed to be a large number of chain patterns on the egg. It seemed to be locked by the chains. Walala! Suddenly, one of the chain patterns floated up. "Good, another chain seal has been unlocked. Destroy it, and the power of our divine race will be unlocked. Everyone do your best." The cultivator holding the red gourd said in a deep voice. Okay, the 72 elites activated their power almost at the same time and charged at the chains surrounding the huge egg. Boom! The chains shook when they charged at them with all their might. Everyone continued to exert their power. Finally, after 3 days, bang! The chains that floated out of the ground exploded with a loud bang. Whoosh! The 7-colored huge egg suddenly shot out billions of rays of light toward the 72 elites. The rays of light entered their bodies. It seemed to be unlocking some kind of seal in their bodies. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of the seals breaking could be heard from their bodies. Almost everyone closed their eyes in excitement. Another seal has been unlocked, a cultivator said excitedly. Countless voices of excitement could be heard in the entire cave. In the outside world, Meng Hongying was confronting a black-robed man. There seemed to be a large number of elites behind each of them. "Evernight God Palace Master, are you thinking of betraying the sect?" Meng Hongying's face darkened. "Ha! Little girl Meng Hongying, the great immortal is about to attack, and the sacred ground of the divine race is about to be destroyed. What's wrong with us finding a way out?" The black-robed Evernight God Palace Master said coldly. "The sacred leader has ordered that those who betray the sect will be killed." Meng Hongying said coldly. A powerful aura pressed down on the Evernight God Palace Master. "Ha ha! Little girl, your cultivation is only at the middle void realm. What do you do to me? Get lost if you don't want to die." The Evernight God Palace Master said coldly. Meng Hongying wanted to say something, but her body suddenly trembled. Crack, 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 crack. Something in Meng Hongying's body seemed to have broken. Many of the elites behind Meng Hongying also trembled like Meng Hongying. Bang! Meng Hongying's aura suddenly shot up. Rumble! A large number of thunderclouds suddenly appeared in the sky. Heavenly tribulation? The heavenly tribulation is here, someone exclaimed. Meng Hongying looked at the sky and said with a hint of joy, "Ha ha! Grandfather has succeeded. What's going on?" The Evernight God Palace Master asked curiously. Why did some of the people in front of him have a sudden surge in their strength? Meng Hongying is only at the 5th level middle void realm, right? Why did her cultivation suddenly increase by so much? Is she undergoing the heavenly tribulation? Everyone, listen up. Don't let any of these traitors go. I'll deal with them after I'm done with the heavenly tribulation. Meng Hongying shouted. Yes. The other palace masters responded. At this moment, many cultivators were undergoing the heavenly tribulation in the divine sect Saintland. Some of them knew the reason for the sudden increase in their cultivation, while others did not. Meng Hongying happened to be one of them. Meng Hongying knew that the God clan's bloodline contained a vast power. The power was hidden in the bloodline. Originally, the God clan did not need to cultivate. As long as they grew, their power would be released continuously. However, for some reason, it was sealed. Her grandfather was working hard to break the seal layer by layer. Every time the seal was broken, the entire clan would benefit. The cultivators in the divine sect Saintland were in chaos. Not far away from the divine sect Saintland, there was a huge manor. Gongyang Taolu could not wait any longer. It's been 5 years, and this is all the news from the divine sect Saintland? Forget it, let's go. We'll conquer the divine sect Saintland first before we conquer the world. Gongyang Taolu said in a deep voice. Yes, the group of immortals responded. Under Gongyang Taolu's lead, they walked toward the divine sect Saintland. Chapter 1089. Henyi the God Tribe Heavenly Tribulation descended. The members of the God Tribe, like Meng Hongying, instantly felt their cultivation level increase. They unlocked a layer of the seal and awakened a portion of their bloodline power. In short, they had all awakened. The members of the God Tribe left quickly, leaving behind a chaotic holy ground. Get lost. Meng Hongying and the rest have left. Do you still want to stop us? The Einerjar Hall master scolded angrily. At this moment, the two sides were still facing each other. Some of the 10 deities' halls were loyal to the holy ground. Einerjar Hall Master, Ji Shun Hall Master, Gung Shun Hall Master, Xian Shin Hall Master, and Saintus Hong Ing have instructed that no one is allowed to leave. Wait for Saintus Hong Ing to return. A green-robed elder said coldly. The green-robed elder was the leader of the disciples who were loyal to the holy ground. First Divine Hall Master? Humph. Meng Hongying is only a saintess. What is he? The rest are not around. Do you think you can stop the 4 of us? The Einerjar Hall Master said coldly. At this moment, the number of experts behind the Einerjar Hall Master was several times more than the first Divine Hall Master. The first Divine Hall Master's face darkened. The Sacred Master has instructed us to listen to Saintus Hong Ying when he is not around. If you continue to resist, I will take action. Ha ha, First Divine Hall Master, you are muddle-headed. Humph, since you're not giving in, don't blame us. Ji Shun Hall Master, Xian Shun, let's attack together. The Einerjar Hall Master said. Okay, the other 3 Hall Masters shouted. As they spoke, the 4 Hall Masters attacked the first Divine Hall Master almost simultaneously. Oh no! The first Divine Hall Master's face changed, and he could only block them. Boom! With a loud sound, the surrounding palaces were overturned. Bam! Puffed! The first Divine Hall Master spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Master! Hall Master! The Jiahu Hall Master! However, the Einerjar Hall Master sneered. Everyone, the holy ground of the holy ground is about to be exterminated. If you want to leave with me, do it now. The great immortal Hall Master. No one can stop him. If you stay here, you will be killed, the Einerjar Hall Master said. The Einerjar Hall Master, the holy ground of the holy ground, holy ground's disciples. Just as everyone was hesitating, an evil voice suddenly sounded out. Ha 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 ha. There's actually a traitor in the divine sect sacred grounds? Back then, the person who fawned over the divine sect sacred ground the most was the Evernight God Palace Master. Who is it? The Ether Palace Master's expression changed. Anyone could tell that this voice was trying to provoke the Evernight God Palace Master and the others. Everyone looked over and saw a fair-faced youth standing on a large rock in the distance. The corner of the young man's mouth had a trace of evil intent, and his eyes were filled with wanton insolence. With a fan in his hand, he looked at the crowd with a sinister expression. "Who are you?" "It's you, proud heaven's holy son? You're not dead yet?" Someone in the crowd immediately recognized him. Proud heaven's holy son? The son of 10th God Palace Lord Kong Xianshui. Back then, Kong Xianshui stole Jing Ting's great suppressing world steel and was killed by Jing Ting from millions of miles away. However, his son escaped. "Kong Outyin, he's still alive?" Someone exclaimed. "It's you?" The Evernight God Palace Master said coldly. Kong Outyin smiled and patted the fan in his hand. He said indifferently, "Martial uncles, what are you doing?" The Evernight God Palace Master narrowed his eyes and said, "Kong Outyin, when your father was still alive, we still gave him some face. What are you trying to do now? Do you think a piece of trash like you can stop us?" Kong Outyin smiled and said, "What am I trying to do? After all, I'm a member of the 10th God Palace. I've returned to take over the 10th God Palace. As for you, the merit of taking over the 10th God Palace will be yours." "Ha ha ha, trash. You're courting death." The Evernight God Palace Master sneered and attacked Kong Outyin with his palm. Kong Outyin smiled and his eyes turned cold. He waved the fan in his hand at the Evernight God Palace Master. Bang! The Evernight God Palace Master was suddenly sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed into a mountain in the distance. Crash! As the mountain rocks slid down, everyone suddenly revealed a blank expression. What was going on? They did not see Kong Outyin attack. Why was the Evernight God Palace Master suddenly sent flying? What kind of technique was that? Why was it so silent that no one could see it clearly? Everyone was shocked. Cough, cough, cough. "You," the Evernight God Palace Master said in shock while coughing blood. Kong Outyin said coldly, "Trash? In this world, other than my father, no one has the right to call me trash. Even my father did not say that. How dare you?" The faces of Ji, Gung, and the other 3 Evernight God Palace Masters darkened. "Let's attack together," one of them shouted. "Okay." The 3 of them slashed their swords at Kong Outyin almost at the same time. Kong Outyin smiled coldly and said, "Freeze." He pointed his fan at the 3 of them, and the 3 of them froze in the air. Hiss! The sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard all around. How is that possible? The 4 Evernight God Palace Masters are all at the Upper Void stage. They are all at the Upper Void stage. Outyin, the Holy Sun, has returned. How did he become so terrifying? What kind of technique did he use? Everyone was talking about it. At this moment, a group of cultivators appeared behind Kong Outyin. These cultivators were the former members of the Evernight God Palace. When Kong Xianshui died, they were in charge of protecting Kong Outyin. Now, they had all returned. "Tie them all up," Kong Outyin said in a deep voice. "Yes," the group of Evernight God Palace experts replied. Soon, all the experts were tied up. At this moment, the entire square was silent as everyone looked at Kong Outyin. No one knew where Kong Outyin had been for the past few hundred years, and no one knew what kind of fortuitous encounter Kong Outyin had. However, everyone could see that Kong Outyin had returned with great strength, in a manor near the Arcane Sect's Holy Land. At the center of the manor, 4 figures were sitting around a round table. Yin Chuan, ZZ, Rin Shu, and Dongfang Zhengpai. ZZ poured tea for the 3 of them. Other than Yin Chuan, Dongfang Zhengpai and Rin Shu were nervous. After all, although ZZ was a heavenly beauty, the curse that she carried with her was still something that the 2 of them were afraid of. They had no choice but to be afraid. If they got close to ZZ, they would be unlucky for no reason. Who wouldn't be afraid? Rin Shu looked at Dongfang Zhengpai, speechless. "Brother Dongfang, are you doing this on purpose?" Rin Shu said unhappily. "Brother Rin, you're too polite. I'm doing this for your own good." Dongfang Zhengpai smiled. "Hypocrite," Rin Shu said unhappily. "I'm embarrassed to receive such praise from Brother Run." Dongfang Zhengpai said proudly. Rinshu, brother Rin, what do you think? I'll find a chance to cheat you, Rinshu said straightforwardly. Dongfang Zhongpai. The two of them cursed for a while before stopping. Yinchuan was drinking tea while waiting. In the end, after a long time, no one could scold the other. Rinshu could only look at Yinchuan. Yindi, thank you for your kindness. The sovereign beast of the Dajin Heavenly Dynasty? Haha, I don't dare. Rinshu refused. Why don't you dare? I won't restrict your freedom. You can see that I don't worship you. Do you want to share Dajin's fate with me? Yinchuan asked with a smile. Yindi, you don't know. If it weren't for the promise, I wouldn't want to stay here either. I like freedom, freedom without any worries. Rinshu shook his head. Freedom? When the Lotus God comes, the entire world will fall into chaos. How can you be free? You won't be free even in the immortal world. Yinchuan shook his head. No, I'm just like that. Haha, I don't like any worries. I live to be free. We'll talk about the future in the future. Rinshu immediately refused. Yinchuan frowned. Dongfang Zhongpai said, Brother Run, are you stupid? Forget it. Even if you don't want to be the sovereign beast of the Dajin Heavenly Dynasty, how about you be my subordinate and join the Foreign Affairs Department? I'll take care of you. Foreign Affairs Department? How many people do you have? Rinshu was stunned. Including you, I have two. Dongfang Zhongpai smiled. Rinshu. Rinshu refused again and again. Have you ever thought that when you're out there, you'll be alone? Although you'll be free, you'll often have no choice? Yinchuan smiled. Rinshu was stunned. Dajin Heavenly Dynasty sincerely wants to form an alliance with you. We won't interfere with anything you do. Moreover, when you're alone, Dajin Heavenly Dynasty will stand up and help you solve everything. It may seem like a worry, but it's more free and unfettered than you think. Yinchuan persuaded again. Rinshu frowned deeply. Everyone waited patiently. After a while, Rinshu's brows relaxed. He sighed and said, I admit that what you said is reasonable, Yindi. However, I don't think I've encountered such a situation. Let's talk about it when I encounter it in the future. Okay, then we'll wait for you to encounter trouble. Yinchuan nodded and did not continue to pester him. Thank you for your understanding, Yindi, Rinshu said solemnly. Yinchuan nodded. At this moment, ZZ's brows suddenly twitched. Ka. It was as if a seal within ZZ's body had been unlocked. Boom! ZZ's aura suddenly skyrocketed. What's going on? Everyone looked at ZZ in confusion. ZZ closed her eyes and sensed for a while, then shook her head. I don't know. My strength has skyrocketed. Whoosh! A stream of light shot over from afar. It was Wang Jian, who had quickly arrived. Your Majesty, a large number of tribulations have occurred in the Arcane Sect's sacred ground. Many people are undergoing tribulations. Oh, Yinchuan's expression changed. Let's go to the Arcane Sect's sacred ground, Yinchuan said. Everyone nodded. Not long after, Gongyang Taoyi led the group of immortals to the Arcane Sect's sacred ground. He stood in the sky and coldly looked at the sky full of merits. After Kong Out-Yin's intervention, the Arcane Sect's sacred ground's internal strife had been quelled. Almost all the tribulations had ended. Meng Hongying was once again in charge of the situation. Although Meng Hongying was surprised by Kong Out-Yin's strange behavior, she was more concerned about the 80 immortals in the sky. What's supposed to come has finally come, Meng Hongying said with a serious expression. Chapter 1090. What's supposed to come has finally come, Meng Hongying said solemnly. With Meng Hongying as the leader, all the disciples of the arcane sacred ground looked solemn. They surrounded the entrance of the divine world, as if to protect it from being destroyed. Kong Out-Yin held a folding fan and gently patted it in his hand. He looked up at the group of immortals in the sky. There was no nervousness or fear in Kong Out-Yin's eyes. There was only a trace of disdain and evil laughter. In the sky, Gongyang Taolu squinted his eyes as he looked at the tribulation clouds in the distance. What a coincidence! There are 20 people undergoing tribulation at this time. Gonyang Taolu said with a strange tone. 20? Gonyang Taolu was a little late. Otherwise, he would have seen 1,000 people undergoing tribulation at the same time. He looked at the virtuous cloud. Gonyang Taolu turned to look at the divine world below. Divine world? Someone has opened up a world in this world. Even heavenly immortals can't do it. It seems like this world was created by some treasure. Gonyang Taolu said. Then, Gonyang Taolu looked at Meng Hongying. Little girl? Where's Meng Sansheng? Gonyang Taolu asked. Greetings, great immortal. I'm Meng Hongying from the Archaean Sacred Ground. May I know why you're here? Meng Hongying said solemnly. Meng Hongying was stalling for time. Since Meng Sansheng had not come out, he must have been delayed. Every second counts. Gonyang Taolu sneered. Little girl, you don't have a right to speak here. Ask Meng Sansheng to come out and see me. The 80 immortals looked down at the ground. The sacred master is delayed by something. He'll be here soon. Great immortal Gonyang, the sacred master has instructed me to take charge of the Archaean Sacred Ground. May I know what orders you have? Meng Hongying said politely. Gonyang Taolu sneered. Meng Sansheng, hiding in the shadows? You don't dare to come out even now? Gonyang Taolu said coldly. Senior, please speak your mind. I'll do my best to complete it. Meng Hongying said. Complete it? Ha ha, I want your entire divine sect, Sacred Ground, to submit. Can you make the decision? Gonyang Taolu's eyes narrowed. Senior, your request is too much. Meng Hongying shook her head. Is it too much? Ha ha, since Meng Sansheng wants to be a coward, then I'll kill all of you first. I want to see how long this coward is going to hide. Gonyang Taolu shouted coldly. Activate the formation. Meng Hongying's expression changed. Boom, boom, boom. At the entrance of the realm of the gods, arrays of different colors suddenly appeared. They seemed to form barriers to protect the central entrance of the realm of the gods. Oomph. Gonyang Taolu coldly snorted. He waved his hand. The airflow in the void seemed to move along with it. Suddenly, dragon-shaped winds howled and crashed into the formation. Arc, arc, arc. Streams of wind dragons charged towards the formation, bringing with them a huge amount of evil chi. Boom! The great formation shattered, and the surrounding mountains and palaces were razed to the ground. Only the last layer of the formation managed to withstand the attack. However, it still shattered in the end. It shattered with the wind. Meng Hongying and the others' expressions changed. Although they had all gone through their tribulations, they were still far from being comparable to Gonyang Taolu. There were even dozens of immortals behind him. Ha ha! Little girl, are you still going to show off? Gonyang Taolu narrowed his eyes. Meng Hongying bit her lips, feeling anxious. The surrounding disciples of the divine sect Sacred Ground did not know how to defend themselves. Just as everyone was feeling anxious, a voice suddenly came from afar. Ha ha ha! Great immortal, Gonyang Taolu, do you only know how to bully women? Yin Chuan's voice suddenly came from afar. Gonyang Taolu's expression darkened. He turned around. He saw Yin Chuan, Li Si, Wang Jian, Zizi, Rin Shu, and Dongfang Zhengpai flying over. Zizi was still holding Miao in her arms. Yin Chuan led the way, while the rest stood behind him. Rin Shu quickly flew to the entrance of the realm of the gods. He stood beside the divine sect Sacred Ground. The others stood behind Yin Chuan and looked at Gonyang Taolu with Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan stopped in the air and narrowed his eyes. Gonyang Taolu also raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression. Of course, he was most concerned about Miao in Zizi's arms. Yin Chuan, Gonyang Taolu said coldly. Below, Meng Hongying's expression changed. When she saw Yin Chuan coming over, her eyes flashed with gratitude. On the other hand, Kong Outyen's eyes narrowed as he stared at Zizi. Zizi. Kong Outyen whispered to himself. Father, I was against it back then. I didn't understand why you kept forcing me to marry Zizi. I was unfilial and did not understand your good intentions. However, I understand now. Zizi, she's destined to be mine. I must have her. Father, if you're watching from the heavens, then just watch. I'm back. I'll take back everything that you threw away back then. I'll take back everything. Let's start with ZZ. Haha. Although she's been the Empress of Great Jun for hundreds of years, she's still a virgin? Haha. Yin Chuan, seeing that ZZ is still a virgin, I'll leave your corpse intact. Kong Out Yin clenched his fists, and his eyes flashed with determination. In the air, Gonyang Taoyu's expression changed. For a moment, he couldn't figure out what Yin Chuan was relying on to actually dare to challenge him. If he was arrogant, then the cat's howl was still vivid in his mind. If he was really strong, then why was he still mortal? Yin Chuan, this isn't the East Divine Continent. I didn't make things difficult for Grey Jun. Are you trying to interfere? Gonyang Taolu said coldly. This was also Gonyang Taoyu's warning. Don't look for trouble. Yin Chuan smiled. This is indeed not Great Jun. However, this is the sealed world. This is the world of the sealed world. You're just an outsider. If you want to steal the world, then all the heroes in the world have to reject you. Ha 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 ha. All the heroes in the world have to reject you? Who else besides you? Gonyang Taolu said coldly. Me too. Another voice came from afar. Whoosh. It was Kong Daoqiu. He was flying over quickly with 4 immortals draped in light. Whoosh. The 5 of them stopped, creating a hurricane. You are? Kong Daoqiu? What are you doing here? Gonyang Taolu narrowed his eyes in surprise. Gonyang Taolu suddenly couldn't figure out what these people were thinking. What did it have to do with them attacking the arcane sacred ground? Weren't they enemies? Why were they helping? We're here to share the arcane sacred ground's troubles. Kong Daoqiu sneered. Patriarch Kong, Meng Hongying, substitute sacred leader, thank you for your help. Meng Hongying said solemnly. No matter what Kong Daoqiu's motives were, he was here to help Gonyang Taolu. It was better to provide help at this critical moment than to add flowers to brocade. Ah, Kong Daoqiu, I've seen your information. You're only an Earth Immortal. You only became an Earth Immortal 100 years ago. With your strength, what can the 5 of you do? Gonyang Taolu said coldly. I, Kong Daoqiu, may not be talented, but I know that sometimes I have to do something. Kong Daoqiu sneered. It wasn't that Kong Daoqiu was an idiot, but rather that he had seen something even more profound. Earlier, he had seen the tribulation of 1,000 cultivators, and knew that the god world had undergone heaven-shaking, earth-toppling transformations. Therefore, it was highly likely that Gonyang would return empty-handed this time. If he didn't show his stance now, he wouldn't have the chance later. Patriarch Kong? Although he was the patriarch, his status in the Kong family was far below that of the patriarch. Moreover, there was still the wastrel Kong Mok. If he wanted to stabilize the Kong family, he needed external help. Kong Daoqiu saw this opportunity and stepped forward bravely. Kong Daoqiu's appearance made Gonyang Taolu frustrated. At this moment, there were 2 other complicated looks. One of them was Yin Chuan. After all, Kong Daoqiu was Yin Chuan's grandfather. The other gaze belonged to Kong Out Yin. Kong Out Yin was still a member of the Kong family. Kong Out Yin narrowed his eyes and stared at Kong Daoqiu, frowning. The Kong family? Father, I see the Kong family again. One day, I will return to the Kong family in glory. I will make those who ridiculed you kneel in front of your coffin and repent. Kong Out Yin said to himself. High up in the sky, Yin Chuan, Kong Daoqiu, and Meng Hongying were all staring coldly at Gonyang Taolu. Suddenly, Gonyang Taolu had a strange feeling. It was as if everyone in the sealed world was looking at him. After all, the 3 of them represented the 5 divine continents. If they all looked at Gonyang Taolu coldly, wouldn't they be targeted by the whole world? This invisible shackle made Gonyang Taolu worried. He even had the instinct to retreat. However, Gonyang Taolu was a great deity. How could he be frightened by others? He took a deep breath and unleashed his aura. Oomph. I don't care what your attitude is. Today, I will destroy the divine world. I will kill anyone who dares to stop me. Gonyang Taolu yelled. Gonyang Taolu took out a long sword with a proud and murderous look. Just as Yin Chuan, Kong Daoqiu, and Meng Hongying were about to attack, a figure stepped out from the entrance of the divine world. Destroy the divine world? You are courting death. There was a hint of coldness in a voice. It was Meng Sansheng. He wore a purple robe and carried a huge purple gourd on his back. His forehead was slightly protruding, and his eyes were like two swords. They were filled with murderous intent. Yin Chuan looked again and found that the purple gourd was surrounded by a dense purple aura. It was even more mysterious. "You are Meng Sansheng? Haha, you finally came out. I am Gonyang Taolu. I order you." Gonyang Taolu said coldly. However, Meng Sansheng did not seem to hear him. He just sneered. "Treasure, please." Whoosh! The Hongmeng gourd suddenly shot up to the sky and opened its mouth at Gonyang Taolu. "Suck! Ha! With this trash Dharma treasure, you want it?" Gonyang Taolu sneered. However, before he could finish his sentence, whoosh! Gonyang Taolu was sucked in by an irresistible force. The 80 deities were all shocked. However, the suction force was so strong that the 80 deities could not resist it. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the 80 deities were all sucked into the gourd. All the deities were sucked in an instant. Yin Chuan, Kong Daoqiu, Kong Outyin, and Meng Hongying were all shocked by this scene. They could not react in time. Was this real? How is this possible? Gonyang Taolu was a great deity. Even the weakest great deity was still a great deity. At the same time, at the entrance of the sealed realm in the immortal realm, in a hall guarded by Daki guards, there was a jade pendant in the hall. Boom! The jade pendant exploded. The guards in the main hall were inexplicably shocked. Gonyang Taolu, Master Gonyang is dead? How is this possible? What did he encounter? What is so terrifying about the sealed realm? Quick, report to the Sage King. Chapter 1091. At the entrance of the divine world, the Hongmeng gourd spun slowly in the air, attracting the attention of countless cultivators. Gonyang Taolu was a great immortal and 80 immortals, but they were all absorbed by the Hongmeng gourd. Yin Chuan, Kong Daoqiu, and Kong Outyin narrowed their eyes as a hint of seriousness flashed across their eyes. Buzz! The Hongmeng gourd shook violently. It then slowly returned to Meng Sansheng. Meng Sansheng grabbed the Hongmeng gourd and shook it. Shaking the Hongmeng gourd, Meng Sansheng looked at the people around him. Yin Chuan? Kong Daoqiu? Meng Sansheng took a deep breath and said, "This holy lord is grateful for your help. You're too polite, Sacred Lord Meng. Even if we didn't help, Sacred Lord Meng would still be able to deal with those immortals." Kong Daoqiu smiled bitterly. Yin Chuan nodded and didn't bother with the formalities. Yin Chuan was more interested in the Hongmeng gourd. What kind of treasure was that? How did it become stronger? The first time he saw the Hongmeng gourd, even an upper void realm cultivator couldn't absorb it. The second time, it absorbed a heavenly immortal. This time, it even absorbed a great immortal. The Hongmeng gourd was getting stronger. After shaking it for a while, Meng Sansheng opened the gourd and inhaled a wisp of Hongmeng purple vapor. Meng Sansheng's aura surged. "Sacred Lord, the Hongmeng gourd has evolved to the level of a great immortal artifact. It's an extremely powerful, great immortal artifact." Li Si frowned. "Great immortal artifact?" Zizi asked curiously. "I heard that the Hongmeng gourd can absorb any living being. It only needs to shake it 3 times to refine Hongmeng purple vapor." However, Meng Sansheng shook it more than 3 times. This means that the Hongmeng gourd has reached its limit. Li Si explained. Everyone nodded. If the Hongmeng gourd became stronger, would Meng Sansheng's strength increase as well? Kong Outyin looked at the Hongmeng gourd with greed in his eyes. After absorbing the purple Grand Mist aura, Meng Sansheng withdrew his aura and placed the Grand Mist gourd on his back. Even though the 3 great powers were at odds with each other, Meng Sansheng did not attack Yin Chuan and Kong Daoqiu. After all, they were here to help him. Meng Sansheng took a deep breath and looked up at the virtuous cloud. Above the virtuous cloud, the Dream 3 Lives Dharma idol suddenly opened its eyes and looked around. "All sects of the Central Divine Continent, listen up. I'll give you 1 year to hand over all your merit points. Anyone who dares to disobey will be killed. Destroy." The virtuous Dharma idol also quickly repeated Meng Sansheng's words. At this moment, its voice swept across the entire central divine continent. For a time, Meng Sansheng's domineering voice filled the entire central divine continent. Hand over all his merit points? One had to know that when Jingting had taken the seal of the sealed world, he had only taken half of the merit points from all the sects in the world. But Meng Sansheng wanted to take all of it? All of them? That would require all the sects to give up everything. This was the extermination of a sect. Meng Sansheng was even more domineering than Jingting. In the sky, Yin Chuan and Kong Dao Qiu narrowed their eyes. The two of them could see that the arcane sacred ground was no longer content to lie low. He had even greater ambitions. However, the two of them did not reveal their feelings. After Meng Sansheng finished speaking, he glanced at Yin Chuan and Kong Dao Qiu. Meng Hongying, Meng Sansheng said. Here, help me receive them. Meng Sansheng said. Yes. Meng Hongying nodded. Meng Sansheng then stepped into the divine world. He no longer cared about the others. He stepped into the divine world. Meng Sansheng immediately saw a man in a yellow Taoist robe walking over. The man in the yellow Taoist robe also had a huge gourd on his back, but this gourd was yellow. He was one of the 7 people who had been unsealed in the ancestral mountain. Red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue, and purple gourds. The purple gourd was on Meng Sansheng's back, and the yellow gourd was on the man's back. The man in the yellow robe had a cold expression. Meng Sansheng's eyes were filled with hostility. Is it done? The man in the yellow robe asked. Meng Sansheng smiled faintly and said, The Hongmeng gourd was unsealed just in time. That great immortal is still the weakest great immortal. The man in the yellow robe nodded. Third brother, did Big Brother ask you to help me? Meng Sansheng smiled. The man in the yellow robe nodded. Big Brother was worried that you wouldn't be able to solve it, but it seems like he worried too much. Meng Sansheng smiled. Big Brother is just being cautious. My Hongmeng gourd is enough. Third brother's immortal beheading gourd is a waste of talent. What a pity. The man in the yellow robe sighed. Third brother, are you regretting that you didn't have a chance to test the immortal beheading gourd? Meng Sansheng smiled. Yes, I don't know how many gourd have been unsealed. The man in the yellow robe nodded. Meng Sansheng's face turned serious. There will be a chance. The divine race will have endless enemies to kill. Third brother, let's go back first. The man in the yellow robe nodded. The two of them returned to the ancestral mountain together, outside the divine world. After Meng Sansheng's stunning performance, the disciples of the divine sects were all extremely excited. A great deity? A great deity was nothing. With the sacred leader, they were all finished. Meng Hongying slowly recovered from her shock and turned to look at the people in the sky. Yin Chuan and Kong Daoqiu's group were in the sky. Yin Chuan stopped Kong Daoqiu and stared at them with narrowed eyes. Yin Chuan, what are you trying to do? Kong Daoqiu's face darkened. Kong Daoqiu held the bamboo scroll in his hand fearlessly. Kong Daoqiu's strength wasn't what it seemed on the surface. In the past, as a Xian immortal, he was able to defeat Mohina Dojin, who was possessed by the Lotus God. Kong Daoqiu, I want you to go to my mother's grave and burn incense to repent for your sins. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, What if I don't go? Kong Daoqiu narrowed his eyes. It's not up to you now. Yin Chuan said, Ha ha ha, repent? Yin Chuan, have you ever seen a father repent for his children? Kong Daoqiu said coldly, That's not important. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, Humph, the world is big. I can go wherever I want. Kong Daoqiu snorted. Let's go. Kong Daoqiu shouted angrily. He led the 4 deities and shot into the distance. Stop right there. No one is allowed to leave. Wang Jian shouted angrily and rushed to the front of the deities. You? Kong Daoqiu stared at him. He threw the bamboo scroll in his hand at Wang Jian. The bamboo scroll suddenly expanded to 100 feet in size and smashed toward Wang Jian. Break! Wang Jian slashed with a long sword in his hand. A blood-red light and murderous aura clashed with each other. Boom! With a loud sound, Wang Jian and Kong Daoqiu both retreated a distance. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched in their attacks. Yin Chuan took the opportunity to reach out his hand. Whoosh! Kong Daoqiu was sucked into Yin Chuan's palm and into the universe in his palm. Ah! Family head! The four deities screamed. Yin Chuan, you bastard! Kong Daoqiu is your grandfather. How could you kill him? One of the deities screamed. Yin Chuan ignored the four deities and looked at Kong Daoqiu in his palm. Your Majesty, I once traveled the world with the 72 great Confucians. I went to Confucius Lu Academy and am familiar with Kong Daoqiu. Let me talk to him. Li Si suddenly said. Yin Chuan looked at Li Si and nodded. Whoosh! Li Si was also sucked into his palm. No one is allowed to leave. Wang Jian blocked the four deities. The scene was chaotic. The disciples of the arcane sects and sacred grounds were confused. Meng Hongying opened her mouth, unsure if she should stop them. Kong Outyin narrowed his eyes and stared at the sky. Boom! Boom! Under Wang Jian's attack, the four deities were forced to retreat. In the blink of an eye, Wang Jian had forced them to stand before Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan, you're treacherous. Your mother's death has nothing to do with the family head. Yin Chuan, your mother was killed by Kong Mok. It has nothing to do with the family head. Let him go. Back then, the family head knelt down and begged the ancestor for Kong Susu's sake. The family head had already tried his best. He couldn't save Kong Susu. Yin Chuan, you bastard. The patriarch and Kong Susu are father and daughter. How could he just watch Kong Susu die without doing anything? If you want to blame someone, blame Kong Mok. Don't hurt the family head, the four deities said anxiously. At this moment, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Something's wrong? Wasn't Kong Daoqiu doing nothing? You, speak clearly. What happened back then? Yin Chuan stared coldly at one of the deities. The ancestors set the rule back then. He would pick the 10 most outstanding disciples of the Kong family and choose the most outstanding one. The Kong family would help him establish a country. No one else in the Kong family could interfere. Otherwise, the ancestor would kill them. The most outstanding one was your mother. She defeated 8 outstanding disciples. And when she was about to defeat Kong Mok, your mother ran into your father. She gave up on the opportunity, but Kong Mok didn't let her off. He led a group of strong cultivators and forced your mother to her death. The family head was heartbroken. He begged the old ancestor many times, but the old ancestor wouldn't let him go. The immortals said anxiously, Is what you said true? Yin Chuan asked coldly. All the upper void realm disciples of the Kong family know that your mother's cultivation wasn't high. However, her methods and intelligence were outstanding. Everyone thought highly of her, but the deity smiled bitterly. Kong Mok. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. Yin Chuan, let go of the family head. The deity shouted. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. No, begged Demon King Kong. His rules are the heavens. For the sake of the family's interests, he watched his daughter die. Yin Chuan's murderous intent lessened. However, his attitude towards the deities didn't change. The ancestor is the heavens of the Kong family. One of the deities frowned. I don't care about Demon King Kong. Today, all of you will come with me. Yin Chuan reached out and sucked the deities in. A huge suction force appeared. The 4 deities couldn't resist it. Oh no, Yin Chuan, you bastard! The 4 immortals cried out in shock as their bodies flew towards Yin Chuan's palm. The 4 of them were terrified. They knew that once they entered Yin Chuan's palm, they wouldn't be able to escape. Freeze! A shout came from below. Wang. The 4 deities who were being sucked toward Yin Chuan suddenly froze. A gust of wind blew around them. The suction force of the universe in Yin Chuan's palm stopped, and the 4 deities escaped. Whoosh! The 4 deities dodged in fear and looked at the person who had cast the spell. Kong Outyin. Kong Outyin slowly flew into the air. Seniors, do you still remember me? Kong Outyin asked with an evil smile. You Kong Outyin? The 4 deities' faces darkened. Chapter 1092. You Kong Outyin? The 4 immortals' faces darkened. Kong Out-Yin's father, Kong Xinshui, had left the Kong family to become the palace master of the divine sect's sacred ground. The four immortals did not expect Kong Out-Yin to save them. No matter what, I have the blood of the Kong family. How can I watch my elders be trapped by a traitor? Kong Out-Yin smiled evilly. Below, Meng Hongying's face was solemn. The situation was getting more and more complicated. Gratitude flashed through the eyes of the four immortals. Although they did not understand how Kong Out-Yin had become so powerful, they did not have the time to think about it. Thank you, Kong Out-Yin. If possible, please save the family head as well. The four immortals cried out. Of course. Coincidentally, I also have a grudge with Yin Chuan today, Kong Out-Yin said with a smile. As he spoke, Kong Out-Yin looked at Yin Chuan and the others. This kid was so arrogant in the past. How did he become so powerful now? Dongfang Zhengpai said in confusion. Below, Rinshu squinted his eyes and stared. Something's not right. Kong Out-Yin is too strange. Even with my eyesight, I can't see through him. Rinshu stroked his beard in surprise. Kong Out-Yin, Yin Chuan's face turned cold. Yin Chuan, I was powerless in the past. I lost it. Now, it's time for you to return it to me. Kong Out-Yin said in a deep voice. Oh, Yin Chuan squinted his eyes. Kong Out-Yin smiled evilly and looked at ZZ, who was behind Yin Chuan, and said, ZZ, back then, my father decided on her. She should be my woman. How dare you? Wang Jian shouted. Was he blaspheming the Empress? ZZ stared at him. Anger flashed in her eyes. Meow. Meow looked at Kong Out-Yin angrily. Those who insult the Emperor shall die. Wang Jian's long sword suddenly slashed towards Kong Out-Yin. His murderous aura was so strong that it seemed to have materialized. It rushed toward Kong Out-Yin, and when he swung his sword, the air around him was split apart like a wave. Stop! Kong Out-Yin stopped Wang Jian. Buzz! Wang Jian's sword aura suddenly froze in the air. Yin Chuan's face darkened. Wang Jian's face turned ferocious. Roar! Ka 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 ka! Wang Jian's body surged with a large amount of evil qi, shattering the shackles. Wang Jian's body swayed, and he was able to move. Below, Ninth Rat stroked his beard, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes as he said, Immobilization technique? How could Kong Out-Yin know such a spell? Wang Jian broke free from the immobilization technique and charged toward Kong Out-Yin again. Kong Out-Yin suddenly panicked. He no longer dared to be negligent. He closed the folding fan in his hand and clasped his hands together. Heavenly Tao imprisonment. Boom! Outside the realm of the gods, the entire world seemed to have lit up. It was as if a heavenly aura had descended in an instant, and the faces of countless cultivators changed. As for the surrounding space, the sound of ice sealing could be heard. Ka 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 ka. It was as if the space around Wang Jian, Yin Chuan, ZZ, and the others had been frozen in an instant. Wang Jian, Yin Chuan, ZZ, and Dongfang Zhengpai were frozen in fear. Wang Jian tried to move his body in shock, but his body could not move at all. In Yin Chuan's palm, the universe in the palm suddenly disappeared. Kong Daoqiu and Li Si also released the universe in the palm, but the two of them were also trapped in it. ZZ could not move, but Meow, who was in her arms, turned its head around and looked at everyone in shock. Meow, what's wrong with you guys? In the distance, Kong Out-Yin was still hugging with his hands. His forehead was sweating, and it was obvious that he was having a hard time. Ha ha! Yin Chuan, I'll leave your corpse intact. Kong Out-Yin laughed. Kong Out-Yin, stop! Meng Hongying screamed. The four immortals of the Kong family were shocked. Heaven's imprisonment? What kind of Dharma spell was that? In the distance, Run Rat suddenly squinted his eyes, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Kong Out-Yin, he is. Run Rat pointed at Kong Out-Yin, and cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. In the distance, Yin Chuan and the others were all trapped. They were about to be controlled by Kong Out-Yin. At this moment, Kong Out-Yin A bronze coffin suddenly appeared in Yin Chuan's palm. The sky-burying coffin. Buzz! The sky-burying coffin suddenly expanded. Boom! The space around Yin Chuan was like a layer of ice breaking apart, with a large number of spiderweb-like cracks appearing. Boom! Yin Chuan immediately broke free from the heaven's imprisonment. On the other side, ZZ was holding Meow in her arms. Meow! Meow Meow leaped on a violet-purple shoulder and roared. Buzz! The imprisonment around ZZ melted like ice, and ZZ immediately regained her freedom. Yin Chuan's sky-burying coffin expanded again and smashed toward Kong Outyin. World suppression! Yin Chuan shouted. Kong Outyin's expression changed, and he attacked. Under the sky-burying coffin, Kong Outyin was smashed into the ground by a huge force. Boom! A huge crater was formed on the ground. Kong Outyin steadied himself in the crater and looked at the sky-burying coffin in shock. How was this possible? You can break free from the heaven's imprisonment? Kong Outyin exclaimed. Yin Chuan looked at Kong Outyin coldly. Kong Daoqiu frowned. At this moment, he escaped from the universe in the palm and looked at Kong Outyin and Yin Chuan with a complicated expression. Let's go, Kong Daoqiu said to the four immortals. Patriarch, what about Kong Outyin? The four immortals asked. I said, let's go. Kong Daoqiu said. All right. The four immortals nodded. Seeing that Kong Daoqiu was about to leave, Yin Chuan turned around and shouted, Stop! Kong Daoqiu, let me ask you, why did my mother give up the competition? Kong Mok, what right did you have to force my mother to death? Yin Chuan shouted at Kong Daoqiu, who was about to leave. At this moment, Yin Chuan didn't seem to want to catch Kong Daoqiu. Kong Daoqiu didn't look back and continued to fly with the four immortals. But as they flew, Kong Daoqiu's voice came, It's the Wentian token. The ancestor used the Wentian token as a medium to select 10 outstanding disciples. Susu gave up the Wentian token and gave it to Kong Mok to kill 10 outstanding disciples. With that, Kong Mok leads the four immortals and instantly disappears into the distance. Wentian token. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. His father had left him 3 things: the Tree of World, the Sword of God's Mind, and the Wentian token left behind by his mother. The Wentian token was clearly in his hands. How could Kong Mok have it? Could it be Kong Mok's Wentian token was forged by his mother? Yin Chuan felt conflicted. He didn't seem to care about Kong Daoqiu's departure. He turned to look at Kong Outyin. Kong Outyin watched Kong Daoqiu and the others leave, his face full of anger. After all, he was the one who had saved them. How could Kong Daoqiu ignore him and take everyone away? Kong Outyin snorted. Kong Outyin took a step forward and soared into the sky, looking at Yin Chuan and the others. Yin Chuan also slowly looked over. Yin Chuan knew Kong Outyin's strength very well. How could he have grown so much in the past few hundred years? Even the sky-burying coffin's attack couldn't hurt him. Perhaps he wasn't as strong as a great immortal, but he was much stronger than an ordinary sky immortal. Before King Gayu died, he used the sky-burying coffin to kill a sky immortal. What a powerful coffin. Yin Chuan, you're lucky today, but Kong Outyin said coldly. Before he could finish, Yin Chuan attacked again. The sky-burying coffin in his hand slammed down again. World suppression. Yin Chuan shouted again. Boom! The sky-burying coffin slammed into Kong Outyin. This time, they didn't break apart. They were in a stalemate. Yin Chuan controlled the sky-burying coffin with a ferocious expression. Kong Outyin resisted the sky-burying coffin with difficulty, his expression unyielding. Heavenly power, gather! Kong Outyin roared. Crack! 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 Kong Outyin managed to block it. Yin Chuan's face darkened. This was the first time the sky-burying coffin had failed. Although he hadn't fully refined it, Yin Chuan knew how strong the sky-burying coffin was. Kong Outyin resisted it with difficulty, but he managed to do so. Meow! Meow roared. Buzz! Kong Outyin's power suddenly became unstable. Boom! Kong Outyin was slammed into the ground again. The ground sank by more than 10 feet. Boom! Kong Outyin jumped away with difficulty. Puff! Kong Ao Yin spat out a mouthful of blood. He was finally injured. At this moment, Kong Ao Yin looked at the sky-burying coffin again with great shock. Yin Chuan's eyes were cold. He was about to attack again. Yin Di, Meng Hongying suddenly shouted. Yin Chuan looked over. Kong Ao Yin is the holy son of the archaic sex. If he has offended you, the archaic sex will punish him severely. Indeed, please be merciful, Meng Hongying pleaded. Meng Hongying had no choice. Meng Hongying also wanted Kong Ao Yin to die. However, all the disciples of the archaic sex were staring at her. If she didn't speak up, she would be watching as outsiders bullied the disciples of the archaic sex. If she didn't speak up, the disciples of the archaic sex would lose their loyalty. She had no choice but to speak up. Yin Chuan looked at the injured Kong Ao Yin, then at Meng Hongying, and finally at ZZ. Forget it. He's just a talker. ZZ shook her head and sighed. Yin Chuan looked at ZZ and nodded. All right. With that, Yin Chuan looked at the people below. He then led ZZ, Li Si, Wang Jian, Miao, and Dongfang Zhengpai to the east. Meng Hongying watched as Yin Chuan left. A complicated look flashed across Meng Hongying's eyes. On the other hand, Kong Ao Yin's eyes were cold. Yin Chuan, I'll come for you. I've decided that I won't leave your corpse intact. ZZ is mine. Renshu stood not far away and stared at Kong Ao Yin. A complicated look flashed across his eyes. A newborn Dao God? How could Kong Ao Yin have such luck? Dao God? Hey, I hope I'm wrong. Yin Chuan left with the group. Your Majesty, I won't be leaving. I still need to find Renshu. I'll try my best to convince him to join Dezhan and be my subordinate. Dongfang Zhengpai smiled. Yin Chuan nodded. After sending Dongfang Zhengpai off, Yin Chuan looked at Li Si. Your Majesty, when I was in Your Majesty's palm, I came into contact with Kong Daoqiu for a while. Although Kong Daoqiu was unwilling, I could feel that Kong Daoqiu greatly admires Your Majesty. Chapter 1093. Great Jin Celestial Empire, Yin Capital. In the study room, Great Jin Celestial Empire's ministers stood respectfully on both sides, while Yin Chuan sat at his desk. Yifeng stepped forward. Your Majesty, there's news from the Central Divine Continent. Once the year is up, there are 3 middle-class sects that are willing to contribute all their merit points. 10 middle-class sects are willing to contribute half of their merit points. The remaining 9 sects are not willing to contribute a single point. What's the result? Yin Chuan asked. Meng Sansheng went to a sect that was not willing to contribute a single point. The sect was destroyed. Then he returned. Yifeng said, Everyone, the primordial gourd is a powerful treasure. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, So that's the case. The major sects of the Central Divine Continent are probably going to panic. Li Si nodded and sighed. That's right. Right now, Meng Hongying, Kong Ao Yin, Renshu, and the other Hall Masters are leading a large number of disciples of the archaic sects to the various sects to fight for merits, said Yifeng. What are they trying to do by fighting for merit points in the Central Divine Continent? Lu Gang frowned. Perhaps. In Hentian frowned. Everyone looked at In Hentian. Meng Sansheng wants to imitate Jing Ting and take the World Dao Seal. In Hentian frowned. Oh, everyone's face fell. Does Meng Sansheng have the strength to do so? Huo Guang was puzzled. I'm not sure, but Meng Sansheng's cultivation speed is too abnormal. Perhaps it's possible. In Hentian said, Dao Seal? Why do they all want this Dao Seal? I remember that when Jing Ting took the Dao Seal, he faced Goddess Shichen's remnant consciousness. Both of them were ancestral immortals. Is Goddess Shichen's Dao Seal really that important? Yifeng frowned. In Hentian smiled and shook his head. This is not an ordinary Dao Seal, nor was it created by Goddess Shichen. More accurately, these Dao Seals should be kept by Goddess Shichen. Oh, Yin Chuan showed a trace of doubt. In the ancient times, there were 3,000 heavenly Dao in this world. The 3,000 heavenly Dao did not have any intelligence, but they were the foundation of the entire world. The heavenly Dao pushed the firmament to rule the world. The firmament had its own intelligence. Hintion explained. Oh, the heavenly Tao doesn't have intelligence, but the heavens do? Yinchuan asked curiously. Yes, Your Majesty. You should know that the karmic positions of heaven and earth are divided into lower, middle, upper, and birth positions. In the celestial empire of Great Jun, His Majesty was now in the upper karmic position of heaven and earth, also known as the celestial empire. The sage king of Dachi had the karma position of birth. Actually, above it, there's a final karmic position called the Chi habit position. This is bestowed by the heavens using the 3,000 heavenly axioms. There are 9 in the world of the living and 6 in the world of the netherworld, making a total of 15. Every person who enjoys the Chi habit position is a saint chosen by the heavens to assist the heavens in managing the entire world. Hintion explained. There are a total of 15 saints in this world, 9 in the world of the living and 6 in the netherworld. Yinchuan asked with a frown. Yes, this is a fixed number. It can only be less, not more. These 15 people were the strongest 15 people in the world. As they could mobilize the power of heaven and earth, they were called saints. The birth of each heavenly emperor was even more exaggerated. They had to snatch the karmic position of the saint from the hands of the saints in order to build the heavenly court. They had to become heavenly emperors. Hintion said. Oh, however, after the calamity in the ancient times, the heavens died and the heavenly Tao collapsed. At that time, the saints were almost extinct. Everything in this world was about to collapse. Hintion laughed bitterly. Go on. For a long time, the strongest person in this world was the Sage King. There were no more heavenly emperors, no more saints. Because the heavens died, all living beings could no longer obtain the Chi habit position of heaven and earth. Hintion said. What about now? Yinchuan asked. Now, after a long period of time, the world regained some vitality. There were 1 or 2 more saints and heavenly emperors. Hintion explained. There are more? Where did the Chi habit position of heaven and earth come from? Li Si asked curiously. Back then, during the ancient calamity, more than half of the saints fell. The heavens took pity on the people. Before they fell, they gathered 10 incomplete Chi habit positions of heaven and earth and gave them to Goddess Shichin. After that, they died. Hintion said. 10? Incomplete? Yinchuan raised an eyebrow. Hintion looked at Yinchuan's expression and suddenly understood. It seems that the emperor has guessed it. Goddess Jichin used these 10 incomplete Chi habit positions of heaven and earth to seal the 5 realms. We are in one of the 5 realms, and also the last one. The other 4 sealed realms have been opened by the strongest people and have been seized by the strongest people. Jingming, no, he should be called Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao came to take one of the Chi habit positions of heaven and earth to become a heavenly emperor. Yinchuan frowned. No, it's not that simple. I've already said that the Chi habit positions of heaven and earth are incomplete. To become a heavenly emperor or a saint, they must be completed. However, I don't know how to complete it. According to what I know, there was once a powerful ancestral immortal in the immortal realm who wanted to become a saint. After he obtained the Tao Seal, he paid a huge price but still failed to become a saint. Hintion explained. The heavens are dead. It's difficult to become a saint or a heavenly emperor. Hintion sighed. After that, everyone looked at Yinchuan. Yinchuan's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. Meng Sansheng wants to seize the last Tao Seal. Your Majesty, De Jun wants to participate. Yifeng asked solemnly. Yinchuan smiled and nodded. There's no hurry. I'm sure Demon King Kong of the West also knows about this. Immortal Realm, at the entrance of the sealed realms. In a large hall, a large number of officials stood respectfully in the hall. They were all bowing respectfully to a man in a dragon robe who sat on the dragon throne in the north. Sage King, please calm down. The officials bowed. This is just a small sealed realm. When Goddess Ji Chan migrated in, they were all mortals. Once they became immortals, they would ascend. How could a Chi continue to lose? The Sage King of Dachi said in a low voice. Sage King, according to the news sent by Gong Yang Talu more than 10 years ago, there are three forces in the sealed realm. Yin Chuan, Demon King Kong, and Meng San Sheng. Gong Yang Talu faced Demon King Kong. Obviously, he died at the hands of Yin Chuan or Meng San Sheng. An official said, Demon King Kong? He's not dead. Didn't the legend say that the Tao god of Zhugong killed him? The Sage King of the Qi frowned. We don't know. The official sighed. Sage King, Gong Yang Talu's death was very strange. It was too fast. Even with his great immortal strength, he couldn't escape. Moreover, the remaining 80 immortals didn't manage to ascend in time. It's too strange. Unless Yin Chuan or Meng San Sheng could kill everyone in an instant. An official analyzed this. Suddenly, there was a gasp in the hall. Sage King, what should we do now? An official asked. Sage King, should we give up? No, the 5 sealed realms are all hidden in unknown places. This is the last person. It wasn't easy for me to find him. How can I give up? Moreover, if I leave, the news will spread. A large number of experts will come to fight for him. Am I testing the waters for them? The Sage King of the Qi glared. Then, I will go down personally. No, Sage King, you can't. Suddenly, the official stood up. Jiahu. Sage King, the higher the cultivation level of the sealed world, the greater the repulsion. With the strength of a Sage King, you won't be able to do anything inside. The situation inside is still unclear. Sage King, you can't take the risk. Just send someone to investigate. This time, you don't need to fight for the sealed realm. Just find out the information. An official shouted. The Sage King of the Qi frowned and nodded. All right. Chapter 1094. Central Divine Continent. A middle-rank sect. Kong Outyin led a group of 10th God Palace disciples and coldly stood outside the gate of a middle-rank sect. He looked at the people in the mountain gate with a cold expression. The sect leader of the middle-level sect immediately activated all the sect guarding formations as if they were facing a great enemy. Kong Outyin, is your arcane sacred ground really going to kill us all? My sect has already handed over half of our merit points, the sect master cried out. Kong Outyin sneered. If you want to blame someone, blame the great perfection heavenly empire. The world is big, but there are too few middle-rank sections. If it was in the past, there would be many middle-rank sections. Half of each sect would be enough. Now that there's only one divine continent, we will naturally take it all. I will count to 3. After 3, if you're still unwilling to hand over all your merit points, you will be killed without mercy. In the distance, the sect master's face was filled with grief and indignation. The disciples behind him were uneasy and uneasy. 1. Kong Outyin said in a low voice, I will not hand it over. If I hand over all my merit points, Tian so will be useless. I will be ashamed to face the ancestors. 2. Kong Outyin said in a low voice, Come, at most we will die together. Since the divine continent's sacred ground is perverted, I will fight it out with you. 3. Time's up. Kong Outyin snorted. In the distance, a large amount of sword chi shot toward Kong Outyin. Kong Outyin sneered and pointed his finger. Freeze! Wong. All the experts froze in fear. Kill them all, Kong Outyin said in a low voice. Yes. The group of 10th God Hall disciples replied. In another sect in the central divine continent. Sectmaster Hall. The door of the hall was tightly shut. Dongfang Zhengpai and Ren Shu were tying up a red-faced man. In the main hall, there were also 10 wild boars that were gnawing on corn cobs. Dongfang Zhengpai and Ren Shu smiled excitedly. Ren Shu, what do you want? The red-faced man said coldly. Sectmaster Redface, just give in. Ninth Rat stroked his beard and said with a smile. Brother Run, I didn't expect you to have such a heavy taste. Dongfang Zhengpai said strangely. The red-faced man and Run Rat were slightly stunned. Soon, Ren Rat reacted. He rolled his eyes and said, Heavy your sister's taste? Is that what I'm talking about? Red-faced man. After being interrupted by Dongfang Zhengpai, Ren Rat was no longer so polite. Instead, he said boldly, Red-Face Sect Leader, your cultivation has been completely suppressed by me. Quickly, offer up all your merit points. Bah, dream on. I, Red-Face True Monarch, will never yield to scoundrels. How dare you dig a hole and sneak attack me? I'll tell you the truth. I already knew that the Divine Sect's sacred grounds would make a move. My Tian Su has already been given to someone else. Don't even think about ruining my sect's Tao foundation, said the red-faced sect master stubbornly. Yo, you're quite stubborn. Do you know why we brought these 10 sows here? Renrat suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Why? The red-faced sect master frowned. Did you see that? The corn they're eating is laced with a strong aphrodisiac. If you don't hand over your merit points, we'll strip you naked, Renrat said with a smirk. The red-faced sect master's face stiffened. What I fed you just now wasn't poison. It's actually a strong aphrodisiac. Renrat continued. What? Despicable and shameless. You two despicable people. The red-faced sect master's face changed. Despicable and shameless. I like hearing that. It's really sweet. Try another way to praise me, Renrat said with a face full of enjoyment. Red-face sect master. Brother Ren, you're really despicable, Dongfang Zhengpai said with a strange expression. Run, rat. Brother Run, aren't you being too dishonest by doing this? Dongfang Zhengpai frowned and said. Dishonest? Renrat looked at Dongfang Zhengpai blankly. What I mean is that we should tear down this hall and set up a formation outside so that the middle sect disciples can see what's going to happen here. If we're going to do it, we'll do it openly, Dongfang Zhengpai said. Renrat laughed and said, That's right. As expected of the descendant of Dongfang Bubi. You could even think of this. While the two of them were discussing wretchedly, the red-faced sect master's face suddenly turned ashen. His cultivation was sealed. He was fed an aphrodisiac and placed in the middle of a group of sows for the entire sect to admire. The red-faced sect master suddenly shuddered, feeling the reaction of his lower body. The red-faced sect master was instantly terrified. No, I'll give it all. The red-faced sect master couldn't take it anymore. Chopping off his head was just a scar the size of a bowl. The red-faced sect master was even prepared to sacrifice himself for the entire sect. However, death wasn't the scariest thing. The scariest thing was to die shamelessly. Give what? Renrat laughed and said, Merit points. I'll give it all to you. I don't want any more. Let me go. The red-faced sect master shouted. But I still want to see what's going to happen next. Renrat shook his head and said, Yes, the red-faced sect master is fighting 10 sows. This scene will definitely be explosive. Tomorrow, it will definitely spread throughout the world and be admired by everyone. I'm also looking forward to it, Dongfang Zhengpai said excitedly. Don't the two of you, I'm wrong. Please let me go. I don't want anything. I don't want any merit points. The red-faced sect master was about to cry. You're begging us to accept your merit points? Renrat said, Yes, I'm begging the divine sect sacred grounds to accept it. I'm begging you. The red-faced sect master's tears flowed down his face. All right, Sai. I'm always too soft-hearted. Renrat sighed shamelessly. The red-faced sect master constantly cursed the two in his heart for being despicable and shameless. However, he didn't dare to say a word. At the intersection of the East Divine Continent and the Middle Divine Continent, heaven and earth suddenly exploded. Boom! A vast hole appeared in the void. It connected to the immortal world. For a moment, dark clouds covered the surroundings. In the large hole, 20 figures flew in. The three people in the lead bowed respectfully towards the hole. Rest assured, Sacred King. The three people in the lead said respectfully, My three beloved subjects, the three of you are great immortals. This world is strange. I don't want you to fight for hegemony. I only need you to carefully and quietly investigate this world. Remember, be careful, be careful. The voice of the great Chi, Sacred King, sounded. Yes, Sacred King, rest assured we understand. And rumble. The huge hole slowly disappeared. The thunder clouds also slowly dissipated. Of the 20 immortals, Three of them looked at each other, took a deep breath, and flew towards the nearest city. One after another, merit points quickly gathered in the divine sect sacred ground. For a moment, the merit clouds in the divine sect sacred ground were rolling over. Almost all the merit points of the sects in the world were gathered. At the entrance of the divine world, Meng Sansheng looked up at the sky. Not enough, still not enough. Meng Sansheng frowned. Sacred Lord, there's so much merit points, is it still not enough? A person behind him asked curiously. Not enough. Continue to search. Collect all the merit points of the middle sects and all the merit points of the lower sects. Meng Sansheng said in a deep voice. Yes. Great Jin, Celestial Empire? Great Buddha, Heavenly Empire? My divine sect, sacred ground. It can be said that the world is divided into three. Next, I will take the Tao Seal. Tao Seal? What is the mystery of the broken karmic position left by heaven? The heavenly Tao has collapsed. Why is it still useful? Meng Sansheng frowned and thought. Chapter 1095, Volume 8, Number 1, Under the Heavens, Chapter 1. Cleansing the earth, the central divine continent, had gone through a huge cleansing in the arcane sacred ground. All the merits had gathered. Above the arcane sacred ground, a sea of merits was rolling. Meng Hongying, Ren Shu, Kong Outyin, and the other experts had also returned. In the divine world, in the ancestral mountain, the 72 experts were still pushing the rainbow egg in the center. The 7 leaders each held a gourd. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Meng Sansheng looked at the egg in the center and frowned. I don't know when the next time will be. Everyone nodded. Big brother, we've gathered all the merit points. There's already a holy hall in the outside world. If we delay any longer, more and more forces will come. At that time, we won't be able to remove the seal. I think we can do it now. Meng Sansheng looked at the man holding the red gourd. Everyone looked at him. The man holding the red gourd nodded. Yes, go and get ready. We will use the ancestral mountain in the divine world. Meng Sansheng nodded. Third brother. The man holding the red gourd looked at the man holding the yellow gourd. Big brother. The yellow-robed man was puzzled. The 5 of us are enough. You take the immortal beheading gourd and protect 7th brother. The red-robed man said solemnly. The yellow-robed man nodded. Yes. Meng Sansheng and the yellow-robed man slowly got up and walked out of the ancestral mountain. The two did not stop and headed to the exit of the divine world. Outside the divine world, Meng Hongying, Ren Shu, Kong Outyin, and the other arcane sacred ground hall masters were waiting. Ren Shu's face was filled with excitement, as if something good was about to happen to him. Kong Outyin narrowed his eyes as he stared at the entrance of the divine world. What is in the divine world? Father stayed in the arcane sacred ground to enter it. Father said that there is a treasure inside that could shake the heavens and earth. I returned to the arcane sacred ground to take a look. Unfortunately, Meng Sansheng's strength has risen too quickly. I don't have a chance. Kong Outyin clenched his fists. While everyone was waiting, 2 figures suddenly stepped out of the entrance of the divine world. One of them was the sect master of the divine sect's holy land, Meng Sansheng. He wore a purple Taoist robe and carried a huge purple gourd on his back. The other was a man in a yellow Taoist robe. He had a cold expression and there was a dragon bone on his forehead. He had a threatening aura. Most importantly, the man in the yellow Taoist robe was carrying a huge gourd on his back. It looked exactly like the primordial gourd. The only difference was that this gourd was yellow. An identical gourd? The 10 hall masters were all shocked. Even Meng Hongying was at a loss. This was because even Meng Hongying had never seen this man before. Grandpa, who is this? Meng Hongying asked in surprise. Everyone looked at the yellow-robed man. Meng Sansheng glanced at the crowd and said, He's the vice sacred master of the divine sect's sacred ground. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. Yes, everyone answered. The yellow-robed man looked at the crowd and didn't say anything. It was as if he didn't care about these people's gazes. On the other hand, Kong Outyin narrowed his eyes. Another primordial gourd? Kong Outyin had long coveted the primordial gourd. In Kong Out Yin's heart, the primordial gourd should be the best gourd in the world. It could refine living and dead spirits and turn them into primordial purple vapor for him to absorb. Was there any other gourd in the world that was stronger than this? Now, another one had appeared. Kong Out Yin lowered his head, afraid that others would see the desire in his eyes. Sacred Master, Run Rat suddenly shouted. Meng Sansheng looked at Run Rat in confusion. Time's up. I promised you that I would stay in the divine sex sacred ground for 1,000 years. It's up. I want to leave the divine sex sacred ground now, Renrat said excitedly. Leave the divine sex sacred ground? Meng Sansheng narrowed his eyes. Since everyone is here, Renrat will take his leave. I wish you all the best. Haha, Sacred Master, farewell, Renrat said with a smile. Then he started to retreat. Wait, Meng Sansheng said. Run Rat was stunned. Renrat, has the divine sex sacred ground treated you badly? Meng Sansheng asked. No, Run Rat shook his head. Then why are you in such a hurry to leave? Isn't it good to stay in the divine sex sacred ground? Meng Sansheng smiled. It's good, but I'm used to being free. I don't want to stay. Sacred Master, farewell, Renrat said again. Ha. Leave the divine sex sacred ground? It's not that you can't, but you know too much about the divine sex sacred ground, Meng Sansheng said. Renrat's face stiffened, revealing a trace of unsightly expression. Meng Sansheng, what do you want? Renrat frowned. The divine sex sacred ground isn't a place you can leave as you wish. Renrat, you're different from others. I have high hopes for you. You also know too much about the divine sex sacred ground. I'll give you two choices. 1. Continue to stay and act as if nothing happened. 2. Turn back and let me brainwash you. I'll erase everything you know about the divine sex sacred ground. Then you can leave, Meng Sansheng said. Brainwash? That's impossible, Renrat exclaimed. Even if it's impossible, it has to be possible. Sacred Hall Masters, guard Renrat for me. I'll deal with him after I'm done with my business, Meng Sansheng said. Yes, the Sacred Hall Masters replied. Renrat's face revealed an unprecedented panic. Although I, Renrat, am shameless, I never break my promise. Meng Sansheng, you actually went back on your words, Renrat exclaimed. Renrat looked at the experts rushing towards him. His expression changed, and he stomped his foot. Boom! A hole suddenly appeared on the ground. Renrat immediately drilled into the ground. Renrat understood that if he flew in the sky, he wouldn't be able to escape. He could only drill into the ground. Just as he drilled into the ground, Meng Sansheng revealed a sneer and grabbed at the hole. Whoosh! A huge suction force came from Meng Sansheng's palm and went straight into the hole. Renrat screamed as he was pulled out by Meng Sansheng. Divine Seal. Meng Sansheng smiled and clenched his hand. Ka. Suddenly, a large amount of purple net appeared around Ninth Rat's body, and in an instant, all of its cultivation was sealed. Meng Sansheng, let me go. You promised me. Renrat screamed in fear. However, Meng Sansheng didn't pay any attention to them and simply tossed them to the temple masters. Lock them up, Meng Sansheng said. Yes, the Sacred Hall Masters replied. Meng Hongying frowned slightly and wanted to say something, but she could only swallow her words. Kong Out Yin, on the other hand, looked at Ninth Rat curiously. Renrat's strength wasn't that great. Meng Sansheng was also a man of his words. Why would he go against his principles for Renrat? Did Renrat have some other background? The 5 Sacred Hall Masters were responsible for guarding Renrat. The man with the yellow gourd flew to the top of a mountain. Everyone, retreat 100 miles away, Meng Sansheng said. Yes, everyone quickly retreated, leaving only Meng Sansheng at the entrance of the divine world. Meng Sansheng looked at the huge virtuous ocean in the sky. Dharma world, Meng Sansheng said. Whoosh! Meng Sansheng's Dharma idol suddenly shot down from above the Sea of Destiny, fusing with Meng Sansheng as one. Meng Sansheng's body slowly grew bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, Meng Sansheng grew to 1,000 feet tall. He hid the primordial gourd in his sleeve and looked at the divine world. God world, invade the earth. Meng Sansheng shouted. In the distance, Kong Ao Tian was confused. Spread the earth? Jing Ting used the great boundary-suppressing steel to spread the earth. Did the divine world have the same treasure? Inside the divine world. Inside the divine race's ancestral mountain. The expressions of the 70 experts also turned solemn. They looked at the red-robed man. Let's begin. Let's activate the ancestral mountain and spread the earth. The red-robed man said. Yes. Everyone replied. The 70 experts acted almost at the same time. The ancestral mountain instantly became colorful and emitted a dazzling light in the divine world. Suppress. The red-robed man's voice came from the divine realm. Boom! The ancestral mountain pressed down on the earth. At the entrance of the divine world, the earth suddenly sank. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion came from the divine world. From the entrance of the god realm, 2 ripples appeared on the ground. The ripples were like ripples formed when a pebble was thrown into a mirror pond. They swept across the world and spread in all directions. Rumble! The entire middle divine continent was suddenly shaken by an earthquake. The earthquake continued to spread in all directions. The East Divine Continent, the South Divine Continent, the West Divine Continent, and the North Divine Continent. Not long after, almost all 5 continents in the world were shaken by an earthquake. East Divine Continent, Yanjin. Facing Heaven Hall, Yin Chuan was in the middle of a meeting. Suddenly, the earth rumbled. Rumble! The entire Yanjin seemed to be shaking. Yin Chuan's face changed color. He quickly walked out of the Facing Heaven Hall and looked to the west. Your Majesty, the earth is being spread. All the dragon veins are being spread. Feng Yinyang said with a hint of surprise. Spread the entire earth? Has it begun? Meng Sansheng has done it. Why are you in such a hurry? Yin Chuan's face darkened. Your Majesty, the entire earth is being spread. Meng Sansheng is going to take the seal of this world. What should we do? Feng Yinyang asked worriedly. Yin Chuan looked up at the sky and looked at the Sea of Providence. Citizens of Dijon, listen up. I need your power now. Please raise your right hand and lend me your power. Yin Chuan shouted. Roar! A dragon's roar suddenly came from the Sea of Providence. Under the dragon's roar, Yin Chuan's voice instantly spread out in all directions. Yin Chuan's statue quickly turned into an 18-clawed golden dragon and pounced on Yin Chuan. Boom! Yin Chuan's body shone with golden light. His figure was also slowly growing larger. In a city in Dijon, His Majesty's voice. The earthquake just now? Does it have something to do with that? Hurry up. His Majesty has given us cultivation techniques for free all these years. I'm a part of Dijon. I'll lend you my power. Raise your right hand. Raise your right hand. Dijon was no longer the same as it was a few hundred years ago. At this moment, the unity of the people of Dijon had reached an unbelievable level after hundreds of years of governance. Surges of energy quickly gathered in Yanjin. Yin Chuan's body also became bigger and bigger. At the same time, in the great Buddha Empire in the West Divine Continent, citizens of Dijon, I need your power. Raise your right hand. Kong Mok looked up and roared. Roar! As the dragon roared, Kong Mok's order quickly spread across the West Divine Continent. Countless people raised their hands, and Kong Mok's body also slowly expanded. Yin Chuan, Kong Mo Ku, and Meng Sansheng, the 3 of them were growing rapidly, turning into 1,000 zhang tall giant that stood between heaven and earth. Chapter 1096. 7-Colored Ancestral Mountain, the Great Earth. For a time, the sealed world shook. In a valley in the central divine continent, suddenly, 20 immortals flew into the sky, each covered in light. The 3 in the lead looked solemnly towards the south. Rinsan, are you sure that Gongyang Talu died in the hands of Meng Sansheng? The leader looked at the other person. Absolutely. I've already found someone to confirm it. Meng Sansheng's Hongmeng gourd is extremely strange. Even in the immortal world, We've never heard of it. Rin San frowned. The earth is shaking. Is it coming from the divine sex sacred land? The air, what's with your expression? The leader frowned. Big brother, that's not right. The dragon veins have all been plundered. The air's expression changed. Plundered the dragon veins? Could it be that he wants to take the Tao seal, like Jingting? The leader's expression darkened. Big brother, what do we do? The sacred king only told us to watch. He didn't let us interfere. The air's expression changed. The leader's expression changed. We have to interfere. The sacred king came here for the Tao seal. If Meng Sansheng takes it, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? We'll go over first and wait for an opportunity. Everyone nodded. You, ascend to the immortal world first. In case anything happens to us, go and report to the sacred king. I, Tian Yi, will watch over here. Tell the sacred king not to worry about us. We won't be reckless. Tian Yi pointed at a subordinate. Big brother, we're 3 immortals. You're too careful. Rin San smiled. Third brother, how did Gongyang Talu die? Tian Yi's expression changed. Rin San's expression changed. He immediately replied, Yes, big brother is right. I was careless. Let's go. Tian Yi said solemnly. Whoosh. Everyone quickly flew towards the divine sex sacred land. Divine sex sacred land. Meng Sansheng's body had also reached a height of 10,000 feet. When he stepped on the ground, smoke and dust rose. He looked up at the virtuous cloud sea. His eyes were filled with hostility. Roar! As Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, he grabbed at the virtuous virtue cloud sea like Jingying did in the past. Meng Sansheng thrust his right hand into the virtuous cloud and clenched his fist. The virtuous cloud seemed to have turned into a glove for Meng Sansheng as he grabbed at the void. Buzz! In an instant, a storm rose in the void, thunder rumbled, and dark clouds covered the sky. A wrinkle appeared in the void. Meng Sansheng was able to see the laws of heaven and earth as he tore them apart. In the distance, countless disciples of the arcane sex and sacred grounds looked at the sky in panic. Heavenly net? Was this the Skynet? The justice of heaven has a long arm? The heavenly net of this realm was pulled down, but it was not as grand as the one Jingting used in the past. Not enough merit points. Meng Sansheng said anxiously. Even if it's not enough, it won't do. Today I must take the Tao seal. Roar! Meng Sansheng shouted. Meng Sansheng's pupils and hair suddenly turned purple. His body exuded a devilish purple aura. His long hair blew against his face, making him look like a peerless demon god. A bulge appeared on his back. Rip! On Meng Sansheng's back, his clothes were suddenly torn apart, and a pair of huge purple wings appeared on his back. Each of the wings was about 20 meters long and was incomparably huge. Roar! Meng Sansheng roared again and exerted more strength. The heavenly net suddenly increased again. The range of the Skynet increased by more than 10 times. Not enough, not enough, Meng Sansheng shouted. He exerted more strength, and the Skynet expanded by 10 times. Finally, under Meng Sansheng's full strength, a faint trace of a Tao seal appeared in the void. It's coming out, Meng Sansheng said excitedly. He continued to exert strength. At this moment, 19 streams of light shot over from a distance. The 19 immortals arrived and looked at the Tao seal in the sky. Their expressions changed. Really? He's really going to take the Tao seal? Big brother, what should we do? Stop him quick. Meng Sansheng is going all out against the heavens. He doesn't have the strength to deal with us. Let's do it. Meng Sansheng die. The immortals shouted and charged at Meng Sansheng, standing on top of the mountain not far from Meng Sansheng. Meng Sansheng's third brother, a fierce man with a yellow gourd on his back, was also looking at the sky. However, when he saw the immortals coming to disturb him, his eyes lit up. The immortals charged at Meng Sansheng. The yellow-robed man's eyes turned cold. He patted the gourd gently. A ray of light suddenly shot out from the black gourd. It was more than 3 meters tall and wrapped in a 7-inch blade. The tip of the blade had eyebrows and eyes. It looked evil. Its eyes shone in a straight line at the immortals. "Treasure, please turn around," the yellow-robed man said respectfully. Whoosh! It was like a flash of lightning. Bang! With one slash, 5 heads fell off. The immortals' faces changed drastically as blood spurted out. Whoosh! The white light that cut off the heads of the 5 immortals flew back to the yellow gourd in an instant. Below, countless disciples of the arcane sects and sacred grounds were petrified, especially Kong Outyin. As soon as the immortals attacked, Kong Outyin saw that the palm print and sword energy formed by the 3 leaders were not something a sky immortal could do. They were too powerful. A grand immortal? It was a grand immortal. While Kong Outyin was still in shock, the yellow-robed man attacked. "Treasure, please turn around." The heads of the 5 immortals fell to the ground. That was a grand immortal. It was too straightforward. When the primordial gourd sucked in the Hongmeng gourd had struggled for a while. However, the immortals did not even have time to react before their heads were separated from their bodies. It seemed that not only their bodies were cut, but their souls were also destroyed. What gourd is this?" Kong Outyin exclaimed. Kong Outyin was sure that if he accidentally encountered this Dharma treasure, he would be killed as well. This Dharma treasure was too terrifying. Kong Outyin was not the only one who was terrified. The immortals who were charging at Meng Sansheng were also shocked. Third brother, Earth 2 exclaimed. "Let's go." Tian Yi pulled Earth 2 and sped away. They did not even care about the corpse of Grand Immortal Sansheng. With 2 Grand Immortals escaping, the remaining 12 Immortals turned and ran. They did not even have time to collect the corpses. This was too terrifying. How could there be such a terrifying person in this world? The Immortals fled at an unbelievable speed. It was as if they hated their parents for not giving them 2 more legs. The pride of a Grand Immortal? That was nothing. Everyone finally understood why Gourd could not escape. In the distance, the yellow-robed man stroked his yellow gourd as he watched the immortals flee. He ignored them and continued to look at Meng Sansheng, trying his best to get the Dao seal. The yellow-robed man did not care, but the disciples of the arcane sacred ground could not ignore it. The Hall Masters led by Meng Hongying did not care about this vice-sacred leader at first, but who would dare to look down on him now? That yellow gourd seemed even more domineering than the Hongmeng gourd. The Hongmeng gourd sucked in people, and they struggled. However, the yellow gourd shot out a white light and decapitated them. Who was he? Everyone looked at the yellow-robed man in awe. Under Meng Sansheng's full power, the Dao seal became clearer and clearer. Meng Sansheng was weaker than Jing Ting after all, so he couldn't do it as casually as Jing Ting did. However, Meng Sansheng still managed to complete the last step. He grabbed the merit cloud with his right hand and the Dao seal with his left hand. Boom! Meng Sansheng's left hand landed on the Dao seal. However, Meng Sansheng's hand wasn't the only one on the seal. There seemed to be 2 other palms holding onto the seal tightly. One of them was from Yin Jin. Meanwhile, in Yin Jin of the East Divine Continent, Yin Chuan also turned into a 10,000-foot-tall giant. He also used all his strength to reach out and grab the Sea of Providence. He pulled out the heavenly net and revealed the seal. He grabbed it with his other hand. Boom! Yin Chuan's right hand landed on the Dao seal, and 2 more palms appeared on it. In the West Divine Continent, Kong Mok's hand also grabbed onto it. The Dao seal was a very mysterious thing. The Dao seal sealed this world. It could be said that the Dao seal could be anywhere in this world. Although the 3 of them were separated by billions of miles, they could grab the Dao seal at the same time. It was as if the 3 of them were separated by a great distance, but shared the same sun. 3 hands grabbed at it tightly, refusing to give way to any of them. Roar! Meng Sansheng flapped his wings, and countless purple feathers appeared in the sky. Meng Sansheng's power skyrocketed. In the West Divine Continent, Lotus God, I don't have enough power. Lend me your power. Kong Mok whispered. Buzz! A white lotus slowly appeared above Kong Mok's head. As soon as the white lotus appeared, a sacred power surged into Kong Mok's body. Kong Mok's power skyrocketed. In the East Divine Continent, Yin Chuan's eyes slowly turned red and his hair grew longer. Suddenly, a vast sea of blood appeared under his feet and the sky was covered by blood clouds. A super theurgy roar. Yin Chuan roared with a ferocious face. The three of them knew each other and grabbed the Dao seal tightly. There was only one Dao seal and no one would give in. The officials of Yin Jin watched nervously. At this moment, the entire world shook and a storm swept in all directions. The world was in turmoil. The three of them refused to give in. They were in a stalemate for a while. Then, a huge shadow slowly appeared in the void. The huge shadow was like the Dao seal. Although there was only one, the three of them could see it clearly. It was a woman with a human head and a snake's body. The woman looked down with a compassionate face. Goddess Ji Chun. The people of Yin Jin immediately recognized her. Just like the Dezhao sacred ground, Goddess Ji Chun has come out. The Dao seal is about to be taken. The sealed world is about to be broken. Someone suddenly shouted. Yin Chuan, Kong Mok, and Meng Sansheng all looked ferocious as they fought for the Dao seal. Goddess Ji Chun looked at the three of them. Do all of you want this seal? Goddess Ji Chun asked in a compassionate tone. Chapter 1097. Central Divine Continent. Meng Sansheng took the Dao seal. Ren Shu was escorted to a palace in a valley by the 5 palace lords. The 5 of them were all upper ethereal realm cultivators. They didn't expect that someone would come to rescue them. However, this was the perfect time to break out of prison. Dongfang Zhongpai and Ren Shu were like flies that met rotten meat. If Ren Shu didn't want to see Meng Sansheng, they wouldn't have separated. Fortunately, Dongfang Zhongpai saw that Ren Shu was captured. Rumble. Outside, a storm raged and the earth shook. The 5 palace lords looked up at the sky in shock. Dongfang Zhongpai walked over with a man in a black robe. Who is it? One of the palace lords' face sank. The man in the black robe held a white longsword. His body flashed and turned into 5 shadows as he charged towards one of the palace lords. Hiss! Hiss! 1 man and 1 sword. 5 rays of sword light shot towards the purple palace lords. The 5 of them were immobilized in the blink of an eye. They stared at Dongfang Zhongpai and the man in the black robe in shock. Dongfang Zhongpai, I have captured the 5 of them. This is the sacred ground of the divine sect. There is no need to kill them. Ren Shu is in the palace. I will protect you. The man in the black robe said solemnly. The 5 of them are all upper ethereal realm cultivators. You managed to subdue them in 1 move. Dongfang Zhongpai exclaimed. The man in the black robe nodded. Who are you? Why have I never seen you in Yinjing? Oh, I know. You are Yin Chuan's secret force. Dongfang Zhongpai said excitedly. Many of the officials knew that Yin Chuan had a secret force, but none of them had seen it before. Dongfang Zhongpai was excited when he saw it. Lord Dongfang, hurry up. Ren Shu has caught Meng Sansheng's eye. The divine realm will pay attention to him. Hurry. The man in the black robe said coldly. Don't worry. I promised Yin Chuan that I would also need a subordinate. Ha! Dongfang Zhongpai nodded and walked into the palace. Bang! He entered the palace and slammed the door shut. The black-robed figure slowly hid behind a hall master. The 5 hall masters stood motionless at the entrance as if nothing had happened. Inside the main hall, the 9th rat was tied up by a purple net and fell to the ground, unable to move. This old ancestor has 8 generations of bad luck. How'd I meet such an untrustworthy person like Meng Sansheng? The 9th rat was extremely depressed. Yo, who is this? Dongfang Zhongpai laughed. Ren Rat's eyes lit up. Brother Dongfang, quickly undo my seal. That's fine too. However, shouldn't we put an end to the elder's beard that we discussed last time? Dongfang Zhongpai smiled. Ren Rat's face twitched. You're shameless. Ha ha. That's right. I'm more shameless than you. So you have to call me Big Brother. You are number 2. Dongfang Zhongpai laughed. Bullshit. I'm so much older than you. How old are you? You want to be my big brother? Run Rat glared at him. Age doesn't determine ambition. If you call me big brother, I'll let you go. If not, I'll leave. Dongfang Zhengpai sneered. Rin Rat's face was filled with bitterness and hatred. I say, number 2, I know you're not convinced. Actually, I want to say that your skin is too thin. Bullshit. Rin Rat's face turned red from anger. Call me big brother, and I'll lead you on the road. Dongfang Zhengpai said smugly. Rin Rat wanted to beat his own chest. He was careless in making friends. Think about the darkness in the divine sect's sacred ground. Oh, and the brainwashing, too cruel. Maybe after the brainwashing, I'll be refined into a puppet. Sigh. Don't worry. Every year on Qingming, I'll burn paper money for you. Rin Rat. Number 2, call me big brother. Dongfang Zhengpai laughed. Rin Rat's face twitched. Finally, he said with sorrow, big brother. I can't hear you. It's too low. Number 2, what did you say? Big brother. Rin Rat shouted with grief and indignation. Kaka. Number 2, to think that you would have such a day. Dongfang Zhengpai said proudly. Rin Rat rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, why aren't you unsealing me? Dongfang Zhengpai took out a pearl and pushed it towards a seal on Rin Rat's body. Whoa! The pearl quickly absorbed the seal, as if it wanted to suck the seal into the pearl. Where did you get this pearl? Why haven't I seen it before? Did you dig up some ancestral grave and smuggle it? Rin Rat's eyes lit up. Smuggle my ass. You have to call me big brother in the future. What do you know? This was given to me by Yin Chuan. It was once the treasure of a middle sect. Dongfang Zhengpai said. Yin Chuan gave you this? This pearl is a natural treasure, comparable to an immortal tool. Rin Rat said in shock. I am a division head, so what if I have a pearl? This is my salary. Unlike you, you only know how to make money from the dead. You have no backing at all. If I wanted to save you, I could just say a word and there would be experts protecting me. What about you? Dongfang Zhengpai asked. Rin Rat's face stiffened as he said, You're not going to persuade me to join the great perfection, are you? I'm not trying to persuade you. I've already decided for you. If you don't want to be the supreme beast of the nation, then you can be the deputy director of the Special Affairs Department. Otherwise, I'll be the only one in this department. It'll be embarrassing. Dongfang Zhengpai said. Bah, what elder brother is like a father? You're still a little brat. Who called me big brother just now? Rin Rat. The two of them cursed at each other as they undid the seal. Not long after, they were all unlocked. The earth has been sealed. Rin Rat stomped on the ground and was unexpectedly unable to dig a hole. Go! The two of them immediately opened the door of the main hall. Outside the hall, the black-robed man was waiting. Let's go, the black-robed man said. The three of them immediately stuck close to the ground and shot into the distance. However, even so, he was still discovered. Kong Outyin was still admiring the immortal slaying gourd. Suddenly, he saw Run Rat trying to escape. Stop! Kong Outyin's expression changed. As he said that, Kong Outyin stretched out his hand and stopped the three of them. Freeze! Bang! The black-robed man suddenly shot out his sword, and the void seemed to shatter. The black-robed man instantly broke Kong Outyin's immobilization technique. Let's go! Whoosh! The three of them quickly shot into the distance. Even Yin Chuan can't do anything to me. And you want to escape? Heavenly Tao, gather. Kong Outyin waved his hand again. Heaven-mending style? Boom! A large number of crystals seemed to shatter in the void. Kong Outyin's attack failed again. The three silhouettes instantly shot into the forest and disappeared without a trace. How is this possible? How is this possible? Who is he? My heavenly Tao. Even sky immortals can't do anything to me. Kong Outyin said in shock. Although Kong Outyin's movement was big, everyone's eyes were looking in another direction. While the three of them were fighting for the Taoist seal, Goddess Jichen's figure slowly appeared in the void. Do all of you want this Taoist seal? Goddess Jichen said compassionately. Meng Sanqing's expression changed. In the end, he nodded and said, Please help us. Inyan Jin, please help us, Goddess Jichen. Yinchuan said politely, "In the city of 10,000 Buddhas. Please help us." Kong Mok said solemnly. The three of them were all grabbing the Taoist seal, but they all realized that the Taoist seal didn't move at all. Back then, it was easy for them to get it, but it was so difficult for them. Goddess Jichen shook her head and said, "It's not enough. If you don't condense the great path, you can only pluck it with a large amount of merit or providence. But none of you are enough. If you can gather it, it might be possible." "What?" Meng Sanqing's expression changed. Yin Chuan and Kong Mok both frowned. "This Taoist seal seals this world. If you pluck it, you will shake the entire world. You're not strong enough. There's another way. If you want to be recognized by the world, you need to accumulate almost all the merit and providence. Remember, remember," Goddess Jichen said. Then, Goddess Jichen's figure slowly faded away. Yin Chuan, Kong Mok, and Meng Sansheng. The three of them held the Taoist seal in their hands. Their expressions changed for a moment. After taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan smiled bitterly and slowly let go of his right hand. As expected, Yin Chuan let go, and the other two hands didn't move the Taoist seal at all. Yin Chuan let go. Meng Sansheng slowly let go with a trace of reluctance. Kong Mok let out a sigh with a hint of confusion. Boom! The sky was clear, and the storm stopped. The world returned to normal. The countless spectators in the three places were all a loss. They were busy for so long, but no one could get it? Whoosh! Meng Sansheng slowly retracted his wings and returned to normal. He stood on the square with a gloomy face. Whoosh! The yellow-robed man flew over with a gourd on his back. "Do you need the merit and providence of the world?" The yellow-robed man frowned. "Third brother, although the Archaean sect uses Tiansu, I once let it devour a god bestowment scroll," Meng Sansheng said with a gloomy face. "Oh, does that mean we can fight for providence?" The yellow-robed man narrowed his eyes. "Yes," Meng Sansheng nodded. "If that's the case, then let's destroy the dynasty and take their providence." The yellow-robed man's eyes flashed. "Okay," Meng Sansheng nodded. "I'll go to the west and destroy the great Buddha dynasty. You go to the east and destroy the great Zhen dynasty. Don't be soft-hearted," the yellow-robed man said. "Third brother, don't worry. I know what to do." Meng Sansheng nodded. The yellow-robed man nodded. The yellow-robed man took a step forward and shot towards the west with the immortal slaying gourd on his back. His killing intent soared to the sky. Meng Sansheng watched the yellow-robed man leave. He took a deep breath and headed towards the east with a gloomy face. The strength of the two men was naturally shocking. Although the world was big, it only took a day to travel. The two men went to the capital of the two dynasties, Million Buddha City. At the entrance of the Million Buddha Hall, Kong Mo Ku and his officials looked at the yellow-robed man on the top of a palace in the distance. "Who are you? Tell me your name," Kong Mo Ku said with a gloomy face. "Shadi," the yellow-robed man said solemnly. "Shadi?" The officials of the Million Buddha Hall repeated the name blankly. They had never heard of him before. "Who are you? What do you want? What's your relationship with the Archaean sect?" Kong Mo Ku asked. "From now on, you will submit to the Archaean sect and contribute all your providence. Otherwise, you will die," Shadi said coldly. "Ha ha ha!" Kong Mo Ku burst into laughter. "How ridiculous! You want me to contribute my providence? Could it be that this person had lost his mind? Who in the world dares to talk to me like this? I'll count to 3. 1. Shadi said coldly. "Humph! How dare a nobody take the providence of the great Buddha dynasty? You're courting death," Kong Mo Ku said coldly as he waved his dragon robe. After Kong Mo Ku finished speaking, a large number of guards flew up into the sky. They rushed toward Shadi. 2. Shadi said coldly. "Humph! Go to hell." Kong Mo Ku stared at him. Kong Mo Ku stretched out his hand and attacked first. A huge handprint appeared in the void with an unstoppable force. 3. Shadi said. He patted the immortal killing gourd, and a white light shot out. The immortal killing flying saber flew out of the gourd. "Baby, please turn around." Swish! A ferocious white light shot towards Kong Mok. Kong Imoku's face changed. Boom! Kong Imoku's head was chopped off and thrown into the air. The immortal-killing flying saber flew back into the gourd instantly. All the officials were petrified in an instant. Kong Imoku's head was separated from his body. Kong Imoku's head was flying in the air, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. "That's impossible," Zhao Xinji exclaimed. "Your Majesty," the officials exclaimed. Chapter 1098. Central Divine Continent. The two great immortals, Tian Yi and Di'er, brought the 12 immortals and fled in panic. He was careful when he came. He thought that the experts of this world were strange, but he didn't think they were this strange. "Big brother, third bro is dead. Third bro is dead. What should we do?" Earth Second said with hatred. Tian Yi turned his head and shook his head. "The divine sex, sacred ground, wants revenge. Can you block that flying dagger?" Earth 2 was silent with grief and indignation. Rumble. In the distance, the heavens shook and the earth trembled. From afar, a massive statue of Goddess Jichin appeared. "Goddess Jichin, the Tao seal is about to be plucked?" Tian Yi's expression changed. He wanted to stop Zhang Xian, but the scene from before was still fresh in his mind. Was he tired of living? For the first time, the two great immortals felt that their title of Great Immortal was not that useful. Rumble. After listening to Goddess Ji Qin's explanation, Meng Sansheng gave up on trying to obtain the Tao seal. The immortals all heaved a long sigh of relief. They glanced at one another, and a bitter smile appeared on their lips. "What should we do?" Earth 2 asked. "One of us will ascend first and report to the Sage King. The rest of us will stay and wait. This time, let's not be too rash." Tianyi sighed softly. "Yes, sigh, this world is too strange. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for the Saint King to come." Tian Yi sighed softly. "Big brother, what are you talking about? The strength of a Saint King is one realm higher than ours." Di Yi said, "But do we know much about this world? Do you know what other dangers there are in the deity realm?" Tian Yi asked solemnly. Ground 1 fell silent again. What was there in the God realm? The immortals were curious, and so was Kong Outyin. In Kong Ao Tian's eyes, it was Meng Sansheng who had unleashed the power of the God world. To be able to penetrate the earth, what kind of treasure was that? Meng Sansheng and Sha Di had already left. Kong Outyin's heartbeat quickened. He took a deep breath, narrowed his eyes, and stepped toward the entrance of the divine world. Now that Meng Sansheng and Sha Di had left, what was there to be afraid of? Swish! Kong Outyin charged towards the deity world. "What are you doing? Stop right there." Meng Hongying's expression changed. The experts from the arcane sects and holy grounds were alarmed as they quickly blocked the entrance to the God world. Kong Outyin revealed an evil smile and said, "Meng Hongying, get out of the way. You can't stop me." "Kong Outyin, what are you trying to do? Aren't you afraid that the sacred master will refine you when he returns?" Meng Hongying shouted. "Ha ha ha ha. I wouldn't have come if I was afraid." Kong Outyin laughed wildly. "Divine sect formation, stop Kong Outyin." Meng Hongying shouted. Yes. The disciples of the arcane sects and sacred grounds immediately responded. "Settle." Kong Outyin shouted coldly. Boom. The surrounding experts were all frozen in midair in an instant. Kong Outyin could even freeze celestial immortals, let alone these mortals. Meng Hongying grabbed the long whip, her eyes filled with surprise. Kong Outyin smiled evilly. "Don't stare at me like that. I'm no longer the holy son of Outyin. I'm nobler than all of you. Are you curious about my strength? Ha 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 ha. You bunch of mortals will never understand. Ha ha." Kong Outyin laughed loudly as he stepped into the divine world. In the outside world, countless experts were frozen in place, extremely anxious. However, soon, a loud roar came from the divine world. "Treasure, let's go on a trip." With a loud roar, countless crows began to caw in a dense manner. Wah, 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 wah. In the divine world, Kong Outyin met another man with a gourd on his back. It was a man in a green robe with a huge green gourd on his back. The mouth of the gourd was suddenly facing him. Treasure, let's go on a trip. Suddenly, countless fire crows flew out from the mouth of the gourd. The fire crows were extremely fast, as if they had traveled through time and space. In the blink of an eye, they had covered the sky and the earth and enveloped Kong Outyin. The entire divine world was filled with fire crows in an instant. Each fire crow only had one leg. Golden flames shot up to the sky around each fire crow. Boom! It was as if the sun had exploded where Kong Outyin was. Heavenly Tao, gather! Kong Outyin exclaimed. However, the fire crows did not seem to be affected at all. Boom! Kong Outyin's body was blown into hundreds of pieces. The fire burned as if it was going to be annihilated in an instant. Whoosh! As if a gust of wind had blown, Kong Outyin's body pieces suddenly flew out and went straight to the exit of the divine world. Boom! Kong Outyin's body pieces escaped. After flying out of the divine world, Kong Outyin's body pieces quickly gathered together. They turned into Kong Outyin's appearance again, but this time, Kong Outyin's appearance was extremely miserable. Let's go! Kong Outyin yelled at his subordinates. Without hesitation, he fled into the distance in fear. What a terrifying divine world. What a powerful gourd. Are those golden crows? Billions of golden crows? Kong Outyin's eyes were filled with panic. It's even more terrifying than Meng Sansheng and the yellow gourd. I'm a Tao god. Even if I'm just a newborn Tao god, I'm still immortal and indestructible. Just now, I actually felt like I was about to be destroyed. Kong Outyin ran in fear. In the divine world, countless golden crows flew around the divine world for a while before flying back to the green gourd. Rumble! The scene was extremely spectacular. Soon, all the golden crows entered the gourd. The man in the green robe looked at the exit of the divine world and squinted his eyes. Resurrection? This is a Tao god? Humph. Wait until I unlock another seal on the fire crow gourd. Even if you are a Tao god, I will burn you to ashes. The man in the green robe carried the fire crow gourd and walked into the mountain of ancestors. West Divine Continent outside the Thousand Buddha City. Kong Daoqiu was standing on the peak of a mountain, watching the battle in the Thousand Buddha City. A man carrying a yellow gourd was facing all the experts of the great Buddha Empire. Is this person from the Archaean sacred ground? Why haven't I seen him before? What is he doing here? Kong Daoqiu frowned. Kong Daoqiu frowned as he listened to the battle in the distance. Shadi, what? Is this person crazy? Is he really going to make the entire Thousand Buddha City his enemy? Kong Mok has the help of the Lotus God. With his current strength, even I am no match for him. Kong Daoqiu frowned in shock. He attacked? Kong Mok is indeed like this. He lost his cool after a few words. Kong Daoqiu shook his head and sighed. Baby, please turn around. Bam! Kong Mok's head flew into the air. Kong Daoqiu's face stiffened and his heart almost jumped to his throat. This is impossible, Kong Daoqiu exclaimed. Kong Mok's head was chopped off with one slash. In just an instant? This is not real. This is impossible, Kong Daoqiu exclaimed. In the distance, Kong Mok's head flew into the air, and he was in disbelief. He was chopped off just like that. Chopped into two. Kong Mok's head flew into the air, and the officials and guards behind him were petrified. Then they screamed, "This is impossible! Your Majesty!" "No!" The courtiers roared in unison. They were filled with grief and hatred. In the distance, at the peak of a palace, Sha Di's eyes were gloomy. The dragon bone protruded from his forehead as he looked coldly at the head that flew into the air. He was surrounded by a murderous aura. He stood there like an army of thousands of men and horses. The guards who were rushing toward Kong Mok were shocked when they saw Kong Mok's head flying into the air. Charge! Charge my ass! Your Majesty! All the guards rushed toward Kong Mok. Kong Mok did not expect Sha Di to be so ferocious and to kill without hesitation. Lotus Goddess, save me! Kong Mok's head barely managed to utter a cry. A white lotus flower slowly appeared above Kong Mok's head. I have already saved you. That slash cut off your spiritual soul. If I had not protected your spiritual soul, You would be a headless corpse now. A voice came from the white lotus flower. Lotus goddess, what is that slash? Kong Mok asked in horror as his head fell to the ground. The immortal slaying gourd and the immortal slaying flying saber. However, it seems that you have not reached your strongest state yet. Otherwise, even I would not have been able to protect you. Lotus goddess said. Plop. Kong Mok's head fell to the ground. In the distance, Sha Di squinted his eyes. He's not completely dead? Sha Di asked in surprise. This was the first time that the immortal slaying flying saber had not destroyed his spiritual soul. Sha Di was about to rush toward Kong Mok. The holy ground of the Holy Clan and the Kong family have always minded our own business. Do you want to become enemies with the Kong family today? Boom! A deafening sound suddenly came from the sky above the city of Buddhas. A gust of majestic aura pressed down on Sha Di, who was rushing towards Kong Mok. Sha Di raised his head, and a gust of ferocious chi soared into the sky. Ancestor, the disciples of the Kong family exclaimed. Everyone looked over. They saw a man in green standing in the sky. There were several cracks on his face, which sent chills down everyone's spine. The cracks were not scars. That crack looked extremely strange. It was as if the green-robed man's entire body was made of ceramic. When the ceramic shattered, cracks appeared. The man in green's face was full of cracks, and his eyes were filled with ferocious chi. He stared at Sha Di coldly. Both of them looked ferocious, and their auras soared. Their ferocious chi made the experts around them turn pale. Are you Demon King Kong? Feng Xiao's face darkened. Demon King Kong was confronting Sha Di. Feng Xiao reacted instantly, taking advantage of this opportunity to run towards where Kong Mok's head had fallen. Your Majesty, are you all right? I deserve to die. Feng Xiao knelt beside Kong Mok's head. Put my head back on my body, Kong Mok said in a deep voice. Yes. Feng Xiao quickly picked up Kong Mok's head and went to the headless body. Then, he carefully placed the head on Kong Mok's head. Buzz. A white lotus bloomed above Kong Mok's head, giving off a soft white light. Kong Mok's head and body were quickly connected. When the officials saw this, they were overjoyed. His face immediately lit up with joy. Holy Wanen. Chapter 1099. East Divine Continent, Great Jun Heavenly Dynasty, Yanjin. On top of a mountain outside Yanjin, Meng Sansheng carried a giant purple gourd on his back and looked coldly at the luck in Yanjin. In the distance, at the entrance of the facing sky hall, Yin Chuan was dressed in a dragon robe as he led his ministers out of the skyward palace. Feng Yinyang, Wang Jian by Ditian, and Yin Hentian all looked gloomy. Even the queen and Zizi came to the front of the facing sky hall and looked at Meng Sansheng seriously. A day ago, they were fighting for the seal. In just one day, Meng Sansheng came from the Middle Divine Continent. Goddess Jichen's words were still vivid in his mind. He had to become an ancestral immortal or gather all the merit and luck in the world. Meng Sansheng was obviously not an ancestral immortal, so there was only one way to get the luck of Great Jun Heavenly Dynasty. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed coldly. Zizi's eyes flashed anxiously. After all, one was her husband and the other was her grandfather. Even if her grandfather had never taken care of her, they were still related by blood. Meng Sansheng looked at the sea of luck. Then, Meng Sansheng looked at Yin Chuan. The two overlords looked at each other. Although they were far away from each other, their eyes were filled with hostility. The people in Yanjin didn't even dare to breathe. Yin Chuan, I think you already know why I'm here. Give me all the luck and I'll leave immediately. Meng Sansheng said. Yin Chuan smiled and said, Meng Sansheng, I didn't expect your strength to increase so quickly. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. Meng Sansheng raised an eyebrow. Meng Sansheng, Goddess Shichen, said that there are two ways to get the seal. One is to have the world, and the other is to have the strength of an ancestral immortal. Why do we need the strength of an ancestral immortal? Yin Chuan said. Meng Sansheng frowned as he looked at Yin Chuan. He didn't know what Yin Chuan wanted to say. Last time, when Jing Ting took the Tao Seal, you should know that the 10 Tao Seals of heaven and earth have all fallen into the hands of the heroes of the immortal world. Only this last one is left. Do you really think that the heroes of the immortal world don't know about this place? Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. Oh, it's fine if ordinary experts don't know about it, but the supreme experts definitely know about it. After all, it's been tens of thousands of years. There must be immortals ascending. The location of this world will definitely be revealed. Why? Why didn't the supreme experts of the immortal world pluck the last one earlier? Yin Chuan continued asking. Meng Sansheng frowned. Divine sect and sacred ground aren't strong enough. Meng Sansheng isn't strong enough either. I'm sure that you'll be targeted by the experts of the immortal world if you take action. Can your divine world stop the experts of the immortal world? Yin Chuan asked. Meng Sansheng's face suddenly turned ugly. As Yin Chuan said, was the location of this world really so hidden that no one knew about it? Only Jing Ting and the others got the slightest bit of information? Absolutely impossible. Who knew how many immortals had ascended in the past tens of thousands of years? Wasn't the news leaked enough? But at this moment, not many people knew about it. As Yin Chuan said, the heroes of the world had some kind of taboo or some kind of powerful force that prevented them from knowing about it. If the seal wasn't broken, then so be it. Once it was broken, this taboo would disappear. At that time, the Tao Seal would become the focus of the world. The divine race had its strange characteristics. Thousands of years ago, Meng Sansheng even went to the immortal world and brought back the ninth rat. At that time, he had a little understanding of the immortal world. Naturally, he understood that although the divine sect and sacred ground were strong now, it still wasn't enough to face the entire immortal world. ZZ's recent rise in strength must have something to do with you. Meng Sansheng, I don't know what's going on with your strength, but I can see that you need opportunities. If you want to take the Tao Seal, wait for a few more opportunities. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Meng Sansheng stared at Yin Chuan for a while and finally burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha! In the distance, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yin Chuan? What sharp tongue? I was almost convinced by you. Humph! I must have a Tao Seal. We'll talk about the immortal world later. Meng Sansheng said coldly. Yin Chuan's face sank. Yin Chuan, let me ask you again. Are you going to hand over the Tao Seal or not? Meng Sansheng said coldly. Yin Chuan sneered. Unless I give it to you, no one can take it from me. Humph! Since you're so stubborn, then don't blame me. The entire Yin Jin will be buried with your mistake. Meng Sansheng shouted. He patted the Hong Meng gourd gently. Treasure, please. Yin Chuan's face sank. He stepped forward and grabbed at the sky. Universe in the palm. Yin Chuan shouted. Whoosh! A powerful force fell from the sky. Yin Chuan's palm seemed to have pulled down the sky. Countless stars suddenly appeared in the sky above Yin Jin. Countless stars fell and bombarded Meng Sansheng. Feng Yinyang's face sank behind Yin Chuan. Array rise. Whoosh! Fog suddenly appeared around Yin Jin. Feng Yinyang quickly used an array to protect the entire city. Countless stars appeared and trapped Meng Sansheng in the center. A powerful force pressed down on Meng Sansheng. Ha ha! Meng Sansheng laughed disdainfully. The Hongmeng gourd had already started to absorb the stars. Although there were many of them and they were big, they were all absorbed by the Hongmeng gourd. Rumble! The rolling stars were absorbed by the Hongmeng gourd in a short while. World suppressing, Yin Chuan shouted. The burying heaven copper coffin appeared in his hand and fell from the sky. It carried a powerful aura as it flew towards Meng Sansheng. Meng Sansheng's face changed, and he pointed the Hongmeng gourd at Yin Chuan. Treasure, please. Whoosh! A powerful suction force acted on the sky-burying bronze coffin. Grow! Yin Chuan shouted. The sky-burying bronze coffin suddenly expanded. It didn't shrink like other creatures. Instead, it crashed into the Hongmeng gourd as if it wasn't affected by the suction force. Boom! The two treasures collided with a loud bang. Universe in the palm. Yin Chuan shouted again. Buzz! Countless stars began to revolve around Meng Sansheng once more. As they revolved around him, a powerful pressure pressed down on him. The two treasures were in a deadlock. Yin Chuan attacked again, and a terrifying force pressed down on Meng Sansheng. Meng Sansheng's face changed. Yin Chuan? Everyone underestimated you. Meng Sansheng's face changed. Roar. Meng Sansheng roared. His hair and pupils suddenly turned purple. At the same time, a pair of huge purple wings that were 20 meters long appeared on his back. Boom! Meng Sansheng's strength rose sharply. The tremendous power seemed to have forced out a storm, viciously repelling the stars and the surroundings. All kinds of purple feathers seemed to be falling from the sky. Meng Sansheng used his strength again, and the Hongmeng gourd suction force rose again. Ka-ka-ka. The sky-burying bronze coffin trembled as if it couldn't resist anymore. Humph! Yin Chuan snorted coldly and unleashed his super mystique as well. His long hair and eyes suddenly turned blood red, and a sea of blood filled the sky, and countless blood clouds appeared in all directions. Yin Chuan was like a peerless demon god standing on the sea of blood. Yin Chuan used his super ability to control the sky-burying bronze coffin again, and the Hongmeng gourd was immediately suppressed. Impossible. You're just a mortal. How can you be so powerful? Meng Sansheng's face changed. Aren't you immortal too? Yin Chuan snorted. Soul formation. Meng Sansheng shouted. The purple feathers in the air rapidly gathered together, forming hundreds of babies with purple wings on their backs. Each of the babies held a purple bow in their hands and shot towards Yin Chuan. Ha, blood gods! Yin Chuan sneered. Boom! Hundreds of blood gods suddenly rushed out from the sea of blood and slashed at the babies with purple wings. Boom! In the south of Beijing, the battle was already extremely intense, and a storm was raging everywhere. Countless stars returned to Yin Chuan's hand. Yin Chuan's eyes were filled with a murderous light as he threw a punch at Meng Sansheng. Meng Sansheng's face darkened as he threw a punch. Boom! The two overlords clashed, and neither of them gave in. They glared at each other. Their energy was rising. Boom! When the two of them attacked, the thunderclouds in the sky flashed. It seemed to be repelling the power that was beyond this world. At the entrance of Yanjin, the ministers were worried. Meow, should we help Yin Chuan? Meow asked anxiously. ZZ took a deep breath and shook her head. No, they haven't used their full strength yet. Otherwise, Yin Chuan would have started to use the power of the Great Zenith. When the two palms collided, Meng Sansheng's eyes became gloomy. Meng Sansheng, I know you still have power, but do you think I don't? This is Yanjin, my home ground. I'm only doing this to tell you that the divine world isn't invincible. You won't be able to take the seal. Today, you alone can't do anything to me, Yin Chuan said. Huh? Meng Sansheng's face darkened. And I want to tell you that I'm not the strongest in Yanjin. Yin Chuan said again. What? Meng Sansheng's face changed. It's like you're number one in the divine world? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Meng Sansheng's face changed. The seal might not be a treasure. It might be a disaster. Think twice. Yin Chuan said again. Meng Sansheng flapped his wings. Boom! The palms of the two separated with a loud bang. Whoosh! Meng Sansheng summoned the Hongmeng gourd and retreated. The battle stopped. Meng Sansheng's face darkened. In the distance, Yin Chuan stood on the blood sea with his hands behind his back. Meng Sansheng, you're smart. I won't see you off. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Humph! Meng Sansheng snorted and left. Swish! Meng Sansheng disappeared in a blink. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! The people and officials of Great Jin cheered. Yin Chuan put away the blood sea and the sky-burying coffin and returned to the square. That's great. ZZ stepped forward excitedly. Phew! Yin Chuan took a deep breath and his face turned pale. Your Majesty? Feng Yinyang and the others' faces changed. I'm fine. Meng Sansheng is indeed powerful. I have some internal injuries, so I need to go into seclusion for a while. Yin Chuan said. Yes, Your Majesty, the officials replied. Chapter 1100. In the cultivation room, Yin Chuan was recovering from his injuries alone. Meng Sansheng was right. He was not the strongest in Yin capital. It was not because there were officials who could defeat him, but because Yin Chuan had another zombie body. Yin Chuan's strength was soaring at an unbelievable speed as he cultivated the body of a general and minister. This was Yin Chuan's trump card. Yin Chuan did not want to reveal it yet. As for Meng Sansheng, why should he reveal it when he could persuade him with words? My strength is comparable to a heavenly immortal, but I'm still slightly weaker than a great immortal. I can fight a great immortal with the sky burying coffin. Unfortunately, Meng Sansheng also has the Hongmeng gourd. Fortunately, my divine ability has reached the 3rd level, so I can use it as I wish. I'm no longer limited by time. Yin Chuan said, after taking a deep breath. Yin Chuan stretched out his hand with a solemn expression. There were countless stars spinning in his palm. This emperor used a super divine ability, the universe in the palm. That palm was no small matter, but Meng Sansheng managed to block it. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. The 12th level of the upper void stage? My divine ability must be the peak of a mortal. It might even surpass a heavenly immortal and reach the level of a great immortal. Meng Sansheng blocked it, but I was injured by the backlash. However, Meng Sansheng is still immortal. This can only mean one thing. Yin Chuan said solemnly. The 12th level of the upper void stage. Maybe it's not the peak of a mortal. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Was there a 13th level of the upper void stage above it? Yin Chuan frowned and slowly got up. In the upper study, Yin Chuan looked at the officials. Your Majesty, how are your injuries? Yifeng asked worriedly. I'm fine now. Yin Chuan shook his head. That's good, the officials said with a smile. Enchanting. Yin Chuan looked at Enchanting. Yes, Your Majesty. We have a question. I wonder if you can answer it. Yin Chuan looked at Enchanting. Oh, Enchanting asked curiously. The officials also looked at Yin Chuan curiously. Could it be that the limit of mortals is really the 12th level of the upper void stage? Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. 12th level of the upper void stage? In the upper study room, the officials were surprised. Wasn't the limit of mortals at the 12th level of the upper void stage? Why does Majesty ask? Enchanting was also at a loss as he replied. That's right, Your Majesty. According to what I know, this is already the limit of mortals. Are you sure? Yin Chuan frowned. Enchanting frowned and said, My Yin clan existed before the great calamity of the ancient times. According to what I know, this is indeed the case. The 12th level of the void stage is indeed the limit for mortals. Hearing Enchanting's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Yin Chuan frowned and pondered. Among the officials, Jin Diyu frowned deeply. After pondering for a while, he stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have something to say, Jin Diyu said. Oh. Everyone looked at Jin Diyu. Jin Diyu looked at Enchanting and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, perhaps what Lord Yin said is reasonable. However, I feel that it is not entirely true. Oh, Yin Chuan asked curiously. The 12th level of the upper void stage. After passing the tribulation, one would become a heaven celestial. However, my ancestors seemed to... Jin Diyu frowned. Seemed to what? Jin Diyu took a deep breath and said, My ancestor passed the tribulation with a mortal body. After passing the tribulation, he became an ancestral celestial. What? Impossible! Enchanting exclaimed in shock. In the upper study room, the officials were shocked. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. My ancestor was born in the sun. According to what I know, my ancestor stayed in the sun for almost 1,000,000 years to pass the tribulation and become an ancestral celestial. Only then did he break through with the help of the sun. Jin Diyu said. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Enchanting was no longer calm. Lord Jin, who is your ancestor? How is that possible? Why have I never heard of him? Jin Diyu smiled bitterly and said, I'm sorry, Lord Een. Een Hintion did not pursue the matter. However, he was deep in thought. He waited for 1,000,000 years when he was immortal? Yin Chuan was shocked. My ancestor was special. However, after 1,000,000 years of accumulation, he broke through and became an ancestral celestial. Although 1,000,000 years is a long time, it is more difficult to break through after becoming an immortal. If an immortal cultivates slowly, it will take a long time to become an ancestral celestial. Jean Dai nodded. Your Majesty, actually, we can do it too. Lu Gang's expression changed. Oh, Your Majesty, with the dream of heaven's secrets, we can also spend 10,000 years in the mortal world before ascending together. Lu Gang said excitedly. 1,000,000 years? If they could dream of heaven's secrets for 10,000 years, wouldn't that be equivalent to 2,000,000 years? The officials were tempted. However, Yin Chuan shook his head and said, the dream of heaven's secrets isn't omnipotent. Indeed, it can accumulate 200 times the power of one's birth chart. However, it's not just the power of one's birth chart that determines one's birth chart. One must also comprehend the Tao and comprehend one's own Tao. However, if one's soul is divided into 200 parts, it won't be easy to comprehend the Tao. Comprehending the Tao requires one to forget oneself and perfect oneself. Don't rely too much on the dream of heaven's secrets. Yes, Lu Gang was discouraged. Before transcending the immortal tribulation, I'll take all of you to absorb all the potential in the dream of heaven's secrets. After all, we can't waste it. Yin Chuan smiled slightly. Yes, everyone said excitedly. Although it was not as terrifying as Jin Dayu's ancestor, it would at least be after transcending the tribulation and surpassing the heaven immortal realm. Right? Like Jin Dayu's ancestor, he had to wait 1,000,000 years. Yin Chuan did not have that much time. Yin Chuan had too many concerns in this world. In the West Divine Continent, in the Great Buddha Dynasty, the Shadi versus Demon King Kong. Demon King Kong did not fight in the city of 10,000 Buddhas. Demon King Kong suddenly tore at the void. Boom! A huge hole suddenly appeared in the void. Demon King Kong glanced at the Shadi. The Shadi understood tacitly. Boom! The two peerless experts stepped into the hole. Rumble! The huge hole in the void slowly closed. In the city of 10,000 Buddhas, countless people were horrified. Zhao Xinji and Feng Xiao were also at a loss. How is this possible? A disciple of the Kong family exclaimed. The ancestor tore open the sky and took the Shadi to the immortal realm. Their battlefield is in the immortal realm. They went to the immortal realm to fight. Countless experts revealed looks of astonishment. These two people were too domineering. Were they not afraid of not coming back? In the distance, Kong Daoqiu narrowed his eyes. The ancestor's strength is indeed fierce. Kong Daoqiu sighed. Then, Kong Daoqiu looked at Kong Mok in the distance. Kong Mok watched Demon King Kong and the Shadi leave with a complicated look in his eyes. Demon King Kong? He seems to be guarding against you. Lotus Goddess's voice sounded. Oh, that's normal. Which ambitious person would put their own safety in the hands of others? Demon King Kong has been exposed in this realm, and the Shadi is not to be underestimated. Demon King Kong is worried that after both sides are injured, he will be taken advantage of, so he went to the immortal realm. He is very cautious. Lotus Goddess said lightly. When can I reach his level? Kong Mok's eyes were filled with anticipation. His level? You have just become a sky immortal, so there's still a long way to go. When you reach the peak of the sky immortal realm, you can borrow my power to deal with him. Moreover, after this battle, Demon King Kong will be even more injured. Lotus Goddess said lightly. Why not a great immortal? Kong Mok frowned. Do you think it's easy for an immortal to pass a tribulation? A mortal's tribulation is to strengthen their Tao heart and give them the confidence to continue cultivating. An immortal's tribulation is fatal every time. Don't think that Gongyang Taolu is a great immortal. I'm sure that he used countless treasures to pass his tribulation. What treasures do you have? An immortal's tribulation is difficult, Lotus Goddess said solemnly. Kong Mok's expression turned ugly, but he could only nod. Kong Mok did not leave. Instead, he led his officials to the Pantheon Square and waited quietly. 1 day, 2 days. On the second day, there was a loud explosion in the direction of the Kong family. Boom! A beam of white light shot into the sky, and then everything returned to normal. Demon King Kong is back, Lotus Goddess said to Kong Mok. How did he come back? Kong Mok asked in surprise. Kong Mok is seriously injured, so he can't break the seal from the immortal realm. However, perhaps he has a treasure that can send him back, Lotus Goddess said. Treasure? Kong Mok's eyes lit up. Lotus Goddess seemed to have guessed Kong Mok's thoughts. Although I didn't see the treasure, it must be more powerful than a great immortal weapon if it can send him back. If you can get it, you will have a great chance to pass the tribulation and become a great immortal. However, can you snatch it? Kong Mok's face darkened. Middle Divine Continent. Divine Realm. Ancestral Mountain. Boom! 7-colored light shone from the Ancestral Mountain. With a loud tremor, a crack suddenly appeared in the void. Shadi stepped into it. At this moment, Shadi's yellow robe had many cracks, and there were 5 bloody marks on his face. He looked extremely miserable. Not far away, Meng Sansheng's expression changed, and he flew over. Brother San, how are you? Meng Sansheng asked. Shadi said in a low voice, Demon King Kong is indeed powerful. I'm injured, but he's more seriously injured. Like me, he returned without success. Meng Sansheng's face darkened. What? Something happened to Dajin too? Shadi said in a low voice. Meng Sansheng smiled bitterly and said, I've already told my brother, and I'll tell you again later. My brother has decided to give up on the seal of this world. What? Give up? Shadi's face darkened. My brother has decided to move the divine race back. Meng Sansheng said in a low voice. Move back? Back to the divine realm? Shadi's face darkened. Meng Sansheng nodded. Shadi's face flashed with reluctance. Let's go and see my brother first. Okay. The two of them flew down the mountain and headed towards a cave. 3 years later, Yanjin, Dajin's heavenly empire. A hall master of the archaic sects landed in front of Yanchuan. Yanchuan took the letter curiously. Meng Hongying asked me to give this to you and Sage Z, the hall master said. Yanchuan opened it and read it. After reading for a while, Yanchuan narrowed his eyes. The archaic sects are going to enter the divine realm? Yanchuan raised his eyebrows. Yes, we'll all enter the divine realm in 3 years. Since Yandi has received the letter, I'll go back, the hall master said. With that, the hall master left quickly. The archaic sects were leaving? Not knowing why, Yanchuan suddenly felt a sense of loss. Chapter 1101. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Central Divine Continent. Archaic sect, sacred ground, outside the divine world. At this moment, a large number of disciples were flying toward the divine world from all directions. At the entrance of the divine world, some disciples were responsible for screening those who were qualified to enter the divine world. At this moment, a lady in red was standing on top of a small mountain outside the divine world. The lady in red was looking around as if she was trying to find someone in the sea of people. Meng Hongying was still dressed in red, but she was no longer as bold as before. She seemed to have become more conservative, but even wearing a fur coat could not hide her enchanting appearance. At this moment, a hall master flew over quickly. Saintus, let's go. The sacred master has instructed us to leave the divine world soon. If we don't leave now, it will be too late, the hall master said. Meng Hongying said anxiously. She turned to look at the hall master. Did you deliver the letter I gave you? Meng Hongying asked with a frown. Saintus, I definitely delivered it. I personally delivered it to Yin Chuan. The hall master shouted. Delivered? Why isn't he here? Meng Hongying bit her lips. You can leave now, Meng Hongying said irritably. Saintus, it's too late. Everyone else has gone in. We are the only ones left. The Hall Master said anxiously. I'll wait a little longer. You can leave now. Meng Hongying shook her head stubbornly. The Hall Master looked bitter. You are the Sacred Master's granddaughter. If you don't go in, how can I go in? At this moment, almost everyone had entered the divine world. Meng Sansheng stepped out. Hongying, Meng Sansheng said. Grandfather. Meng Hongying was anxious. It's time to go. Come back. Meng Sansheng said. Meng Hongying frowned and nodded reluctantly. She flew to the entrance of the divine world. Meng Hongying glanced at her surroundings in disappointment. However, she still did not see what she was waiting for. Meng Hongying sighed unwillingly and stepped into the divine world. Meng Sansheng was the last to enter. Before entering, Meng Sansheng glanced at a forest in the distance and raised his eyebrows. However, Meng Sansheng also entered the divine world. It was as if he no longer cared about the affairs of this world. Meng Sansheng stepped in. Several figures walked out of the forest in the distance. They were Yin Chuan, Zizi, Wang Jian, and Jin Daiyu. Yin Chuan sighed as he watched Meng Hongying enter. Yin Chuan finally understood why he felt so lost. At the side, Zizi grabbed Yin Chuan's arm. At this moment, there was no longer any celestial phenomenon punishment. It was as though Yin Chuan was somewhat immune to it. Zizi seemed to have noticed Yin Chuan's expression and asked softly, "Why don't you come out and say goodbye to them?" "Forget it. We don't want to have too many worries. Let her go with the wind. With no worries in the heart, there will be no worries. Isn't that better?" Yin Chuan smiled. Zizi seemed to be able to sense Yin Chuan's emotions. Looking at the entrance to the God world in the distance, she hugged Yin Chuan's arm tightly. In the distance, at the entrance to the God world, boom! The entrance to the God world exploded. The surrounding void seemed to be distorted violently. Gusts of whirlwinds erupted from the entrance of the God world. High up in the sky, the countless merits of the God world suddenly converged rapidly, becoming smaller and smaller. Gradually, they disappeared. Several thunderclaps sounded in the sky. After the thunderclaps, the sky was clear and the clouds faded. Everything returned to normal. The entire God world has ascended, Wang Jian exclaimed. Yin Chuan and Zizi looked into the distance without saying anything. In the God world, Meng Hongying stepped in dejectedly. Meng Sansheng stood beside Meng Hongying. Hongying, were you the one who told Yin Chuan that we were leaving? Meng Sansheng asked in a deep voice. Meng Hongying's expression changed, and she turned to look at the temple master. Saintess, I didn't say that. Please forgive me. The temple master immediately cried out. Don't look anymore. I just saw Yin Chuan and Zizi. Meng Sansheng shook his head. The temple master sighed. What? Yin Chuan? Zizi? He's here? Meng Hongying exclaimed. Meng Hongying looked at the entrance of the God world as if she wanted to leave. Whoosh! A vortex suddenly appeared at the entrance of the God world. The God world has been transported back to the immortal world. It's no longer the sealed world outside. Meng Sansheng shook his head. Meng Hongying smiled bitterly. Don't think about anything else, Meng Sansheng said. Meng Sansheng then left and flew towards the ancestral mountain. The temple master also left immediately, leaving Meng Hongying alone. She stared at the entrance of the God world in a daze. Meng Hongying's lips curled into a smile, as if she thought of something happy. The divine sex, sacred ground. Yin Chuan and the others stood there for a while. Your Majesty, should we return? Jin Daiyu asked. Yin Chuan nodded. Yes, we should return. The final battle is about to begin. Jin Daiyu and Wang Jian's expression froze when they heard Yin Chuan's words. They also understood that the final battle with the great Buddha Empire was about to begin. Two heavenly empires to divide the world. Given Yin Chuan's personality, it was impossible. Either Dajin would swallow the great Buddha, or the great Buddha would swallow Dajin. The world would be divided into three. Now, the situation had changed. Next would be a huge world war. The group of people quickly headed towards the east. A few months later, Great Buddha Empire, Thousand Buddhist City. Kong Mo also received news that the arcane sect's sacred ground had left. A court meeting was held in the Thousand Buddha Hall. Your Majesty, the arcane sect's sacred ground has left. There are no strong enemies in the central divine continent now. Our great Buddha Empire can march straight down. Feng Xiao exclaimed excitedly. Your Majesty, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. Zhao Xianji said excitedly. Kong Mo nodded excitedly. Zhao Xianji will be the Eastern Expedition Marshal. He will lead the troops in the Eastern Expedition Army and conquer the Central Divine Continent. Yes, Zhao Xianji replied. Feng Xiao frowned but did not refute. Instead, he congratulated, Congratulations, Lord Zhao. Zhao Xianji looked at Feng Xiao and frowned but still nodded. Kong family. Kong Dao Qiu looked at the envelope in his hand. 2 disciples of the Kong family stood in front of him. Family head, the arcane sect's sacred ground has left. Great Jun, great Buddha, the war is about to begin. Kong Dao Qiu said in a low voice. My Kong family might be affected too. Kong Dao Qiu said with an ugly expression. Isn't it fine if my Kong family doesn't participate in their war? Don't participate? Haha. Will Kong Mo care about our family? He has the Lotus God's protection. What is my Kong family? Kong Dao Qiu's expression was ugly. Family head, is the Lotus God really back? The disciple of the Kong family frowned. You don't believe me either? Kong Dao Qiu said in a low voice. No, of course I believe in you. The disciple immediately said. Send out all the disciples of the family to gather information about the armies of the 2 dynasties. Kong Dao Qiu said in a low voice. Yes. Great Jun Celestial Empire, Yin Capital, Chaotian Palace. Yin Chuan was wearing a dragon robe. He sat on the dragon throne and looked down at the officials. The officials stood respectfully. Some of them looked serious, while others looked excited. Yifeng, Yin Chuan said. Present. Yifeng stepped forward. Yifeng will be the West conquering marshal. He will be in charge of the army. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Huaguang will be the first marshal. He will lead the first legion from the South Divine Continent to the Central Divine Continent and then to the West Divine Continent. Jin Dayu will be the second marshal. He will lead the third legion from the North Divine Continent to the Central Divine Continent and then to the West Divine Continent. In Hentian will be the third marshal. He will lead the 5th legion from the East Divine Continent to the Central Divine Continent and then to the West Divine Continent. Wang Jian will be the 4th marshal. He will lead the 6th legion from the East Divine Continent to the Central Divine Continent and then to the West Divine Continent. Yes, Your Majesty. All the marshals replied. Li Si will be in charge of logistics. He will pacify the people and enforce the law. Yin Chuan said again. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Si replied. Announce to the world that the Western expedition has begun. Yin Chuan shouted. Roar. Above the Sea of Providence, a dragon's roar pierced the heavens and earth. Countless people in the entire Great Jin world heard the dragon's roar. Countless people were curious. The Great Jin Army's Western expedition had begun. The various legion generals quickly led their trusted subordinates and prepared to lead the various Great Jin armies to conquer the world. Jilu Academy. Meng Lingtian and the other immortals were at a loss when they saw the news from Great Jin. Meng Lingtian said bitterly, Great Jin is developing too quickly. The world is vast and all the land belongs to the king. I wonder how Great Jin will treat us. One of the immortals said with a frown. If Great Jin wanted to deal with us, they would have done so long ago. Yin Chuan is a man of his word. I believe in him. Meng Lingtian said solemnly. The immortals looked at Meng Lingtian, sighed, and nodded. The Jilu Academy naturally did not have the ambition to conquer the world. They could only hope that Great Jin would fulfill their promise. Yinjing, in front of Xianyang Palace. Yifeng, Zizi, Miao, Feng Yinyang by Di Tian, and the others looked at Yin Chuan. The 12th level of the Upper Void stage? I want to find the opportunity for mortals to break through. This is the last time, and I will find it. You guys will guard Yin Jing. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Miao frowned and said, Miao, you've passed the immortal tribulation and become a heaven immortal. Can't you just cultivate further? Yin Chuan smiled. It's much harder for immortals to improve their cultivation compared to mortals. Time doesn't wait for me. Miao felt helpless. Be careful, ZZ said. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded. The 12th level of the upper void stage was like a checkpoint. However, Jin Yu said there was a precedent, so Yin Chuan did not want to give up. He entered the sky burying coffin. Feng Yinyang shouted, Soul go! Yin Chuan's soul suddenly split into 200 parts and entered the celestial realm. One of the 200 parts followed the footsteps of the past and went to a faraway place in the celestial realm. In a small house in the mountains, a man was lying on the table, sleeping with his eyes closed. Whoosh! The man suddenly woke up. His eyes became sharp. It was Yin Chuan's eyes. The man possessed by Yin Chuan stood up and looked in a direction. In the distance, there was a giant tree that reached the sky. The world tree? The cypress tree? I'm back. Last time, I comprehended the universe in my palm. This time, I hope I can find the opportunity from you, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Chapter 1102. It was still the same body, but it was a mortal body last time. This time, it was a Qi Jing expert. Obviously, after saving the cypress tree, he was protected by a large number of immortals who taught him cultivation. After all, the cypress tree was only alive because of this young man. If this young man died, the cypress tree would be doomed. Therefore, the immortals all around protected him. Yin Chuan walked out of the house and flew toward the cypress tree. In the distance, on the peak of a mountain, two immortals, one in red and one in white, were playing chess. Suddenly, they saw Yin Chuan running toward the Tree of World. They were slightly surprised. Huh, that kid went to the Tree of World again? Yeah, that kid was scared out of his wits when the immortals gathered last time. In the end, no one took him in as a disciple. They just gave him cultivation methods, and we helped guide him. His talent is too poor. I don't know how he was chosen by the Tree of World. He has so many treasures, but he's only in the Qi Jing realm. Forget it, we'll play our own game. No one else is allowed to get close to the Tree of World. That kid will be fine. Okay. The two immortals nodded and continued to play chess. Yin Chuan also arrived at the Tree of World without any problems. The vast Tree of World seemed to be connected to heaven and earth. It took him a while to go around the Tree of World once. A while, and that was because he was in the Qi Jing realm. He touched the Tree of World. The Tree of World trembled all of a sudden. Yin Chuan seemed to feel the tree's excitement from within. You know me? Yin Chuan asked, but the Tree of World did not answer. It only expressed a little emotion. Yin Chuan felt helpless, but Yin Chuan did not leave. Instead, he sat cross-legged with his back against the Tree of World and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. In the distance, the two immortals looked at Yin Chuan blankly. That kid is cultivating at the Tree of World? The old man in red was confused. Ignore it. The old man in white shook his head. Yin Chuan leaned against the Tree of World and used his mind to feel the Tree of World's emotions. Once he sat down, he sat there for an entire year. In the distance, the two immortals became more and more distracted as they played chess. From time to time, he would look at Yin Chuan in the distance. There were traces of blue light around Yin Chuan, as if he had become one with the Tree of World. The faces of the two immortals twitched. Could this kid have received another message from the World Tree? Should we inform his sect? I think we should wait a little longer. Don't call the elders of the sect over like last time, and we don't know anything. He thought of his previous experience. The two immortals felt bitter again. The young man in front of him was frightened, and so were the two immortals. Countless experts had surrounded him and asked him all sorts of questions, but he knew nothing. At that time, he had almost been tortured into confessing. Before they left, all the experts looked at them suspiciously, causing the two immortals to panic. Yin Chuan sat cross-legged. 1 year, 2 years. in the third year. Finally, in his days, Yin Chuan seemed to hear a voice. It sounded like a conversation between two people. May all the people in the world be like dragons and live forever. An old man's voice sounded. Bai Huang. A young man's voice sounded. Bai Yi. My Bai family focuses on scholarly achievements and have a long way to go. You are the most talented person in my Bai family. I hope you can fulfill my wish. Bai Huang said softly. Bai Yi? Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. Wasn't he called Bai Yi in his previous life? This young man had the same name as him, but in his previous life, he didn't know any Bai Huang. Yin Chuan fell into deep thought, and the record from the Tree of World came again. Bai Huang, the Bai family was born because of you. You once told me that the birth of the Bai family came from a cypress tree that reached the heavens and the earth. My Bai family was born with it. Why haven't I seen this cypress tree? I've studied the geography of the world, but I've never seen this cypress tree you mentioned. Bai Yi asked curiously. That cypress tree is the foundation of my Bai family. I've placed it in an extremely safe place. As long as the cypress tree exists, the Bai family will exist forever. My Bai family and that cypress tree are bound together for good or ill, Bai Huang said. An extremely safe place? Bai Yi asked curiously. Don't worry. If I say it's safe, it's safe. There's a trace of my spirit in that cypress tree. I've also let it merge with a trace of your spirit. Bai Huang said, Oh, my Bai family was born by the tree, with that trace of my spirit. Even if your spirit is destroyed and your life providence shattered, the cypress tree will do its best to save you. However, the price will be great. Bai Huang said. Bai Huang, I once heard Gue Guzi mention that the cypress tree can give you a chance to be reborn. Only once? Bai Yi's emotions were somewhat intense. Yes, only once, but this time, you and I will share this opportunity. Bai Huang laughed heartily. Bai Huang, if you do this, This chance, if I die first, I'll be reborn. If you die first, this chance will be given to you. Isn't that great? Bai Huang said casually. You're the leader of my Bai family. You're sharing a chance to be reborn with me. I can't. Bai Yi sighed. Ha ha ha. Do you wish for me to die early? No. I wish for you to transcend. You can live forever. That's enough. Where's your Bai Yi spirit? Don't harp on this. I've divined the future. In my Bai family, only you can stand shoulder to shoulder with me, or even surpass me. It's the fortune of my Bai family and the world. Bai Huang said. Then, have you divined how to live forever? Bai Yi smiled. It's easy to live forever, but it's difficult not to die. If you want to live forever, you have to transcend fate. No one can shake fate. Bai Huang sighed. I'll transcend. I'm here today to discuss something with you. Bai Yi said solemnly. Oh, I'm going to bury myself. Bai Yi said. What? Bai Huang asked solemnly. 1 life, 2 luck, 3 feng shui, 4 virtue, and 5 merit. My Bai family focuses on merit, assisting the world and assisting the emperors. I think we'll never be able to transcend. Bai Yi said. Yin Chuan frowned again. 5 merit? Weren't they supposed to study? You want to establish a dynasty? Bai Huang asked. Yes. In the past, the system cultivated luck, feng shui, virtue, and reading. It was the human ancestor who created the path of life cultivation. As for reading, it was completely reduced to merit. Reading thousands of books and selling them to the emperors? Ha! My Bai family can only be an assistant. My Bai family can only be an assistant. Bai Yi said. What's wrong with being an assistant? Bai Huang asked. No, to transcend, one must have the ambition to create a new world. If one's heart is not firm, how can one transcend? How can one live forever? Bai Yi said. Once a life cultivator who establishes a dynasty fails, he will be consigned to eternal damnation, Bai Huang said. I know that the human ancestor created a dangerous path. In the end, he did not reach the end and fell. However, I am not prepared to back down. I am willing to face the world's calamity. I am willing to cut off all thorns. That person who transcends is in a deep slumber. I do not know when he will wake up. I do not know when he will destroy all life. I want to transcend before he wakes up. If I transcend, I can protect all life in the great thousand realms. Bai Yi said solemnly, this path is filled with danger. Are you not afraid of eternal damnation? Thank you for giving me a chance at rebirth. However, even without that chance, I want to continue. This is my treasure. Bai Yi said, a coffin? Yes, a coffin. I will carry this coffin and step onto the path of life cultivation. This coffin will constantly remind me that this is a path of no return. Once I admit defeat, I will bury everything. Bai Yi said solemnly, carry the coffin on the path? Haha, you have already thought about your future. What else can I say? Bai Wang said in admiration. However, my Bai clan has its own principles. I will not give you too much convenience, and the Bai clan will not side with you. Bai Wang added, I understand. I am walking the path of life cultivation, while the Bai clan is cultivating fame. I will be damned at any time. Naturally, I will not drag the Bai clan down with me. However, I want to borrow someone from you. Bai Yi said, oh, your disciple, Mr. Gue Guzi. Bai Yi said, okay. Bai Wang answered, I have already usurped life to give birth to Lan. Lan will give birth to a third me, named Ing. I will establish the country, Great Qin. My main body will be buried in this coffin. In the future, when the three bodies merge into one, that will be the day I transcend. Bai Yi said solemnly, bury yourself? Bai Wang sighed. This coffin is called the world-suppressing bronze coffin. It gathers the evil energy of the world. Only by burying my main body can I suppress it for my own use. Burying myself will suppress the world. Bai Yi said solemnly. Okay. Yin Chuan's heart was filled with emotions. This Bai Yi was a person of great spirit and courage. The voice stopped abruptly. However, Yin Chuan did not get up. He continued to wait. In a trance, he did not know how much time had passed. Suddenly, a voice sounded again. Bai Wang took a deep breath and sighed. Bai Yi Laning, they have finally merged into one. Defeated? You won? The Lotus God's attack was imminent. You sacrifice yourself to help others transcend, blocking the Lotus God. You sacrifice yourself to protect the world, to protect the common people. It should have been yours. If you had been a bit more selfish, you might have been able to transcend fate. If you had been a bit more selfish, you might have been able to live forever. He transcended because of you, but he will never be as great as you. Bai Huang's voice was choked with emotions. He owes you. The whole world owes you. The whole great thousand world owes you. Bai Yi, the Bai clan is proud of you. People of the Great Qin, thank you. You have contributed greatly to the great thousand world's transcendence. Farewell, my Great Qin. Farewell, my Great Qin. Farewell, my Great Qin. The last sentence echoed in Yin Chuan's mind for a long time. As he listened, Yin Chuan's face was covered in tears. Chapter 1103. The Sealed Realm. The armies of the Great Zhen Celestial Empire and the Great Buddha Celestial Empire stormed into the Middle Continent. The Middle Continent was already riddled with holes. Back when the arcane sects and sacred grounds were fighting for merit points, the Hall Masters had already wiped out all the middle-tier sections. The armies of the two dynasties didn't face too many obstacles as they continued to conquer the cities. In the sky above Yin capital, the Sea of Providence churned. When the battlefield opened, the Sea of Providence expanded. As the territory of the Great Zhen Celestial Empire increased, so did the Providence. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace, Yifeng looked at the Sea of Providence in the sky. A hint of emotion flashed in his eyes. Lu Gang was the same. Lu Gang also didn't expect that he would reach his current level in such a short time. An Upper Void Realm expert sent a letter for us? A war report? Haha. Lordy, what do you think of the situation? Lu Gang asked excitedly. Let's do our best. After the Great Zhen Celestial Empire, it's only a matter of time before an immortal becomes a messenger. Yifeng said. Lu Gang nodded. It's been 10 years. The Middle Continent is almost equally divided between our dynasty and the Great Buddha Celestial Empire, right? Liu Gang asked. That's right. The Great Buddha Celestial Empire and the Great Jin Celestial Empire are now connected to the Middle Continent. Yifeng said solemnly. What's the next step? His Majesty has decreed that we will conquer the Middle Continent and the West Continent. We haven't conquered the Middle Continent yet, let alone the West Continent. Yifeng's eyes narrowed. The war has officially begun? Liu Gang's eyes narrowed. This morning, I've already sent the letter to the 4 commanders. The war has begun. Yifeng's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. Liu Gang's emotions seemed to have been stirred up by Yifeng. A hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes. Reporting. A guard in the distance shouted. Then, the guard ran to the 2 of them. Sir, someone just sent this letter over and asked me to give it to Sir Yifeng. The guard said respectfully. Oh, where is he? Yifeng asked. He's gone. This subordinate didn't even see his face clearly. That person handed over a 3rd rank command medallion, said the guard. Rank token? Still trying to hide it? Their pupils shrank. He seemed to have guessed something. Yifeng quickly opened the letter. By His Majesty's decree, between the 2 dynasties of the world, I will cooperate with the army and advance bravely. Kill. Butian Pavilion. After Yifeng and Liu Gang finished reading, their eyes narrowed. Liu Gang waved his hand, and the guard quickly retreated. That dark force of my dynasty? Liu Gang raised his eyebrows. Heaven, Mending Pavilion? Yifeng's eyes focused. West Divine Continent, Great Buddha, Heavenly Dynasty, 10,000 Buddha Hall. Your Majesty, news has come from the front lines. Lord Zhao Xianji has been victorious all the way. Congratulations. Feng Xiao bowed to Kong Mok. Good. We didn't misjudge him. Kong Moku's eyes flashed with excitement. Your Majesty, Lord Zhao Xianji requests Your Majesty to send strategists and capable ministers to lead troops and govern the new territory. Moreover, if we encounter the Great Jin army, it's inevitable that there will be an even more intense battle. Feng Xiao said. Kong Moka nodded and said, approved. Feng Xiao, asked you to be in charge of logistics. I'm sure you have prepared the list of capable ministers. Kong Moku said lightly. Your Majesty, please take a look. Feng Xiao handed over the list that he had prepared beforehand. Reporting to Your Majesty. Suddenly, a minister shouted, Oh, Lord Zhao Xianji has already prepared the list. The minister said. He then took out a list. When a minister said this, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly stiffened. Feng Xiao was in charge of logistics. If Zhao Xianji interfered with the list, didn't that mean that he didn't trust Feng Xiao? Feng Xiao frowned slightly. It was obvious that Zhao Xianji was still wary of him. Kong Moka frowned slightly but still took the list. After looking at it for a while, Kong Moku suddenly laughed. Lord Zhao Xianji, you've been a villain in vain this time. Kong Moka laughed. As he spoke, he passed the 2 lists to the ministers. The 2 lists are actually the same. Lord Zhao and Lord Feng's lists are exactly the same, but the order is different. The ministers were surprised. The face of the minister who stepped forward immediately flushed red. Feng Xiao, don't take it to heart, Kong Moka said with a smile. Feng Xiao smiled slightly and said, Your Majesty, you're overthinking. Lord Zhao Xianji is doing everything for the Great Buddha Celestial Empire. How can I blame him? I've also thought about this list because these people are the ones that Lord Zhao has used in the past and the ones that Lord Zhao has taken a fancy to in the past few imperial examinations. I'm in charge of logistics. Naturally, I have to make sure that the front lines are perfect. Good, Kong Moku praised. At the same time, he had a bad feeling about Zhao Xianji. Zhao Xianji was too petty. He was still suspecting Feng Xiao. If Feng Xiao had a problem, he wouldn't have done so much for the Great Buddha Celestial Empire. It's my duty to share Your Majesty's worries, Feng Xiao said respectfully. Great Buddha Celestial Empire. A large number of talented people were mobilized from various major cities and quickly sent to the Central Divine Continent to help Zhao Xinji stabilize the newly conquered territory. Central Divine Continent. In the city lord's residence of a city, Zhao Xinji looked at the news from the imperial court and frowned for a moment. My lord, why do you keep suspecting Feng Xiao? This time, they've completely shed all pretense of cordiality. An official looked at Zhao Xinji and asked, I keep feeling that there's something wrong with Feng Xiao. But, Zhao Xinji sighed. Why? Zhao Xinji shook his head and frowned. My lord, Great Jun and Great Buddha, Celestial Empire have started a war. Great Jun's 4 marshals have divided into 16 armies and are marching towards our army's encampment. What should we do now? The official asked worriedly. If they want to fight, then let's fight. Great Buddha, Celestial Empire, has never been afraid of anyone. Great Jun's generals are valiant, but we also have the Emperor's modified people. Since they dare to invade, we'll make them all stay. Zhao Xinji said with a serious look in his eyes. Yes, pass down my order. 1st Legion, 4th Army, attack in full force. Hua Guang shouted. Pass down my order. 3rd Legion, 4th Army, attack in full force. Jin Dayu said in a deep voice. Pass down my order. 5th Legion, 4th Army, attack in full force. In Hentian said coldly. Pass down my order. 6th Legion, 4th Army, attack in full force. Wang Jian shouted. Yes, in the Central Divine Continent, a massacre was raging. The armies of the 2 dynasties started a charge for the first time. This war lasted for a month. Both sides suffered casualties. Both sides had their share of victories and losses. Great Jun's army was unstoppable. However, as Great Buddha Celestial Empire strategists increased, the speed of the army's advance was slowed down, just as the 2 armies were in a stalemate. In a valley, thousands of black-robed men gathered in the valley. The leader stood with his hands behind his back. The thousands of black-robed men bowed respectfully. 1 sword division greets the pavilion master. 2 sword division greets the pavilion master. 9 sword division greets the pavilion master. The 9,000 black-robed men bowed respectfully to the leader. Do you know about this mission? The leader asked indifferently. Yes, everyone answered. I don't want to see any mistakes. Make any mistakes. The pavilion master said coldly. Yes, everyone answered. Go. The pavilion master said indifferently. Whoosh! The 9,000 black-robed men shot into the forest like 9,000 sharp arrows and disappeared. 2 months later, it was raining heavily. Zhao Xinji was in the city lord's residence. Zhao Xinji looked at the memorials in front of him. His expression was extremely ugly. A group of officials stood in front of him. They were all terrified and uneasy. Reporting, a guard rushed into the main hall. Wuyin City reported that the city lord was assassinated. The general of the guards was assassinated. Reporting, another guard rushed into the main hall. Xitian City reported that the city lord was assassinated. The general of the guards was assassinated. Reporting, bad news gathered in front of Zhao Xinji at an extremely terrifying speed. Zhao Xinji's face was ashen. Assassinated? Assassinated? The people I transferred from the imperial court were assassinated one after another. Bastard Yin Chuan. Zhao Xinji slammed the table and roared. Sir, Yin Chuan is despicable and shameless. This is the act of a villain. An official immediately shouted. Zhao Xinji looked at him coldly. This is war. Zhao Xinji was extremely calm. War was unscrupulous. The act of a villain? Why don't you try being a villain? Sir, this is a premeditated assassination. Not only the talents transferred from the imperial court, but even our army is also being assassinated. What should we do now? An official said anxiously. Let the emperor's modified people protect all the generals. Zhao Xinji shouted. Yes. After Zhao Xinji made some arrangements, he walked to the entrance of the main hall alone. He looked at the sky and the heavy rain and the east with a gloomy face. Yin Chuan is so ruthless. Where did you get so many assassins? Taking the head of an army of 10,000? To catch the bandits, first catch the leader? In the outside world, the heavy rain drifted, and in a courtyard in the city, a group of black-robed men gathered again. Remember, the purpose of this trip is to not panic. The leader of the black-robed men said lightly. Yes, hundreds of black-robed men followed the leader and slowly walked out of the courtyard towards the direction of the city lord's residence. On the street, the people closed their doors. A group of black-robed men walked in the heavy rain to the front of the city lord's residence. Who are you? The guards of the city lord's residence shouted with a gloomy face. Assassins. The leader of the black-robed men said softly. The guards. Wasn't he too direct? Pissed, 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 pissed. The group of black-robed men immediately drew their swords. In front of the city lord's residence, sword light soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, all the guard were killed except for one person. Go and report. The leader of the black-robed men walked towards the city lord's residence and said lightly to the survivor. The survivor's face changed and ran towards the city lord's residence. The assassins are here. The assassins are here. Protect the lord and run. The survivor rushed into the city lord's residence and shouted. Around the city lord's residence, there were many assassins patrolling. When they heard the shout, they were stunned. If there were assassins, then there were assassins. Why did he shout as if bandits were here? Did the assassins come knocking on the door? Was this still an assassin? Was there such an arrogant assassin? Countless guards immediately ran over in an aggressive manner. Kill. The leader of the black-robed men said lightly. Yes. Chapter 1104. The Celestial World, where the World Tree was. Citizens of the Great Sheen, thank you. You have contributed greatly to the transcendence of the greater world. Farewell, my Great Sheen. Farewell, my Great Sheen. Farewell, my Great Sheen. The last sentence echoed in Yin Chuan's mind for a long time. As he listened, Yin Chuan's face was covered in tears. In the distance, the two immortals playing chess were confused. That kid is crying? He's acting crazy. What's going on? The two immortals were extremely curious. After enduring for several years, they finally couldn't hold it in anymore and flew over. Smack! The two landed in front of Yin Chuan. Kid, what's wrong? The red-robed immortal asked. Yin Chuan suddenly woke up and looked at the two. Kid, why are you crying? The white-robed immortal asked curiously. Yin Chuan wiped his tears and smiled. It's nothing. I just thought of something sad. The two immortals were speechless. Kid, did the world tree say something to you again? The red-robed immortal asked. Yin Chuan immediately understood what the two immortals were thinking. No. Yin Chuan shook his head and refused. No. Then why are you sitting here? You've been sitting here for several years? The white-robed immortal asked. I feel comfortable sitting here. The two immortals, there must be something wrong with this kid's head. The red-robed immortal said. The white-robed immortal nodded. Do the two of you know who Demon King Kong is? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Demon King Kong? The two immortals' expressions changed. Oh. The two of you know? Yin Chuan looked surprised. Kid, how do you know about Demon King Kong? The red-robed immortal asked with a frown. I heard many names in the world tree. This Demon King Kong's name is quite strange, so I asked. Yin Chuan said. The world tree said that? No wonder the world tree had recorded so many things. Kid, you are really lucky to be able to hear the voice of the world tree. The red-clothed immortal sighed. Demon King Kong. He is a descendant of the Kong clan. In the past, the Kong clan was extremely secretive, and very few people knew about them. Only when Demon King Kong appeared did people know about them. Oh, Yin Chuan asked curiously. When Demon King Kong appeared, he single-handedly destroyed a holy court and 2 Taoist temples. Rumor has it that he was targeted by a Tao god and was killed by that Tao god. Only then did his name disappear. However, Demon King Kong's death implicated the entire Kong family. 10 people from the Kong family fought with the Tao god. I heard that the Tao god returned with heavy injuries. The Kong family's battle shook the world. The red-clothed immortal said. Kong clan? And a powerful Kong family? Yin Chuan frowned. This Kong family is also very strange. After becoming famous, they actually went into seclusion again. No one knows where they are. The red-clothed immortal shook his head and sighed. That demon king, Kong, once single-handedly destroyed a holy court and 2 Taoist temples? Yin Chuan frowned. Yes, many people say that Demon King Kong might be an ancestral immortal. The white-clothed immortal nodded. Another ancestral immortal? Yin Chuan frowned. After dreaming for so many years, Yin Chuan finally understood that the peak of the world's experts was ancestral immortal. Lotus God, Wu Zhao, and goddess Ji Chun were all ancestral immortals. He did not expect Demon King Kong to be one as well. Kid, what else did you hear? The red-clothed immortal asked. Nothing else, just a series of countless names. Yin Chuan shook his head. The 2 immortals looked at each other helplessly. After the 2 immortals left, Yin Chuan leaned against the world tree again and closed his eyes to sense. Bai Yi's righteousness seemed to have elevated Yin Chuan's state of mind. Great Spirit? Now that was Great Spirit. Vaguely, Yin Chuan had a guess. He was also called Bai Yi in his previous life. The conversation between the 2 immortals in the world tree also included Bai Yi. Perhaps he was that Bai Yi, and ultimately, he was himself. After a few years, Yin Chuan entered that state again and heard some voices. No, it was more like he saw some images. In the images, it was himself. In a mortal country, he was the ruler. He sat on the dragon throne and looked down at his subjects. Wang Jian, Li Si, Kong Daoqiu, Su Fu, Huo Guang, Bai Tu Shi. They're all my subjects in the images. Is this my previous life? They are by my side. Time passed quickly for mortals. Light and shadows flashed by quickly. One life later. The next life. A martial arts sect in the mortal world. In the sect, Yin Chuan was the sect master. Wang Jian, Li Si, Kong Daoqiu, Bai Tu Shi, and the others? What's going on? They are in both the reincarnations. The 3rd life. The 4th life. Looking at everything in the images, Yin Chuan fell into a deep silence. Some of the faces had been reincarnating with him. When he reincarnated, they reincarnated as well. Occasionally, 1 or 2 of them would disappear, but they would appear again in the next life. There had been these people for dozens of lives. Yin Chuan took in a deep breath. World Tree, why is this happening? Is there an image? Tell me, Yin Chuan said softly. Vaguely, Yin Chuan saw the image of an emperor. Citizens of the Great Qin, thank you. You have contributed greatly to the greater world's transcendence. Farewell, my Great Qin. In all directions, the subjects were kneeling. Tears streamed down their faces. No, Heavenly Emperor, what am I going to do if you leave? Heavenly Emperor. Countless subjects knelt down, their cries shaking the heavens. In the images, Bai Tu Shi stood up with a long saber in his hand. Heavenly Emperor, Bai Qi is coming. With my heroic spirit, I am even the Heavenly Emperor's fate. If the Heavenly Emperor dies, I die. If the Heavenly Emperor reincarnates, I will follow you. I will live forever. Bai Tu Shi shouted with tears in his eyes. As he shouted, he grabbed the long saber and slashed it across his own neck. Lord Bai, boom! He cut himself off with the saber. Blood spurted out, and Bai Qi fell into a pool of blood. He had committed suicide. White light burst out from his body like a curse. The white light suddenly connected to himself. Yin Chuan clenched his fists. He was deeply shocked by this scene. Curse? Is this a curse? You put a curse on yourself? Yin Chuan looked at him in surprise. Before Yin Chuan could recover from his shock, the subjects in the images stood up one after another. Heavenly Emperor, Wang Jian is coming. Heavenly Emperor, Su Fu is coming. Heavenly Emperor, Meng Tian is coming. Heavenly Emperor, Zhao Gao is coming. Heavenly Emperor, Li Si will follow you forever. Heavenly Emperor, Gui Guzi will follow you forever. Lu Wei, Heavenly Emperor will follow you forever. For a time, countless subjects committed suicide and fell into a pool of blood. They connected their lives to themselves. Countless subjects fell into a pool of blood, and the ground was dyed red. It was a lofty aspiration to die with the Heavenly Emperor. The world darkened, as if mourning for the subjects of this dynasty. The images showed the capital of the dynasty. Countless people committed suicide in the capital. A large number of soldiers followed. They lived and died together. Looking at the images, Yin Chuan was silent for a long time. In an instant, he understood why this group of subjects had been by his side for so many years after he reincarnated. Looking at the images, Yin Chuan's eyes welled up with tears. He was so touched by these subjects that he wanted to take a closer look at them. With all of you accompanying me, I will never be lonely, Yin Chuan said emotionally. The images slowly disappeared, but Yin Chuan was unable to calm down for a long time. Thinking about the tragic scene in the images, Yin Chuan was deeply shocked. In this life, I will not let this scene repeat itself. In this life, I have returned. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and sighed. Great Qin? Great Qin? No wonder I always felt a sense of familiarity with Qin. Even my title is Supreme Qin. Qin is the pinnacle. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, World Tree, Mortal, Upper Void Stage 12. How do I break through again? Where is the pinnacle of mortals? Yin Chuan asked with a trace of anticipation. However, this time, the World Tree did not respond. Instead, a green energy slowly surged out of the World Tree and entered Yin Chuan's body. Last time, Yin Chuan had obtained the green energy and completed the universe in his palm. Now it was happening again. Yin Chuan closed his eyes and sensed. This green energy directly acted on his soul. Instantly, Yin Chuan's soul seemed to have undergone a sublimation and was suffused with a faint green color. Yin Chuan closed his eyes and sensed. He sat there for another year. Spring passed and autumn came. Yin Chuan's eyelids moved slightly. I understand now. The 12th mortal level is already the pinnacle. If I want to break through again, the heavenly tribulation will definitely come. If I want to break through again while I am immortal, I need to use a precious treasure to conceal the heavens and prevent the heavenly tribulation from coming. Only then can I continue to break through as a mortal. Jin Deyu's ancestor was born in the sun and used the sun to conceal the heavens for 1,000,000 years. Yin Chuan sighed emotionally. The green energy you gave me this time is to help me conceal the heavens? I understand now. Thank you, Yin Chuan said solemnly. As he spoke, Yin Chuan once again fell into a deep sleep. Yin Chuan finally found a way to break through again. He sank into cultivation. Sealed realm. Central divine continent. Zhao Xianji was escorted by a group of expressionless experts as he flew into the distance. While flying far away, Zhao Xianji turned his head to look at the City Lord Mansion. The City Lord's mansion and the 10 floating islands inside were filled with corpses and rivers of blood. There were corpses everywhere. At the peak of the City Lord's mansion stood a black-robed man. Below him stood several hundred black-robed men holding blood-stained swords and standing on the corpses. The group of black-robed men watched him leave. Assassin? Is this an assassin? Is there an assassin more tyrannical than this in the world? Zhao Xianji revealed a trace of bitterness. The whole family was slaughtered. This time, Heaven Mending Pavilion had indeed raised the assassin's level to a new level. They watched as Zhao Xianji was taken away by a group of modified humans. The leader of the black-robed men said in a deep voice, "Mission completed. Return." "Yes." Several hundred black-robed men replied. Whoosh, whoosh. The group of black-robed men shot into the rain like arrows and disappeared. At this moment, some citizens in the city opened their doors and looked at the city lord's mansion in fear. Each and every one of them were indescribably shocked. Such an assassin would definitely be remembered by the citizens of the city for life. Chapter 1105. The strategists and generals were constantly being assassinated. The great Buddha Empire's army was already panicking. Although Zhao Xinji had sent some experts modified by the emperor to protect them, the generals were still unsettled. Now that Zhao Xinji was being assassinated, the great Buddha Empire's army fell into panic again. Even though all the generals were surrounded by an iron bucket, they could not help but panic. If the general could not stop the assassination, how could they? Feelings of panic instantly spread through the great Buddha dynasty's army. They panicked, and their hearts were not strong enough. The Great Jin army took advantage of this. Kill, kill, kill. The Great Jin army was unstoppable as they sent out their troops frantically. For a time, the war was one-sided, and the great Buddha Empire's army was losing ground. Zhao Xinji escaped to a safe place. The original messenger system was destroyed by the assassins, and it took him a lot of effort to rebuild it. When he heard the news, Zhao Xinji's face turned ashen. In just 10 days, he had lost 1/3 of what he had seized from the Central Divine Continent. Bastard, Zhao Xinji said in Jiaohu. Zhao Xinji was in Jiaohu. At this moment, the 10,000 Buddha city also received the news. The providence above the sea of providence clouds in the 10,000 Buddha city had been increasing for a while, but now it had decreased. Has the front line lost? Feng Xiao frowned. Kong Mok narrowed his eyes, and his face darkened. The emperor and his officials waited patiently, and finally, the news came. Boom! Kong Mok slammed his palm on the armrest of the throne. Your Majesty, please calm down. The officials immediately bowed. Zhao Xinji? He knew that there was an assassination, but he did not take precautions. Instead, he was attacked by a group of assassins. Kong Mok said with an ugly expression. The officials did not dare to speak. Your Majesty, perhaps Lord Zhao has his reasons. Feng Xiao said. Kong Mok frowned and looked at Feng Xiao. As soon as the assassination happened, most of the experts transformed by the emperor were sent to various strategists. As for Lord Zhao, there were only a limited number of experts. That was why the enemy was able to take advantage of them. Feng Xiao said. Feng Xiao, don't explain for Lord Zhao Xinji. Lord Zhao is useless, and that's why we are defeated. Kong Mok Feng Xiao. Yes. Feng Xiao returned to his office. What else did Zhao Xinji say? Kong Mok looked at the other official in the hall. Your Majesty, Lord Zhao said that a large number of our mid-level talents have been assassinated. He wants Your Majesty to send another group of outstanding people to the front lines. The official said, Your Majesty, you mustn't. Feng Xiao suddenly spoke. Kong Mok looked over. Last time, we have already sent a large number of courageous and resourceful officials. Loyal officials are not easy, but courageous and resourceful ones are even more difficult. Last time, this subject has already plundered nearly all of the remaining courageous and resourceful officials. If we send more to the front lines, we will have to send more from the major cities. This will overdraft the middle level of our West Divine Continent. Feng Xiao declared. I think Lord Feng's words make sense. Your Majesty, please reconsider. A group of officials echoed Feng Xiao's words. The other side said anxiously, Your Majesty, the middle forces are the foundation of war. The front lines are fighting, and they're only small soldiers and marshals. They can't be commanded well. Your Majesty, we took down Central Divine Continent with much difficulty. We can't give it up. Your Majesty, Lord Zhao has already learned his lesson. This won't happen again. In the court debate, the two sides clashed. Kong Mok's face darkened. After thinking for a while, Kong Mok said in a low voice, Feng Xiao, select another 5,000 people and send them to the front lines. Your Majesty, that's my West Divine Continent. Feng Xiao said anxiously. Kong Mok shook his head. Do as I say. Yes. Feng Xiao sighed softly. A large number of courageous and resourceful experts who were loyal to the great Buddhas were quickly sent to the front lines. However, no matter how many great Buddhas there were, could there be more than Great Jun? In terms of the world's territory, Great Jun had the resources of 2 divine continents more than the Great Buddhas. Moreover, after the world examination, countless knowledgeable people had rushed to Great Jun. The war continued. Above the city of 10,000 Buddhas, the sea of providence clouds dissipated a little every day. Kong Mok clenched his fists, his face darkening. The central divine continent was embroiled in endless battles. This battle lasted for 10 years. Great Jun's army was as ferocious as tigers and wolves, under the assault of assassins, schemers, and fierce generals. 10 years later, the Great Buddha Empire's army was chased back to West Divine Continent. Great Jun had seized Central Divine Continent. The Easter expedition had failed completely. In the 10,000 Buddhas Hall, Zhao Xianji knelt in the hall. The officials stood on both sides. Kong Mok sat on the dragon throne, his face dark. "You still have the face to come back." Kong Mok said coldly. "Your Majesty, please punish me. This official is no match for Great Jun." Zhao Xianji said bitterly. Kong Mok slapped the dragon throne. He glared at Zhao Xianji. Your expedition to the east caused me to lose 100 million soldiers. That's one thing, but the Great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty's mid-level reserves were all used up by you. You even mobilized a large number of mid-level officials from the West Divine Continent, causing the West Divine Continent situation to become unstable. Kong Mok's eyes were cold. This official has sinned. Zhao Xianji said bitterly. "Trash," Kong Mok said coldly. Kong Mok's cold shout immediately caused many of the officials in the hall to look at him in surprise. Zhao Xianji. In the Great Buddha Empire, he used to be second only to one person. Even the Great Buddha Empire's promotion was due to Zhao Xianji's betrayal of the 10,000 Buddha sacred ground. He should have been the most trusted person of the emperor. Even if he didn't make any contributions, he should have worked hard. What he got in return was the word trash from the emperor. Many officials felt a chill in their hearts. If he treated Zhao Xianji like this, then what about them? Zhao Xianji's face showed a trace of sadness. Kong Mok looked at Zhao Xianji and took a deep breath. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by more disgust. "Your Majesty, West Divine Continent lacks mid-level officials. Do you have any good ideas?" Feng Xiao stepped forward and asked. Kong Mok looked at Feng Xiao and said, "I have already reported this to the Kong clan's old ancestor. The Kong Lu Academy has stepped forward and invited all the capable Kong clan disciples to enter my dynasty and serve in the various cities." "Your Majesty is wise." The officials immediately bowed, but still lacking. Kong Mok frowned. Feng Xiao suddenly smiled. "Your Majesty, do you still remember Lu Xian Pavilion?" "Oh," Kong Mok said with a frown. "More than 100 years ago, my Great Buddha Imperial exam was held, but there were many talents who did not pass. After failing the exam, they prepared to leave. I suggested to His Majesty to build a pavilion to retain these talents who failed the exam, so that they could study each other's knowledge, so that they could take the exam next time." Kong Mok immediately had an impression of Feng Xiao's words. Back then, the cost wasn't high, so Kong Mok agreed. "Lu Xian Pavilion, right?" Kong Mok said expectantly. "Your Majesty, this subject is in charge of Lu Xian Pavilion. There are countless talents in there. They are still lacking in intelligence, but they can easily become mid-level officials. Moreover, their hearts are loyal to the Great Buddha," Feng Xiao explained. The eyes of all the officials lit up at Feng Xiao's words. Kong Mok's eyes also lit up. "Since they are so capable, why did they fail the exam?" Kong Mok asked. Feng Xiao looked at Zhao Xianji and smiled bitterly. Kong Mok immediately understood. Zhao Xianji must have looked down on those people and allowed them to fail the exam. He hated Zhao Xianji even more. "Feng Xiao, you have done well. You will be in Lu Xian Pavilion. Quickly select the useful people and fill the vacancies in the various cities and armies of the West Divine Continent." Kong Mok said. "This subject obeys." Feng Xiao replied. "May your Majesty live for 10,000 years." The internal crisis of the West Divine Continent had been resolved. The officials all bowed. The internal crisis had been resolved, but the external crisis was extremely severe. The Great Jin Celestial Empire? The Great Jin Celestial Empire had the military strength of the 4 divine continents. Kong family, Demon King Kong's Valley. Kong Daoqiu stood outside the valley with 4 immortals. Kong Daoqiu's expression was ugly. Old Ancestor, all the disciples of the Kong family have been sent, but the destruction of the Kong family is close at hand. Old Ancestor, the 4 immortals were anxious. Demon King Kong's voice came from the valley. Kong Daoqiu, go back. I understand. Old Ancestor. Kong Daoqiu tried again. I want you to go back. The Kong family will not be destroyed. Besides the Kong family here, the Kong family has many more powerful disciples in the immortal world. The Old Ancestor said lightly. Kong Daoqiu and the other 4 immortals broke out in cold sweat after the Grand Ancestor finished speaking. Demon King Kong's meaning could not be clearer. He did not care much about the lives of the Kong family disciples. Yes, Old Ancestor. Kong Daoqiu clenched his fists and bowed slightly. He brought the 4 shocked immortals back to Kong Lu Academy. In Kong Daoqiu's study, the 5 immortals had ugly expressions. Family head. They looked at Kong Daoqiu. At this moment, the 4 immortals looked at Kong Daoqiu with resolute eyes. Demon King Kong did not care about the lives of the Kong family disciples, but this group of immortals was different. Many of the Kong family disciples were his own descendants. For the sake of Kong Mok's great cause, he did not care about the lives of his own descendants. They cannot do that. Everyone, Kong Daoqiu said gravely. Family head, we will listen to you. You are our family head, an immortal said solemnly. The other 3 immortals nodded. Kong Daoqiu smiled and nodded. Great Jun Celestial Empire, Yinjing. In front of the Skyward Palace, Yifeng had received all the battle reports from the west. With Yifeng as the leader, the officials looked at Yifeng with excitement in their eyes. Order the 4 great marshals to attack the West Divine Continent. Yifeng said solemnly. Attack the West Divine Continent. Countless officials immediately shouted excitedly. Several upper void realm experts turned into streaks of light and flew to the west. With the power of the 4 divine continents, the great Jun army swept over. Chapter 1106. The Immortal World. At the Tree of World. Buzz. Yin Chuan's body suddenly emitted a bright green light. In the distance, 2 immortals were playing chess. They were distracted. That kid broke through. I can't tell. The 2 immortals were so conflicted that they didn't even realize that they had made the wrong moves. Yin Chuan was in a trance. He didn't know how much time had passed. He slowly opened his eyes. He was still leaning against the tree, looking at the distant sky. I've finally broken through. Perhaps this is called the 13th level of the upper void stage. He finally made a breakthrough with the help of the Tree of World. But Yin Chuan frowned deeply. The World Tree helped me hide the heavens so that I could break through. However, the heavens are already dead. So, is there still a heavens? Yin Chuan fell into deep thought. The heavens were dead, and the heavenly Tao had collapsed. Fate should have lost its effectiveness. However, when Yin Chuan made a breakthrough in his life providence, he vaguely sensed a barrier. If not for the World Tree's concealment, it would have been very difficult for him to break through. Perhaps there are still too many things in this world that I don't know. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Closing his eyes, Yin Chuan once again sank into cultivation. Sealed World, West Divine Continent. The war between the 2 dynasties became more and more intense. The Great Jun dynasty used the power of the 4 divine continents to pressure the border. Only the 4 marshals were peerless. Time and time again, he used troops to the utmost perfection. The army was constantly encroaching on the great Buddha's territory. In the pantheon of Buddhas, Kong Mok kept listening to the battle reports coming in from all directions. His expression was extremely ugly. Your Majesty, Feng Xiao suddenly stepped forward. I feel that the Kong family disciples might not be able to withstand the great Zhen army, said Feng Xiao. Oh, Kong Mok asked curiously. In the end, the Kong clan is not a subject of the great Buddha heavenly empire. Feng Xiao frowned. Ha ha, Lord Feng, are you trying to sow discord between His Majesty and the Kong family at this crucial moment? Zhao Xinji said coldly. Zhao Xinji had long been unhappy with Feng Xiao. At this moment, everyone was united. Feng Xiao wanted to stir up internal strife. With the suspicions of Feng Xiao, Zhao Xinji did not think much about it, and directly stood opposite of Feng Xiao. Kong Mok frowned slightly. Your Majesty, Lord Feng's worries are unnecessary. How could the Kong family turn on us at this time? Yin Chuan and Kong Daoqiu are like fire and water. Furthermore, in the Kong family, it's not Kong Daoqiu who has the final say. It's the Kong family's old ancestor. Even the old ancestor supports His Majesty. What's there to worry about? Kong Mok nodded. Indeed, all these years, even Kong Daoqiu's every move had been monitored by him. How could he possibly betray him? Feng Xiao, you worry too much, Kong Mok said. Feng Xiao sighed slightly and left the court with a bitter smile. At this time, everyone thought that Feng Xiao had misspoken. However, no one noticed that Feng Xiao's fists were clenched and trembling slightly. He wasn't disappointed, but rather excited. At this time, Feng Xiao dug another hole. The battle continued. 3 years later, the great Buddha Celestial Empire had lost a large number of generals, and they were all Zhao Xinji's trusted aides. As for Dezhun, the results were mediocre. It was a war where both sides suffered losses. On this day, Kong Mok was cultivating in seclusion. Lotus Goddess, how much longer do I need? Kong Mok asked. Soon, soon. Lotus Goddess's voice came faintly. At this time, boom. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the sky. The great Buddha dynasty's Sea of Providence suddenly disappeared by a third. The Providence suddenly disappeared toward the east. What's going on? Kong Mok was the first to sense it, and his expression changed drastically. It was fine when the two armies were in a stalemate, but why did it suddenly become like this? Bang! Kong Mok pushed open the door and immediately rushed toward the Pantheon of Buddhas. The officials in the Pantheon of Buddhas also rushed over. Your Majesty, this is bad. The Kong family has betrayed us. Kong Daoqiu, Kong Daoqiu, Kong Daoqiu, and all the Kong family members have defected to Dezhun. Zhao Xinji exclaimed. Impossible, Kong Mok exclaimed. It's true. I deserve to die. Zhao Xinji knelt in front of Kong Mok with a sorrowful expression. How could this be? Kong Mok frowned. Who would have thought that Kong Daoqiu had colluded with the great Zhen celestial dynasty long ago? Right now, the 1,000 cities in the north of the West Divine Continent belong to the great Zhen celestial dynasty, and the Kong family fled to the east after the handover. Your Majesty, Your Majesty! Zhao Xinji cried out bitterly. At this time, the officials were terrified. 1/3 of their territory was suddenly gone just like that. The pressure brought by Dezhun immediately caused many officials to be unable to breathe. Suddenly, some of the officials looked at Feng Xiao. This was because Feng Xiao had once said that the Kong family would rebel, but Zhao Xinji had opposed it. Kong Mok also remembered this. He looked at Feng Xiao, and his expression changed. Kong Daoqiu has interacted with Dezhun's people? Kong Mok asked in a low voice. No, definitely not. Kong Daoqiu's maids and attendants are all our people. He has never done so. Zhao Xinji shook his head. Never? Kong Daoqiu would gamble with his entire family? Without Yin Chuan's personal reply, Kong Daoqiu would put his entire family in danger? Kong Mok glared. Your Majesty, he really didn't. We have been monitoring Kong Daoqiu. Zhao Xinji cried out. Boom! Kong Mok kicked Zhao Xinji aside, a murderous look in his eyes. Your Majesty, the Kong family has already rebelled. Your Majesty, please make early plans. Feng Xiao said. Kong Mok looked at Feng Xiao and sighed. I regret not listening to my beloved subject. Feng Xiao smiled bitterly. Your Majesty. This subject's words carry little weight. Naturally, some advice would not be taken seriously by Your Majesty. As soon as Feng Shao spoke, one of the officials behind him stepped forward. Your Majesty, Lord Feng has worked hard for the great Buddha Heavenly Empire. In the past, when the great immortal attacked, it was Lord Feng who advised Your Majesty to resolve the matter with ease. Later on, during the Easter expedition, Lord Feng repeatedly advised Your Majesty to prioritize the country and not send any mid-level officials or generals to the Easter expedition. However, there were some scoundrels who caused chaos in the country and bewitched Your Majesty. If not for that, the Kong family would not have acted, and we would not have lost a third of the West Divine continent. The official said, "That's right, Your Majesty. Lord Feng has worked hard for the great Buddha Heavenly Empire. 3 years ago, Lord Feng guessed that there would be a problem with the Kong family and advised Your Majesty to take it seriously. If Your Majesty took it seriously, would there be today's disaster? Unfortunately, there were scoundrels who caused chaos in the country and covered Your Majesty's ears. Lord Feng's advice could not be heard, which led to this disaster. Your Majesty, scoundrels have caused chaos in the country." Another official said, "Your Majesty, Lord Feng has worked hard for the great Buddha Heavenly Empire. If not for Lord Feng building the Lucian Pavilion, our great Buddha Heavenly Empire would have suffered more losses." Another official said, adding insult to injury. In an instant, all the spearheads were pointed at Zhao Xinji. Kong Mok should have been the one at fault, but the officials pushed the blame to Zhao Xinji. This way, Kong Mok would feel less guilty. He immediately looked at Zhao Xinji. He hated Zhao Xinji to begin with. If not for his contributions to the great Buddha Heavenly Empire in the past, Kong Mok would not have wanted to see him. Now that the crime of causing chaos in the country was pushed onto Zhao Xinji, Kong Mok hated him even more. "Your Majesty, Feng Shao is the scoundrel," Zhao Xinji shouted. "How dare you?" Kong Mok glared at him. An imposing aura spread out. "Men, throw this scoundrel into the imperial prison," Kong Mok shouted. "Yes." 2 androids entered the main hall. Your Majesty, please forgive me," Zhao Xinji cried out as he was taken away. "Minister Feng, I have misunderstood you all these years," Kong Mok said. "It is my duty to share Your Majesty's burden," Feng Shao said. "Then what do you think we should do now?" Kong Mok asked. "Taking back the thousands of cities that we have lost is secondary. First, we have to stabilize the hearts of the people, the army, and the country. Only then can the country resist foreign enemies and even take back everything," Feng Shao said solemnly. "That's right." Kong Mok nodded. "Lord Zhao has been in the court for hundreds of years. He has extremely high prestige in the political and military circles. Lord Zhao's trusted aides are in many important positions on the front line. I am worried that if Lord Zhao is sent to the imperial prison, the frontline soldiers will resist and even betray the country," Feng Shao said. Kong Mok's eyes widened. "We should replace these people first. Let the great Buddha Heavenly Empire be protected as soon as possible," Feng Shao said. Kong Mok was also worried. He nodded and said, "All right, from today onwards, Feng Shao will be conferred the title of first-class Great River Duke. He will be in charge of the border defense. All officials, listen to the transfer order." "We obey." The officials bowed. "I will not disappoint Your Majesty," Feng Shao replied. Kong Mok nodded. After the court session, Feng Shao began to transfer the officials. He kept changing the generals to different positions. Just like that, half a year later. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Under Lord Feng's command, the great Buddha Heavenly Empire is basically stable. After half a year, we only lost one city." The officials congratulated. Kong Mok looked at Feng Shao and nodded in satisfaction. He trusted Feng Shao more and more. Feng Shao was also getting more and more used to doing things. He ignored Feng Shao's work. Kong Mok went to the valley where Demon King Kong was. "Ancestor, I implore you to uphold justice." Kong Mok bowed and said, "Kong Mok, Demon King Kong's voice came from the valley. Old ancestor, I have waited for half a year. You have finally replied. Old ancestor, the Kong family has betrayed us. Kong Daoqiu has betrayed us. His entire family has defected to the Great Jin Kingdom and joined Yinchuan. They have even destroyed 1/3 of our territory. Kong Mok said bitterly. What? Demon King Kong's voice was shocked. Old ancestor, because of Kong Daoqiu's betrayal, the great Buddha Heavenly Empire is in danger. Please help me destroy Yinchuan. Kong Mok shouted. There was silence in the valley. Clearly, he was unhappy with Kong Mok's incompetence. Old ancestor, please kill Yinchuan. The great Buddha Heavenly Empire is in danger. Kong Mok pleaded again. There was another period of silence. After a while, Demon King Kong's voice came. I understand. Yinchuan? Demon King Kong replied. Thank you, old ancestor. Demon King Kong said. Whoosh! A white light shot into the sky and shot toward the east. Demon King Kong was heading toward Yanjin. Standing at the entrance of the valley and watching Demon King Kong leave, Kong Mo coldly smiled, as if his scheme had succeeded. Now that Yinchuan is dead, you old man will definitely suffer even more injuries. The Lotus Goddess said that I will be able to break through soon. When you return, it will be the time of your death. The entire world is mine now. Ha ha! Kong Mok laughed. Chapter 1107. After watching Demon King Kong leave, Kong Mok returned to his residence. Kong Mok didn't raid Devil King Kong's lair. After all, he didn't know much about Devil King Kong's methods. If there were any triggered restrictions in this valley, Devil King Kong would be alerted. Back at the Thousand Buddha Hall, Kong Mok looked at his officials. I will be in seclusion for a while. During this time, Feng Xiao will be in charge of everything. Kong Mok said. Yes. The officials obeyed. Kong Mok went into seclusion. Feng Xiao's eyes flashed, and a faint smile appeared on his face. In Feng Xiao's residence. My lord, you are the regent now. What should we do? A subordinate smiled. Replace all the important positions in the remaining 2,000 cities with our people. Replace all the trusted aides of Kong Mok and Zhao Xinji. Feng Xiao said. Yes. Demon King Kong charged towards the East Divine Continent in a fit of rage. Not only for Kong Mok, but also for Kong Daoqiu. Demon King Kong had never thought that Kong Daoqiu would betray him. He had left with the entire Kong family. How could the descendants of the Kong family ignore him? Although Demon King Kong was injured, he still rushed out of his cave residence. Whoosh! Demon King Kong's speed was extremely terrifying. In just 2 days, Demon King Kong arrived in the sky above Yanjin. Whoosh! Demon King Kong's figure stopped, and a gust of wind blew past, causing the surrounding sand to fly into the air and billowing filthy chi. Array rise! A voice suddenly sounded in Yanjin. Then, a huge array suddenly appeared around Yanjin, blocking the storm. Demon King Kong stood in the sky and looked at Yanjin coldly. A large number of officials quickly gathered in the Chaotian Hall. Yifeng, Bai Di Tian, and the others looked at a man in a green robe outside Yanjin. The man's face was fair, but there were a few cracks on his face. The man's fingernails were very sharp, like 10 awls, and were slightly curved. He looked at Yanjin coldly. Soon, Demon King Kong saw Kong Daoqiu and a few other deities of the Kong family in front of the Chaotian Hall. Apart from Kong Daoqiu's calm expression, the other immortals all looked somewhat terrified. Kong Daoqiu. Demon King Kong narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Greetings, ancestor, Kong Daoqiu said with a smile. Seeing Kong Daoqiu's smile, Demon King Kong's face darkened. When did you start colluding with Yinchuan? Demon King Kong asked coldly. Kong Daoqiu smiled and said, Don't you know? I exposed Kong Mok's collusion with the Lotus Goddess, but you didn't believe me. Instead, you listened to Kong Mok's slander and even cultivated spies around me. Kong Daoqiu's face darkened. As they spoke, a few Kong clan disciples quickly brought 4 men with disheveled hair over. As soon as the four men appeared in the heaven-facing palace square, they immediately saw Demon King Kong. "Ancestor, save me! Ancestor, save me!" The four men with disheveled hair begged for help. Demon King Kong's face darkened. "My disciples, my attendants, my trusted aides. Ancestor, you really put in a lot of effort for me." Kong Daoqiu shook his head and said with pain, "Let me ask you, when did you collude with Yin Chuan?" Demon King Kong asked coldly again. Kong Daoqiu sneered and looked at the four men with disheveled hair and said, "Leave." The four were shocked. "No matter what, you were once Kong clan disciples. I'm a Kong clan head. From a moment you chose to betray me, you were expelled from the Kong clan. For the sake of the bloodline connection, go to Demon King Kong." "Scram!" Kong Daoqiu roared. "Okay, yes." The four fled in panic. "You four trash." Demon King Kong coldly looked at the four fleeing men. "Ancestor, we have been watching Kong Daoqiu. He has never left our sight." "That's impossible." Kong Moke has brought disaster to the entire Kong family. Now, even you, the ancestor of the Kong family, have become his free henchman, Kong Daoqiu said coldly. "Oof." Demon King Kong snorted coldly. He reached out and slammed his palm toward the entire Yanjin. Thousands of energy palms suddenly appeared out of thin air. Each of them carried the full power of a sky immortal as they bombarded the grand array of Yanjin. Along with these thousands of energy palms was Demon King Kong's main palm strike. It carried the power of heaven and earth as it charged toward Yanjin. Rumble. That earth-shattering aura made Kong Outyen's heart turn cold. "Old man, you're really powerful," Kong Outyen said in shock. That palm seemed to be able to destroy the entire Yanjin. At the entrance of Skyward Palace, Bai Ditian's expression changed as he stepped forward. "Heavenly Tiger, divine slaughter," Bai Ditian shouted. Endless murderous aura suddenly appeared around Bai Ditian, and it instantly covered the entire Yanjin. Bai Ditian slammed his palm into the sky. A huge tiger's palm appeared in the sky and faced Demon King Kong's main palm. Boom! The two huge palms collided in the sky. Walala! The space around them tremored violently, as if the space itself was trembling from the force of the two giant palms. Thousands of energy palms struck the grand array of Yanjin. The grand array of Yanjin was formed by Feng Yinyang using tens of thousands of earth dragon veins. It was extremely sturdy. Rumble, roar, roar, roar. Dragon roars and cries suddenly came from all directions of Yanjin. Boom! The ground around Yanjin exploded. Outside Yanjin, within 10,000 miles, the ground exploded. Gravel shot into the sky. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Even where Kong Outyen was, it was instantly destroyed, forcing Kong Outyen to retreat. Boom! The collision of palms ended. A large number of cracks appeared on the ground under Bai Ditian's feet. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Ditian was powerful now, but he was still far weaker than Demon King Kong. His right arm seemed to have been fractured by this palm strike, and it drooped down slightly. As for the grand array of Yanjin, half of it had been destroyed, and only a thin layer was left. Yanjin was in a desperate situation. Cough, cough, cough. Demon King Kong coughed slightly. Yanjing is indeed extraordinary to be able to take one of my palms. However, can they take the second one? Demon King Kong asked coldly. That's right. Yanjin was dead silent. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of a door breaking was heard. Demon King Kong looked over. He saw the door of a palace suddenly open. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of footsteps could be heard in the main hall. The footsteps were not heavy, but they felt like they were knocking on one's soul. It was as if every step was stepping on one's heart. Demon King Kong's eyes narrowed as he stared at them. Following the sound of footsteps, a foot slowly stepped out. A figure in a black dragon robe slowly stepped out of the palace. The person who came out was Yin Chuan. Yin Xuan was wearing a crown and the Black Dragon Emperor's robe as he slowly walked out of the Xianying Palace. After walking out of the Xianying Palace, he looked at the sand and rocks around Yanjin. Then, Yin Xuan turned his head and looked at Demon King Kong, who was in the sky to the west. When Yin Xuan looked over, there was a ferocious look on his face. His gaze seemed to have transcended the past and present. Domineering and invincible, Demon King Kong's face darkened. Obviously, he didn't expect Yin Xuan to have such a ferocious look in his eyes. However, Demon King Kong was experienced and knowledgeable, so he didn't lose. He looked over coldly. The two powerhouses looked at each other, and a monstrous, murderous aura filled the air. Chapter 1108. Yin Xuan versus Demon King Kong. The two powerhouses looked at each other, and a murderous aura filled the air. "Greetings, Your Majesty," the official of Great Zhun said excitedly. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Voices came from all over Yanjing. Yin Xuan was not only the ruler of a country, but also the spiritual leader of the country. The countless worries from before disappeared when they saw Yin Xuan come out. This was also where Yin Xuan's personal charm lay. "As long as I'm here, the sky will never fall." Behind him, in Xianying Palace, ZZ carried Miao and slowly stepped out with Feng Yinyang. They followed behind Yin Xuan. Demon King Kong narrowed his eyes in the sky. Yin Xuan's piercing gaze caused Demon King Kong's heart to sink slightly. Suddenly, Demon King Kong remembered what Kong Daoqiu said in the past. A rare commodity worth hoarding. Is this what it means to hoard a rare commodity? But I don't want an emperor to support the Kong family. I just want an emperor to break the shackles of his fate and become a new Dao god. Demon King Kong's eyes turned cold. "Yin Xuan," Demon King Kong shouted coldly. "Demon Lord of 10,000 palms, Demon King Kong," Yin Xuan said coldly. "The Great Zhun Celestial Empire is indeed extraordinary, but the time is too short. You can stop me once, but let's see how you can stop me a second time. Demon Lord of 10,000 palms? Heh, since you know, then feel my palms." Demon King Kong said coldly. As he spoke, Demon King Kong struck out again. Last time, the earth within 10,000 miles of Yanjin exploded after the palm strike. Just like before, Demon King Kong slammed his palm with a power that could pierce through Yanjing. In the void, thousands of golden palms rushed toward Yanjing like a meteor shower. As for the main palm, it was scarlet red in color. Under the palm, the void shook slightly. Demon King Kong's eyes were filled with killing intent as he sent a palm strike towards Yin Xuan like a storm. Yin Xuan narrowed his eyes as he looked at the palm that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. He stomped his foot and stretched out his right hand, sending a palm toward the sky. Starlight suddenly flickered on his right palm. In an instant, countless stars appeared on his palm. As Yin Xuan pushed out his palm, countless stars flew out of his hand and turned into planets, covering the sky above Yanjin. Rumble! The countless planets charged towards the thousands of golden palms. Instantly, the countless golden palms were drowned in the stars. The astral palm formed by Yin Xuan's right palm collided with the scarlet astral palm formed by Demon King Kong. Boom! The two astral palms collided with a loud bang, and an explosion resounded through the 9 heavens. All the clouds in the sky within a radius of 100,000 miles were instantly dispersed. The manifested palm did not disappear. Instead, it remained in a stalemate in midair. Demon King Kong revealed a look of shock. His palm strike had been blocked by Yin Xuan. He caught in his hand. In the distance, Kong Ao Yin also said in shock, "Freak! How can a mortal be so powerful?" Explode. Yin Xuan widened his eyes. Boom! The two astral palms exploded with a loud bang. The astral palms exploded, and the surrounding stars and golden palms also exploded with a loud bang. Demon King Kong's powerful palm strike was blocked by Yin Xuan with a single palm strike. Demon King Kong stared blankly at the scene with a face full of disbelief. Even if he was seriously injured, how could he not be able to kill a mortal? Yin Xuan did not wait for Demon King Kong. Instead, he suddenly said in a clear voice, "People of Dijon, listen up. I, Yin Chuan, need your power. Please raise your right hand and lend me your power. I will rule the world." Roar. The cloud of providence in Dijon suddenly let out a deafening roar. Yin Chuan's statue suddenly turned into an 18-clawed golden dragon of providence. It let out a long roar and spread Yin Chuan's voice to all corners of Dijon. In a city, in a tea house. It's His Majesty's voice. His Majesty is going to borrow power again. Why is he borrowing power? Is he going to rule the world? His Majesty wants to rule the world. To the surprise of the people, countless people raised their right hands, and a wave of power quickly gathered in Yanjing. The cloud of providence in Dijon also began to churn. Countless streams of light could be seen shooting over from all directions. This was the power that came from all over the world. It was a boundless power. The people of the 4 divine continents all raised their hands and gathered the power of the world around Yin Chuan. Roar! The golden dragon of providence roared and swooped down toward Yin Chuan with all the power in the surroundings. It instantly merged with Yin Chuan. "You're just a mortal. You can't withstand so much power." Demon King Kong's expression changed. The power of the 4 divine continents had indeed exceeded the limits of a mortal, but Yin Chuan's current cultivation level could not be measured by the standards of a mortal. Rumble. Yin Chuan suppressed the explosion of his body and maintained his original appearance. Just the energy overflowing from his body made Yin Chuan's surroundings look extremely blurry. Whoosh! Yin Chuan stepped forward and instantly appeared in front of Demon King Kong. "Demon King Kong," Yin Chuan said coldly. Demon King Kong's expression darkened. Looking at the distorted space around Yin Chuan, his expression gradually turned ugly. "The strength of a late-stage great immortal? How did you do it? You're still immortal?" Demon King Kong said in surprise. "Seeing that we share the same bloodline, I'll spare you this time. Get lost to the immortal world." Yin Chuan glared at him. "Bastard! How dare you speak to me like that?" Demon King Kong's expression changed. He stretched out his hand and threw a punch at Yin Chuan. Although Demon King Kong was seriously injured, his strength was still at the late-stage great immortal realm. Naturally, he was unwilling to admit defeat. He punched out, and the fist pressed out like a storm toward Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan's expression turned cold. He stretched out his right palm. Boom! Yin Chuan's palm caught Demon King Kong's fist. The 2 fists and palms met in the air. Yin Chuan's face showed a trace of malevolence, and he twisted his right hand. Rumble! There was a loud sound, and Demon King Kong's right arm seemed to have been broken. He immediately twisted toward the outside. Bang! Demon King Kong flew backward, looking at Yin Chuan in horror. His right arm was broken. Yin Chuan twisted it. As if this was a great insult, Demon King Kong's face, which was full of cracks, immediately flushed red. Crack! With a twist, he managed to twist his broken right arm back. "I don't believe it. A tiger will be bullied by a dog? You're not even a dog. Open another layer of the seal." Demon King Kong shouted angrily. Crack! 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 More cracks appeared on Demon King Kong's face. The original 4 or 5 cracks became 14 or 15 in the blink of an eye. This power is used to seal your injuries, right? You're using it to fight me? Are you overdrawing on your own injuries? Haha, a battle where both sides are injured? Very well. I'll see how ruthless the all-powerful Demon King Kong can be to himself. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Boom! The 2 ferocious men clashed once more. High up in the sky, gales raged around the 2 of them, sweeping up countless rocks and sand from the ground. Rumble! The sky was hazy, and one could vaguely see waves of black and green light rushing out from within. The 2 experts fought in the storm. The loud sounds of battle seemed to spread throughout the entire East Divine continent in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The entire East Divine continent trembled as the common folk stopped what they were doing to feel the ferocious might of the attack. In Yanjin, the people were staring at the sky. The officials clenched their fists with anticipation. ZZ was also looking at the sky with Meow in her arms. At the same time, in a sandstorm in the south of Yanjin, Kong Outyin looked at the sky and gasped. Yanchuan is so powerful. No, if Yanchuan wins, I'll never get ZZ from him. I'll take this opportunity to get ZZ. Once I get her, I'll go to the Celestial Realm. Once I get her, I'll leave. Kong Outyin said with a hint of madness in his eyes. Whoosh! Kong Outyin immediately rushed toward Yanjin. In the distance, Feng Yinyang suddenly felt the activation of the array and looked over with a gloomy face. Bastard, activate the array. Feng Yinyang shouted. Buzz! Suddenly, dozens of formations appeared in the void and blocked Kong Outyin. Break! Kong Outyin struck with his palm. Whoosh! The array was broken. However, this sound had also awakened many overlords in Yanjin. How dare you! Hundreds of guards shouted and rushed toward Kong Outyin. Freeze! Kong Outyin pointed his finger. Buzz! The hundreds of guards froze in the sky. Oh no! Yifeng's face changed. Kill! Bai Ditian and the other overlords in Yanjin immediately attacked Kong Outyin. In a blink, tens of thousands of blade auras shot toward Kong Outyin. Haha! The heavenly Tao has gathered, and the heavenly Tao is mine alone. Yanjing, seal it! Kong Outyin shouted. Boom! The entire Yanjin seemed to have been covered by a giant, transparent pillar. The pillar was connected to the sky and went straight to the 9 heavens and hell. The pillar was so thick that it covered the entire Yanjin. A tremendous aura burst out from it. It was as if the heavenly might had descended. Countless people immediately felt the urge to kneel down in fear. The heavenly path, an invisible heavenly Tao, was manifested by Kong Outyin in a tangible form. The way of the heavens shrouded the entire Yanjin. Everything was immediately confined. The people of Yanjin, the overlords, and Bai Ditian all froze. The immense might of the heavenly Tao caused Yin Chuan and Demon King Kong, who were fighting in the sky, to pause for a moment. Yin Chuan raised an eyebrow. A Tao god? A Tao god? Demon King Kong's face changed. Kong Outyin had sealed the entire Yanjin, but he didn't rush forward. Instead, he turned to the sky and shouted, Ancestral Patriarch, I'm a member of the Kong family. Kong Outyin, help me stop Yin Chuan. Wait for me to catch someone in Yanjin. A member of the Kong family? Kong Outyin? You're a Tao god? Not Kong Mok. Not Kong Mok. Demon King Kong's face changed. After that, Kong Outyin charged toward Yanjing. Stop right there. Yin Chuan suddenly shouted and grabbed at Kong Outyin in the distance. Boom! Demon King Kong blocked Yin Chuan with a punch. Ha! Yin Chuan, I'm here. Don't even think about leaving. Demon King Kong shouted. You're courting death, Demon King Kong. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. Boom! The two experts once again ferociously charged at each other. At this moment, the entire Yanjin was sealed. Everyone was afraid to move, but there was one person who could move. No, to be precise, there was a cat who could move. In ZZ's arms, Meow Meow looked around at the people who had been frozen in place, but it was not affected at all. Meow. ZZ, Feng Yinyang. Don't freeze. Meow shouted anxiously. A strange scene appeared. After the meowing, a strange sound appeared. ZZ and Feng Yinyang suddenly trembled. They could move? He could really move now. Kong Outyin, who was flying from afar, suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. Fuck. Chapter 1109. Kong Outyin had locked down the entire Yanjin with the power of heavenly laws. He pounced toward ZZ. However, as the cat meowed, ZZ and Feng Yinyang were suddenly able to move. Another change? Kong Out Yin suddenly had the urge to curse. However, there was no time to stop. Kong Out Yin pounced toward ZZ at an even faster speed. Reincarnation Pool. Feng Yinyang yelled. Buzz. The ground beneath Feng Yinyang's feet suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, the ground turned into a pool that was 100 feet wide. Feng Yinyang, ZZ, and Meow all stood at the center of the reincarnation pool. Kong Out Yin pounced toward the reincarnation pool, and his face suddenly changed color. Ghost Valley Reincarnation Art. Feng Yinyang yelled. Boom! The reincarnation pool that had been calm suddenly turned into two huge waves that rushed toward Kong Out Yin. Buzz! Kong Out Yin was immediately sucked into the reincarnation pool. Crack, crack, crack. Feng Yinyang's body trembled. Impossible. I am a newborn Tao God. No power in this world can trap me. Kong Out Yin yelled. His power of heavenly laws seemed to have lost its effect above the reincarnation pool. How could Feng Yinyang know such a strange art? Queen, I can only restrain him for a while. Please do it. Feng Yinyang said. Do it. I am immortal. No one can kill me. Kong Out Yin was still very proud, even though he was trapped. He had been cut into a few hundred pieces by the fire crow gourd when he was at the immortal state. Kong Out Yin didn't believe that ZZ could hurt him. ZZ seemed to have guessed it, so she didn't attack. Instead, she waved her hand and a transparent book appeared in front of her. The book was transparent as if it was formed by energy. The words Book of Life and Death were written on the book. It opened the Book of Life and Death. ZZ stared at Kong Out Yin and yelled, Kong Out Yin, Yu Yin Jing dies. As he spoke, a line of words appeared on the Book of Life and Death. Kong Out Yin died in Yanjing. Boom! It was as if there was a huge force acting on Kong Out Yin's body. Ka. Kong Out Yin's face suddenly cracked like Demon King Kong's. No, that's impossible. It's used on birth charts? What kind of magic is this? Kong Out Yin exclaimed. Heavenly Tao, help me. Kong Out Yin cried out in shock. Buzz. Suddenly, a large amount of green light appeared above the heavenly path and rushed toward Kong Out Yin, quickly mending the cracks on his face. ZZ frowned. Tao God? Could a Tao God defy this curse? High up in the air, Demon King Kong, who was blocking Yin Chuan, suddenly discovered that Kong Out Yin had been suppressed, and his expression changed. How can this be? Demon King Kong exclaimed. Demon King Kong pounced downwards. Who? Yin Chuan suddenly blocked Demon King Kong. It's your turn now. Do you think you can leave? Yin Chuan said coldly. Get out of my way. Demon King Kong roared. As he spoke, Demon King Kong once again struck at Yin Chuan with his palm. The palm carried a destructive aura, causing the void to tremble. Don't use the same move twice against me. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. This time, he reached out with his left palm and grabbed Kong Mok's right arm. Then he grabbed it with his right hand and pulled. Rip! With a deafening sound, Demon King Kong's palm energy shattered, while Yin Chuan's right palm energy tore Demon King Kong's right arm off. Boom! Blood splattered everywhere as Yin Chuan savagely tore off Demon King Kong's right arm. Roar! Demon King Kong let out a painful roar. Break! Boom! Demon King Kong's right arm that Yin Chuan tore off exploded into a bloody mist. Yin Chuan, Demon King Kong roared in pain. He reached out and grabbed the bloody mist in the air. I gave you a chance, Yin Chuan said coldly. Meanwhile, below them, ZZ's face darkened when she saw that Kong Out Yin was recovering. The Book of Life and Death is divided into 6 paths. Demon King Kong was shaken by the sky-burying coffin, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The sky-burying coffin was too powerful. Demon King Kong did not continue to block it. Instead, he used his back to support the sky-burying coffin, and his remaining left hand reached out to grab Kong Out Yin. Puffed! Demon King Kong spat out blood under the sky-burying coffin. In the end, his battle with Yin Chuan ended in defeat. Buzz! Demon King Kong retracted the sky-burying coffin, and he grabbed the gorilla and fled to the west. Yin Chuan, I will come again. I will return the shame of today. Demon King Kong roared unwillingly. How can a defeated general speak of bravery? Oof. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you forever. Yin Chuan snorted coldly. Yin Chuan could see that Demon King Kong was at the end of his rope. He would not be able to maintain this state for long, and because he had mobilized the power of the entire world, he could only maintain this power near Yin Jin, so he was not in a hurry to chase after him. Kong Daoqiu, you dare to betray me? From now on, you're no longer a member of the Kong family. Demon King Kong's voice still came from afar. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace, Kong Daoqiu's face was gloomy. The Kong family doesn't care about our lives, so I naturally have no attachment to them. I don't care. I will take my mother's surname. From today onwards, I will be called Lu Buwei to show my determination. Kong Daoqiu's voice came from afar. Bastard! Demon King Kong left one last voice and disappeared from Yin Chuan's sight. Yin Chuan turned to look at Kong Daoqiu. Lu Buwei. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. He was slightly surprised. Greetings, Your Majesty, Kong Daoqiu said solemnly. Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. He immediately understood Kong Daoqiu's intention. Kong Daoqiu was not only angry, but also for himself. Kong Daoqiu wanted to cut off all ties with Yin Chuan in the past. It was not convenient for him to continue using the identity of Kong Daoqiu. After all, in terms of bloodline, he was still Yin Chuan's grandfather. If he did that, it would be difficult for Yin Chuan to deal with him. But now, he was using Lu Buwei to shut the mouth of the world. Yin Chuan nodded. The crisis in Yin Jin was immediately resolved. Long live His Majesty! The people of Yin Jin immediately cheered. Their excitement was indescribable. Long live! Long live! Long live! Long live! Long live! The entire Yin Jin was cheering. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, My people, I just said that I'm going to use the power of the people in the world to unify the world. But I haven't unified the world yet. Huh? The people of Yin Jin were stunned. Yin Chuan waved his hand. Boom! The entire land of Yinjing shook violently, and a huge Yinjing city suddenly floated up. The ground cracked, and the city floated in the sky. All the people looked at this scene in shock. They didn't know what Yin Chuan was going to do. I've said that I'm going to unify the world. Now, all the people of Yin Jin, follow me to the West Divine Continent. We'll destroy the great Buddha Empire and unify the world. Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! The Sea of Luck, Yinjing City, and Yin Chuan quickly flew to the west. The speed at which Yinjing City was flying towards the west was increasing, and the citizens were slowly recovering from their shock. His Majesty is going to bring the entire Yinjing City to the West Divine Continent and unify the world? The entire Yinjing City? Long live! Long live! Long live! Long live! Long live! Excited shouts came from all directions like a tsunami. Yin Chuan stepped on the entrance of the Chaotian Palace and flew to the west with the entire Yinjing City in front of everyone's excited eyes. No one knew. In fact, there was a group of deities in the north of Yinjing City. They were the deities from the Great Qi Sacred Court. One of the three grand deities was killed by the deity Killing Gourd, so there were only two left. They were deity Tianyi and deity Deer. The group of immortals watched numbly as the city flew towards the west. They were all dumbfounded. Big brother, you said that Yin Chuan was just lucky and there's nothing to worry about, right? Is that so? Earth 2 asked in a daze. Deity Tianyi. Chapter 11:10. Cough, cough, cough. Demon King Kong held a huge gorilla in his hand as he flew towards the west. He coughed as he flew. Cracks spread across Demon King Kong's face like a spiderweb. His injuries were incurable. He had never been in such a sorry state before, and this was caused by a mortal in the sealed world. In the past, although Sha Di and Jing Ting were strong, They had never put him in such a sorry state. One of his arms was torn off. All the Kong family disciples who were loyal to him had betrayed him. Yin Chuan, Demon King Kong's eyes flashed with depression. The gorilla below him was still Jiaohu. Change back, change back. Power of the heavenly Tao. Restore. Restore. Along the way, Kong Outyin kept shouting, but no matter what method he used, he could not change back. No, I don't want to be a gorilla. I don't want to. Kong Outyin wailed. No matter how much Kong Outyin shouted, he could not change back. Demon King Kong looked at Kong Outyin and suddenly realized that he was not the unluckiest one. Stop shouting. Demon King Kong shouted. Ancestor, can you change me back? You will definitely be able to turn me back. Kong Outyin seemed to be grasping at the last straw of hope. You are cursed, Demon King Kong said in a deep voice. What curse? Why is it so abnormal? Ancestor, you must have a way, right? Kong Outyin said expectantly. Cough, cough, cough. Even with your Tao divine body, you can't break it. It seems that this curse is indeed strange. Wait until we return to the immortal world and let the elders take a look. Maybe they can break it. However, don't get your hopes up. There are not many people in the world who can break a curse that even a Tao divine can't break. Demon King Kong shook his head. Then, let's go to the immortal world. Quickly, quickly. Kong Outyin said expectantly. Cough, cough, cough. Wait a little longer. I have to go back and take something. Demon King Kong said. Take what? Kong Outyin asked curiously. The Seeking Heaven Token. Demon King Kong said. The Seeking Heaven Token? I've heard that back then. My father participated in the competition, but in the end, he was eliminated by Kong Susu. Why do you want the Heaven Seeking Medallion? Kong Outyin asked in confusion. The Heaven Seeking Token is for the Tao God, which means it's yours. Demon King Kong said solemnly. Oh, what's the use of the Heaven Seeking Token? Kong Outyin asked curiously. Cough, cough, cough. You'll know when you get it. Your body has become a gorilla. Where's your strength? Demon King Kong asked. Power? I'm still a Tao God, but this image. Kong Outyin was at a loss. It's good that you're still a Tao God. I'm heavily injured, so I won't have much strength left to fight for the Heaven-Seeking Token. Take the Heaven-Seeking Token, and we'll immediately head to the Immortal Realm. We'll go to your family and undo your curse. Demon King Kong said. All right. Kong Outyin nodded. Even he, a Tao God, could not solve it, let alone others. However, having hope was better than having no hope at all. Their speed was extremely fast, and they returned to the vicinity of the Kong clan in just 2 days. Demon King Kong waved his sleeves at his cave abode. Boom! Everything in the cave was swept up into his sleeve. Picking up the items, the two of them headed for the Thousand Buddha City. In the Thousand Buddha City, in a secret hall, Kong Mok sat cross-legged, and a white lotus flower floated above his head. Kong Mok's muscles seemed to be trembling. His bones made a cracking sound. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Kong Mok's body, and a storm suddenly appeared in the hall. Fortunately, there was a protective array. Lotus God, I've finally broken through. Am I invincible in this realm? Kong Mok said excitedly. You've broken through? Invincible? Not necessarily. I hope Demon King Kong returns with serious injuries. Lotus God's voice slowly sounded, just as Kong Mok was getting excited. Roar! A loud dragon roar suddenly came from outside the hall. Huh? A powerful enemy is invading? Kong Mok was slightly taken aback. Kong Mok quickly opened the door of the hall and stepped out. The moment he stepped out, he suddenly felt 2 powerful auras coming from the north. He turned his head and saw the one-armed Demon King Kong and a gorilla standing in midair. A gorilla? Demon King Kong was slightly confused, but he quickly stared at Demon King Kong. At this moment, Demon King Kong's face was full of cracks. He was obviously injured to the extreme. Kong Mok's eyes lit up with joy. A large number of officials quickly ran over. Your Majesty, the officials stood respectfully. Kong Mok looked at Demon King Kong. Ancestor, did Yin Chuan die in your hands? Yin Chuan? Demon King Kong and the gorilla's expressions turned ugly. Die. Damn it, they were almost killed by him. Kong Moke, where's the heavenly token? Demon King Kong asked in a deep voice. Heavenly token? Kong Moke was slightly stunned. With a flip of his hand, Kong Moke took out an octagonal purple token. On one side was the word ask, and on the other side was the word heaven. The design and material of the heaven-seeking token were almost exactly the same as Yin Chuan's. Kong Moke looked at the heavenly token and frowned slightly. Ancestor, I have studied this heavenly token for hundreds of years, but I can't figure it out. What is the use of this heavenly token? Why do I feel that it is just a token made of purple copper? Purple copper? How can you know the intricacies of the heavenly token? Give it to me. Demon King Kong said in a deep voice. Kong Moke raised his eyebrows, somewhat reluctant. However, he really couldn't figure out this heavenly token. Was it really just ordinary purple copper? With a trace of curiosity, Kong Moke tossed the heavenly token to the sky. Demon King Kong reached out and caught it. Demon King Kong's expression changed. What's wrong? Kong Moke stared at Demon King Kong in confusion. This material? Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Activate it. Demon King Kong handed the heavenly token to the gorilla. The gorilla took it and activated it. Boom! The token exploded. Demon King Kong and Kong Moke both widened their eyes. This is fake. This is not the heavenly token. Kong Moke, where's the heavenly token? Demon King Kong suddenly exclaimed. Fake? It's actually fake? I know Kong Susu. That bitch Kong Susu still has the heavenly token. I was wondering why I couldn't figure out the heavenly token after all these years. So it's just a fake. Kong Moke's expression suddenly changed. Kong Moke was instantly furious. However, Demon King Kong did not think so. You still want to quibble in front of me? Oomph. Demon King Kong snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand and struck toward Kong Moke. With one strike, 100 golden palms appeared in the air and slammed toward Kong Moke. In the past, when he faced Yin Jing, he could send out thousands of golden palms with a single strike. Now, he could only send out 100. It was obvious that his injuries were extremely serious. Oomph. Do I still need to lie to you? Kong Moke's eyes flashed coldly. As he spoke, he met the attack with his palm. Kong Moke sent out a huge energy palm. The energy palm was so huge that it instantly covered Demon King Kong's 100 energy palms. Boom! A loud explosion rang out above the city of 10,000 Buddhas, and a storm swept in all directions. The two men's palms collided, and they were evenly matched. Cough, 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 cough. Demon King Kong coughed, and his face darkened. Gather the heavenly path. Freeze! The gorilla pointed at Kong Moke. The void around Kong Moke suddenly seemed to have been sealed. Kong Moke was immediately imprisoned. You want to take my things? The gorilla said angrily. Kong Moke, who was imprisoned, was not too nervous. Suddenly, a white lotus flower appeared above his head. Lotus God, give me power! Kong Moke shouted. Kong Moke's power skyrocketed, and a terrifying force seemed to be evaporating the shackles around him. Boom! The space suddenly exploded and turned into countless crystal shards. Lotus God. Demon King Kong's expression changed. Lotus Deity. The gorilla also let out a cry. It's true. Kong Daochio is telling the truth. You bastard. You colluded with the Lotus God? Demon King Kong exclaimed. Run. Ancestor, run. It's the Lotus God. The gorilla's reaction was even more intense. You want to run? It's too late. I still need 2 more puppets. Wait for me to refine them. Ha ha ha. Kong Moke laughed. He reached out his hand, and a golden light suddenly appeared in the void. The golden light wrapped around the two of them. Heavenly Path, help me. The gorilla roared. Boom. The scene in Yin Jing appeared again. A vast heavenly path reached the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds, imprisoning the entire city of 1,000 Buddha. Kong Moke's attack also paused for a moment. Go, go, go. Lotus God, Lotus God. The gorilla roared. He sliced through the void, and a crack suddenly appeared. He grabbed Demon King Kong and threw himself into the crack. Boom! Kong Mo's face darkened as he shattered the shackles on him. I was careless. They almost escaped to the celestial realm, Kong Mok said with a gloomy face. It's not almost. You can't stop them. Lotus God's voice sounded. Huh. Kong Mok was puzzled. Demon King Kong's foundation is injured. He might not be able to escape from you, but you can't do anything to that gorilla. Lotus God said lightly. Why? He's a Tao God. Lotus God said. A Tao God? It has something to do with the heavenly path. Kong Mok was puzzled. Yes. Back then, I killed Song Tian and destroyed the heavenly path. That's why these Tao gods will be so scared when they hear my name. However, he's still a Tao god. Although he can't defeat you, it's easy for him to escape, because the heavenly path is helping him. Lotus God said. Kong Mok was extremely shocked. Song Tian was killed by Lotus God? The heavenly path was destroyed by Lotus God? Is that for real? How powerful is Lotus God? Middle Divine Continent. Yin Chuan stepped on the entire Yin Jin and continued to fly toward the West Divine Continent. Yin Chuan was already very fast, but he still had to carry a city, so he couldn't catch up with Demon King Kong's speed. Wherever he went, he was like a shooting star streaking across the sky. No one saw it clearly, and no one knew that the capital of the great celestial empire flew over their heads. After half a month of flying, Yin Jin finally crossed the East Divine Continent and the Middle Divine Continent and entered the territory of the West Divine Continent. They slowly slowed down and entered the West Divine Continent. At the same time, Yin Jin officially entered the Great Buddha Celestial Empire. Roar! Roar! In the sky above the city of 10,000 Buddhas, the Golden Dragon of Providence was extremely irritable. It roared and looked to the east as if it felt a great threat. Chapter 11:11. Rumble. The fortune energy in the city of Buddhas was churning. At this moment, almost all the officials and commoners looked at the sky in shock. In the sky, Kong Mok's statue had already turned into an 18-clawed golden dragon of luck. The golden dragon of luck kept roaring towards the east, as if it was angry and frightened. This had never happened before. In the prison, Zhao Xinji guarded the bars alone. On the wall of the cell, there was a lot of scribbles on the wall. If an official saw it, he would know what was written on the wall. Feng Xiao's path to promotion. From the first time he was beheaded, he became more and more powerful. To this day, he had the power to overturn the imperial court. He was second only to one person and above everyone else. No. Why would Feng Xiao be in the court? Back then, there were 10 officials as substitutes, and Feng Xiao was not qualified to be in the court. However, the other 9 were in a different situation. No one saw them after that. Is there a force helping Feng Xiao? Zhao Xinji's eyes lit up. He seemed to have analyzed something. Last time, when great deity Gong Yang Taolu attacked, Feng Xiao took the risk out of desperation. This was not a fluke, it was Feng Xiao's ability. He did have the courage, and this courage made me jealous, so I couldn't stay calm when dealing with him. Zhao Xinji analyzed. During the East expedition, Feng Xiao cooperated with me again and again. Let me be a villain in vain? That's not right. The people Feng Xiao sent to my Eastern expedition are all my trusted aides. All of them are His Majesty's die-hard loyalists. Those new officials did not have a sense of belonging to the great Buddha, and Feng Xiao did not send any of them to help me. He did not let them train. Zhao Xinji's face darkened. Feng Xiao sent all the loyal officials to the great Buddha to the front line to die. Zhao Xinji's face darkened. Feng Xiao knew about Kong Daoqiu's betrayal, but he only reported it when I was hostile to him. He deliberately let me refute him in order to frame me. If he was really loyal to the great Buddha, with his power, he could have remonstrated again and again, and even sent people to supervise the Kong family disciples. But he did not, he knew. Zhao Xinji broke out in cold sweat. This is a conspiracy? Is this a conspiracy? Zhao Xinji reacted. What a powerful Feng Xiao. Back then, he was just a silk pants. Who would have known that he would have such schemes and courage? Zhao Xinji said in shock. I want to see His Majesty. I want to see His Majesty. Zhao Xinji shouted to the jailer in the distance. Shut up, the jailer shouted from afar. You still want to see His Majesty in the imperial prison? What a joke. The prison guard said disdainfully and continued to drink and eat with the other prison guards. Seeing that the jailer ignored him, Zhao Xinji immediately ran to the iron window. Your Majesty, be careful of Feng Xiao. Your Majesty, be careful of Feng Xiao. Zhao Xinji roared, but this place was too far away from the palace. Roar, roar. A series of dragon roars were heard, causing Zhao Xinji's face to sink. Too late? It's too late? Zhao Xinji exclaimed. In the outside world, in front of the pantheon of Buddhas, the officials stood respectfully. Kong Mok looked at the golden dragon of Providence with a gloomy expression. He waved his hand lightly. Swish! 10 streaks of light rushed to the east and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Behind Kong Mok, Feng Xiao looked at the 10 streaks of light in surprise. Those 10 streaks of light were too fast. It was obvious that Kong Mok had his own backup plan. Feng Xiao didn't say anything. Instead, he stood quietly behind Kong Mok. Rumble. The Sea of Providence continued to churn. Kong Mok's face sank. He had a bad feeling about this. 2 days later. Swish! 10 figures quickly flew back and landed in front of Kong Mok, kneeling on one knee. Those were 10 men. However, right now, all of them had lifeless expressions on their faces. Moreover, they were all bald. Monk? That's the Bodhi Buddha? The Buddhas of the 10,000 Buddhas' sacred ground? Feng Xiao looked at the 10 bald men in surprise. Your Majesty, the Great Perfection Celestial Empire and Yin capital are slowly flying over. The Bodhi Buddha said stiffly. Feng Xiao narrowed his eyes. Modified humans? 10,000 Buddhas' sacred ground? I understand now. No wonder those monks disappeared after the 10,000 Buddhas' holy ground collapsed. There was no trace of them in the entire world. So, they were all refined into puppets by His Majesty. Feng Xiao exclaimed in his heart. Feng Xiao had seen many modified humans. There were many modified humans in the Great Perfection Celestial Empire. All of them had one thing in common. They didn't have self-consciousness. They were refined into puppets, and their original strength had increased greatly. Feng Xiao took a deep breath. There were also many officials in the Great Perfection Celestial Empire, such as Zhao Xinji, whose cultivation had increased, but they didn't completely transform into puppets. Seeing these puppets, Feng Xiao felt a chill in his heart. He had a deeper understanding of Kong Mok's coldness. An entire holy land had been completely refined by him. Yin capital? Kong Mok raised his eyebrows. The Bodhi Buddha waved his hand and used a spell to quickly condense an image. In the image, a huge city was slowly flying over. In the image, the golden dragon of Great Perfection Celestial Empire roared. In the image, Yin Chuan stood in front of the Skyward Palace. Great Perfection? Yin Chuan? Kong Mok's face darkened. A murderous look flashed in Kong Mok's eyes. At the same time, he was also shocked. Kong Mok had thought about the war between the two countries, but he had never thought that the war would come so early. Were the kings fighting each other so early? Humph! Kong Mok snorted coldly. Kong Mok flicked his sleeves and looked coldly to the east, waiting patiently. The officials of the Great Perfection Celestial Empire were in an uproar. They were shocked by the drastic change at this moment. 1 day later, finally, a huge city slowly floated over from the east. The city was secondary. The providence that filled the city was terrifying. Although they were both from the Great Perfection Celestial Empire, the providence of Great Perfection was 6 to 7 times more than that of the Great Perfection Celestial Empire. The surging providence gave people a strong sense of oppression just by looking at it from afar. From afar, one could see the officials and generals of Great Perfection Celestial Empire in front of the Skyward Palace. Boom! With a loud bang, Yin capital landed on the ground. Ghost Valley Dragon, shifting technique, dragon vein come. Feng Yinyang shouted. Rumble. The ground suddenly churned. Mountains rose from the ground, and dragon vein after dragon vein gathered toward Yin capital in the blink of an eye. Yin capital and the 10,000 Buddha city looked at each other from afar. Yin Chuan and Kong Mok faced each other from afar. Yin Chuan, how dare you? How dare you enter the territory of the Great Perfection Celestial Empire with an entire city of people? Kong Mok shouted coldly. The territory of the Great Perfection Celestial Empire? Ha ha! Yin Chuan laughed. Kong Mok's face darkened. Citizens of the Great Perfection Celestial Empire, listen up. I need your strength. Raise your right hand and lend me your strength. Kong Mok shouted. As he shouted, Kong Mok slowly flew into the sky. Roar! With a dragon roar, Kong Mok's voice spread across the Great Perfection Celestial Empire along with the Golden Dragon of Providence. Cultivators of the 10,000 Buddha city, listen up. I, Yin Chuan, am here to destroy the Great Perfection Celestial Empire. I will give you one more chance. Those who are willing to surrender to the Great Perfection Celestial Empire will not be held accountable. Those who are still unwilling to surrender will be treated as enemies of the Great Perfection Celestial Empire. Yin Chuan shouted. Yin Chuan, how dare you? Kong Mok suddenly shouted. Kong Mok, do you still remember what I said? One day, I will tear you into pieces in front of the world. Yin Chuan shouted and slowly stepped forward. The two emperors floated in the air and looked at each other coldly. Kong Mok's strength had skyrocketed recently, so he was no longer afraid of Yin Chuan. However, many citizens of the 10,000 Buddha city were afraid of Yin Chuan and the Great Perfection Celestial Empire. As long as one was not blind, one would know that the Great Perfection Celestial Empire occupied 4.5 of the 5 divine continents. The Great Perfection Celestial Empire only had half. What? How are they going to fight? Many citizens defended the Great Perfection Celestial Empire, but there were also citizens who fled the city in fear. They fled toward Yinjin. How dare you? Kong Mok glared. Before Kong Mok could make a move, one of his subordinates had already started shouting. Bastard! Royal guards, follow me and capture these traitors. Feng Xiao suddenly roared. Feng Xiao led some of his officials and soared into the sky. A large number of royal guards followed behind them as they flew out of Yinjin as if they were going to capture traitors. Kong Mok frowned slightly. He was gratified by such a loyal official. At the same time, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Whoosh! Feng Xiao flew at the front. However, he did not capture the traitors. Instead, he flew straight into Yinjin. Feng Xiao. Kong Mok's expression changed. Whoosh! Feng Xiao landed in front of the Chaotian Hall. Greetings, Your Majesty. Feng Xiao bowed to Yin Chuan. Kong Mok, who was standing in the distance, could not wrap his head around this. The impact on the civil and military officials in front of the 10,000 Buddha Hall was even greater. Feng Xiao had betrayed them? The Great Buddha Empire? Ha ha! Is this also the Great Buddha Empire? Yin Chuan laughed. Then, Yin Chuan's face became serious. Great Zhen army, take over the West Divine Continent. His loud roar resounded across the world along with the luck. The marshals of the West Divine Continent suddenly charged into the battlefield. At the same time, loud cheers were heard from the cities of the Great Buddha Empire. The city lord of Sanxian City leads the entire city to submit to the Great Zhen Empire. Long live Your Majesty. The city lord of Wuxing City leads the entire city to submit to the Great Zhen Empire. Long live Your Majesty. In an instant, countless cities in the West Divine Continent submitted to the Great Zhen Empire. The flags of the cities kept changing. In an instant, the entire West Divine Continent was in a mess. In the sky above the city of 10,000 Buddha, the original luck was gathering in the direction of Yinjin at an extremely terrifying speed. More and more luck was flowing out. The golden dragon of the city of 10,000 Buddha also slowly turned ethereal and let out a cry. Roar! How can this be? How can this be? Countless citizens and officials were terrified. Kong Mok also looked at the sky in shock, as if this was a dream. In the distance, Yin Chuan looked at Kong Mok coldly and said, "You're still far from being an emperor. You even made the most basic mistake of using people. You don't deserve to be an emperor." No, this is impossible. Feng Xiao, it must be you, Feng Xiao. Kong Mok suddenly exclaimed. Feng Xiao smiled at Kong Mok and bowed. This bow was originally a show of respect, but in Kong Mok's eyes, it was so sarcastic. Fake. Everything was fake. Chapter 11:12. After the Kong family's betrayal, the Great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty still had about 2,000 cities. However, Feng Xiao had been hiding in the West Divine Continent for hundreds of years. His men had spread all over the West Divine Continent. Since the start of the expedition a few decades ago, Feng Xiao had already taken control of the logistics. Most of the Great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty's loyalists had been sent to the front lines, and the remaining cities had been replaced with Great Zhen's men. Half a year ago, Feng Xiao had taken over the reins of power and carried out a thorough purge. Following Yin Chuan's order, 2,000 cities fell. In the blink of an eye, the banners of the Great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty were replaced. Only a few hundred cities still belonged to the Great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty. However, these cities were also embroiled in internal strife. The Great Zhen's army and the four marshals were also attacking these cities. Roar! The Great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty's golden dragon wailed. Kong Mok's attempt to mobilize the people's strength failed. Even if the people raised their hands, they wouldn't be able to gather enough strength. Furthermore, the cities that were loyal to the Great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty were embroiled in internal strife. Who would be willing to let themselves be powerless? The Golden Dragon's providence grew weaker and weaker. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the providence above the sea of clouds was drained clean. The entire 1,000 Buddha city fell into panic. What should we do? What should we do now? Whether it was the people or the officials, they were all panicking. Mobilizing the Great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty's power had failed. Kong Mok glared at Feng Xiao with resentment. Feng Xiao, why? Why? You're my most valued subject. Why did you betray me? Your father was killed by Yin Chuan, but you joined the Great Zhen Heavenly Dynasty? Why? Kong Mok roared at Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao's face was suddenly filled with hatred. Why? Kong Mok, do you really think that I don't know how my family was destroyed? Yes, His Majesty killed my father. This is the excuse I've been using to clear my name in front of you. However, why did he kill my father? Don't I know? It was you, Kong Mok, Zhao Xianji, who sent people to the Day sect. In order to take control of the Day sect, he forced my father to kill my grandfather to prove his loyalty. Otherwise, he would destroy the entire Day sect. Ha ha! What a ruthless declaration of allegiance. Killing one's father with one's own son? My grandfather was willing to be killed by my father in order to save the entire sect. Just based on this, you, Kong Mok, and Zhao Xinji are my Feng clan's sworn enemies. If my father doesn't listen to you, then only death awaits him. However, my father killed his own father and seized the sect. That was worse than death. In the end, when His Majesty decided to take over the Day sect, he ordered my father to commit suicide. But in the end, my father committed suicide. My father's heart was as heavy as the sky. In the end, he committed suicide willingly. I still remember Father telling me, "Don't learn from me, don't learn from me." Father used his death to wash away his sins. But as a son, he would never forget this grudge. Although I have a grudge against His Majesty, it is not a grudge. To you and Zhao Xinji, it is a grudge of killing my father and exterminating my clan. Feng Xiao shouted through gritted teeth. When Feng Xiao spoke of this bone-deep hatred, the officials in the distance couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. For such a great grudge, Feng Xiao had actually forced himself to endure it all these years and become a traitor? constantly kowtowing and enduring humiliation. Just how much willpower and patience did he have to endure this? Before heaven-facing Hall, Yifeng and all the other officials looked at Feng Xiao at this moment, and their eyes flashed with admiration. When Kong Mok heard Feng Xiao's rebuke, he immediately understood everything, and his face darkened. So, we were wrong about you. Zhao Xianji was the one who was loyal to us. Zhao Xianji complained about you many times, but we didn't take it seriously. Ha ha ha, you are the traitor. Zhao Xianji is our loyal subject, Kong Mok said with a hint of resentment. Zhao Xianji is indeed loyal to you. For you, he was on the brink of death several times. For you, he even betrayed his faith in the 10,000 Buddha sacred ground. In the entire great Buddha dynasty, only Zhao Xianji is loyal to you. To pull Zhao Xianji down, I spent a lot of effort. Ha ha, I know that even if Zhao Xianji commits a grave mistake, you will not kill him. But as long as he loses power, that is enough. Feng Xiao said coldly. Kong Mok's expression changed. He turned his head to look at a building in the distance. Then, he reached out and grabbed. Boom! The roof was blasted open, revealing countless people dressed in prison uniforms. In a corner, Zhao Xianji's entire body was ashen. He hugged the bars and screamed. Whoosh! Kong Mok grabbed Zhao Xianji. Zhao Xianji looked like he was on his last breath. His Majesty, be careful of Feng Xiao. Be careful of Feng Xiao. Zhao Xianji called out weakly. It's useless. I gathered countless poisonous things in the world to refine this immortal vanquishing powder. Zhao Xianji will definitely die. Feng Xiao said coldly. Kong Mok reached out and poured energy into Zhao Xianji's body. Puff! Zhao Xianji spat out a mouthful of blood and stopped breathing. Ha ha ha! When the heavens commit a sin, one can survive. When one commits a sin, one cannot survive. Immortal vanquishing powder? Ha ha ha! Kong Mok, you killed Zhao Xianji yourself. Feng Xiao roared. As he roared, tears welled up in Feng Xiao's eyes. Father, grandfather, can you see this from the heavens? I have avenged you. Feng Xiao raised his head and roared. Zhao Xianji was dead. Kong Mok was not too sad, but he was furious. He was so angry that he was about to break down. The vast celestial dynasty was destroyed in the hands of Feng Xiao alone. Feng Xiao died. Kong Mok roared and hit Feng Xiao with his palm. In the air, Yin Chuan snorted coldly. Oomph. He reached out and hit Kong Mok with his palm. Boom! The void trembled, and Kong Mok was sent flying. Kong Mok, do you think you can touch my subjects? Yin Chuan said coldly. Lotus God, lend me your power. I want infinite power. Kong Mok roared. Buzz! A white lotus suddenly appeared above Kong Mok's head. Kong Mok's body suddenly shone with white light. Boom! Kong Mok's back bulged. In the blink of an eye, a pair of huge white wings appeared on Kong Mok's back. As the white wings flapped, the void looked like it was raining goose feathers. Kong Mok's power suddenly skyrocketed. St. Lotus Army, Kong Mok shouted. In the city of 10,000 Buddhas, 10,000 bald cultivators suddenly flew over. The 10,000 bald cultivators all exuded a soft white light. These are the modified people. All the original experts of the 10,000 Buddhas' holy ground have been modified and refined into puppets. Each of them has extraordinary strength, but they do not have self-consciousness. Feng Xiao shouted, Spread your wings. Kong Mok shouted, Boom! Like Kong Mok, a pair of huge white wings appeared on each of the 10,000 bald cultivators' backs. Waves of powerful energy spread out and swept in all directions. The powerful energy seemed to have given the entire city of 10,000 Buddhas a cardiac stimulant. The officials and citizens who were originally panicking suddenly felt a lot more at ease. I will stop Yin Chuan. St. Lotus Army, kill everyone in Yinjin. Leave no one alive. Kong Mok roared. Yes. The 10,000 bald cultivators answered immediately. In the sky, Yin Chuan looked coldly into the distance. He waved his hand gently. Rumble. In Yinjin, a group of armored soldiers appeared in the square. This group of soldiers were all equipped with long swords and crossbows. The leader was Tan Lang, the terracotta army of the great Jun celestial empire. Yin Chuan waved his hand, and Tan Lang immediately obeyed the order. In the sky, Yin Chuan looked at the city of 10,000 Buddhas and said, "Everyone in the city of 10,000 Buddhas, except for Kong Mok, we will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you will die." The citizens of the city of 10,000 Buddhas immediately ran out of the city of 10,000 Buddhas. Even some officials were running away, but some officials were still waiting with hope. It was the final choice between life and death. "Kill," Kong Mok ordered. The St. Lotus army flapped their wings, grabbed their long swords, and charged towards Yin Jin. Kong Mok even charged towards Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan snorted coldly and extended his hand to grab Kong Mo. Boom! Kong Mo was once again pushed back 1,000 feet by Yin Chuan's claw. His protective shield was broken in an instant, and 5 claw marks appeared on Kong Mo's face. "That's all you got," Yin Chuan said coldly and charged towards Kong Mok. On the other hand, Tan Lang saw the St. Lotus army charging towards them. He also gave an order. "Crossbows, get ready. Fire." Boom! 3,000 divine arrows shot towards the St. Lotus army like 3,000 shooting stars. Boom! 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 2,000 members of the St. Lotus army exploded in midair. "No, impossible. My St. Lotus army has the strength of a mortal deity." "All of them," Kong Mok exclaimed. "The strength of a mortal deity?" 10,000 St. Lotus army soldiers were equivalent to 10,000 deities. More than 2,000 of them died in one round. "Crossbows, get ready. Fire." Tan Lang shouted again. Boom! Another round of terrifying arrows rained down. Boom! 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 Another 2,000 St. Lotus army soldiers exploded on the spot. "Impossible! Impossible!" Kong Mok exclaimed. The St. Lotus army was his strongest trump card, the 10,000 deities. In Kong Mok's eyes, it was more than enough to conquer the world. Even if he was at the end of his rope, he could still make a comeback. How could this be? St. Lotus army? Mortal deity? I forgot to mention. In terms of strength, every soldier in my terracotta army is at least a Xian deity, Yin Chuan said coldly. "No, impossible," Kong Mok exclaimed. "Nothing is impossible. Die." Yin Chuan stretched out his hand and attacked Kong Mok again. Kong Mok's face changed. "Lotus deity, it's not enough. It's not enough. As you wish." Lotus deity's voice could be heard. Boom! More energy was channeled into Kong Mok. In an instant, a huge energy shield was formed around Kong Mok. It blocked another attack from Yin Chuan. In the endless holy white light, Kong Mok's back suddenly bulged again. Another pair of huge white wings appeared. 2 pairs of wings appeared on Kong Mok's back. Kong Mok's strength also skyrocketed. Chapter 11:13. 2 pairs of wings. Around Kong Mok, a white energy halo suddenly appeared, his aura soaring to the sky. With a flip of his hand, a long saber appeared and slashed towards Yin Chuan. As the saber slashed down, a vast saber light appeared in the void and slashed towards Yin Chuan. "Humph!" Yin Chuan snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand and punched towards the sky. Boom! The fist energy collided with the saber radiance and blocked the saber radiance. Yin Chuan's other hand suddenly appeared on Kong Mo's chest. Boom! With one punch, Kong Mo's chest caved in. Immediately, he was sent flying. "No, that's impossible," Kong Mok exclaimed. It was too straightforward. He had already used the power of the Lotus God for the second time. How could this be? Nothing is impossible. I can mobilize the power of the world. Behind me, there are trillions of people giving me power. What do you have? 2 pairs of wings? Yin Chuan smiled coldly. Previously, he was only trying to stimulate the power of the Lotus God. With Yin Chuan's current strength and the power of the people, If he still had to fight Kong Mok for half a day, he might as well find a piece of tofu and kill himself. However, Yin Chuan still maintained the power of the common people and treated the Lotus God seriously. Kong Mok, if it weren't for the fact that he had killed his parents, Yin Chuan wouldn't even look at him. However, the Lotus deity was another matter altogether. The Lotus God was a powerhouse who had almost destroyed the world. Yin Chuan would never underestimate him. Clutching his sunken chest, Kong Mok panicked. "No, Lotus God, why is he so strong?" Kong Mok exclaimed. "You broke through, and so did Yin Chuan. This person cannot be underestimated." The Lotus deity's voice sounded. "I want more power. I must trample him under my feet." Kong Mok yelled crazily. "You want more power? You've already reached your limit. If you continue to increase your strength, your condition may deteriorate." Lotus Goddess's voice sounded. "I know. You told me that if I increase it any further, I will become agitated, irritable, and even out of control. But I want power. Give me power." Kong Mok shouted. "As you wish." Lotus Goddess's voice rang out. Boom! Another terrifying force poured into Kong Mok's body. Buzz! Kong Mok's body trembled. His strength soared once again. Suddenly, a third pair of wings sprouted from his back. "Is this the feeling? It's wonderful." Kong Mok suddenly shouted excitedly. Kong Mok looked at Yin Chuan again as the energy in the surroundings flowed out crazily. "Yin Chuan? Die!" Kong Mok roared. As he spoke, his 3 pairs of wings flapped fiercely, and his figure turned into a stream of light that charged straight towards Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes and punched out. Boom! Their fists collided. Suddenly, a tempest rose up all around them. The scene of the battle between Yi Futian and Demon King Kong reappeared. A large number of mountains and boulders below were sucked into the battlefield by the suction force of their battle. Rumble! The storm of boulders engulfed the two of them. Boom! 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 The two of them fought crazily inside. Below them, more and more people in the city of 10,000 Buddhas fled. However, they were still loyal to Kong Mok. "Your Majesty, you will win," someone shouted. Only 1/10 of the people in the city of 10,000 Buddhas were left. They were all loyal to Kong Mok. Although more than half of the Divine Lotus army had been killed, they were still charging towards Yin Jin without any regard for their own safety. In the blink of an eye, they were close to Yin Jin. "Last round, fire!" Tan Lang shouted. Boom! Another round of arrows was shot, and another round of casualties occurred. There were only about 3,000 Divine Lotus army left. "Close the distance!" Tan Lang shouted. Yes, the Terracotta army immediately drew their swords and charged forward. Boom! The two armies clashed. However, the Terracotta army was stronger after all, and it was a one-sided massacre. Inside the storm in the sky, Yin Chuan was fighting Kong Mok with his bare hands. After 3 rounds of borrowing power, Kong Mok was finally able to unleash the power of Demon King Kong. But in the end, Yin Chuan was still at ease, and even suppressed Kong Mok. Boom! Kong Mok was pushed back again with a punch. "Ah no, Lotus God, it's not enough. Give me more power. Give me more." Kong Mok shouted. "You want more?" Lotus God's voice was heard. "I want more. Give me more." Kong Mok shouted with bloodshot eyes. "Don't resist. Don't resist at all." Lotus God's voice was heard. "Okay." Kong Mok replied. Crack! A milk-like viscous energy suddenly flowed from the white lotus into Kong Mok's body and extended from his head to the rest of his body. Kong Mok's body gradually turned white. His arms, palms, body, and legs all turned milky white. His face also turned milky white. It hurts." Kong Mok shouted. "Don't resist." Lotus God's voice was heard again. No, you're not giving me power. You're not giving me power." Kong Mok suddenly shouted. Lotus God's chuckle was heard. Crack, crack, crack. Kong Mok's arms suddenly stiffened. "I lost control of my arms. I lost control of my legs. I lost consciousness." Kong Mok suddenly cried out in shock. Apart from his mouth, Kong Mok seemed to be unable to move. "Yes, you lost consciousness. I gave you so much power, but you didn't know how to use it. You're really useless. Lotus God's voice was heard. What do you mean? Lotus God, what are you doing? Kong Mok was shocked. I'm taking over your body. Lotus God's voice was heard. Kong Mok felt his head explode. I'm taking over your body. Lotus God had taken over his body. Kong Mok suddenly felt a chill. He couldn't control his arms and suddenly swung them. A huge gust of wind pressed down on the surrounding mountain rocks. Suddenly, the mountain peaks that had been crushed were pieced together and returned to their original places. The sky was clear again. Only Yin Chuan and Kong Mok were left. Kong Mok did it in an extremely carefree and easy manner, pushing aside the storm. However, Kong Mok didn't want to do it. He had done it passively and uncontrollably. Not far away, Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. This move appeared to be simple, but it was so exquisite that it was terrifying. Many mountains had been swept into the sky and crushed to pieces, but Kong Mok had restored them with a wave of his hand. Even Yin Chuan might not be able to do it so exquisitely. Understand now, Lotus God. You weren't helping me from the beginning? Kong Mok suddenly exclaimed. Oh, Lotus God said lightly. You improved my cultivation and modified my body so that one day I could be controlled by your divine will. You wanted to refine me into a doppelganger for you to use. Kong Mok suddenly exclaimed. You're finally enlightened. Lotus God said lightly. No. Kong Mok roared. From this moment on, Kong Mok became a bystander. His body was controlled by Lotus God. You were willing to do this. You were willing to refine yourself into a doppelganger and give it to me. Haha, don't worry. Since your body has become my doppelganger, I will help you settle your grudges. Yin Chuan, I will let you watch him die. Lotus God said faintly. No. Kong Mok wailed. But at this moment, all his strength was controlled by Lotus God. How could he resist? Not far away. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes and stared at her. Lotus God? So you want to revisit this world by refining a doppelganger? Yin Chuan? You're an interesting person, but you were born in the wrong place. Otherwise, I might have accepted you as my disciple. Lotus God said lightly. Ha. Is that so? Yin Chuan laughed heartily. In the sky, the two powerhouses looked at each other. Yin Chuan became more and more serious. This was because Yin Chuan was facing the Lotus God directly. Lotus God was not easy to deal with. Kong Mok, who was controlled by Lotus God, smiled faintly. People of the city of 10,000 Buddhas, offer your most devout faith. Kneel down and say, I'm willing to offer my soul to His Majesty. Help me destroy the enemy. Kong Mok shouted to the people below. Now, only Kong Mok's loyal followers were left in the city of 10,000 Buddhas. The people did not hear Lotus God's possession in the sky, but Kong Mok's voice was heard. Immediately, many people knelt down and said, I'm willing to offer my soul to His Majesty. One by one, the people bowed sincerely. Kong Mok gently waved his hand. Below, where the people were, suddenly, souls slowly left their bodies and flew toward Kong Mok. Buzz! One by one, the souls entered Kong Mok's body. Kong Mok's body suddenly emitted a charming white light. Life spirit of 3 souls and 7 forms? What is this? Soul faith? Yin Chuan said with a solemn face. Boom! Kong Mok's body exuded an aura that became stronger and stronger. A soul-stirring aura exuded. Yin Chuan's face darkened. He stretched out his hand and struck with a palm. Suddenly, countless stars appeared on Xiao Chen's palm, carrying the universe in a palm as it struck towards Kong Mok. Kong Mok stretched out his hand and struck with his palm. His palm was full of a holy aura. Wherever the holy aura passed, all the stars melted away. Boom! The 2 palms collided. The void trembled violently, and a storm rolled up. Both of them trembled slightly, but neither of them took a step back. Kong Mok blocked Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan's face darkened. Looking at the life spirits entering Kong Mok's body, he knew that Kong Mok's strength would soar again if this continued. Yin Chuan stretched out his hand and took out the sky-burying coffin. World suppression. With a loud shout, the sky-burying coffin suddenly enlarged by hundreds of thousands of times. Kong Mok sneered, and was ready to receive the coffin. However, Yin Chuan did not suppress him. Instead, he suppressed the Thousand Buddha City. Bastard! Lotus God's voice suddenly sounded. However, it was too late. The sky-burying coffin fell from the sky and smashed into the Thousand Buddha City. The vast Thousand Buddha City was razed to the ground in an instant. The entire West Divine Continent was shaken by this loud noise. After Yin Chuan took the sky-burying coffin, the entire Thousand Buddha City turned into a huge black pit. The commoners who had escaped from the city of 10,000 Buddhas stood there in a daze, looking at the city of 10,000 Buddhas that had turned into a deep pit. Chapter 11:14. The heaven-burying coffin and the city of 10,000 Buddhas immediately cut off the source of the Lotus God's faith. The Lotus Goddess narrowed her eyes and looked at Yin Chuan. Looks like you found a way to break through the limits of mortals, the Lotus Goddess said in a low voice. Yin Chuan smiled as he looked at the pure white Lotus Goddess. It looks like Kong Mok's body is the most you can use? Lotus Goddess was slightly confused. If you inject more energy into this body, it will explode. Is that why you're collecting the power of faith? Do you know why we have been allowing you to continuously inject power? Yin Chuan said with a gloomy expression. The Lotus God looked at Yin Jin in the distance. He is indeed a person who brings calamity to the world. Yin Chuan exclaimed in admiration. He waved his hand. Swish! In Yin Jing, a white sword soared into the sky and arrived in front of Yin Chuan in the blink of an eye. Yin Chuan's God Sword. You want the power I instilled into you? That depends on whether you have the ability to take it. Your sword is still too weak. Lotus God said solemnly. It's weak now, but who can be sure about the future? Yin Chuan said coldly. The Lotus Goddess smiled and waved her hand. Boom! Suddenly, a holy energy storm appeared in all directions, enveloping the two of them within the storm. Within the holy storm, figures in the shape of energy slowly appeared. Each of them had a pair of huge wings on their backs. Each of them held a long sword and slashed towards Yin Chuan. He threw the god's sword in his hand. The god's sword suddenly turned into countless sword beams and slashed towards the energy birdman. Boom! The battle began again. The Lotus deity also suddenly sent a palm strike towards Yin Chuan. When this palm appeared, it was several times stronger than before. Yin Chuan's expression changed. Super divine ability. Yin Chuan's hair suddenly turned blood red. A sea of blood surged in all directions. Yin Chuan's strength suddenly skyrocketed. Yin Chuan countered with a palm strike. There seemed to be countless stars orbiting in the center of his palm. Boom! The void dimension shook violently when the two peerless overlords' palms met. Both of them retreated 100 feet away. Nether River Patriarch's Blood God Scripture? Patriarch Nether River? Yin Chuan was confused. It's a pity that Mingi is already dead. What's the use of his moves? Moreover, your blood sea is far inferior to the Nether Rivers. Lotus Goddess said in a low voice. Patriarch Nether River, Nether River? Who is he? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. Him? He was a peerless genius. Unfortunately, his ambition was too big, and he was destined to be rejected by everything. Is Thousand Heavens world Thousand Heaven? Even I can't do that. He's just someone who hasn't transcended. How dare he overestimate himself? Lotus Goddess said coldly. Heavens is twos. Yin Chuan's face darkened. This time, he didn't meet her palm. Instead, he extended his hand and blasted the sky-burying coffin at the Lotus deity. World suppressing. Yin Chuan's heaven's burial coffin emitted a dazzling green light and smashed toward heavens. Boom! The palm and coffin collided. Immediately, an enormous wave of ripples appeared in the void. It swayed back and forth, and a great storm swept up. The Lotus deity retreated slightly. It's a pretty good treasure. Unfortunately, I'm not Kong Mok. This white lotus was refined from a holy feather race expert, and the power transferred to me is the holy feather race's power. However, The Holy Feather Race has a special ability. As she spoke, the Lotus Goddess suddenly closed her eyes and pressed her right forefinger and middle finger against her forehead. The 3 pairs of wings on her back spread out. Hum! Suddenly, a blinding light exploded around him. As the light dissipated, the Lotus Gods that were controlling Kong Mok were now 3. 3 Lotus Gods that looked exactly the same. The 3 Kong Moks were all controlled. Each had a white lotus above their head. Not far away, Yin Chuan's face darkened. I forgot to tell you, this ability is called Trinity in One. The 3 of them are their original bodies. Although they've been divided into 3, their strength hasn't decreased. They're exactly the same as before. One of the Lotus Gods laughed. Boom! The 3 Lotus Gods attacked Yin Chuan from 3 different directions. One became 3, and their power increased by 2 times. The vast power squeezed the void dimension, creating a powerful ripple. Yin Chuan's face changed. He could only use the Heaven's Burial Coffin to block one of the Lotus Gods. Boom! One of the Lotus Gods collided with the Heaven's Burial Coffin. Yin Chuan's back was pressed against the Heaven's Burial Coffin. He stretched out his palms, each facing a Lotus God. Boom! Boom! The void dimension was tyrannical. The 3 Lotus Gods and Yin Chuan were in a deadlock. Ka. The 3 Lotus Gods continued to channel their power. Their faces were filled with excitement. Yin Chuan was squeezed in the middle by the 3 Lotus Gods. His arms trembled. Their power is indeed the same. Yin Chuan's face darkened. His blood-red hair danced. Yin Chuan's eyes were blood-red. The bloody line between his eyebrows became increasingly fierce. The blood sea around him was being suppressed by the 3 Lotus Gods. Roar! Yin Chuan roared. It's useless. No one in this world can help you. The storm of sacred light outside is the Sacred Feather Race's sacred light myriad array. None of your subjects can come and help you. Die. The Lotus God said coldly. The 3 Lotus Gods held Yin Chuan back. Yin Chuan couldn't do anything for a while. It was as if he was imprisoned and couldn't resist. Die. Ha, Yin Chuan. You're at the end of your rope. Kong Mok's voice suddenly sounded. Yin Chuan's face turned cold. Oomph. With a cold snort, the Heaven's Burial Coffin on his back suddenly trembled. Boom! The lid of the Heaven's Burial Coffin suddenly loosened. Whoosh! Black smoke suddenly surged out of the Heaven's Burial Coffin. In an instant, it spread in all directions and enveloped everything. When the lid of the coffin opened, the 3 Lotus Gods' faces darkened. On one hand, they were restraining Yin Chuan. On the other, they were wary of the coffin. Roar! A low roar came from the coffin. The 3 Lotus Gods were shocked. A slightly dark arm suddenly reached out from the coffin. The arm was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it appeared above one of the Lotus Gods. Bang! The arm grabbed a white lotus above the Lotus God's head. What? The Lotus God's face changed. Roar! The coffin roared again. The white lotus on top of the Lotus God's head was forcefully ripped off. Crack! The Lotus God squeezed, and the white lotus was instantly shattered. Whoosh! High up in the sky, a long sword descended. The Emperor's sword instantly flew to where the palm was. Suddenly, a suction force sucked the crushed white lotus into it. Then, the sword's momentum changed as it pierced toward the Lotus God who had broken the white lotus. Boom! The sword pierced through the heart and stabbed into the Lotus God's body. Ah! Kong Mok's painful voice came. The God's sword stopped in front of his chest and suddenly extracted the holy power. Boom! The other 2 Lotus Gods immediately separated from Yin Chuan. One of the 3 Lotus Gods was killed in the blink of an eye. Your coffin is connected to the underworld? One of the Lotus Gods said in surprise. Yin Chuan smiled coldly and said, Almost. You would have one. What a pity. Boom! Yin Chuan rushed toward one of the Lotus Gods, and the Heaven's Burial Coffin rushed toward the other Lotus God. Yin Chuan was surrounded by a sea of blood. The rolling sea of blood wrapped around him and the Lotus God in an instant. On the other hand, The Heaven's Burial Coffin was surrounded by Een energy. The rolling Een energy could not be seen inside. The sea of blood was churning, and the Een energy was also violent. The storm raged all around. The battle was intense. The battle was difficult to determine the winner. As for the god sword, it was enjoying the endless holy energy alone. Gulp, gulp. As if drinking water, the god's sword kept extracting the energy. Finally, after 2 hours, the god's sword completely extracted all the energy of one of the white lotuses and all the essence of the corpse. Boom! The god's sword slashed, and the corpse exploded. The god's sword then flew into the Een energy. Ah, bastard! Kong Mok's scream came from the Een energy. It's a zombie? What a tough zombie! The lotus god's voice came from inside. Roar! The zombie roared from inside. Ah! Kong Mok's scream came again. Rumble! The rolling Een energy quickly condensed and was absorbed into the Heaven's Burial Coffin. Bang! The Heaven's Burial Coffin closed. It was as if the zombie from before did not exist. The god's sword was frantically extracting the holy energy of the second body and the power of the second white lotus. Gulp, gulp. Another 2 hours later, the god's sword destroyed Kong Mok's second body and flew into the sea of blood with the Heaven's Burial Coffin. Boom! In the sea of blood, Yin Chuan and the last lotus god were in a stalemate. The Heaven's Burial Coffin fell from the sky and hit the lotus god. The lotus god's face sank. The god's sword suddenly stabbed into the last white lotus. Yin Chuan and the lotus god's palms met, and there was a ferocious look in his eyes. Lotus god, it's my turn now, Yin Chuan said coldly. As he spoke, Yin Chuan suddenly grabbed the lotus god with one hand and the other hand. He exerted force in his hand and tore. Ah! Kong Mok roared in pain. The muscles on Kong Mok's shoulder began to crack, as if Yin Chuan would tear them apart in the next moment. Extraordinary indeed, the lotus god said calmly. Oh, I'll be back. Yin Chuan, just you wait. The lotus god laughed coldly. Buzz! The white lotus suddenly darkened. The lotus god withdrew the divine thought. Kong Mok instantly regained control of his body. However, although he regained control, Yin Chuan's hand was still on his body. Yin Chuan looked at the white lotus, and his face sank. He had won this round, but it was in an unequal situation. This was only a strand of the lotus god's divine sense. Just a strand. Yin Chuan did not feel proud of defeating the lotus god. It was as if he had used all his strength to defeat a strand of someone's hair. Was this worth being happy about? No, Yin Chuan, let me go. I'll promise you anything. Kong Mok cried in pain. This cry of pain brought Yin Chuan back to reality. Looking at Kong Mok in front of him, Yin Chuan's eyes revealed a trace of ferocity. Rip! He exerted force in his hand. Kong Mok was instantly torn apart by Yin Chuan, and blood splattered all over the sky. Ah! Kong Mok could only let out a regretful cry as he was dying. It was unknown whether this cry of pain was because he regretted not killing Kong Susu or because he regretted forcing her to her death. Chapter 11:15. Boom! The holy light storm in the sky dissipated. The St. Lotus army below had already been killed by the terracotta soldiers. All the officials and commoners were looking at the sky, waiting for the result. Everyone clenched their fists and silently prayed that Yin Chuan would win. As the holy light storm dissipated, the storm in the sky also slowly dissipated. The clouds had already collapsed, revealing Yin Chuan's figure high in the sky. The emperor's sword and the sky-burying coffin flew to Yin Chuan's sides. The sea of blood had disappeared, and Yin Chuan had returned to his normal state. His hair was slightly messy, his face was ferocious, and his hands were holding half of Kong Mok's body. Blood spurted out, and internal organs flew everywhere. Kong Mok was torn apart by His Majesty. Long live! Long live! Long live! Long live! Long live! Many people in Yanjin cheered. He shouted excitedly for this grand occasion. ZZ by Di Tian, Yifeng, Lu Gang, Lu Jin, Feng Xiao, and the other officials were all extremely excited. Kong Mok's body, which had been torn in half, spoke volumes. This was an epic-making moment. The entire world was unified. His Majesty, who was high up in the sky, was without a doubt the new #1 person in the world. Long live, long live, long live. Everyone shouted excitedly. High in the sky, Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, "To the people of the world." After fusing with the golden dragon of Providence, Yin Chuan's words were instantly heard by all the people in the world. Countless commoners put down everything they were doing and looked up at the sky in confusion. Just a moment ago, I annihilated the great Buddha, celestial empire, and unified the world. From today onwards, this world will be known as the Great Perfection Celestial Empire. Yin Chuan shouted. As he spoke, his voice instantly spread out in all directions. Countless citizens were stunned for a moment before they began to shout excitedly. Long live the Holy One! Long live Dejun! Long live! For a moment, excited shouts could be heard from countless cities all over the world. Was the outcome already decided? The world would be unified. As the countless common people cheered, they also thought back to Great Jun's development. In just a few hundred years, they had unified the world, and all of them were filled with heartfelt worship. Boom! The golden dragon of Providence flew out of Yin Chuan's body and returned to the Sea of Providence. Ong! Ong! The golden dragon of Providence roared excitedly. Although Yin Chuan stood high in the sky, he seemed to be able to hear the cheers from the entire world. These cheers seemed to be baptizing his soul. It was extremely comfortable. Xiao Chun tossed Kong Mok's corpse into the air, and the guards below immediately rushed over to catch it. Take his head. I will use it as a sacrifice to my parents, Yin Chuan said to the flying guard. Yes, the group of guards replied. Yin Chuan looked around at the salutes, brushed the wrinkles on his clothes, and turned his head to the north. In a valley in the north, a group of people were watching with twitching faces. They were a group of immortals from the Great Qi Holy Court. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. The expressions of the immortals turned cold. They were led by two great immortals, Tianyi and Earthly II. They looked at each other, then led the group of immortals into the air and flew toward Yin Chuan. Tianyi of the Great Qi Holy Court greets Your Majesty. Tianyi of the Great Qi Holy Court greets Your Majesty. The two of them said respectfully. They had seen Yin Chuan's ferocity with their own eyes. Even the Lotus God had appeared. That was the main character of the great ancient calamity. He was an awesome person who had almost caused the entire world to collapse. The Lotus God, but that monster had still been defeated by Yin Chuan. It had happened once before, and now it was the second time. Although Tianyi and Earthly II were great immortals, they did not dare to be too presumptuous in front of Yin Chuan. Do you still want to stay in this world? Yin Chuan asked calmly. No, we will ascend immediately. Immediately. Tianyi immediately said, help me pass a message to the Great Qi Holy King. Yin Chuan said in a low voice, once this world is unified, I will take the Dao Seal. After that, this sealed world will collapse. If you want the Dao Seal, you can bet with the karmic position of the birth position. I will stay in this world for many years. If the Great Qi Holy King has the ambition to take the Dao Seal, move your capital here. I will wait. Yin Chuan said solemnly. The group of immortals was shocked. Yin Chuan was too bold, wasn't he? He had not even ascended yet, and he wanted to provoke the Great Qi Holy Court? The Celestial Court and the Holy Court were one level apart. I will definitely pass on Your Majesty's message, Tianyi said solemnly. Yin Chuan nodded. Let's go, Tianyi shouted. Buzz! Everyone was instantly covered in light, and their immortal auras erupted. Then, their bodies shook violently, and they all returned to the immortal realm. Only Yin Chuan was left high in the sky, looking down at the earth. The world was unified, and the sealed world was officially under Yin Chuan's control. Long live the Holy King. Immortal Realm. Tianni and the group of immortals ascended and immediately met some guards from the Great Qi Holy Court. My lords, you're back? That's great. The Holy King has been very worried about you during this period. He was afraid that something would happen to you, so he prepared to break the sealed world again. A guard flew over excitedly. Bring me to the Holy King. Yes. The group of immortals quickly left, leaving behind some curious cultivators who were a loss. Inside a large hall, Tianni reported everything that had happened in the sealed world to the high and mighty Great Qi Holy King. Holy King, that's it, Tianni said solemnly. Yin Chuan? What a good Yin Chuan. It seems like he's the reincarnation of a powerful person like Jing Ting. The Great Qi Holy King said in a low voice. Holy King, Yin Chuan's last bet, Tianni said with a complicated expression. Yin Chuan wants me to help him guard this world, right? The Great Qi Holy King said lightly. Move the capital? So what if he moves the capital? Even the Emperor of the Celestial Empire dares to do it. So why should I, a Holy King of the Holy Court, be afraid? The Great Qi Holy King said lightly. Holy King, are you really going to move the capital? That's right, move the capital of the Great Qi Holy Court, Heaven City, over here. The Great Qi Holy King said in a low voice. Yes, everyone answered. The sealed world. The world was unified, and the whole country was celebrating. Under Yin Chuan's control, Yin Jing flew up into the sky and returned to the east. On the way back, the speed was a little slower. So many people in the city could see Yin Jing flying over. Countless people in the city cheered. In the West Divine Continent, the Great Buddha Empire was destroyed. The next few cities that resisted immediately lost their will to fight and were easily subdued in the blink of an eye. The world was unified. The world was ruled. Although the world was unified, in terms of governance, it was not as solid as an iron board. At this moment, the whole country was celebrating. The only place that was not celebrating was the Julu Academy. Julu Academy. A group of immortals frowned and analyzed the current situation of the world. For a moment, Meng Lingtian and the others smiled bitterly. Everyone knew that the world would undergo earth-shaking changes under the Great Tribulation, but no one expected the changes to be so quick and so crazy. What should we do now? Will Yin Chuan attack us? All the land in the world belongs to the king, and all the people in the land are the king's subjects. The Julu Academy is a transcendental academy after all. Will Yin Chuan send troops? The immortals were worried about their gains and losses. During the Great Calamity, Yin Chuan did not pay attention to the Julu Academy. During this period, he was more open about the Julu Academy. Should we ask Li Si? An immortal frowned. Let's wait for a while longer. I believe that Yin Chuan will not burn the bridge after crossing it. At most, we will leave this world together. Meng Lingtian shook his head. Everyone waited patiently. The development of Yin capital was still in full swing. In fact, it was even busier than before. At the Skyward Palace, Yin Chuan sat on the dragon throne in a dragon robe. The officials and generals of the court stood respectfully. Your Majesty, the West Divine Continent has been decided. Feng Xiao stepped forward and said, From today onwards, Feng Xiao will be the commander of the 7th Army of the Great Zhen Celestial Empire and the Great River Earl. Yin Chuan said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Feng Xiao said respectfully, I want to erect 3,000 heavenly steels all over the world. On each heavenly steels, the strongest cultivation techniques in the world will be engraved for the world to admire and cultivate. Yin Chuan said, The officials were slightly stunned. The strongest cultivation techniques will be made public? Only a few officials felt that it was a pity, but most cultivators did not care. The emperor intended to lead the entire Great Zhen Celestial Empire into the immortal realm, so the cultivation techniques of mortals were not surprising. Your Majesty is merciful. The officials bowed. Ifeng, Yin Chuan said, Yes, Your Majesty. I have already told Feng Yinyang to erect an underground palace in Xianyang. It is a huge project, and you will be in charge of it. arrange the manpower, and quickly build the underground palace. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, Your Majesty, Yifeng replied. Li Si, Lu Buwei, Yin Chuan called. Yes, Your Majesty. The two of you prepare for the second examination and gather all the talents in the world, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty, the two answered. In Hentian, Yin Chuan called. Yes, Your Majesty. You are to evaluate the officials in the world and select 10% of them who are the most capable, Yin Chuan ordered. Yes, Your Majesty, In Hentian replied. Tanlang. Yes, Your Majesty. Expand the terracotta army to 100,000. Yes, Your Majesty. One order after another was issued by Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan did not plan to take the Dao seal at this time. Yin Chuan was preparing to form all the wise and strong people in the world to carry out the dream of heaven's secrets again. This was the most massive system project of all time. This was a chance to quickly strengthen the foundation of Great Jun. Great Jun was still too weak against the Celestial Realm. Yin Chuan needed to raise the entire Great Jun to an extremely high level this time. The dream of heaven's secrets must be carried out. In the Celestial Realm, the Great Qi Sacred Court was also preparing to move the capital. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. They were waiting for the final day of the great battle. 30 years passed like this. The world was peaceful. Many projects were in the final stages. Jiulu Academy welcomed a guest that had been waiting for a long time. Li Si. Li Si looked at the immortals of Jiulu Academy and smiled. Everyone, His Majesty invites you. Chapter 11:16. Qinya City, Dajin Celestial Empire. There was a huge mountain outside Qinya City. The huge mountain was cut vertically. It formed a huge stele. There were hundreds of cultivation methods on the stele, and all of them were top-notch in this world. A large number of cultivators sat around the stele, and all of them were solemn. Many of them even sat cross-legged, trying to comprehend the information on the stele. Heaven-level cultivation methods. They are all heaven-level cultivation methods. His Majesty is merciful. Heaven-level cultivation methods. In the past, they were all treasures of the middle-level sections. Now there are hundreds of them. Even a sacred ground is nothing more than this. It's a blessing for us cultivators to have such cultivation methods. With such cultivation methods, the geniuses in this world will definitely spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Those who become immortals will also be like the tide in the future. His Majesty's actions are immeasurable. When the 3,000 steles were erected, the world cheered. This was a benefit for the people of Dajin. This benefit was more practical than the reward of spirit stones. It was better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. This was a path to heaven for those with willpower. With such benefits, all the poor people in the world were assured of the people of Dajin. Even the rich families were grateful to Yin Chuan. This was a heaven-level cultivation method, the strongest cultivation method in the world. When the steles were erected, the unity of Dajin suddenly reached an unprecedented level. Qinjiu, I heard that the geniuses of your family have gone to Yinjin? Yes, my cousin is the most talented in the whole family in the second examination of the world. He has finally been selected. You know, once you reach Dajin, you will be on the immortal list in the future. Not only that, it seems that many people have been selected. Geniuses from all over, as well as outstanding officials and generals, have all gone to Yinjin. Although I don't know what they're going to do, His Majesty must value them very much. Sigh, if only I could be valued like that. Ha, you? After the steles were erected, all kinds of talents from all over the world were sent to Yinjin one after another. Everyone knew that this was definitely a great path. No one hesitated. Farewell to their families, and all went there. For a time, countless experts, wise men, and heroes gathered around Yinjin. In order to accommodate this group of people, Yinjin kept dividing the regions. Everyone was settled down. Many Xiozhia did not understand but no one questioned it. They were all waiting for the final order from the Yanjing Emperor. When Meng Lingtian and the other deities of Julu Academy arrived in Yanjing, they looked at the countless talents around them and exclaimed, "Everything under the heavens has entered the hub of the great perfection." Meng Lingtian sighed. Li Si smiled. "Everyone, there's no need to be nervous. His Majesty will not mistreat the Julu Academy." Meng Lingtian looked at Li Si and finally smiled. When they came, they were indeed worried that Yin Chuan would get rid of them after they had outlived their usefulness. But when they saw Li Si, they finally relaxed. After all, Li Si had been sent by the Julu Academy to form an alliance with Dezhun. Li Si wouldn't harm the Julu Academy, would he? Li Si led everyone across Yanjing and arrived at the former sect of Yin Chuan's father, the Former Days sect. Yanjing had expanded dozens of times, and the Former Days sect was now in the suburbs of Yanjing. There were many guards guarding the Former Days sect. Under Li Si's lead, the guards did not stop them. Soon, they arrived at the foot of a mountain. Li Si and the other deities waited there. Halfway up the mountain, Yin Chuan was paying respects to his parents. At this moment, even the deities had to wait. Looking at the tombstone, Yin Chuan took a deep breath. "Father, Mother, you have avenged your great hatred. You can rest in peace now." Standing in front of the tombstone, Yin Chuan pondered for a long time. A breeze blew, and no one dared to breathe. After about half an hour, Yin Chuan bowed respectfully to his parents' tombstone. After that, he took a deep breath and turned to look down the mountain. "Virtuous paragons, come up," Yin Chuan said. Meng Lingtian and the other deities looked at each other. Under Li Si's lead, they flew to the square halfway up the mountain. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The deities bowed respectfully. Things were different now. Yin Chuan's high and mighty status in the past was long gone. Even though they were immortals, they had to treat Yin Chuan with respect. "Everyone, there's no need to be so courteous. The Great Deer Academy has helped Dezhun a lot to reach this stage." Yin Chuan smiled. Yin Chuan was telling the truth. Whether it was the investiture of the gods, Li Si, Meng Wenruo, and many other Confucian cultivators, the Julu Academy had helped Dezhun a lot. Even during the first examination, all the deities had come to help. Hearing Yin Chuan's sincere words, the deities' expression softened. Yin Chuan smiled. "I said that after we succeed, we will not mistreat the Julu Academy." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Meng Lingtian smiled bitterly. Now, the people only recognized the Dajin Celestial Empire. They were already disdainful of the Julu Academy. It was difficult for them to even recruit talented students. "I'm a man of my word." Yin Chuan smiled. Everyone looked at Yin Chuan. "I know that the Julu Academy wants to have more students and the Academy to grow stronger. I will fulfill your wish." Yin Chuan said solemnly. "Oh, I am preparing to bring all the selected officials into seclusion." Yin Chuan said. "Huh?" The deities were shocked. "All the officials? Selected officials? Now, there are countless talents gathered around Yin capital. You don't mean all of them, right?" Meng Lingtian was dumbfounded. There were at least 10 million people in the outside world, right? 10 million people going into seclusion? What kind of joke was that? Hearing this, everyone felt that it was ridiculous. Is there a mistake? However, while the deities were confused, Yin Chuan nodded gently. The deities, they were dumbfounded, and it was hard for them to accept it. "During my seclusion, I will announce to the world that the Julu Academy will govern the world." Yin Chuan said. "The Julu Academy will govern the world?" The deities' hearts suddenly skipped a beat. They would be idiots if they still didn't understand Yin Chuan's words. What did he mean? Was he going to hand the world over to the Julu Academy? At that moment, the deities felt like their heads were filled with blood, excitement, and disbelief. The dream of heavenly secrets required 200 souls. Yin Chuan had considered leaving one soul behind to look after everything, but he later rejected the idea because there were various problems. First of all, after entering the dream of heavenly secrets, the soul had to be an outsider, and the original body had to enter a state of hibernation. If an outsider took over the world, it would eventually cause trouble in the future. Secondly, the world had already been unified, and there was not much to be done even if they stayed. Yin Chuan was going to bring these 10 million people to the deity realm, and there would be blood. Not a single one could be wasted. The deity realm was vast and endless. These people would be scattered by Yin Chuan in all directions in preparation for entering the deity realm in the future. Moreover, Yin Chuan was sure that on the day of his return, no matter how chaotic this world was, it would quickly be unified again in a short period of time. This might be the last time he would enter the dream of heavenly secrets, because Yin Chuan knew that after this, the dream of heavenly secrets would no longer be useful to him. He could only rely on his own comprehension in the future. Finally, the Julu Academy could be considered as repaying a debt of gratitude. How is it? Yin Chuan smiled. Meng Lingtian was confused. The deities were the same. Give the world to the Julu Academy? Was this for real? After a while, Meng Lingtian finally reacted and asked, Your Majesty, how long will you be in seclusion? About 5,000 years, Yin Chuan said, after taking a deep breath. Li Si, who was standing at the side, gasped. Li Si knew that the dream of heavenly secrets would take a long time, but he did not expect it to be 5,000 years. 5,000 years? That was the dream of heavenly secrets. That was 200 birth charts worth of power. The deities were dumbfounded at this moment. 5,000 years? Everyone thought that 200 years was the limit. They did not expect Yin Chuan to bring more than 8 million people into seclusion for 5,000 years. Was this true? Within 5,000 years, your Great Deer Institute can accept as many students as you want. How many you can accept will depend on your own abilities. Of course, I will announce to the world that I will return after a few thousand years. Those who are unwilling to join the Great Deer Institute are not allowed to force themselves. I will lend you this world for 5,000 years. After 5,000 years, I will take it all back, Yin Chuan said solemnly. As for the Julu Academy, when I return, I'll take the Tao Seal with me and ascend to the celestial world. At that time, if the Julu Academy is willing to stay and help me, I'll welcome you. If you're willing to leave, I won't stop you. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Don't worry, Your Majesty. This time, the Julu Academy has taken advantage of us. Thank you very much. The deities immediately said, I'm sure all of you know that Great Zhun is digging an underground palace, right? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. The deities nodded. That's where I'll be cultivating in seclusion. If there's any disturbance, the Julu Academy will be responsible for cleaning it up. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. The deities replied. At this moment, how could the deities disagree? Yin Chuan's gift was too great. After sending off the deities, Yin Chuan also returned to Beijing. In the upper study room. At this moment, there were two people waiting in the upper study room. Dongfang Zhengpai and Ren Shu. Dongfang Zhengpai was sitting on a chair and eating melon seeds. Ren Shu's face looked as if he was constipated. Ren Shu, are you really not willing to be the sovereign of Great Zhun's national beast? Yin Chuan smiled and asked. No, I'll just join the Foreign Affairs Department. Ren Shu said gloomily. Number 2, that's the way. Dongfang Zhengpai laughed. Ren Shu looked as if his tail had been stepped on when he saw Dongfang Zhengpai's smile. No, I want to be the sovereign of the national beast. Ren Shu immediately shouted. What? Number 2, you want to rebel? You promised to be my subordinate. You didn't keep your word. You want to rot. Dongfang Zhengpai said shamelessly. Yin Chuan. Ren Shu's face also darkened. I'll do both, okay? Ren Shu looked at Yin Chuan. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded. Upon hearing Yin Chuan's reply, Ren Shu heaved a sigh of relief. He was a thick-skinned person, so why was he being suppressed by this fatty? Even if you become the sovereign, you'll still be number 2. Dongfang Zhengpai said with a smile. Did Zhengpai tell you that I plan to enter seclusion? Yin Chuan asked. Seclusion? What do you mean by 5,000 years? We're preparing to enter the celestial realm soon. I still have things to do there. Didn't you say you won't force me? Rin Shu cried out. I'm just asking. If you don't want to, it's up to you. Enter the celestial realm? I'll send you out later. Also, this is for you. Yin Chuan said as he handed a jade box to Rin Shu. Rin Shu took the jade box. In an instant, Rin Shu's eyes widened. This was the birth chart of one of the 12 birth charts. Rin Shu had a certain level of foundation, so he immediately recognized it. This was the birth chart of a primogenitor. Rin Shu was so excited that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What? Dongfang Zhongpai asked curiously. Rin Shu quickly put away the jade box. Thank you, Yin. No. Thank you, Your Majesty. Rin Shu said with a smile. Yin Chuan nodded with a smile. If you don't want to look, then don't look. Stingy. Dongfang Zhongpai did not mind. Chapter 11:17. 50 years had passed since the Great Jin Celestial Empire unified the world. The world was under their control. Countless overlords' cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds after obtaining the heaven-level cultivation techniques. The world recognized the Great Jin Celestial Empire. Some of the resentment in the past had completely disappeared with the wind. In Yanjin, on this day, the providence was churning nonstop. The statues in the sky had also turned into golden dragons that swam among the providence. The largest was naturally the main dragon, the 18-claws golden dragon of providence. Roar! The main dragon roared. The dragon's roar instantly penetrated the sky and entered the ears of all the people. That was the first time in 50 years that the people had heard the sound of the golden dragon of providence. All the people stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky, because everyone knew that the sacred general had something important to announce. In front of the Skyward Hall, Yin Chuan was wearing a dragon robe and stood at the entrance of the Skyward Hall with a group of officials. The officials stood respectfully with a hint of excitement on their faces. Yin Chuan raised his head and looked at the sea of providence in the sky. Yin Chuan suddenly said loudly, "The people of the Great Jin Celestial Empire." In an instant, his voice passed through the sea of providence and entered the ears of all the people. It has been 50 years since the world was unified. Over the past 50 years, the country has been prosperous and the people have been peaceful. I am very happy. Great Jin started from the dynasty, then the Imperial Dynasty, and the Celestial Dynasty. Step by step, we have gone through thousands of obstacles and hardships, but we have finally reached this point. Yin Chuan said loudly. His voice resounded throughout the world. Countless people exclaimed in admiration when they heard Yin Chuan's words. Indeed, it was extremely difficult to unify the world in the past when the sects were the mainstream. The Imperial Dynasty, the Celestial Dynasty, is this the end? I don't think so. There is still the sacred court above the Celestial Dynasty. Some people know that there is a Dao seal in this realm. Take the Dao seal and you can enter the Celestial realm. But is it enough for the Celestial Dynasty to enter the Celestial realm? Great Jin will have to face the entire Celestial realm. Is it enough? Yin Chuan asked, is it enough? All the people of the world frowned as they mulled over this sentence. It's not enough. It's far from enough. Moreover, under a country, it's not that the country will be strong if the monarch is strong. It needs a strong monarch, strong officials, and strong people. I have erected 3,000 heavenly steels for the world to refer to. I hope that you all can properly comprehend them. Yin Chuan said solemnly, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Voices of gratitude came from all directions. In the past few decades, everyone knows that I have gathered all kinds of talent from all over the world. I'm sure everyone is curious as to why these people were summoned here. Yin Chuan said. Everyone held their breaths. I want to bring this group of people to the immortal world first to lay down a foundation and make the final preparations for us to enter the immortal world in the future. Yin Chuan said in a clear voice. Wah! For a time, the world was in an uproar. Everyone was envious of these people who had been chosen, but they didn't know why they had been chosen. Now that they knew, countless people were envious of them. Immortal realm? The immortal world. Enter the immortal world first? Countless people in the world were envious, and those who had been chosen were also very excited. Before they came, some people were still hesitant. With the heavenly steels, it didn't matter whether they went to Yinjing or not. Now that they were here, they realized that the difference was huge. Great Jun will return to the world in a few thousand years. During this time, the Julu Academy and the city lords will be in charge of supervising the country. I hope that you all will be patient. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, we will definitely wait for your majesty's return. We will definitely wait for your majesty's return. Rest assured, your majesty. Promises came from all directions. After a long while, Yin Chuan opened his mouth again. Jin definitely didn't select all the talents in the world exam this time. We can only wait for 5,000 years. During these 5,000 years, there will definitely be a large number of talents in the world. I'm looking forward to the day when Dejun returns and the third world exam. I hope that the world will wait for it. Yes, your majesty. Long live your majesty. Countless people cheered. They were proud of Great Jun. Lastly, set up a forbidden area in Xianying City. Anyone who dares to come close will be killed without mercy. The Jilu Academy will judge those who capture or stop them from coming close. When Great Jun returns, they will be rewarded according to their contributions. Yin Chuan said again. Yes, your majesty. Countless people answered. Yin Chuan looked up at the Sea of Providence and said solemnly, Master Dragon, divide the city. Roar. The golden dragon of Providence let out a deafening roar. As it roared, the vast Sea of Providence suddenly churned and spread out. Every little dragon carried a wisp of Providence and shot in a direction quickly. Swish, swish. In an instant, Great Jun's Sea of Providence fell apart and spread out quickly in all directions. Carefree City. Boom. A thunderous sound rang out above the worry-free city. Suddenly, a surge of luck appeared, and within the luck, a golden dragon spiraled downwards. Chinya City. There was also a loud sound, and a small golden dragon of Providence coiled up. Boom, boom, boom. Great Jun's Providence quickly spread to all the major cities in the world. Providence kept descending from above the various cities. Yin Chuan spread Yin Jin's Providence all over the world. As for Yin Chuan, he waved his hand and flew towards the central divine continent with the entire royal city. Countless people in Yinjin were envious. Xianying Palace was located in the middle continent. There was an extremely deep pit. In the deep pit, a murderous aura soared into the sky, causing the tribulation clouds in the sky to rumble. The Jilu Academy also moved not far away. A group of deities from the Jilu Academy were waiting respectfully. Boom! The imperial city fell into the deep pit, and countless murderous aura immediately surrounded it. Mengling Tian flew over. Although I don't cultivate feng shui, I know this place. This is the Heavenly Calamity Acupoint, the most murderous of all the underground caverns, Mengling Tian said in surprise. In the distance, Yin Chuan looked at the deities of the Jilu Academy. Everyone, I'll leave this world to you first. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Don't worry, your majesty. Mengling Tian and the others immediately bowed. Yin Chuan said that he would bring everyone into the deity realm, but the deities thought that Yin Chuan deliberately lied to the world. So, they didn't think much of it. Yin Chuan nodded. The imperial city flew directly into it. Countless cultivators were still a little uncomfortable. Didn't they say that they were going to the deity realm? Why were they here? But now that the emperor had come down, no one complained. Following Yin Chuan into the underground palace was a small portion of fate and the powerful 18-clawed fate golden dragon. The 9th day of the 9th month, the time has come. Feng Yinyang. Yin Chuan called out. Yes. Feng Yinyang replied. Then, They felt the earth tremble and the mountains shake. The immortals in the outside world were confused. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of thousands of mountains from all directions soared into the sky and crashed down on Xianying Palace. The mountain rocks filled the sky, blotting out the sun. It was a spectacular sight. The immortals continuously retreated. At this moment, the countless chosen ones in the underground palace of Xianying revealed extremely curious expressions. Boom! With the golden dragon of Providence supporting the upper part, a thick layer of soil immediately covered the Xianying underground palace. In the blink of an eye, the underground palace of Xianying was covered by the earth. Inside the underground palace, the golden dragon of Providence illuminated the entire underground palace. Yin Chuan looked around at everyone. This is my law. Everyone, do not resist. Stand straight. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. More than 10 million people immediately stood straight in rows. Yin Chuan took out the sky-burying coffin and stepped into it. He slowly lay down. Not far away, in the skyward palace, there was another coffin. Inside it lay ZZ and Miao. In Yin Chuan's sky-burying coffin, besides Yin Chuan himself, there was also the Emperor's sword and the Jade Emperor's sword. He covered his glabella with a black jade talisman. Feng Yinyang released the heaven's calamity meridian. Yin Chuan said, yes. Suddenly, endless cold Yin Qi rushed out from the ground. The moment the Yin Qi appeared, it immediately eroded everyone. Crack, 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 crack. Almost everyone turned into ice sculptures in an instant, unable to move, including the various officials and the four armies. This cold air made everyone fall asleep in the blink of an eye. Dream of heaven's secret, Yin Chuan shouted. Rumble. For a time, souls suddenly emerged from the countless ice sculptures. The terrifying number filled the entire Xianying underground palace in the blink of an eye. Yin Chuan also divided into 200 parts in an instant, looking at the countless souls in all directions. Every single one of Yin Chuan's souls suddenly made a grabbing motion in the air. Soul go. Boom. Billions of souls suddenly rushed into the sky, divided into 200 parts by Yin Chuan, and rushed into the immortal world in an instant. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the souls in the underground palace left. In the blink of an eye, the underground palace was silent. Only at the top of the underground palace, a golden dragon with 18 claws quietly overlooked the entire underground palace. Outside, after the 100,000 mountains filled the Xianying underground palace, new mountains were formed. Around the mountains, Yin Qi filled the air, and countless poisonous creatures grew on the ground. It made people want to avoid it from afar. The eyes of the immortals flashed with amazement. Feng Yinyang? What a powerful feng shui technique. The Xianying underground palace is like a large yin ground. I can't see the majestic scale from before at all. Meng Lingtian exclaimed. Yes. Everyone nodded. The great Jun celestial empire is in seclusion. We should prepare for our Julu Academy. An immortal said. Meng Lingtian nodded. The immortals looked at each other and finally left. At this moment, countless people in the world looked at the providence above their heads and immediately understood that the emperor had left with those who had been chosen. It would be a few thousand years before the emperor returned. I wasn't chosen, but I believe that I'm not inferior to those geniuses. The emperor left me a heaven-level cultivation technique. Before the emperor returns, I must become strong and join the great Jun celestial empire. I want to become strong. In the third examination of the world, I must pass. All over the world, countless people were filled with pride and joy. But 5,000 years? A whole 5,000 years. In the past 1,000 years, the world had undergone earth-shaking changes. In another 5,000 years, who knew what the world would be like? Chapter 11:18. It had been 20 years since Yin Chuan entered the celestial world. The people finally felt a sense of loss. It was as if a mountain that blocked the wind and rain had suddenly disappeared. Their hearts felt empty. In the past, Yin Chuan had also entered the celestial world for a few hundred years, but it was different this time. In the past, everyone thought that Yin Chuan was still in Yinjing, and that the Dezhun Empire's machinery was still running. Yinjing's sacred status was still there, so even though Yin Chuan had not attended court for many years, Yin Chuan was still in everyone's heart. But now he was gone. The emperor had left with more than 10 million people. The commoners suddenly felt a sense of emptiness, but did not explode. The 50th year, finally, a commotion broke out in the southern divine continent. An ambitious expert gathered his entire clan to fight for a city after cultivating the heavenly steel art. He wanted to take over a city. Fortunately, the Dezhun Empire's power was still there, and this disturbance was quickly extinguished. But at this moment, the flames of ambition in many people's hearts were ignited. The 100th year. The 100th year since Yin Chuan was lost. The coup that had been brewing for a long time in the northern divine continent began. 10 cities of the northern divine continent were lost in a single night. When the news spread, the world was in an uproar. Meng Lingtian personally came to the Jiulu Academy and beheaded all the rebels at lightning speed. The Jiulu Academy's power was instantly spread across the world. The 300th year. The remnants of the great Buddha Empire appeared in the western divine continent and raised the banner of restoring the Buddha. They immediately contacted a group of rebels and started an uprising. Meng Lingtian arrived again and shouted. Countless cultivators who had been blessed by the heavenly steel rushed out and destroyed this group of rebels. The 400th year. The Jiulu Academy's power was unparalleled, and they held the first ever entrance exam. They recruited talents from all over the world. The 500th year, the 600th year, the 700th year, the 800th year. In the 400th year, the Jiulu Academy was ruled by an immortal, and the world was subdued. The favor of the heavenly steel was still in the hearts of the older generation, but in the hearts of the new generation, it slowly faded. The 900th year. It was also the most chaotic year. The East Divine Continent, the South Divine Continent, the West Divine Continent, and the North Divine Continent. For a moment, the world was in turmoil. Many experts, after cultivating the heaven-level cultivation technique, would be able to reach the heaven level. His cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds. The glory of Dezhun in the past made everyone envious, and they also wanted to establish a country. While the immortals of the Jiulu Academy were worried, they issued a book of merit for quelling a rebellion. The merit book for quelling the rebellion in the Great Jin Empire will record the merits of everyone who quelled the rebellion in the Great Jin Empire. Once Yin Chuan returns, they will be rewarded accordingly. Conspiracy of the Four Directions did not think much of it. However, some of the major clans that had been lying low all over the world came out one after another after seeing the Book of Merit. He had not been seen for nearly 1,000 years. With just a single book, it was like the raging waves of the ocean, crashing into the flames of war in all directions. In just a year, all the rebellions were eradicated. Jiulu Academy. Meng Lingtian listened to the news brought by his disciples and felt extremely bitter for a moment. The immortals were also at a loss. Even we were helpless against such a rebellion. I did not expect Dezhun's merit book to be able to gather so many hidden experts. An immortal said with a wry smile. In the past 1,000 years, the Jiulu Academy has shocked the world. I thought that the reputation of the Jiulu Academy had already surpassed Dezhun's. Who would have thought that it could not compare to Dezhun's merit book? Meng Lingtian said with a wry smile. The people of the world are still with Dezhun. The immortals nodded. After the first book of merit, another 1,000 years passed. The world was extremely peaceful. There were no more large-scale rebellions. It had been 2,500 years since Yin Chuan entered the immortal world. Finally, immortals underwent tribulation in the sealed world. Immortals continued to undergo tribulation, but many chose to stay and wait for Yin Chuan's return. However, there were always one or two who chose to ascend in search of freedom. The immortals who ascended did not obtain freedom. The moment they ascended, they were captured by the people of the immortal world. A total of 3 immortals ascended, but they were all forcibly taken away. All of them were shocked and regretful. Far away in the sealed world, there was a vast group of palaces. Inside a large hall, the Sage King of the Qi looked at a group of officials standing in front of him. Immortal Tianyi, who had been forced out by Yin Chuan, stepped forward. Sage King, we have forced him to tell us everything. He has no other information, but this. Immortal Tianyi said bitterly. Yin Chuan ascended with more than 10 million people? Are you kidding? If he ascended, how could we not know? More than 10 million people? One of the officials immediately shouted. The Sage King of the Qi pondered for a moment and nodded. Yin Chuan entered the immortal world alone. He might be able to hide from us, but it is impossible for him to bring more than 10 million people with him. But the person who just ascended made a solemn vow, Tianyi said with a frown. Absolutely impossible, unless Yin Chuan deceived the whole world. The Sage King of the Qi said in a low voice. Deceive the whole world? Sage King, do you mean that Yin Chuan is still in the sealed world, but he brought more than 10 million people to hide their identities and find a place to cultivate? Tianyi said blankly. The Sage King of the Qi nodded. But why would they do that? Is Yin Chuan stupid? Someone shouted. Yes, Sage King. The netherworld of the sealed world has already collapsed. They can't enter the netherworld. Tianyi grabbed his hair and could not understand. The Sage King of the Qi took a deep breath and said, according to the information you have collected, this Yin Chuan is not someone who will give up his empire. He must have a deeper meaning for doing this. It is just that no one knows. We will only know when he appears again. Then, Sage King, what should we do now? Other than the one we captured, the other 2 immortals who ascended have been snatched away by other forces. Tianyi said worriedly. Yes, Sage King. We can't hide the news anymore. The news of the sealed world has already spread to our territory. Other forces are already coming, and there are more and more of them. If this continues, we won't be able to stop them. If we can't stop them, then don't stop them. Let them go. The Sage King of the Qi said. Let them enter the sealed world? Tianyi said, in surprise. That's right. Let them go. They will have to pay a huge price to enter. Once one force enters, the other forces will not be able to sit still. Let's go in together and turn the sealed world upside down. The Sage King of the Qi said in a low voice. Then what about us? Should we send more people in? The Sage King of the Qi shook his head and said, no need. Yin Chuan is hiding in the sealed world. These people will not be able to do anything if they enter. Let's continue to wait. Wait? The officials were surprised. Sage King, I don't understand. Why is the Sage King not taking action? Why are you waiting for Yin Chuan for so long? One of the officials was puzzled. The Sage King of the Qi took a deep breath and shook his head. You don't understand. What I want is not this Tao seal. The officials were surprised. The Sage King of the Qi took a deep breath and said, I once promised someone to use this Tao seal to stir up this stagnant pool of water. But Sage King, this Yin Chuan is very strong. In less than 1,000 years, he can already kill a great immortal. You gave him another 2,000 years. Do you still want to give him more? Tianyi was worried. Of course, why not? I have not met a decent opponent in a long time. In another 2,000 years, my Rui Jingu Bang will be perfected. Sky-burying coffin? That coffin from beyond the heavens? I want to try it too. The Sage King of the Qi laughed. Sage King? That sky-burying coffin is from beyond the heavens? Really? The officials asked curiously. Of course. The Sage King of the Qi nodded. But how does the Sage King know? Tianyi was surprised. During the great ancient trial, I saw it with my own eyes. The Sage King of the Qi said. The officials were shocked. At the same time, they were excited. None of them knew the Sage King's background. They had many guesses in the past, but no one would have thought that the Sage King might have experienced the great ancient trial. Those who survived the great ancient trial were all strong people. Sealed world. It had been 3,000 years since Yin Chuan entered the immortal world. Boom, boom, boom. Loud noises came from all directions in the sealed world. Then, the immortal world experts entered the sealed world one by one. In the southern divine continent, a group of close to 1,000 Confucian cultivators slowly landed on the peak of a mountain and looked at the gradually shrinking hole in the sky. Huyin Boyu, including us, 3 dojos have already entered, and 2 people from the Sage Court have also entered. Be careful. A voice came from the entrance. The leader of the group of Confucian cultivators was dressed in a Confucian robe. His eyes shone with an extremely sharp light. Don't worry, Grand Leader. I will be careful, Huyin Boyu said in a low voice. Also, Yin Chuan might be hiding somewhere in the world. Remember to be careful and don't be reckless. Even the Sage Court de Qi suffered many losses in this world in the past. They have not been able to conquer this world for thousands of years. That's proof. A voice came from outside. Yes, Huyin Boyu said solemnly. The hole in the sky slowly disappeared. Huyin Boyu stood on the peak of the mountain and looked at the vast land before him. Vice Grand Leader, what should we do next? A Confucian cultivator looked at Huyin Boyu. First, we will seize a city and use it to spread our influence everywhere. We will establish the prestige of our 10,000 Confucian sect in this world. Then, we will look at the world. Huyin Boyu said. Yes. Everyone answered. The group of Confucians immediately shot in one direction. In the western divine continent, another group of experts had entered. My lord, what should we do now? Seize a city first, then expand our influence. Yes. In the northern divine continent. Master, we have entered this world. What should we do now? Let's set up camp here first, accept disciples, and spread our teachings. Yes. There were a total of 5 major forces spread across the world. Visitors from outer space. This was the 3,000th year since Yin Chuan had entered the immortal world. This year was destined to be the most troublesome year for the Jiulu Academy. News continuously spread to the Jiulu Academy from all directions. In the Jiulu Academy, when Meng Lingtian and the other immortals heard the news, they immediately felt bitter. They're coming with ill intentions. An immortal said in a deep voice, Don't worry too much. Block them if you can. If you can't block them, delay them. Even if you can't delay them, the Xianying Underground Palace is nearby. Meng Lingtian said in a deep voice. When Meng Lingtian said that, the immortals all let out a long sigh. Yes, Yin Chuan was still here. What was there to be afraid of? If they really couldn't do it, they could just wake Yin Chuan up in advance. Chapter 1119. The 5 major factions of the celestial realm had entered the sealed world. Using a single point as an overview, it was rapidly expanding. The 5 major factions had learned their lesson from the sacred court of Great Qi. They didn't act too hastily. After seizing a city, they slowly advanced. Once the rebellion was announced, many ancient clans in the world immediately sent experts to quell it. However, this time, it ended in failure. The experts of the celestial realm were too strong. After several immortals died, the world was in an uproar again. The strength of the 5 major factions instantly spread throughout the world. Countless clans raised their heads in anticipation of news from the Jiulu Academy. In the past, the Jiulu Academy was incomparably powerful. If there was a rebellion, they would immediately kill it. However, this time, the Jiulu Academy didn't make a move. They didn't even take out the Book of Merit. 50 years later, the 5 major factions each occupied a large territory. However, there was still no news from the Jiulu Academy. At this moment, everyone in the world understood that even the Jiulu Academy couldn't afford to offend the people from the 5 major factions. Should they submit? After seeing how tyrannical the 5 major factions were, Some young cultivators thought of submitting to them. However, some of the deep-rooted clans didn't submit to him. Not everyone was muddle-headed. Some old ancestors who had lived for thousands of years naturally saw the situation in the world. In a certain clan, a group of experts gathered in a meeting hall. Old ancestor, the 10,000 Confucian sect has been extremely benevolent to our families. They have taught us cultivation techniques, and they even have the immortal cultivation techniques that you need. Old ancestor, as long as you agree to join the 10,000 Confucian sect, you will be able to do so. If you join the sect, everything will be at your fingertips. A young man shouted. The leader of the group, a dignified old man, shook his head. Old ancestor, are you still thinking about Great Jun? It's been more than 3,000 years. Great Jun is long gone, the young man said anxiously. The old man shook his head. Bastard, what do you know? 3,000 years ago, the strongest genius of our clan was barely chosen by the emperor. If that genius returns, he alone is comparable to our entire clan. Is that genius that amazing? Amazing? He cultivated the same cultivation technique as you. How long did it take you to cultivate the first layer? The old man asked. 10 years. 10 years? Ha ha. That old ancestor of yours only trained for a month. The old man said solemnly. How is that possible? Even so, your ancestor was almost eliminated when the emperor was selecting the talents of the world. The old man said in a deep voice. How is that possible? The young man exclaimed. His Majesty is not someone you can fathom. Are these immortals really as good as you say? The 10,000 Confucian sect? The old man asked in a deep voice. The 1,000 Confucian sect is a large-scale Tao rite, an upgraded version of a holy land. It has birth positions, and it is even stronger than the great accomplishment Holy Land. The young man said, Birth position? Ha ha! In the past, the holy court of the great Qi dynasty was also a birth position. How many people did they send down? What was the result? When the tiger is not at home, the monkey is the king. The monkey will always be the monkey. When the tiger returns, everything will be overturned. The elder ancestor said in a deep voice. But Yin Chuan has been gone for thousands of years, and he hasn't come back yet. How? The young man cried. How dare you? The old man glared at the young man. The most talented person in our clan is only a minor official in the great accomplishment Holy Land. Is the emperor's name something you can address directly? I've already decided. Since we can't stop the 10,000 Confucian sect, we will leave and migrate to the central divine continent. The old man said in a deep voice. Elder ancestor, why are you doing this? We have the 10,000 Confucian sect here. The young man said stubbornly. Humph. Those who don't leave with the entire clan will sever their ties with the clan. They will no longer be a member of our clan. The old man said in a deep voice. The young man became anxious. The old ancestor flung his sleeves and left with a group of prestigious people. After everyone left, only a few young men and an old man remained. Fifth grandpa, did we say something wrong? The young man asked with a bitter smile. The old man shook his head and said, Although I did not experience the great accomplishment Holy Land, I know that our clan rose to prominence because of that divine steel. Without that divine steel, we would only be the lowest cultivators. Some people of your generation have already forgotten to be grateful. After saying that, the old man walked away. After the major clans in the world could not stop the 5 great celestial realm forces, they could only migrate to show their sincerity. Although more than 3,000 years had passed, the grace of the 3,000 divine steels had blessed the world. Countless cultivators still cared about the great accomplishment Holy Land. At the same time, they believed in Yin Chuan's promise. More and more clans migrated to the central divine continent. As for the 5 great celestial realm forces, they were expanding their territory at an extremely slow pace. Southern divine continent, 10,000 Confucian sect. Bastards. I only asked you to recruit disciples. You actually said that those people are not willing to join us? Huyen Boyu said in a deep voice. Yes, the influence of the great accomplishment Holy Land is too deep-rooted. Many clans would rather migrate than submit. A great scholar said with a frown. Huyen Boyu's expression turned slightly ugly. It had been 3 years. Apart from seizing cities by force, the number of disciples they had recruited was pitifully small. Even if they did seize cities, it was extremely difficult to manage them. Vice Master, what should we do now? Why don't we just go to the Julu Academy and destroy the Julu Academy? We can cut off the hopes of the world. A great scholar said in a deep voice. No, let's wait a little longer. The 5 great forces will enter and destroy the Julu Academy. They will only take the lead. Those who take the lead will always die early. I don't believe that after 3,000 years, the people of the world will still care about the great accomplishment Holy Land. Huyen Boyu said in a deep voice. Then what should we do? Continue to strengthen our sect. The favor of the heavenly steel? We will also erect the heavenly steel. There are still many juniors in the world. Huyen Boyu said in a deep voice. Yes. The 5 great forces did not head to the Julu Academy. They were all expanding their forces. The Julu Academy did not stop them. It was not that they were unwilling, but that they could not stop them. Julu Academy. Another 300 clans have migrated from the southern Divine Continent. Another 200 clans have migrated from the northern Divine Continent. As the news came in, the immortals frowned and analyzed. You may leave. Mengling Tian said. Yes. After dismissing everyone, only the immortals remained. The immortals smiled bitterly. It's been 3,000 years, but the charm of the great accomplishment Holy Land is still so great. An immortal smiled bitterly. Yes, it seems like we can continue to drag this out. Meng Lingtian nodded. The 5 great forces are all holding back. This world is a tough nut to crack. These people are just subordinates of the experts in the celestial world. How can they compare to Yin Chuan in terms of ambition and means? Another immortal smiled. Drag it out. The immortals finally made up their minds. And so, it had been 4,500 years since Yin Chuan entered the celestial world. The 5 great forces gained a foothold in various parts of the world. At the same time, they continued to advance toward the central Divine Continent. And in this chaotic world, new heroes were born once again. From the Thousand Confucian sect, they obtained the God investiture strategy in Tian Su. They established countries and sections. When the Thousand Confucian sects saw that these heroes were willing to create chaos, they gave their full support. Suddenly, in addition to the 5 great forces of the celestial world, 10 countries and 20 sects appeared in the world. They spread out in all directions and surrounded the central Divine Continent. In the central Divine Continent, many experts transcended their tribulations and became immortals. Under the arrangements of the Julu Academy, they went into hiding and formed another force. However, it was difficult for this force to compete with the other forces in the world. Another 500 years went by. It had been 5,000 years since Yin Chuan entered the celestial world. Southern Divine Continent, Thousand Confucian sect, in a huge palace. In order to stabilize the hearts of the experts in the Central Divine Continent, the Julu Academy lied to the experts of the Central Divine Continent that Yin Chuan would return soon. But today, Yin Chuan hasn't returned at all. A great scholar said in a low voice. Our previous guess that Yin Chuan might still be hiding somewhere in this world is unrealistic. 5,000 years. How can more than 10 million people hide? That's right. The Julu Academy doesn't know what's good for them. They gathered people and stirred up trouble. It has been 2,000 years. We have been in this world for 2,000 years. I have had enough. Huyen Boyu said in a low voice. Vice Master, what should we do? A great scholar asked. In the Southern Divine Continent, the Thousand Confucian sect has reached 1 million members. Inform everyone that we will go to the Julu Academy in 3 days and expose Meng Lingtian's lies. We will gather all the experts of the central divine continent. Huyen Boyu said. Yes. The great scholars replied. The million Confucian cultivators of the Thousand Confucian sect were led by a group of immortals. They carried the sacred mountain, the entire city, and the sea of providence clouds as they flew toward the central divine continent. It was just like how Yin Chuan had flown with Yin Jing back then. At this moment, there were already many immortals in the sealed world. Whether it was the major forces or the Julu Academy, there were immortals hiding everywhere to investigate the secrets of the various places. The news of the Thousand Confucian sect invading the central divine continent immediately spread to all the forces. The leaders of the other four celestial world forces also received the news. Huyen Boyu, he can't sit still anymore. A leader sighed. Huyen Boyu is invading? Ha ha, that's great. Let's go and see what kind of sparks will fly between the Thousand Confucian sect and the Julu Academy. Groups of forces continued to fly toward the central continent. In the central divine continent, the Julu Academy also received the news. The Thousand Confucian sect is invading? Meng Lingtian frowned. It's been 5,000 years. His Majesty Dejun is about to wake up. An immortal sighed. Huyen Boyu is a great immortal. Rumor has it that he's even stronger than Gongyang Taolu. In this world, great immortals are revered. If His Majesty Dejun isn't about to wake up, the Julu Academy will have a hard time. Another immortal frowned. Invading? It hasn't been used for 2,000 years. Immediately spread the news and invite the experts of the world to defend against the enemy. The Julu Academy will use the Book of Merit, Meng Lingtian said solemnly. Okay, the immortals replied. The moment the Book of Merit was released, the experts of the central divine continent were in an uproar. Countless experts rushed toward the Julu Academy to help the Julu Academy resist the Thousand Confucian sect. Julu Academy. Meng Lingtian looked at the experts from 5,000 years ago rushing over. He smiled bitterly. Dejun's charm is too great. It's been 5,000 years, but these people are still loyal to Dejun. Meng Lingtian sighed. At this moment, a huge floating city slowly flew over from the distant horizon. Above the floating city, a righteous aura soared into the sky. The righteous aura of millions of Confucian cultivators dyed the blue sky of the southern region snowy white. At the top of the floating city, Huyen Boyu held a white feather fan in his hand. He looked arrogantly at the Julu Academy in the distance. Chapter 1120. The group of immortals stood behind Huyen Boyu. With Huyen Boyu as the leader, they no longer held back their powerful auras. Instead, their auras erupted and suppressed the entire Julu Academy. Boom! The floating city crashed to the ground. It was just like the battle between Dejun and the Great Buddha. They were separated by a certain distance. The floating city was the headquarters of the 10,000 Confucian sect in this world. It was named after the 10,000 Confucian sacred mountain. In the sky above the 10,000 Confucian sacred mountain, a total of 9 nine-clawed golden dragons of providence were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws at the distant Julu Academy. Roar! 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 In the sky above the Julu Academy, 9 golden dragons of providence were also baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. The two forces of providence were not giving way to each other. More and more experts gathered around them. There were people from the other 4 forces of the celestial world. There were also people from the 10 countries and 20 sects that had just been established. There were also people without any forces. Everyone was watching the upcoming battle. This was not just a battle between the 10,000 Confucian sect and the Julu Academy. It was a battle between the hearts of the people of Dejun and the rebels. If the Julu Academy was completely destroyed in this battle, the hearts of the people of Dejun would be completely destroyed. If the Julu Academy won, the hearts of the people of Dejun would still persevere. The major forces did not take the lead because they would be making an enemy of the people of the world. Dejun was not just a force. In the hearts of many people, it was a kind of spiritual symbol. Even if the 10,000 Confucian sect won, they might betray the people in the end. The 10,000 Confucian sect was led by Huyen Boyu. The Jilu Academy was led by Meng Lingtian. Behind Meng Lingtian were countless experts gathered from all over the world. The two experts looked at each other coldly. Meng Lingtian, I'll give you a chance. Lead the Jilu Academy and become a vassal of the 10,000 Confucian sect. I can introduce you to our sect leader and give you a high position in the 10,000 Confucian sect. Huyen Boyu said in a clear voice. Meng Lingtian sneered. Huyen Boyu, do you know what you're doing? What? Huyen Boyu said. Sir, so what if he was a great immortal? It wasn't as if great immortals had never come to this world. Those who dared to cause chaos in the world, what happened to them in the end? All of them died. Do you want to follow in their footsteps? Meng Lingtian glared. Huyen Boyu snorted coldly. Even now, you still want to be stubborn? Gathering all the experts in the world to stop me? You should know that with my strength, I only need one palm strike to raise your Jilu Academy to the ground. Huyen Boyu shouted coldly. It seems that there are quite a lot of people who have become immortals in the past 5,000 years. Do you still want to stay in this hopeless Jilu Academy? This place is not suitable for you. Join my 10,000 Confucian sect, and you will obtain even more. Huyen Boyu shouted at the countless experts of the Jilu Academy. Humph! The group of experts snorted coldly. Meng Lingtian once again looked at the million Confucian cultivators behind Huyen Boyu. Ha ha! Huyen Boyu, do you think they came to help me because they wanted to stay in Jilu Academy? No, they came to help me because they are all citizens of the great Jin country. Meng Lingtian shouted. 10,000 Confucian sect? Million Confucian cultivators? Ha ha! Many of you are citizens of the great Jin country. As for the others, your ancestors were all citizens of the great Jin country. If you join the 10,000 Confucian sect, you will only be committing treason. However, you came here today to commit treason. Meng Lingtian looked coldly at the million Confucian cultivators in the distance. Treason? Some of the million Confucian cultivators panicked. After all, treason was the heaviest crime in the great Jin country. Other crimes could be atoned for by meritorious service, but treason could only lead to death. Back then, Marquis Yin Shiyu had plotted treason. Yin Chuan attached great importance to his clan. However, Yin Shiyu had still been sentenced to death by Yin Chuan for treason. Yin Shiyu had contributed to the rise of the country back then, yet he had not been able to keep such a great merit. They did not have any blood relations with Yin Chuan. How could they have survived treason? There was an uproar among the million Confucian cultivators. Huyen Boyu's expression sank. He had not expected that the great Jin countries would still be so great after 5,000 years. Humph! Huyen Boyu snorted coldly. You want to instigate treason against my 10,000 Confucian sect? Meng Lingtian, you are not qualified. Yin Chuan? So what if you are Yin Chuan? I have not seen him for 5,000 years. Who knows where he died? Back then, he was so strong because he had the world's luck. Now, he no longer has the world's luck. You want him to stand before me? Humph! I can crush him to death with one palm strike. Huyen Boyu said coldly. Ha ha! What a joke! Meng Lingtian laughed loudly. Huyen Boyu, you have the strength of a great immortal, yet you dare to say that you can crush him to death with one palm strike? I won't make any comments. I want to ask these million Confucian cultivators. This is the last time. If you leave now, I can let bygones be bygones. However, if you continue to be enemies with the Jilu Academy, you will be committing treason. Meng Lingtian said coldly. In the distance, the million Confucian cultivators looked at each other. In the end, no one left. It was obvious that the 1,000 Confucian sect had given them hope over the years. Humph! Huyen Boyu and Meng Lingtian snorted coldly at the same time. Since you are unwilling to submit to the Thousand Confucian sect, then there is no point for the Julu Academy to exist. Huyen Boyu shouted angrily. Use the Holy Scroll array to refine the Julu Academy for me. Huyen Boyu shouted. Yes. The million Confucian cultivators shouted. Whoosh. The million Confucian cultivators each took out a scroll. The scrolls emitted a dazzling white light that resembled flames. In the distance, Meng Lingtian's expression changed. Everyone, it's time to make a contribution. Roar! The countless powerhouses of the Julu Academy roared. Suddenly, tens of thousands of powerhouses flew into the sky. In the distance, Huyen Boyu's eyes turned cold as he flew into the sky. Heaven-covering hand. Boom! Huyen Boyu's palm descended from the sky, covering the sky and the earth. It struck toward the tens of thousands of powerhouses. Before the palm landed, the might of the palm had already suppressed some of the powerhouses. Not good. Let's attack together. Meng Lingtian shouted. Boom! 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 Tens of thousands of energy palms, energy swords, and energy sabers shot into the sky. Huyen Boyu faced off against 50,000 of them. Boom! Under the huge collision, a huge storm swept up in the void. The storm swept in all directions, sending sand and rocks flying. The void shook slightly. Countless experts who were watching from the sidelines were shocked. A great immortal? He's so powerful. Countless powerhouses exclaimed in surprise. The tens of thousands of powerhouses who were pushed back by Huyen Boyu's palm turned pale. Could they win against such an expert? Huyen Boyu's palm strike was already his limit. After all, there were nearly 1,000 immortals among the tens of thousands of powerhouses. Even a great immortal could not kill them instantly. Of course, it was very easy to kill them all. However, in order to show his might and boost the courage of his million Confucian cultivators, he had to make a move by himself. The effect was obvious. The million Confucian cultivators were emboldened. Holy Scroll Array. The million Confucian cultivators shouted. Countless scrolls unfurled and covered the sky as if the sky was falling. They covered the Julu Academy. On the holy scrolls, the flames condensed from the righteous chi were even more powerful. When a powerhouse was touched by the flames, he was instantly vaporized. In fact, when an immortal reached out with his hand, he was instantly enveloped by the rolling flames. The flames seemed to be impossible to extinguish. The immortal let out a painful roar. He could only die with a grudge. The countless powerhouses of the Julu Academy were horrified. Oh no, activate the array. Meng Lingtian shouted. Boom! The Julu Academy was enveloped in a huge blue array. Blue dragon-shaped energy appeared on the array, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as if it was resisting the righteous chi flames. Rumble! The flames were burning the array formation madly. Sizzle! 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 The sound of boiling oil being splashed made countless powerhouses' hair stand on end. Huyen Boyu stood in the sky and watched as the Holy Scroll array burned the Julu Academy. A cold smile appeared on his face. The Julu Academy and countless powerhouses were completely trapped in the array. At this moment, they were like a furnace that was constantly being roasted. Ha ha! Meng Lingtian, what else do you have to say? This Holy Scroll array was created by our sect leader. These million scrolls are also Dharma treasures that our sect leader personally refined. It has a great reputation in the immortal world. With millions of Confucian cultivators setting up the array, even a great immortal would not be able to escape death. Huyen Boyu shouted, the array is about to collapse. Everyone, hurry up and support the array. Meng Lingtian shouted to everyone. Okay. Countless powerhouses quickly supported the array. It's useless. It's only a matter of time. No array can stop the righteous chi. Huyen Boyu shouted coldly. Burn, continue burning. Huyen Boyu shouted. Yes. The millions of Confucian cultivators' faces gradually turned ferocious. Rumble. The rolling flames burned the array wildly. The people of the Julu Academy were getting more and more tired. Suddenly, a trace of relaxation appeared in one place. Boom! A large amount of sparks rushed into the array. Nearly 50 experts were instantly touched by the flames, and all of them were incinerated in pain. Hold on, Meng Ling Tian shouted in shock. Boom! The place where he had relaxed was immediately patched up. The Julu Academy was on the brink of death. Ha ha ha, burn, burn! Huyin Boyu laughed loudly. The countless onlookers around couldn't bear to see this happen, but no one stepped forward. Ha ha ha! After this, the Julu Academy will be removed from the world. The Celestial Empire? In Chuan? He won't be able to save you. Huyin Boyu's laughter spread everywhere. The fire continued to burn. The powerhouses of the Julu Academy couldn't hold on any longer and were burned to ashes. I don't want your surrender. Die, all of you. Huyin Boyu's face was ferocious. Everyone thought that the Julu Academy was finished. But at this moment, not far from a Julu Academy, in a vast mountain range, roar. Suddenly, a loud dragon's roar sounded. The dragon's roar soared into the sky and spread throughout the world. Everyone's expression changed when they heard the dragon's roar. Xianyang Forbidden Area? Xianyang Forbidden Area? Why is there a dragon's roar? Countless curious voices could be heard. In the distance, in the Xianyang Forbidden Area, a clear roar suddenly sounded. Soul, return. Rumble. In the sky above the Xianyang Forbidden Area, Inchi suddenly soared into the sky. Gusts of Yin wind swept toward the Xianyang Forbidden Area from all directions. Chapter 1121. In the distance, in the forbidden area of Xianyang, a clear cry was suddenly heard. Soul, return. Rumble. Above the forbidden area of Xianyang, Yin energy suddenly soared into the sky. Gusts of Yin wind swept toward the forbidden area from all directions. The Yin energy raged, forming a storm. It should be noted that both the Julu Academy and the Thousand Confucian sect were filled with boundless righteous energy. The righteous energy had a strong restraining effect on Yin energy, but now it seemed like it could no longer be restrained. Endless Yin energy gathered and scattered the righteous energy in all directions. The billowing Yin energy dyed the sky in the distance black. Gusts of Yin energy rushed into the ground. In an instant, the forbidden area of Xianyang was filled with a murderous aura. How could this be? Why is there such a huge commotion in the forbidden area of Xianyang? What a heavy Yin energy! The surrounding cultivators were confused. Huyin Boyu suddenly felt that something was wrong. He turned to look at the Thousand Confucian sacred mountain. Millions of Confucian cultivators had set up the array. There were also hundreds of immortals on the mountain. They were the immortals that Huyin Boyu had brought down from the immortal world. Go and take a look, Huyin Boyu shouted. Yes, a group of immortals immediately flew over. In addition to this group of immortals, many of the surrounding experts also flew into the sky and headed toward the forbidden area of Xianyang. The huge commotion had already affected everyone's hearts. Below the Julu Academy, countless cultivators were struggling bitterly. Under the Holy Scroll array, there were casualties. Life and death were hanging by a thread. Some people were so desperate that they did not even want to surrender. Is there any meaning to our perseverance? Countless experts were filled with bitterness and despair. Meng Ling Tian was also very anxious. Suddenly, Yin energy soared into the sky from the forbidden area of Xianyang. A dragon's roar shook the sky. Meng Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Everyone hold on. Your emperor is back. Great Jun's emperor is back. They're all back. Meng Ling Tian roared. Emperor De Jun is back. The other immortals of the Julu Academy shouted in ecstasy. When the immortals called out, the hearts of the despairing powerhouses suddenly beat wildly. His Majesty is back. Really? Is His Majesty really back? One of the immortals exclaimed in joy. Yes, His Majesty will come back from the forbidden area of Xianying. That's why it was sealed as a forbidden area. Look at the forbidden area of Xianying. Everyone has come back. Meng Lingtian shouted. Everyone looked over. As expected, the forbidden area of Xianying had undergone a tremendous change. In an instant, everyone seemed to have been injected with a cardiac stimulant, and all of them burst forth with power that exceeded their limits. His Majesty is back. Long live the Holy One. Long live the Holy One. Long live Dejun. Long live. The powerhouses who were still struggling began to howl in excitement. Years of suppression and despair seemed to have all been released in an instant. As the saying went, the other went up. 1,000,000 Confucian cultivators had set up the Holy Scroll Grand Array, and they were about to win. But then, there was a sudden change in the distance, and the people below shouted that Yin Chuan had returned. Yin Chuan had returned? The powerhouses of Dejun had returned from the immortal world? Countless Confucian cultivators suddenly trembled in their hands, and the fierce Holy Scroll Grand Array suddenly became slightly unstable. His Majesty is back. How is that possible? He hasn't been seen for 5,000 years. Why is he back now? It's fake. It must be fake. Some Confucian cultivators were so frightened that they went crazy. Huyan Boyu, who was in command of this battle, also changed his expression. Meng Lingtian shouted, Inchuan is back. Is it real? Hurry up, you bunch of trash, go and see. Huyan Boyu shouted at the immortals who were flying over. For a moment, the hearts of countless cultivators in the surroundings were beating wildly. The powerhouses who were watching felt their hearts beating wildly. Inchuan is back. For a moment, countless emotions were brewing. Disbelief, panic, ecstasy, excitement, and despair. All kinds of emotions erupted at this moment. Forbidden area of Xianying? Forbidden area of Xianying? Countless powerhouses rushed towards the forbidden area and arrived in the sky above it in the blink of an eye. Countless Inchi rolled in from all directions and went straight underground. The group of powerhouses looked at the ground with ugly expressions. Everyone knew that there was a problem underground, a big problem. And looking at the ground, the countless powerhouses suddenly felt a sense of fear. Just looking at the ground made them feel like their souls were being sucked away. The group of powerhouses looked at each other. The immortals didn't know what to do. Destroy the forbidden area for me. Completely destroy it. Huyan Boyu's voice came from afar. Yes, hundreds of immortals attacked almost at the same time. Roar! An earth-shattering force was released from the hands of the immortals and struck toward the forbidden area of Xianying. The vast power seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth, and it seemed like it could turn the ground into fine powder in an instant. Roar! Under the ground, a loud dragon roar came. The dragon roar soared into the sky, and the ground exploded from below with a loud bang. Boom! The forbidden area of Xianying exploded in an instant. Endless soil, mountain rocks, and an 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence soared into the sky. The golden dragon of Providence's body shone with golden light, and its face was ferocious. Everywhere it passed, the giant palms of the immortals melted, and countless rocks and soil flew into the sky. The entire sky above the forbidden area of Xianying was filled with huge rocks. The golden dragon roared and swung its tail, sending the immortals who were surrounding it flying. A large amount of soil flew in all directions in an instant. The vast area, the ground, the mountains, and the rivers were instantly thrown into the distance. Inchi raged. Billowing black fog shrouded that area, making it look extremely mysterious. Roar! The 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence roared again. The 9 golden dragons of the 10,000 Confucian sect and the 9 9-clawed golden dragons of the Julu Academy seemed to be cowering. At the same time, in the 5 divine continents, the Providence above some cities had already disappeared, while some cities still had the Providence and a small golden dragon that Yin Chuan had scattered in the past. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, all the cities with golden dragons roared excitedly at the sky, as if they were responding to the 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence from Xianyang. The appearance of the phenomenon caused an uproar among the people of the world. 5,000 years. The Providence hadn't moved for 5,000 years. Why did it suddenly roar? What's going on? Many people didn't know what was going on, but some ancient families and their ancestors all walked out of their houses. In a manor outside Yanjin in the East Divine Continent, an old man walked out of the manor's main hall. Ancestor, what's going on? Why are there dragon roars in Yanjin? The old man's eyes were filled with tears. 5,000 years. 5,000 years. His Majesty is back. His Majesty is back. The old man trembled with excitement. Ancestor, a group of disciples said in surprise. The old man suddenly knelt in the direction of the dragon roars. This commoner welcomes the return of your Majesty. May your Majesty live for 10,000 years. After the old man knelt, the disciples of the family could only follow suit. This scene appeared in countless places in the world. The ancestors of countless families knelt in the direction of the dragon roars. Welcome back, His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Welcome back, His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Countless voices of worship seemed to be fed back to the 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence. The 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence didn't restrain the voices. For a moment, the sky above Xianyang was filled with voices of worship. Welcome back, His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Endless voices of worship and respect could be heard. The experts around Xianyang were shocked beyond words. The struggling experts of the Jiulu Academy cheered. His Majesty is back. Welcome back, His Majesty. The experts of the Jiulu Academy bowed respectfully, but the millions of Confucian cultivators weren't so calm. They even looked frightened. In the distance, the dragon roars filled the sky, and countless voices of worship could be heard. It was as if a catastrophe had arrived. Huyan Boyu's breathing also became heavier. Bastard, what Yin Chuan? I'm not afraid. Huyan Boyu roared as if to encourage himself. In the distance, the Yin Shi slowly entered Xianyang. The Yin Shi slowly decreased, and the scene in the distance was slowly exposed to all the experts. High up in the sky, above a small sea of Providence clouds, the 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence roared, showing its domineering aura. Below, there was a huge cave. At a glance, it was incomparably vast. Above the huge cave, there were countless palaces. At this moment, they were densely packed like statues. Around the countless statues, there seemed to be souls rushing into their bodies. At the center, a huge palace with the words Skyward Hall written on it. Skyward Hall? Dajin Celestial Empire, Imperial Court Hall? Countless experts were incomparably shocked. And on the square of Skyward Hall, there were countless officials from high to low ranks standing at this moment. At this moment, the countless official statues were respectfully bowing to a huge coffin in the center. It was a huge bronze coffin. Inside the bronze coffin, there was a man wearing a black dragon emperor robe. He was wearing a dragon robe and had a majestic aura. He wore a flat imperial crown on his head, and there was a black jade talisman stuck between his eyebrows. From afar, a domineering aura rushed over. Countless experts felt as if their hearts were being squeezed in an instant. Yinchuan? Dajin Celestial Empire? Countless experts cried out in horror. Crack! The black jade talisman between Yin Chuan's eyebrows slowly flew up. Yin Chuan's eyes suddenly opened. Two beams of 14-colored golden light suddenly shot out from Yin Chuan's eyes. Yin Chuan is awake? As countless experts swallowed their saliva, countless officials and soldiers stood there like statues. Many people suddenly opened their eyes. Hum. Their eyes opened one after another, each of them shooting out different kinds of light. Ka. Countless stiff bodies were slowly twisting and turning, as if they were trying to get rid of the stiffness. All the experts, including Huyen Boyu, felt as if they couldn't breathe. That kind of pressure seemed to suck away all the air in the surroundings. Chapter 1122. Inside the underground palace of Xianyang. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of ice breaking could be heard as more than 10 million people slowly and stiffly began to move. Their bodies were constantly breaking free from the cold, energy. In the sky, congratulations came from all the ancient families in the world. Welcome back, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live for 10,000 years. The entire underground palace of Xianyang felt as if everything was coming back to life. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace, the officials slowly moved their bodies and woke up. Inside the sky-burying coffin, the black jade talisman floated in the air. Yin Chuan opened his eyes, and 2 beams of 14-colored light shot out from his eyes. Whoosh! Yin Chuan stood up straight. He opened his arms. As he opened his arms, the wide sleeves of his dragon robe unfurled. From afar, it seemed as if there was a kind of kingly aura rushing toward them. In the distance, the experts who were watching and attacking all looked at this scene in horror. Even Huyen Boyu, who had been so aggressive and arrogant before, felt suffocated when he saw Yin Chuan standing up in the distance. It had been 5,000 years. Although they had never seen Yin Chuan, the reverence that the world had for Yin Chuan had made Yin Chuan's image in everyone's hearts even greater. The Sage Scroll Array burned the Julu Academy and millions of Confucian cultivators. When they saw Yin Chuan standing up in the distance, their hands trembled, and the Sage Scroll Array suddenly became unstable. Yin Chuan is back, someone said in horror. Don't be afraid. We are disciples of the 1,000 Confucian Holy Land. We have the protection of the 1,000 Confucian Holy Land. Someone encouraged himself. Take advantage of the fact that they haven't fully awakened. Quick, destroy them. Quick! Huyen Boyu suddenly reacted and shouted at the group of immortals in the distance. Most of the immortals were still in shock. However, 100 mortals also reacted. Almost at the same time as Huyen Boyu's shout, the 100 immortals stepped forward and struck their palms toward the Skyward Palace. In the void, hundreds of golden palms with a destructive aura rushed towards Yin Chuan. If it was 5,000 years ago, Yin Chuan might have to treat it seriously. But now, Yin Chuan didn't even look at them. After 5,000 years of slumber, the 200 souls returned and were quickly fused into one by Yin Chuan. The growth of his birth chart power was equivalent to 1,000,000 years. It was as if he had suddenly woken up after sleeping for millions of years. As the memories fused together, there was a sudden feeling of wanting to vent. Facing the sky, Yin Chuan let out a long howl. Roar! A loud roar came from Yin Chuan. The void shook for a while, and the roar rushed straight up to the 9 heavens. The 100 immortals' golden palms, upon encountering Yin Chuan's sound waves, instantly collapsed. The 100 immortals were extremely close, and the sound waves instantly entered their bodies. The 100 immortals' initial terror was instantly replaced by trembling involuntarily. Buzz! The 100 immortals trembled at a high frequency. As they trembled, blood flowed out of their 7 orifices. In the distance, the other powerhouses looked at the 100 immortals who were bleeding from their 7 orifices. This can't be real, Huyen Boyu said in horror. Just the sound waves were enough to make the 100 immortals unable to move, bleeding from their 7 orifices? It seemed that everything was not over. Under Yin Chuan's long howl, one of the 100 immortals suddenly exploded. Boom! Blood splattered all over the sky. The immortal was blasted apart by the sound waves. Boom! 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 One after another, the 100 immortals all exploded. The sky was filled with the bloody mist that soared into the sky along with the sound waves. This scene was something that the surrounding powerhouses would never forget for the rest of their lives. 100 immortals. With a loud roar, all of them exploded. When the other immortals saw this scene, they did not even dare to approach from afar. The outcome of the 100 immortals was too terrifying. Huyen Boyu's expression was also extremely unsightly. Huyen Boyu had already flown over. He seemed to be waiting for Yin Chuan's loud roar to end before launching a sneak attack. After all, even if he launched a sneak attack, he would not be able to get close to the 100 immortals. Roar! The roar was long and lasted for an entire incense's time. Suddenly, the black aura around Yin Chuan expanded. Within the black aura, one could vaguely see a huge black dragon. As Yin Chuan roared, it seemed to soar into the sky. It was a vast, illusory figure. It was like the condensation of Yin Chuan's Emperor Qi. This black dragon seemed even more ferocious than the 18-claws golden dragon. It was an extremely ferocious and domineering black dragon. Roar! In a daze, one seemed to hear the black dragon's roar. Although there was no sound, it felt like it was cutting into one's heart. After another incense's time, only then did Yin Chuan's long roar gradually stop. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. The surrounding black aura and the black dragon were all withdrawn into Yin Chuan's body. It's been 5,000 years. I'm finally back. Yin Chuan slowly closed his eyes and felt this reality. After 2 incenses' time, more than half of the people in Xianying Underground Palace had regained consciousness. Greetings, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live for 10,000 years. Among the officials, Hua Guang shouted loudly, Greetings, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live for 10,000 years. Wang Jian, Jin Diyu, Yifeng, Yin Hentian, Li Si, Lu Buwei, and the other officials from Dezhun bowed respectfully. Greetings, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live for 10,000 years. The last shout was from all the people in Xianying Underground Palace who had regained consciousness. Millions of people shouted at the same time. Their aura soared into the sky. At this moment, it was Huyen Boyu's last chance. He stretched out his palm and struck towards Yin Chuan. How dare you? Among the officials, an angry rebuke suddenly sounded. It was Wang Jian's voice. Wang Jian, who was in the middle of the court, suddenly moved in front of Huyen Boyu in a strange manner. Wang Jian was clad in armor and held a sword in his hand. He released a murderous aura around him. Boom! The blood-red, murderous aura seemed to have dyed the void red. Great immortal Huyen Boyu's palm strike was instantly scattered by the murderous aura. Under the cold and bloody murderous aura, Huyen Boyu felt his heart instantly freeze. How dare you? Wang Jian shouted loudly. A blood-red sword of murderous aura that surpassed the previous one shot out from Wang Jian's eyes. Boom! The 2 swords of murderous aura that shot out from Wang Jian's eyes pierced through Huyen Boyu's chest and nailed him in the void, unable to move. Pooh! Huyen Boyu spat out a mouthful of blood. The feathers on the feather fan in his hand had been destroyed by the murderous aura, leaving only a bare handle. Pooh! Huyen Boyu spat out blood and convulsed. More importantly, Huyen Boyu was having a mental breakdown. Why? He was just a mortal. How could he condense murderous aura into his eyes and kill people with his aura? How many people did he kill to condense such a ferocious, murderous aura? A mere subject? A mere subject of Dezhun? And he dared to provoke Dezhun? In an instant, Dezhun was a great immortal. He used to be the strongest existence in the world. But now, he was killed in an instant? No, it was 1/10 of an instant. A glance? Although Huyen Boyu was not dead yet, he was completely finished. Pinned in the void by Wang Jian's sword of murderous aura, he could not escape at all. Huyen Boyu was defeated in an instant. The spectating experts were also dumbfounded. Was this a joke? Was this a joke? Was there something wrong with my eyes? Seeing that there were still more than 10 million experts in the distance. Countless experts who were originally gloating over Huyen Boyu's misfortune shrank back. The experts who were watching from the sidelines trembled. The experts from the major forces who were prepared to watch the Julu Academy fall were terrified. The millions of Confucian cultivators in the Holy Scroll Array trembled when they saw this scene. The Holy Scroll Array collapsed in an instant. Destroy the Julu Academy? Can still be destroyed now? Boom! The experts of the Julu Academy attacked, and the Holy Scroll Array exploded. The Julu Academy's crisis was completely resolved. Haha! His Majesty is back, you traitors. Now it's time for you to die. His Majesty is back. You're all dead. Only death awaits you for treason. The experts of the Julu Academy roared at this moment. They had been on the brink of death, feeling despair and helplessness. Now that the situation had reversed, they all shouted wildly to vent the excitement and fear in their hearts. Let's go, someone shouted in horror. Whoosh! The millions of Confucian cultivators, together with the hundreds of thousands of spectating experts, scattered in all directions in an instant. With Yin Chuan's powerful return, how were they supposed to fight? Boom! Like a torrential downpour, they fled in all directions. Some of the immortals were so terrified that they were about to ascend to the immortal world. The safest place was to ascend to the immortal world. Escape? How were they supposed to escape here? Yin Chuan had more than 10 million people. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the crowd of Dajin's officials. Escape? No one is allowed to leave without His Majesty's permission. Jin Dayu shouted. He extended his hand, and the divine Emperor Bell soared into the sky. Clang! A bell chime rang out. The immortals who were about to ascend had already taken a step into the immortal realm. They were all dazed by the bell chime and fell down with a loud crash. Huoguang also took a step forward and brandished the spear in his hand. Suddenly, a storm of spears appeared in all directions. Boom! All the fleeing cultivators were sent flying back to where Julu Academy was at after being struck by the countless astral spears. Not a single one of the million cultivators managed to escape. They all fell to the ground. The strength of the various legion commanders was no longer just strong. Instead, it was terrifying to look at. The Xiozhi that were knocked back were all dizzy from the fall. This shouldn't be happening. Why is this happening? Why are they so strong? Countless voices of shock and horror rang out. Meng Lingtian and the other experts of the Julu Academy gaped in shock. Everyone had expected Yin Chuan to be powerful when he woke up, but no one had expected him to be so terrifying. Greetings, His Majesty. The great Jin experts were overjoyed and bowed respectfully. The people of the Julu Academy sighed in amazement. Meng Lingtian, in particular, could only smile wryly. The Julu Academy had recruited disciples for 5,000 years. More than half of them would join Great Zhang. Greetings, His Majesty. Meng Lingtian and the other Julu Academy immortals bowed. Chapter 1123. Rumble. The underground palace of Xianying slowly floated up. Dragon roars could be heard everywhere. Clearly, Feng Yinyang had already manipulated the dragon vein to transform the land of Xianying. Yin Chuan stood in front of the Skyward Palace. He looked at the countless excited experts in front of the Julu Academy. Yin Chuan smiled as he sighed. Although Yin Chuan had established various factions in the immortal world, this was Yin Chuan's true foundation. Everywhere else was just a passing cloud. My people, I'm back, Yin Chuan said to the crowd. Countless experts clenched their fists, their faces filled with excitement. Seeing Yin Chuan return, everyone understood that everything in the past was worth it. My people, I'm back, Yin Chuan said again. Roar! The golden dragon of Providence let out a long roar. Yin Chuan's voice quickly spread across the world. Of course, the world was already in tatters. Only the people in the cities covered by Providence could hear Yin Chuan's voice. Also, everyone from 5,000 years ago could hear it. As long as they didn't establish another country or sect, They could hear Yin Chuan's voice. In a city. This voice? Why do I suddenly hear a voice in my ears? The dragons roared just now, and now this voice? The people of the immortal world? 5,000 years ago? Immortal world? As more and more people came to their senses, the sound of cheering could be heard like a tsunami. Rumble. Providence from all over the world quickly gathered above Yin Chuan's head. Providence gathered not only for the expansion of the territory, but also for the hearts of the people. If the hearts of the people were firm, the providence would never dry up. In the distance, Mengling Tian led the immortals of the Julu Academy and a group of experts from immortal world to the front. Mengling Tian, everyone, thank you for your hard work in managing the world. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Mengling Tian smiled and said, it's nothing. The Julu Academy has benefited a lot as well. These people from the 10,000 Confucian sect are going to do whatever they want under the heavens and bring disaster to the world, right? Yin Chuan looked at the 1 million Confucian cultivators in the distance. How did you know? Mengling Tian asked in surprise. Oh, I understand. Your consciousness went to the immortal world, so, you know. Mengling Tian immediately understood. Yin Chuan nodded. In the distance, many of the million Confucian cultivators bowed in fear. Your Majesty, we were wrong. Your Majesty, spare my life. Your Majesty, we were foolish. The million Confucian cultivators screamed in terror. At this time, Li Si walked out and waved his hand, summoning a million holy scrolls. The holy scroll formation from before was set up with this item. There were countless words on it, and each word was like a gem. Your Majesty, the 10,000 Confucian sect has a total of 108 holy scrolls. These are the holy scrolls of the Earth Literature Star. 108 holy scrolls are the foundation of the 10,000 Confucian sect's founder. If one of them is destroyed, it will no longer be complete. Li Si said with a smile. The holy scroll won't be complete? Then burn it. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. No, don't burn it. The immortals who had been shaken back by Jin Deyu cried out in alarm. This was the founder's favorite treasure, the foundation of the sect. The founder trusted Huyin Boyu and allowed him to bring a holy scroll to the lower realm. If it was destroyed, how would they explain it to the founder? Oomph. Jin Deyu snorted coldly. The immortals were so shocked that their qi and blood surged. Li Si glanced at the 1 million Confucian cultivators on the ground. Your Majesty, the 1 million Confucian cultivators of the 10,000 Confucian sect followed Huyin Boyu and tried to overthrow the world. They should be punished for the crime of rebellion. Your Majesty, please order them to be killed. Li Si said solemnly. Order them to be killed? The million Confucian cultivators in the distance were stunned. They couldn't help but shiver. I second the motion, Lu Buwei said. I second the motion, Yi Feng shouted. I second the motion, In Hentian also shouted. For a moment, the officials were furious and glared at the rebels in the distance. No, Your Majesty, please spare us. We know we were wrong. Your Majesty, we know we were wrong. Yin Chuan glanced coldly at the 1 million Confucian cultivators. If knowing we were wrong is useful, then what are the laws? What's the use of laws? Allow it. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. The officials replied. No, no, help. Help. No. The 1 million Confucian cultivators cried. Without needing Yin Chuan's order, Huoguang led a group of soldiers and rushed over. They reached out and used spells to suppress the 1 million Confucian cultivators. They sealed their cultivation bases. Another group quickly dug a deep pit in the distance. Your Majesty, the other group of people are mostly from various factions. They're here to watch the destruction of the Julu Academy and wait for an opportunity to strike and bring chaos to the world. An immortal who had previously resisted shouted, Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, we can't spare them. The crowd was agitated. Yin Chuan nodded. Since that's the case, let's kill them together. Yes, the officials replied. No, Your Majesty, please spare us. Please forgive us, your majesty. The 1,000,000 Confucian cultivators were immediately suppressed by Huoguang's men and thrown into the huge pit in the distance. Outside the huge pit, a group of soldiers was constantly filling it with soil. No help. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I've already become an immortal. I don't want to die. Your Majesty, save me. Sect Master, save me. The sight of 1,000,000 Confucian cultivators being killed was spectacular. There were countless cries, but they only had themselves to blame. On the other side, the 1,000,000 holy scrolls were also quickly burned by Li Si's men. Unfortunately, the holy scrolls were impervious to fire and water. I'll do it, humph. Jin Dayu snorted coldly. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden flame. It was the true fire of the sun, which rushed toward the holy scrolls. Boom! Under the true fire of the sun, the 1,000,000 holy scrolls could only slowly burn. On one side, the flames soared into the sky, and on the other, the 1,000,000 Confucian cultivators were buried alive. Burning books and burying Confucians? Your Majesty, I suddenly feel that this scene is very familiar. Li Si suddenly laughed. Burning books and burying Confucians? After Li Si finished speaking, Lu Buwei, Wang Jian, Huoguang, Tan Lang, and Feng Yinyang nodded. What a familiar scene, but they couldn't recall it. The literature star and the 1,000,000 holy scrolls were all destroyed. The man's voice was filled with a monstrous aura. At this moment, a loud shout came from outside the palace. Sect leader, Huyan Boyu's life tablet is broken. Huyan Boyu is dead. Jiahu came from outside the palace. Huyan Boyu is dead? Something happened in the sealed world? Yinchuan has come out? The man's expression sank. The sealed world, the world. The news of Yinchuan's powerful return quickly spread throughout the world. For a time, the world was in an uproar. The people of Great Jin cheered. The thousands of years of oppression in their hearts were finally released. The powerhouse who had betrayed the great accomplishment empire had a look of fear on his face. The news of the 1,000,000 Confucian cultivators of the 10,000 Confucian sect being killed also slowly spread. The four armies swept through everything in their path, and they started to recruit soldiers and buy horses. They were fighting and recruiting at the same time. In the central divine continent, the people of Great Jun were more united. The four great marshals soon arrived at the borders of the four central divine continents. They were ready to march to the four central divine continents. By the emperor's decree, we will fight against the rebels. Stand at attention. Huoguang, Wang Jian, Jin Diyu, and Feng Xiao swore an oath and set out. Yes, the millions of soldiers answered loudly. Chapter 1124, East Divine Continent, a branch of the Great Chu Sacred Court. Inside a large hall. My lord, it's not good. Great Jun's Eastern Marshal, Huoguang, just received news that he has already exterminated the Heavenly Might sect. A man dressed in official robes exclaimed to another man dressed in luxurious robes. Mighty Heavenly Sect, apart from our 5 great immortal world factions, there are 10 nations and 20 sections. The Mighty Heavenly Sect is a middle-ranked sect. Yesterday, Huoguang just arrived, and today, the Mighty Heavenly Sect was destroyed? The man in luxurious robes exclaimed. Yes, like a hot knife through butter. The Mighty Heavenly Sect couldn't resist at all. The man in official robes said bitterly. One day, how could they not resist? From start to finish, Huoguang didn't even make a move. At the start, the Mighty Heavenly Sect's formation was activated. Huoguang's subordinates broke the formation and started a massacre. From start to finish, Huoguang sat at the peak of a mountain, drinking tea and watching the battlefield. I know, Huoguang is just training the troops. The man in luxurious robes' expression changed. Training the troops? What a terrifying first legion. What a powerful, great Jun. The man in luxurious robes said with an ugly expression, "Sir, what should we do? Huyen Boyu is already dead." The 1,000 Confucian sect's forces couldn't even withstand a single blow from Yin Chuan. In this world, aside from the Sage Kings, it seems that we won't be able to stop the Great Jun from reuniting. The man in luxurious robes said, is the Great Jun really that strong? Strong. It's not like you haven't seen Huyen Boyu before. He attacked with an entire sect and 1,000,000 Confucian cultivators. Although we don't know the exact situation, do you think that's realistic? The man in luxurious robes said. Not a single one escaped. The man in official robes had an ugly expression. Hua Guang and the others didn't move quickly. It's obvious that they were reclaiming their territory while training their troops. We already overestimated Yin Chuan, but we still underestimated him. The man in luxurious robes said. Then what should we do? What should we do? You ascend first and report everything to the Sacred King. I'll watch over this place. Tell the Sacred King that if there is danger, this subject might give up on this realm. The finely clothed man said. Give up? Go, report the truth. The man in luxurious clothes said in a deep voice. Yes. Southern Divine Continent. Bahuang sect. Kill. Roar. Exterminate these traitors. The army of the Great Jin dynasty broke through a sect's array and started a frenzied slaughter. In the distance, at the peak of a mountain, Wang Jian sat beside a stone table. There were 2 guards standing behind him, and an attendant beside him was making tea and serving tea to Wang Jian. Wang Jian sipped his tea while looking at the battlefield in the distance. The 8 Baron sect was forced to retreat again and again. Great Jun soldiers also suffered some casualties. However, Wang Jian didn't care about it all. It was as if he was looking at a still scenery. Regarding the casualties, Wang Jian did not interfere. Wang Jian needed well-trained elite soldiers. Thus, the soldiers under him had to be tempered by blood and fire. Just as he was sipping his tea, a loud shout suddenly came from behind him. Wang Jian, you destroyed my 8 Baron sect. I'll fight it out with you. With a roar, a man clad in multicolored light appeared behind him. He held a long sword and slashed at Wang Jian. A huge energy sword appeared in the air, as if it was going to cut Wang Jian and the mountain into pieces. Clearly, this person had become an immortal. An immortal's attack was boundless. However, Wang Jian continued to sip his tea. He didn't even turn around. Wang Jian did not move, but one of the 2 guards behind him moved. He drew his bronze sword. A huge energy sword that was several times bigger than the 8 Baron sect master's energy sword shot out. Boom! The sky seemed to turn white as the 2 energy swords disappeared. Wang Jian's guard sheathed his sword and returned to his original position. It was as if he had not moved at all. As for the 8 Baron sect master, his eyes widened in disbelief. The sword in his hand broke into 2. A thin slit appeared between his brows, and a large amount of blood flowed out. The 8 Baron sect master fell to the ground. When he landed, he was split in half. The 8 Baron sect master was instantly cut in half. In the distance, the 8 Baron sect disciples who were resisting were all horrified. A single strike? Moreover, it was from Wang Jian's guard. The sect master died, just like that. They looked at Wang Jian, who was sniffing the tea in the distance and sipping it. All the 8 Baron sect disciples felt chills run down their spines. Did the 8 Baron sect still want to fight against Yin Chuan? Their sect master could not even withstand a single strike from Yin Chuan's subordinate. Did they still want to fight? At this moment, countless 8 Baron sect disciples were filled with deep regret. They could have been citizens of Great Jun. Why did they choose to be disciples of the 8 Baron sect? It was like a commoner fighting for a mountain or becoming a bandit. Could they do anything against the imperial court's army? They were filled with endless regret. However, if regret was useful, what was the point of having laws? Kill. West Divine Continent, North Divine Continent. Jindayu and Feng Shao's armies were the same. They were victorious, as they trained their soldiers. The four marshals were invincible. Great Jun's heavenly dynasty, Xianying. After the morning assembly, Yin Chuan accompanied ZZ for a stroll by a small lake. Although they had been together for 1,000,000 years, ZZ did not seem tired of it. She held on to Yin Chuan's arm happily. Meow ran over like a light bulb and jumped onto Yin Chuan's shoulder. Meow, the fish here is not good. I want to eat the East Sea dragonfish. Meow said angrily. Let's wait until we reach the celestial realm. It'll be soon. ZZ smiled. Meow meow, haven't you remembered the past? You've already become an immortal. Yin Chuan asked curiously. No, it's just that my cultivation is higher and I have a better memory of spells. I can't remember anything else. Meow shook her head. Then forget it. Wait a little longer. Meow, it doesn't matter if you remember or not. I think it's pretty good now. Meow said, shaking its head. Yin Chuan and ZZ smiled. In the sealed realm, the four great armies of Great Jun continued to reclaim their territory. From top to bottom, almost all the officials were quickly operating the machinery of Great Jun. Everything was developing rapidly. More than 10 million talents had been recognized by Yin Chuan 5,000 years ago. They had gone to the celestial realm for nearly 1,000,000 years to gain experience. Now, whether it was administration, management, or statistics, they had been perfected. Governing the world was a piece of cake. In the past 10 years, according to Lu Buwei's statistics, Yin Chuan had given all kinds of rewards to the major families in the world. Some of those who had made outstanding contributions were even conferred the title of Viscount. Viscount, this was not the mortal world. Viscounts of Great Jun had long become the envy of the people. The families that had been conferred the title all held banquets and celebrated. The families that had not been conferred the title could only be envious. But so what if they were envious? Only with effort would there be returns. Great Jun's aura quickly spread to the world. In the celestial realm, as the four great forces ascended one by one, they brought all kinds of news. Suddenly, the various forces outside the sealed realm were in an uproar. At this moment, there were 6 great forces outside the sealed realm. 3 great holy halls, 3 great dojo. There were also some cultivators from the celestial dynasty and the sacred lands who were ready to drink some leftovers. Great Chi Holy Hall. In a large hall, Great Chi Holy King and the officials were having a court meeting. The Sage King captured some ascended immortals, said Soul Sky. There's news that Yin Chuan is leading more than 10 million people in seclusion. His will has entered the immortal world. In any case, this group of people is very strong now. Even Huyin Boyu couldn't withstand a single blow from Wang Jian. Great Chi Holy King nodded. I knew it. Haha, they returned with a strong force. It seems that the various forces in the lower realm are in trouble. Great Chi Holy King said with a smile. Yes, it's bad. The Thousand Confucian sect did not leave a single one alive. You should know that there were more than 1,000 immortals, but none of them escaped. Tiani said. More importantly, the Thousand Confucian sect's heavenly cycle holy scroll was burned until it was incomplete. Another official said with a smile. Thousand Confucian sect, heavenly cycle shu. Great Chi Holy King said in a deep voice. Yes, sect master heavenly cycle shu is mad. This time, he brought his entire sect here. More than 100 million cultivators are all here. Tian, he said in a deep voice. More than 100 million. The entire dojo is here. They said that they are here to avenge Huyin Boyu, but everyone can see that Yin Chuan has returned and is about to take the seal. Heavenly Cycle Shu is here to snatch the seal. Tian Yi said in a deep voice. That's right. There are 3 holy halls, 3 dojos, and 6 major forces in the Zhenlong Dominion. However, none of them are here like Heavenly Cycle Shu. His goal is too obvious. He just wants to snatch the seal. Earth 2 said, Holy King, I do not understand. Why is it that when we agreed to move the capital here, we are not moving anymore? Tiani asked curiously again. I have my own plans. Heavenly Cycle Shu? Ha! If he wants to clash with Yin Chuan, then let him. I also want to see what's so special about this Yin Chuan. Great Qi Holy King narrowed his eyes. Ah, the officials were surprised. Holy King, no matter how strong Great Jun is, can it be stronger than the Thousand Confucian sect? They are here with their entire sect. Tian, he said curiously. Thousand Confucian sect? Heavenly Cycle Shoe? He's just lucky to have reached this step. He changed from studying to accumulating good karma. Now, he is creating the Thousand Confucian sect. His luck is soaring to the sky. This person is neither fish nor fowl. There's no need to fear him. Great Qi Holy King shook his head. However, even if we don't interfere, the other two holy halls and dojos might interfere. Tian, he said worriedly. Then we will stop them. Great Qi Holy King said. What? Holy King, we're going to help Great Jin? Why? An official exclaimed. Everyone looked at Great Qi Holy King. The Sage King of Daki shook his head and said, I've told you before that I came to this territory to take the seal of the Great Path and use it to move the world. I was asked to do all this by someone else. Everyone looked at Great Qi Holy King. My Rui Jingu Bang has a flaw, but that person helped me to perfect it. He saved my life. This time, when I went to retrieve the Rui Jingu Bang, I mentioned Yin Chuan to him. I even showed him Yin Chuan's appearance. He actually said that Yin Chuan's first life was his old friend. His old friend? Of course, I need help. Great Qi Holy King said. Everyone was shocked. Do you know the Ganyang family? Great Qi Holy King asked. Yes, we know. The Ganyang family is a huge force in this world. They even control 2 holy halls and 3 dojos. After Ganyang Taoyu's death, the Ganyang family received the news and did not blame us. Instead, they sent someone to serve us. Tian, he said, the Ganyang family is not interested in me, Sun Wukong. They are interested in my benefactor. They just want us to build a bridge. Great Qi Holy King said coldly. Chapter 1125. Outside the sealed realm, various factions gathered. The 10,000 Confucian sect had arrived. Nearly 100 million cultivators were filled with fighting spirit. The sect master, Zhou Tianshu, and all the experts looked coldly at the sealed realm. At this moment, the various factions were staring at Zhou Tianshu. This was because Zhou Tianshu seemed to be too unruly. Coming with the entire sect? And he had the nerve to say that he was only here to take revenge for Huyin Boyu? Naturally, Zhou Tianshu did not explain. Zhou Tianshu stood on a floating island and looked down at the land. Several people followed behind him. Sect Master, when will we enter this realm? One of them asked respectfully. Before Huyin Boyu died, he sent someone to deliver a message. In the past, Goddess Ji Qin once said that there were only 2 ways to pluck the Tao seal. The first was to have the strength of an ancestral immortal. The second was to gather all the providence or merit in the world. However, everyone overlooked something. Zhou Tianshu said sullenly. Everyone looked at Zhou Tianshu. In the past, there were various experts in the sealed realm. Saber Demon, Sword Demon, and Duga Butian were all peerless experts. There are even ancestral immortals among them. Why did they fail to pluck the Tao seal, and only great Zhou's Wu Jiong succeeded? Zhou Tianshu asked. Everyone was slightly stunned. That's right. Aside from these 2 conditions, there is one more important condition. One has to be a native of this realm. Wu Jiong reincarnated so that he could be branded with this realm's Tao seal. Hence, our previous guesses were wrong. If outsiders entered, even if they unified the world, they would not be able to obtain the Tao seal, Zhou Tianshu said. Everyone was shocked. There are 10 Tao seals in the world. This is the last one. However, you all should have heard of the news of the Tao seal shattering. Once it shatters, it will be gone. Hence, unless it is absolutely necessary, no one dares to destroy the Tao seal and become the world's enemy. Dugu Butian and the others know the reason. However, no one wants to reincarnate. That is why it was delayed until today, Zhou Tianshu said. Then what should we do? Wait. Wait for Yin Chuan to pluck the Tao seal. Then we will set up the Heavenly Cycle Holy Scroll Ritual Array, seize the Tao seal, and refine the world. Zhou Tianshu said. Yes. Everyone answered. Great Jin's training was extremely successful. It was a one-sided massacre. The 10 nations and 20 sects were invincible. In front of the 4 great armies, they were simply unable to withstand a single blow. In fact, the people of Dezhun were so popular that their political power was overturned before the war even started. The people overthrew the city lord's mansion, and the officials led the rebellion. For a moment, the 4 marshals of Great Jun who were training their troops were speechless. One of the sects was completely empty by the time Feng Xiao arrived with his army. The disciples had all fled, and the sect lord had fled. This made Feng Xiao, who was preparing to train his troops, feel conflicted. The only ones who put up some resistance were the remaining 4 immortal world forces. At this moment, the 4 marshals didn't forcefully attack anymore. Instead, they slowly trained and moved. It was as if the 2 armies were evenly matched. The experts of the 4 great immortal realms were relieved when they saw this. Of course, the 4 great powers didn't know that Dezhun's 4 marshals were deliberately slowing down their attack. Wang Jian and the others were worried that if they attacked too fiercely, they would scare away the last training target. That was why he slowly trained his troops. Just like that, the 2 sides continued to engage in a tug-of-war. The battle reports were constantly sent to Yin capital. When Yin Chuan saw the battle reports, he instantly saw through the plans of Huoguang and the others. He was also speechless. Zizi laughed at the side. After so many years, this is the first time I've seen a team that is afraid of winning. Zizi laughed. Yin Chuan could only smile bitterly. Let them be. At the branch of the Great Chu Sacred Court, the battle reports were constantly coming in. A man in a luxurious robe was reading the battle reports. What? Did Weo City almost fail? Huoguang's army has already entered the city. Victory is at hand. And then they were all scared away by our reinforcements? The man in the luxurious robe asked. Yes, our 2 cities finally didn't fail. A man in an official's robe said. Which reinforcements? So powerful? They forced Huoguang's team away? The 5th squad of Qin Long's Yellow Rock Camp. The man in the official's robe said. What? The 5th squad of Qin Long's Yellow Rock Camp? What 5th squad? Why haven't I heard of it? How many people do they have? The man in the luxurious robe asked. 150. The man in the official's robe said. What? The man in the luxurious robe opened his eyes wide. 150 people. The man in the luxurious robe's face twitched. Are you sure you didn't say 10,000? No. The man in the official's robe said strangely. 150 people forced Huoguang's army of 500,000 to leave? Are you kidding me? The man in the luxurious robe was about to jump up. Sir, that's the truth. The man in the official's robe also said strangely. The hall fell into silence. On the other side, Huoguang looked at the general in front of him, and his face twitched. General Wang, don't you think that you fought too fake this battle? Huoguang said to the general in front of him. The general was about to cry. Marshal, I tried my best. Really, I tried my best to pretend that we couldn't take them. But there's no way to act. When 2 armies fight, they have to train. We trained for a while and killed a few thousand people, but the other side rebelled. They said that they were forced to, so they turned around and led the army into the city. Damn, the city gates opened wide and let us in to take the city. I didn't go in, and they killed the city lord themselves and sent the corpse to me. Marshal, I can't lose this battle. If not for the 150 enemy deserters accidentally exposing themselves, we wouldn't have been able to escape. The general cried. Huoguang, I still remember the resentful eyes of the soldiers who killed the city lord when we left. Marshal, I tried my best. The general said anxiously. Huoguang, In the central tent, the other generals held back their laughter. Several years later, in the Chu Sacred Court branch, the man in the luxurious robe looked at the countless contradictory battles around him and was about to break down. The large group of strategists in front of him also pulled out all their hair. That doesn't make sense. That's not right. How did they win this battle again? Am I thinking too much? Here, one person scared away Huoguang's army. Is it the empty city strategy? That's not right. They've used the empty city strategy more than 10 times. How did they succeed every time? I understand. If we can't win in the future, we'll use the empty city strategy. The empty city strategy is invincible. It's the best strategy in the world. Sir, I've written a military strategy book. I'm going to present it to the Sage King. In all court battles, empty city is king. As long as we know the empty city strategy, we'll always win. Yes, we must tell the Sage King that Chu's unification of the Zhenlong Dominion is just around the corner. In future court battles, as long as the 4 city gates are opened, all the soldiers will hide in the city and will win. The man in the luxurious robe almost fell for the nonsense of the strategists. He had fought for so many years, but he had never seen such complicated battles. It was ridiculous. The tactician in front of him was even worse. Could I be wrong? The man in the luxurious robe frowned. Suddenly, the man in luxurious robe shuddered. He finally reacted. The war between the 2 dynasties had always been a matter of life and death. This was an eternal truth. But what if the truth changed? Thinking back to the celestial world, not to mention whether the Sage King's empty fort stratagem would succeed, even if it did, if the other party did not fall for it, it would all be over. Fuck, Huoguang is playing with me. The man in the luxurious robe suddenly shouted in shock. How do we mess with you? The group of strategists asked in confusion. The man in the luxurious robe looked at the group of strategists whose intelligence had been severely lowered. He was speechless. The moment he reacted, the man in the luxurious robe immediately gathered all the immortals. Let's go. We can't stay in this world any longer. Let's ascend, immediately ascend. The man in luxurious robes was on the verge of collapse. My lord, why? We didn't lose. One of the generals shouted. The man in the luxurious robe. This is an order. Everyone, ascend and return to Great Chu. The man in the luxurious robe shouted. All right. Many generals were still unwilling to give up. Rumble. All the immortals flew away, and the news quickly spread throughout the world. In Huoguang's main camp, the group of generals looked as if they were mourning. My lord, we can't play anymore. One of the generals said with a long face. Huoguang suddenly smiled and said, What are you doing? What are you doing? All of you have long faces. We won the war, not lost. Don't make me feel bad with that expression. As the Great Chu branch ascended, the other 3 factions also realized what was going on. So, this was the reason why they had lost so much hair during this period of time. So they had all been played? With shame and indignation, the experts of the 3 factions could only ascend with hatred. This humiliation, accompanied by hair loss, would be etched in their hearts. Several years of war. It was finally over. With the leaders of the 4 factions fleeing, Great Zhen's army did not dawdle and quickly advanced toward the various cities. Among them, there were some hot-headed people who wanted to become emperor themselves, but Great Zhen's army was no longer the same as before. They crushed everything in their path with irresistible force. In just a short year, the world returned to Great Zhen's empire. All sorts of officials quickly arranged for the various cities to be quickly reorganized. The 4 marshals also returned to the imperial court. When they returned to the imperial court, no one had the nerve to ask for credit. Chapter 1126. Xianyang, Skyward Palace Square. Yanchuan looked at Meng Lingtian and the other Julu Academy members. Mr. Ming, everyone, all of you have helped the Great Jin up until now. I am very grateful. Are you all really unwilling? Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. Meng Lingtian and the other immortals smiled bitterly. Great Jin is strong, and we all know that. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. If not for the legacy, we would definitely be willing to stay in Great Jin, but Yindi, we are all disciples of the Julu Academy. Please grant us our wish, Yindi. Yin Chuan smiled faintly and said, Why would I stop all of you from doing what you want? After this battle, the world is yours to roam. At the same time, the doors of Great Jin will always be open to you. Everyone looked at Yin Chuan and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Yindi. Yin Chuan nodded and looked around. Those who have undergone 19 heavenly tribulations will undergo together. Yin Chuan shouted. Yin Chuan's voice, along with the golden dragon of providence, reverberated throughout the world and into the ears of countless experts. Roar! Loud roars came from all over the world, not in Xianyang, but in various places across the 5 divine continents. Boom! There was a loud explosion. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in all directions, covering the sky and the earth. In an instant, the skies of the 5 divine continents darkened. Rumble, thunder, and lightning flashed in all directions. Amidst the lightning, one could vaguely see a lightning dragon swimming with its towering body. Looking up, it was like a vast dragon lake, densely packed with lightning dragons. The heavenly might was unparalleled. Countless cities around the world were covered with arrays to prevent the aftershocks. 5 million people, 19 heavenly tribulations. Indeed, what a grand scene! Meng Lingtian exclaimed. Rumble, one after another, lightning dragons descended from all directions. From afar, the entire world was in chaos because of the heavenly might. Grand scene? Yin Chuan smiled. This was just the beginning. The heavenly immortal tribulation for 5 million people. The entire sealed realm became restless as a storm wreaked havoc. There was even a faint ripple in space. Outside the sealed world, the various major powers were waiting. Suddenly, the void outside the sealed world trembled and a storm swept out in all directions. What happened? The sealed realm is about to be broken? Inform the sect leader. Inform the Sage King. Quick, quick, quick! Outside the sealed world, chaos immediately ensued. There was no need for a report. Soon, the leaders of various factions arrived. Boom! Boom! Experts arrived, bringing with them waves of strong winds. They stood on tall mountains in all directions. The most focal point was the summits of the 6 mountain peaks. The 3 great saint kings, the 3 great sect masters, and then there were a few saint lords, saint masters, and so on. However, in front of these 6 great elites, everything else paled in comparison. Is it starting? Sun Wukong, the sage king of Daki, said excitedly. In the distance, the 10,000 Confucian sect's sect master, Zhou Tianshu, narrowed his eyes. He stared fixedly at the swaying void. The other 4 did the same. After watching for a while, the 6 great elites exchanged glances. Clearly, they were all competitors. Zhou Tianshu looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong smiled faintly. Seeing Sun Wukong smile, Zhou Tianshu took a deep breath and nodded. Clearly, to see Yin Chuan's ability, Sun Wukong had already informed Zhou Tianshu. Zhou Tianshu helped Sun Wukong stop the others. Rumble. The void trembled, and a storm swept out in all directions. What is this? It doesn't seem to be a Dao seal, one of the elites said with a frown. Oh, Great Shu Sage King, why do you say that? Zhou Tianshu asked. It's tribulation Shi, the aura of a heavenly tribulation. Someone is undergoing a tribulation? The great Shu Sage King asked. Huh, undergoing a tribulation? I've never heard of a mortal undergoing a tribulation that could affect our world from the sealed world. Zhou Tianshu clearly did not believe it. The others were skeptical. The great Shu Sacred King did not explain further. He just stared at them, undergoing a tribulation. The sealed world was indeed undergoing a tribulation. 5 million people, and 19 heavenly tribulations. This tribulation was too powerful. It even affected the celestial realm. However, it seemed like this was not the end. Even the weakest person in Great Jun had only undergone 19 heavenly tribulations. Moreover, it was more than enough. The power of birth charts was too powerful. The sky was gray and overcast. The 19 heavenly tribulations ended one after another. Great Jun had gained 5 million heaven immortals. The 11 heavenly tribulations will be overcome together. Yin Chuan shouted. Roar! Everyone in the world shouted in unison. 11 heavenly tribulations? Meng Lingtian and the others felt bitter. They had never heard of it before, but they could understand. What did 11 heavenly tribulations mean? After transcending the tribulation, one would become a great immortal. A great immortal? Indeed, how many people will undergo this tribulation? Meng Lingtian asked curiously. Yin Chuan looked at Meng Lingtian before he turned to Lu Buwei. Lu Buwei nodded and said, Your Majesty, a total of 5,414 people will undergo the 11 heavenly tribulations. Meng Lingtian. The Immortals of the Julu Academy. The Immortals of the Julu Academy were petrified. Rumble. The overcast sky suddenly darkened. Previously, the dark clouds covered the sky. However, there were still gaps in the clouds that allowed sunlight to shine through. Now, the gaps were completely filled. The only thing that could be seen was the light of lightning. Roar! In the dark clouds, huge dragons were cruising around. Their eyes were blind, but their bodies were 100 times larger than the thunder dragon from the 19th heavenly tribulation. Arg! 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 The lightning dragons roared. The shaking of the void was 10 times more intense than before. Buzz! The void shook, the earth shook, and countless mountains collapsed. More than 5 million people in the world were undergoing the great celestial tribulation at the same time. The scene was several times larger than before. Roar! Roar! 10,000 lightning dragons roared in unison. It was as if the heavenly river had collapsed. The lightning condensed into a liquid river and rushed toward countless people who were undergoing the tribulation. The world lit up. Streaks of lightning fell from the sky like waterfalls. Meng Lingtian looked at this doomsday-like scene and was completely dumbfounded. Outside the sealed realm. Rumble. In a huge area outside the sealed realm, the space suddenly shook violently. Waves of powerful shock waves sent those with lower cultivation levels flying. The clothes of the powerful cultivators of the major factions rustled under the impact. Whoosh! Heaven and earth essence chi surged from all directions into the sealed realm, accompanied by arcs of lightning. The cultivators with low cultivation levels retreated again and again. What's going on? An expert said in surprise. It's a tribulation. The great Chu sacred king shouted. Tribulation? Was this a tribulation? How is it possible? Zhou Tianshu looked at this scene in disbelief. No one had ever undergone such an exaggerated tribulation. It almost caused the entire realm to collapse. Impossible, Zhou Tianshu shouted. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes. Benefactor's old friend? It's indeed extraordinary. Sun Wukong exclaimed. The powerful cultivators around were increasingly curious about everything in the sealed realm. However, the sealed realm had been unified and their subordinates had all withdrawn. No one knew what was going on inside. Rumble! Outside the sealed world, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless cultivators retreated again and again, their eyes filled with curiosity. It must be a tribulation. The great Chu sacred king emphasized again. Many people began to believe it when they saw the arcs of lightning appear. However, no one could imagine what was going on inside. Rumble. The heavenly tribulation was like a surging river and a waterfall, baptizing all directions. The entire world was dye black. The 11 in 9 heavenly tribulation was still going on. On this day, the people of the world would never forget this scene. 5,000 years ago, Those who weren't chosen later became immortals one after another. Initially, they didn't think much of the opportunity 5,000 years ago. But now that they saw it, they realized how important the opportunity 5,000 years ago was. The 11 in 9 heavenly tribulation was still going on. Yin Chuan said again, except for Feng Yinyang, everyone else begin the 12 in 9 heavenly tribulation. Yes, your majesty. Wang Jian, Jin Diyu, In Hentian, Lu Gang, Yifeng, Li Si, Lu Bui, Feng Xiao, Hu Guang, Tan Lang, and the others answered. Even ZZ had begun the heavenly tribulation. Feng Yinyang was wrapped in a black robe and stood beside Yin Chuan. The other powerhouses quickly flew out of Xianyang with the ministers and the remaining elite troops, flying in all directions. The 12 and 9 heavenly tribulation, Meng Lingtian felt his heart being squeezed. The shock of a lifetime could not compare to that day. Seclusion? Yin Chuan had been in seclusion for the past 5,000 years. Fuck. The immortals of the Julu Academy were all envious. The 11 and 9 heavenly tribulation was to become an immortal. The 12 and 9 heavenly tribulation was to become an ancient immortal. An ancient immortal? Ancestral immortals were the strongest immortals in the world. Even the Lotus God was an ancestral immortal. Below the ancestral immortals were the ancient immortals. Yama Emperor, you and Feng Yinyang won't be undergoing the 13 in 9 heavenly tribulation, will you? Meng Lingtian asked, looking like he was about to break down. Yin Chuan looked at Meng Lingtian and shook his head. The 13 and 9 heavenly tribulation? No, I haven't fully comprehended it in the world. I can't do it yet. Meng Lingtian and the others sighed. Fortunately, if the cultivators of the immortal world knew that they were going to be ancestral immortals, they might as well kill themselves with a piece of tofu. Then what about you and Feng Yinyang? Meng Lingtian asked, puzzled. Feng Yinyang and I are a little special, but we are both ancient immortals. Also, don't call him Feng Yinyang after the heavenly tribulation. His name is Gue Guzi. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Gue Guzi? Meng Lingtian and the others looked at Feng Yinyang. Feng Yinyang nodded. At this moment, Meng Lingtian realized that Feng Yinyang was a little unusual. He seemed to be more mature and dignified than he was 5,000 years ago. It was a very transcendental aura. There was a sense of mystery. While everyone was talking, the 12 in 9 heavenly tribulation began. Boom! The dark clouds in the sky disappeared, and in an instant, they were all filled with lightning. The sky was bright, as if the sun was crashing down, and a soul-shaking aura pressed down on their hearts. Chapter 11:27. Outside the sealed realm. The 6 factions looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Roar! A huge lightning dragon appeared out of thin air and charged into the sealed realm. Roar! 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 More and more lightning dragons descended from the sky and rushed into the sealed realm. This area had a diameter of 30 million miles. Thunder and lightning roared in from all directions. Within a radius of 15 million miles, it was as if countless bolts of lightning had filled the entire area, creating a massive scene. What's going on inside? Zhou Tianshu said with a pale face. Is this a tribulation? What kind of tribulation is this? The great Chu sacred king exclaimed. All the experts in the 4 directions were at a loss. They were shocked by this moment. The ancient deity tribulation? Only the ancient deity tribulation can be so exaggerated. Sun Wukong frowned. Everyone's face fell. Ancient deity? The 6 heroes of the Jinlong Dominion were all ancient deities. Was there going to be a 7th hero? Yin Chuan is going to become an ancient deity. Everyone's face darkened. Even an ancient deity would be injured in the sea of lightning. The deities hesitated for a moment and waited patiently. This wait lasted for an entire day. Inside the sealed realm, Roar! As Hua Guangdao roared, he used his physical body to collide with the final round of the heavenly tribulation, blocking it. Hua Guang was bathed in the tribulation fire. He closed his eyes and clenched his fists like a peerless demon god, feeling the changes in his body. Boom! Wang Jian broke the last tribulation lightning with a punch and also closed his eyes to feel it. Li Si, Lu Buwei, and the others all closed their eyes and pondered. Everyone felt the changes in their bodies. At the same time, their faces gradually became ferocious, as if a fragment of their memories had suddenly appeared. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace in Xianyang, Guiguzi suddenly said respectfully, "Your Majesty, my colleagues, we are almost done with the heavenly tribulations. However, the memories of our first lives are still locked tightly. This is because everyone's divine soul is attached to your Majesty's divine soul. Only when your Majesty unlocks the reincarnation seal and releases the memories of your first life will your Majesty recover. Only then can we recover our memories quickly." At the side, Meng Lingtian and the others were confused. Recover memories? What's going on? Yin Chuan lost his memory? Yin Chuan nodded. In the past 5,000 years, Yin Chuan led the heroes to the world tree again. In his previous life, the officials chased after him because of a curse. He cursed himself to follow the celestial emperor forever. Each of them entrusted a strand of their divine souls to themselves. It was also the last part of the reincarnation seal. As long as Yin Chuan undid it himself, the ministers would be able to undo it. "Let's begin," Yin Chuan said solemnly. "Yes." Guiguzi nodded. Taking a step forward, he suddenly released his aura. Rumble! Rolling tribulation clouds rushed toward Guiguzi. Guiguzi clenched his fist and shouted to the sky. Guiguzi heaven-locking technique. He raised his right hand to the sky, and it was as if billions of golden lights were shooting out in all directions. In an instant, it was like a huge net that trapped all the heavenly tribulations. Swish! Guiguzi soared into the sky and went straight for the heavenly tribulations. "Everyone, get out of the way!" Yin Chuan shouted to everyone in the Skyward Palace Square. Swish! Everyone flew away. Yin Chuan's aura suddenly released. Boom! A surge of vast power directly forced Meng Lingtian and the rest to retreat repeatedly. Yin Chuan's aura rushed toward all the tribulation clouds. It was as if he wanted to attract all the tribulations of more than 10 million people to himself. "Is he crazy?" Meng Lingtian exclaimed. Was he courting death? Rumble. Under the Guiguzi heaven-locking technique, some of the heavenly tribulations that had reached perfection and were about to retreat were all stopped in the air. Guiguzi's figure even soared into the sky and rushed into the sea of thunder, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Outside the sealed realm, rumble, thunder, and lightning surged into the sealed realm like a torrent. Other than the 6 heroes, the experts from the Celestial Empire and the Sacred Grounds were all dumbfounded at this moment. Looking at the torrent of thunder and lightning, this group of experts originally wanted to drink the soup. Drink the soup? Was he courting death? Just as everyone was staring, layers of dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky above the torrent of thunder and lightning. In the dark clouds, there were a large number of thunder dragons, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. The 7-colored thunder dragons roared and looked down. Ancient immortal tribulation. It's really the ancient immortal tribulation. The great Chu Sacred King exclaimed. Is it really the ancient immortal tribulation? But it seems a little different. It's much bigger than the ancient immortal tribulation that we went through in the past. Zhou Tianshu frowned. But it's definitely not the ancestral immortal tribulation. The ancestral immortal tribulation will be supervised by the remaining heavenly Tao. There's no remaining heavenly Tao here, so it can only be the ancient immortal tribulation. But why is this ancient immortal tribulation so strange? The great Chu Sacred King was at a loss, just as everyone was at a loss. Suddenly, a black figure rushed out from the torrent of thunder and lightning. That is, everyone's expression suddenly tensed up. It's Feng Yinyang, Sacred King. I've collected portraits of the great Jin officials. That's Feng Yinyang. Someone shouted. Feng Yinyang rushed out of the immortal realm and went straight for the ancient immortal tribulation. Whoosh! Feng Yinyang instantly entered the tribulation cloud. Countless experts were at a loss. Is he courting death? That's the ancient immortal tribulation. A mortal dares to go in? Roar! Roar! The dragons roared. Feng Yinyang fought with the dragons internally. After about half a day, the dragons finally stopped targeting Feng Yinyang. He passed. The great Chu Sacred King looked at the tribulation cloud in horror. Feng Yinyang passed. Ancient immortal? A mortal rushed out of the sealed realm and passed the ancient immortal tribulation. The group of heroes suddenly felt that their brains were not enough to comprehend. How could this be? Since when did mortals become so fierce? He passed, but it's not over yet. The tribulation cloud is still continuing. Is there someone else passing the ancient immortal tribulation? Sun Wukong raised his eyebrows. Everyone was shocked. At the same time, they reacted. Indeed, there was still the number one expert in the sealed realm in Yin Chuan. He had not passed the tribulation yet. In the tribulation cloud of the ancient immortal tribulation, Gigu Zi's hands were glowing with golden light. Gigu Futian, Gigu Shackles, Greater World Tribulation, the weakest world tribulation, two tribulations at the same time. Boom! The original ancient immortal tribulation suddenly increased by more than twice. Two tribulations at the same time? What's going on? The heroes outside the sealed realm were all at a loss. They did not know what was going on. Here, the only one who had a clue was Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes. Greater world? Greater world? It's been a long time. Gigu? It seems that he's a famous person in the greater world. Unfortunately, I was just a pawn back then. Too much information was sealed, and I knew too little about the greater world. If it weren't for my benefactor, I might have died long ago. Two tribulations at the same time? He used tens of thousands of heavenly tribulations to simulate the heavenly tribulation of the greater world. To simulate the heavenly tribulation of the greater world in this realm, the price is not small. Sun Wukong frowned and analyzed. At the same time, inside the sealed realm, in Xianying, all the heavenly tribulations that had not dissipated previously were targeted at Yin Chuan. People of Dezhun, raise your right hand and borrow my power, Yin Chuan shouted. Roar! The golden dragon of Providence roared and rushed into Yin Chuan's body. His voice penetrated the world. At this moment, the recognition of the people of Dezhun had reached an unprecedented level. They all raised their right hand, and surging power surged into Yin Chuan. Rumble! Yin Chuan's body slowly grew to the size of 1,000 feet. At the same time, Yin Chuan's hair instantly turned blood red. A vast sea of blood covered the entire Xianying under his feet and quickly rolled in all directions. Under Yin Chuan's control, the sea of blood bypassed the buildings. Super Theurgy! Yin Chuan opened his mouth, raised his head, and roared. Sky-devouring poison. Roar! Yin Chuan's mouth was like a huge vortex, swallowing the heavenly tribulation clouds in the sky. Rumble! Endless thunder and lightning surged into Yin Chuan's mouth. This was not a single person's heavenly tribulation, but the heavenly tribulation of more than 10 million people. More than 10 million heavenly tribulations covered the sky, but Yin Chuan was not afraid at all. He ferociously sucked in. Gigu Zi of the immortal world controlled the heavenly tribulation clouds, not letting them disappear. The thunder and lightning in the outside world surged into the sealed realm and into Yin Chuan's mouth like a flood. That was a lot more terrifying. The immortals of the Julu Academy went from being petrified to being dumbfounded. He's not human. He's definitely not human. This is too terrifying. How is this possible? Master, I've been staring for too long. My eyes are going to be blinded. I'm dreaming, right? Sky-devouring poison. This was too ferocious. Back then, even Meng Sanqing's primordial gourd was not so exaggerated. At least, the primordial gourd's absorption was not as strong as Yin Chuan's. This heavenly tribulation covered the 5 divine continents. How was it all sucked in? Thunder and lightning surged into Yin Chuan's mouth. At this moment, the world was silent. Only the sound of Yin Chuan swallowing thunder could be heard. Boom, boom, boom. This swallowing lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. In the end, everyone was a little stunned. And outside the sealed realm, on the 10th day, the heavenly tribulation clouds also surged into the sealed realm. Why are the heavenly tribulation clouds being dragged into the sealed realm? The rainbow dragons in the heavenly tribulation clouds? Why are they looking so scared? The lightning dragons in the heavenly tribulation clouds can feel fear. Countless exclamations were heard. Gigu Zi was sucked into the sealed realm with the heavenly tribulation clouds. After entering the sealed realm, Gigu Zi quickly dodged, and the heavenly tribulation clouds were completely sucked into Xianyang and Yin Chuan's mouth without any resistance. Boom! Yin Chuan's body was covered in a circle of lightning. The heavenly tribulation was over. Countless cultivators stood in the clear sky. Yin Chuan stood quietly in the square of the skyward hall with his eyes closed. Yin Chuan did not pay attention to his cultivation. Instead, he immersed all his consciousness in the depths of his soul. Ka 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 ka. It was as if something had broken. Then, from this broken part, countless memories rushed out crazily. The memories of his first life were finally unsealed at this moment. Chapter 1128. Endless memories surged out. 1 fate, 2 fortune, 3 feng shui, 14 virtues, and 5 merit names. Bai Wang, in our boundless world, human ancestor Sui cultivated fate, Fuxi cultivated fortune, Mingyi cultivated feng shui, Pangu and Hongjun cultivated virtues, and you cultivated merit names. You were the strongest in the boundless world. However, in the end, no one was able to transcend. The first Bai said, I firmly believe that there will be one. What makes you so sure? Everything in the world, even the heavens and fate, is predetermined. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. No, I don't think so. I firmly believe that man can conquer nature. 5 years of study? You don't lose to Fuxi in terms of luck. You don't lose to Mingyi in terms of feng shui. And you don't lose to Hongjun in terms of accumulating good karma. People often say that the one who owns the Bai family owns the world. Why? Because the Bai clan has the cultivation accumulation of various lineages. However, the only thing you haven't tried is life cultivation. 5 titles of merit? In the end, there was a difference. Studying may not be for scholarly achievements, but scholarly achievements must be studied. Human ancestor Sui created the path of life cultivation, but in the end, he was defeated. That transcending cultivator also didn't succeed through life cultivation. Then you'll wait for the others to finish their respective paths? What if it doesn't work? The Bai clan should not have waited quietly. They should have done their best. I came here today to tell you that I will diverge from the Bai clan. I will take another path. I want to cultivate my life. Maybe you are right, but it will take too long to prove that you are right. So long that you and I may not be able to see that day. No one in the world will be able to see that day. Ancient divine abilities, heaven splitting axe, the guide to the heavenly Tao. It's just icing on the cake. Why don't you give it to someone who needs it more? Don't disappoint me. Wang Jian, go and give him a hand. Holy King Wai, I have met countless people. He is ambitious, but his foundation is too shallow. What I need is for the kiliacosm of worlds to be filled with transcendence. Grand Dukes under heaven. Go on, I hope I'm not mistaken. I know you have regrets, but this way at least the great thousand worlds will not die. If you are a dragon, everyone in the great thousand worlds will be a dragon. Don't you regret it? Perhaps you will also win and transcend. I don't regret it, because this day was predicted millions of years ago, even before Bai gave birth to Blue. Millions of years ago, be at ease and accept the power of my birth chart. If you transcend, I will have no regrets. Old man, first you cultivate your scholarly achievements, then you cultivate your life. Now, I'm cultivating my scholarly achievements again. I almost succeeded in cultivating my life. I will definitely succeed in achieving scholarly honors. You cultivate the world's scholarly honors, while I cultivate the transcendence scholarly honors. Your scholarly honors are unknown, but my scholarly honors will definitely allow me to transcend. This is the monarch of the greater thousand world. I chose him from the lesser thousand world. If he transcends, will my scholarly honors be stronger, or will yours be stronger? Ha 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 ha. Great Sheen subjects, thank you. You have contributed greatly to the great thousand worlds' transcendence. Farewell, my great Sheen. Celestial Emperor, Bai Qi is chasing after you. With my heroic spirit, even the fate of the Celestial Emperor, if the Celestial Emperor dies, then this subject dies. If the Celestial Emperor reincarnates, then this subject will follow. Immortal for all ages. Bai Qi shouted with tears in his eyes. As he shouted, he grabbed his saber and brought it to his neck. Celestial Emperor, Wang Jian is chasing after you. Celestial Emperor, Su Fu is chasing after you. Celestial Emperor, Zhao Gao is chasing after you. Celestial Emperor, Li Si will follow you forever. Lu Buwei, Celestial Emperor, immortal for all ages. The memories of his first life flooded into Yin Chuan's mind. The magnificent scenes made Yin Chuan's heart surge. I'm Bai Yi, I'm Lan, I'm Ying, and I'm Yin Chuan. Great River, Great Qin, and Great Jun. Yin Chuan took a deep breath as he recalled everything. The lightning around him had yet to dissipate. Yin Chuan continued to recall the countless details of his previous life. In the distance, some of Great Zhan's subjects also had their memories unsealed. Wang Jian, Li Si, Lu Buwei, Hua Guang, Tan Lang, and Lu Jin all had tears streaming down their faces at this moment. A strand of excitement, happiness, and wild joy filled his heart. All of them clenched their fists. Bang! The lightning around them dissipated. Whoosh! Wang Jian was the first to fly to the Skyward Palace. Standing outside the Skyward Palace, he looked at the plaque and then at Yin Chuan in the center of the square, who was covered in lightning. Crack! Wang Jian suddenly knelt on one knee. Your subject, Wang Jian, greets the Celestial Emperor. Long live the Celestial Emperor. When Wang Jian shouted out, there was a strong sense of excitement in his voice. A large number of subjects flew over from all directions. Yifeng, Yin Hentian, and Jin Dayu looked at Wang Jian curiously. However, Hua Guang and Tan Lang soon arrived. Your subject, Meng Tian, greets the Celestial Emperor. Long live the Celestial Emperor. Your subject, Meng Yi, greets the Celestial Emperor. Long live the Celestial Emperor. Yifeng, Yin Hentian, and Jin Dayu looked at the two in surprise. What's wrong with Hua Guang and Tan Lang? Who are Meng Tian and Meng Yi? Feng Xiao and Lu Jin also flew over. Your subject, Zhang Yi, greets the Celestial Emperor. Long live the Celestial Emperor. Your subject, Zhao Gao, greets the Celestial Emperor. Long live the Celestial Emperor. In the distance, Lu Buwei, Li Si, and a large number of other subjects all came over. Half of them only bowed to Yin Chuan to show their gratitude. However, some subjects seemed to have gone crazy and knelt down. Your subject, Li Si, greets the Celestial Emperor. Long live the Celestial Emperor. Your subject, Lu Buwei, greets the Celestial Emperor. Long live the Celestial Emperor. Your subject, Gue Guzi, greets the Celestial Emperor. Half of the subjects not only changed their names, but they also addressed Yin Chuan as the Celestial Emperor. Yifeng, Yin Hentian, Lu Gang, and Jin Deyu were all surprised. They silently waited for Yin Chuan to wake up. Zizi also came back with Miao. She also looked at the scene in front of her with curiosity. Yin Chuan closed his eyes and recalled everything that had happened. Yin Chuan was full of emotions. It was as if he had a very long dream in an instant. Boom! Under a suction force, the lightning around him was suddenly sucked into the shunting acupoint. The blue sky thundercloud in the shunting acupoint suddenly changed shape. The heaven-devouring Taoist scripture has finally leveled up. Rumble. The 5th level, autumn lightning. The 6th level, winter lightning. The 7th level, apocalyptic lightning. The 8th level, creation lightning. In the shunting acupoint, the blue sky thundercloud had already changed shape. It became like a pillar, holding up the two ends of the blue sky thundercloud. The heavenly Tao of this world? Yin Chuan frowned slightly. I understand now. During the great ancient calamity, the heavens died and the heavenly Tao collapsed. This is a collapsed heavenly Tao. Before it collapsed, it condensed a Tao scripture. The so-called Tao scripture is the last trace of the heavenly Taos before it collapsed. No wonder Dugabutian said that I was also a heaven mender before he died. He must be talking about the heavenly Tao that I am slowly recovering. The heaven-devouring Tao scripture has a total of 9 levels. It is now at the 8th level. It is only 1 level away from being completely repaired. If I complete it, I can completely mobilize the power of the heavenly Tao. When the heavens died, the heavenly Tao collapsed. There are 3,000 heavenly Taos in this world. The collapsed heavenly Tao of the great ancient calamity is only a part of the 3,000 heavenly Taos. Otherwise, this world would have disappeared long ago. In order to prevent the world from collapsing, the unintelligent heavenly Tao somehow chose people with compatible life providences to use the power of a particular heavenly Tao. And this chosen person was the so-called Tao God, able to use the power of a perfect heavenly Tao. The Tao God represents the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao is the heavens. No wonder the Tao God is the heavens. Tao God? When I repair this heavenly Tao, won't I be considered a Tao God as well? In the greater 1,000 realms, only when one ascends to immortality will there be heavenly tribulations. In this world, there is a heavenly tribulation for every level of cultivation. These heavenly tribulations are not very strong. It seems like it is because the heavens died. The heavens controlled the heavens, and the heavens controlled the heavenly tribulations. When the heavens died, the heavens were definitely damaged and controlled by the remaining heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao has no intelligence and can only set heavenly tribulations based on instinct. It is not easy for a chaotic world on the verge of collapse to have its current order. Everything is recovering. My current cultivation is at the 10th heaven of the ancient immortal realm. It seems like it is also limited by the rules and laws of this world. However, it is not a problem. My cultivation level is still there. I will return to the ancestral immortal realm. I am willing to wait and find a way. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and sighed. Transcend? Immortality? In this life, I will definitely return to the top. Yin Chuan clenched his fist. He opened his eyes. Whoosh! 2 14-colored rays of light shot out from Yin Chuan's eyes. This was the light of cultivation level. It was also Yin Chuan's final achievement in his previous life. In front of him, the officials bowed respectfully. Wang Jian, Li Si, and the others were crying emotionally. Your Majesty, Heavenly Emperor. There were 2 groups of people. One group shouted, Your Majesty, while the other group shouted, Heavenly Emperor. Yin Chuan looked at the crowd and suddenly smiled. I'm back. My dear officials, I am back. Why are you crying on this joyous day? Ha 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 ha. Yin Chuan laughed. Wang Jian, Li Si, Lu Bui, and the others wiped their tears and laughed too. Ha 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 ha. Half of the officials looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Chapter 1129. My name is Ming. Greed called out. My name is Zhang. Feng Xiao said solemnly. My name is Zhao Gao. Lu Jin said respectfully. His former subjects kept changing their names. Meng Tian, the commander of the 1st Legion. Zhang Yi, the commander of the 7th Legion. Meng Yi, the commander of the Terracotta Army. Zhao Gao, Gue Guzi. Yin Chuan sighed when he saw these familiar names. After transcending the tribulation, his body shrank to its normal size. Yin Chuan looked at his subjects. Great River, Great Qin, Great Zhun. Great Qin has yet to reach the peak, but Great Zhun will definitely be able to. The Great Zhun Celestial Empire, this is my starting point. I, Yin Chuan, will lead my subjects back to the peak of their former glory. Great Zhun will definitely live forever. Yes, the subjects shouted excitedly. The tribulation is over, and the world is scorched. Yin Chuan looked around. Countless experts had returned, but the lush mountains and rivers were now scorched black. It was a land of death. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Heavenly path, spring thunder, all things grow. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Hum! A loud clap of thunder boomed in all directions. Suddenly, a huge amount of vitality filled the air. Amidst the vitality, countless plants on the ground were rapidly reborn from the ashes. Soon, the scorched earth became lush. The power of the heavenly path quickly restored the world. After 3 days, the scorched earth was no longer there. Countless officials had already gathered in Xianyang from all directions. The subjects who had just transcended the tribulation were very excited. Those who had regained their memories were all cheering for Great Zhun. Meng Lingtian and the others from the Julu Academy were already numb. Yin Chuan looked up at the sky. He reached out and grabbed at the sky. A huge energy palm stabbed into the sea of providence. Boom! Yin Chuan made a grabbing motion. A huge force shot from the sea of providence into the net. Rumble! The earth shook violently. Gue Guzi took a step forward. Reincarnation pool. Poison the earth. Buzz. Beneath Gue Guzi's feet, the reincarnation pool appeared once more. The reincarnation pool appeared, and the trembling ground was instantly silenced by Gue Guzi alone. Meng Lingtian and the others looked at Gue Guzi in surprise. Was the earth invaded just like that? High up in the sky, Yin Chuan had already deployed the Skynet. The void shook violently, and a huge Taoist seal appeared in the Skynet. Buzz! Goddess Jichen's figure slowly appeared. Yin Chuan grabbed Skynet and looked at Goddess Jichen. Goddess Jichen looked at Yin Chuan and suddenly revealed a look of surprise. How could this be? Why are you? Goddess Jichen realized that something was amiss. Nothing is impossible. I'll take this broken karmic rank of heaven and earth, Yin Chuan said seriously. Goddess Jichen looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression before nodding her head. Goddess Jichen solemnly said, Please have mercy on the common people of the world. Yin Chuan nodded his head. I will disappear. I hope that everyone in the world will be able to live. Goddess Jichen revealed a sincere blessing. Hope that everyone in the world will be able to live. Yin Chuan's heart was slightly touched. One had to know that in the greater thousand world, the wish of the strongest in the world was that everyone in the world would be like a dragon and live forever. But in this weakest world, they only needed to live? Only needed to live? Sigh. Yin Chuan sighed slightly. He raised one hand to the sky and grabbed the Taoist seal with the other. Boom! Yin Chuan's hand landed on the Taoist seal. Rumble. Boundless luck surged into that hand. The Taoist seal suddenly trembled. Goddess Jichen clasped her fists and silently prayed for the common people to live. Then it slowly disappeared. Yin Chuan, who was holding the Taoist seal, looked at goddess Ji Qin's appearance and suddenly felt a trace of pity. Boom! Yin Chuan took off the Taoist seal. The moment the Taoist seal was taken off, the entire world suddenly changed color. For a moment, the world shook and a storm raged. Meng Lingtian took a deep breath and said, "This world is about to collapse." Outside the sealed world, countless celestial world experts had long been waiting impatiently. Zhou Tianshu, Sun Wukong, the Sage Kings, and the sect leaders were all waiting with rapt attention. Suddenly, a violent aura erupted in the sky above the scorched earth, and the void suddenly shook violently. A sect leader took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, he took the Taoist seal. He finally took the Taoist seal. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed slightly. The previous ancient immortal tribulation had already made Sun Wukong sigh. His benefactor's old friend was indeed extraordinary. Whoosh! The Jingu Bang suddenly appeared in his hand. Sun Wukong's face was cold as he looked at the shaking place. Zhou Tianshu narrowed his eyes. Ancient immortals? So what if they're ancient immortals? They're just two newborn ancient immortals. You're not qualified to take the Taoist seal. Zhou Tianshu said coldly. Rumble. The ground where everyone was trembled violently. As it trembled, the ground suddenly split open from the center of the ground. After the split, the ground quickly moved in all directions. It was as if a vast area was slowly being squeezed out from the center. Rumble. At the center, white light shot into the sky. The barrier of the sealed world had collapsed. At the same time, the sealed world had officially occupied the Zhenlong Dominion and expanded it. The Zhenlong Dominion was connected to the sea in all directions. As the Zhenlong Dominion shook, monstrous waves rose from the sea in all directions. Rumble. The sealed world broke open. The Taoist seal is mine. Heavenly Cycle Holy Scroll Array. Zhou Tianshu shouted. With a shout, Xiao Chun waved his hand, and the 100 million odd sect members he brought with him were quickly sent in all directions by the Heavenly Cycle book surrounding the expanding sealed realm. Whoosh! More than 100 million sect members each took out a scroll and quickly set up an array. More than 100 million disciples. Just the scene alone was enough to shock anyone who looked at it. Zhou Tianshu, what are you trying to do? The great Chu Sacred King shouted. Obviously, Zhou Tianshu wanted to fight for the Taoist seal. Everyone could see that. However, no one had expected Zhou Tianshu to be so arrogant. He did not even greet everyone and was ready to attack. The great Chu Sacred King took a step forward. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in front of the great Chu Sacred King. The great Chu Sacred King's face darkened. He slashed with his sword. Rumble! There was a loud sound, and the great Chu Sacred King was pushed back. The person in front of the great Chu Sacred King was Sun Wukong. One strike from his staff had stunned all the forces. That was the great Chu Sacred King. How could he force him to retreat with one strike? Great Chi Sacred King? What are you trying to do? The great Chu Sacred King asked. The others also looked at Sun Wukong. Haha, everyone. Zhou Tianshu wants to fight for the Taoist seal. Why don't we let him test the waters? This world is obviously not what we thought it was. Sun Wukong laughed. The great Chu Sacred King's face darkened. He looked at Zhou Tianshu, who was setting up the array in the distance, and raised his eyebrows. The great Chu Sacred King looked at Sun Wukong carefully. He knew that Sun Wukong and Zhou Tianshu had no relationship in the past. Sun Wukong had only arrived recently. All right, I'll give the great Chi Sacred King some face, the great Chu Sacred King said. With that, the great Chu Sacred King led his officials to a mountain peak in the distance. Sun Wukong looked at the other two sacred kings and the other two sacred leaders. Everyone, how about we take it slow? Sun Wukong asked with a smile. The ambitious people narrowed their eyes. Finally, they smiled faintly and said, all right. Whoosh! The forces quickly retreated to the previous mountain peak, allowing the ground to move in all directions. In the center, Zhou Tianshu was setting up the Great Cycle Holy Scroll Array. In the sky, there was a vast sea of providence clouds. The nation accumulated providence. The sect accumulated merit. The 1,000 Confucian sect should be accumulating merit, but Zhou Tianshu was accumulating providence. How could a religion accumulate providence? Therefore, the experts in all directions had little to do with Zhou Tianshu. Zhou Tianshu naturally ignored them. Rumble. Zhou Tianshu roused the power of providence, and the Great Cycle Holy Scroll Array finished setting up. As the sealed world's barrier collapsed, it quickly covered the sealed world. The sacred flame burned fiercely, preparing to burn the entire sealed world. Inside the sealed world, Yan Chuan picked up the Tao seal and held it in his hand. Then, he carefully examined it. Yan Chuan had already made arrangements for the other matters, so there was no need to worry too much. Previously, Xiao Chun had scattered countless cultivators around the world to undergo their tribulations in consideration of the chaos in the world. The countless experts who completed their tribulations were stationed in the various cities, protecting the common people. Of course, Xianying had the most experts. Whoosh! With the Tao seal removed, the sealed world's sky broke. The entire sealed world officially entered the immortal world. In the end, the sealed world was still the sealed world. Its spiritual energy was far inferior to the immortal worlds. After the sealed world broke, surging spiritual energy rushed over. The common people looked at the sky in pleasant surprise. They wanted to see how the sky of this immortal world was different from the previous sky. However, what they saw was not the sky of the immortal world. As time passed, everyone saw huge white flames that looked like stars covering the entire sky. The Holy Scroll, Great Array? Meng Lingtian exclaimed, his expression changing. No, it's even more terrifying than the Holy Scroll Great Array. The Holy Scroll Great Array can only cover Jiulu Academy. This Great Array seems to cover the entire world, another immortal exclaimed. Just at this moment, a shout came from the sky. Disciples of the 10,000 Confucian sect, heed my command. Open the sealed world and expand its territory. The heavenly cycle Holy Scroll Great Array is shrunk toward the center. Follow this sect master to burn Xianying. Zhou Tianshu's shout came. Roar! A thunderous roar came from the sky. The sacred flame, which was as numerous as stars, quickly gathered toward the center, covering Xianying. A vast might covered the sky and covered the earth. Xianying, Meng Tan, Meng Yi, Li Si, Lu Buwei, Wang Jian, and the others all revealed cold smiles. The 10,000 Confucian sects, Zhou, Tianshu, Meng Tian sneered. So what if it's the heavenly cycle Holy Scroll Great Array? You want to mess with my Xianying with a mere array? Wang Jian said disdainfully. Yan Chuan looked at the seal in his hand. Then, he slowly raised his head to look at the sky. When he saw the great array descending from the sky, Yan Chuan's expression did not change at all. It was as if what was in the sky was not a great array, but a handkerchief descending slowly. Meng Tian, Wang Jian, Yan Chuan said indifferently. Yes. The two of them replied in unison. Wang Jian soared into the sky and slashed the sword in his hand at the sky. Wang Jian's expression was ferocious. The sword in his hand exuded a monstrous killing intent. The moment the killing intent appeared, the entire sky above Xianying seemed to be dyed red. Boom! A huge sword energy filled with killing intent streaked across the sky. At this moment, the heavenly cycle Holy Scroll Great Array was torn apart by Wang Jian's sword like a handkerchief. Boom! The vast array collapsed under Wang Jian's sword. In the sky, Zhou Tianshu, who was setting up the array, was stunned. It seemed like he had yet to react. Chapter 11:30. Book 9. The Age of the Tao Gods. Chapter 1. The dominating monarch's descent. Wang Jian's sword tore through the sky and split the earth. The ferocious killing intent brought out the ferocious nature of his previous life. With one sword strike, the heavenly cycle holy scroll formation was destroyed. Millions of 10,000 Confucian sect disciples exploded into a bloody mist. Sect master Zhou Tianshu, who was controlling the formation, was dumbfounded by this scene. The heavenly cycle holy scroll formation. It broke? All the ambitious and ruthless people watched this scene with wide eyes. They knew how powerful the heavenly cycle holy scroll formation was. In the past, they had used this formation to refine several ancient immortals. Yet, it had actually broken. The millions of 10,000 Confucian sect disciples were at a loss. Break! A shout came from the void. A vast energy spear soared into the sky and pierced half of the formation. Boom! That half of the formation exploded with a loud bang. Ah! Help! Master! Ah! For a time, a large number of cries rang out. At least 1 million Confucian cultivators were blown to pieces by the energy spear. The heavenly cycle holy scroll grand formation suddenly collapsed. Boom! The rampaging sword chi and stellar energy instantly scattered the scattered Confucian cultivators. Zhou Tianshu's expression was extremely unsightly. The 10,000 Confucian sect's experts all flew behind Zhou Tianshu and looked at the two figures that flew out in shock. Rumble! The sealed world continued to appear, and the ground continued to expand. At this moment, Zhou Tianshu's expression darkened. Two figures stood in the sky before him. One of them wore red armor and had a pair of long feathers on his head. He looked at them with soaring battle intent. The other person wore white armor and held a spear in his hand. He was glaring at Zhou Tianshu. Their auras surged into the sky as they approached Zhou Tianshu. "Who are you?" Zhou Tianshu exclaimed. "Sectmaster, they are Wang Jian and Huoguang." A subordinate immediately said, "Wang Jian? Huoguang? Yin Chuan's two subordinates? How is that possible?" Zhou Tianshu exclaimed. Zhou Tianshu was not the only one who exclaimed. The surrounding experts were all shocked. Everyone lowered their heads and looked in the direction of Xianying. In the direction of Xianying, Yin Chuan held the Taoist seal in his hand and looked up at the sky. He looked at the 10,000 Confucian sect's sea of providence. Wang Jian and Huoguang's attacks had already displayed their strength, not to mention the two ancient immortals, Feng Yinyang and Yin Chuan. Heavenly Cycle Book immediately revealed a bitter expression. When did mortals transcend tribulations become so powerful? Zhou Tianshu exclaimed. One must know that the Heavenly Cycle Holy Scrolls Grand Formation was so powerful that even the Heavenly Cycle Book himself would not be able to shatter it with a single strike. Dezhun's strength deeply shocked Zhou Tianshu. "Your Majesty Dezhun, please forgive me. The 10,000 Confucian sect will take our leave," Zhou Tianshu said decisively. He was the only ancient immortal in the 1,000 Confucian sect. How could he snatch the Tao seal? Moreover, he had already offended the other heroes of the Zhenlong territory by going first. There was nothing he could do if he stayed. "Farewell?" "Huh." Yin Chuan suddenly laughed. Countless experts in the surroundings felt their hearts skip a beat. Everyone could feel the murderous intent in Yin Chuan's tone. "Your Majesty Dezhun, how may I help you?" Zhou Tianshu asked with an ugly expression. "Those who offended me in Xianying should be killed," Yin Chuan said coldly. Zhou Tianshu's expression changed. Meng Tian and Wang Jian's fighting spirit suddenly soared. Boom! A large number of Dezhun experts soared into the sky and released their auras. The experts in the surroundings were shocked. Great immortals? Those people are all great immortals? There are so many great immortals. Exclamations came from all directions, and Zhou Tianshu's expression became even more unsightly. One had to know that there were only slightly more than 100 great immortals in the 10,000 Confucian sect. How could the auras of these hundreds of people be so powerful? Yin Chuan, don't go too far. Zhou Tianshu shouted angrily. Go too far? If I didn't have the strength, would you have spared me? Yin Chuan said coldly. Zhou Tianshu was speechless. He was ready to refine Xianying. So how could he spare Yin Chuan? Today is a joyous day for Dezhan. I don't want to kill too much. I can spare your lives on the condition that you hand over the karmic position of the birth position. Yin Chuan said coldly. Asking for the karmic position of the world by force? Not to mention Zhou Tianshu, the experts in the surroundings were dumbfounded. You're just from a celestial empire. How could the celestial empire challenge the dojos? And you're challenging them from a higher position? Are you kidding me? The dojos are on the same level as the Holy Court. The experts from the Holy Court and dojos were all shocked. Is this still the Celestial Empire? That's too overbearing. The experts from the Holy Court and dojos exclaimed. The experts from the Celestial Empire and the Sacred Grounds who wanted to get some benefits were completely petrified. They were all from a Celestial Empire, but why was there such a huge difference? Yin Chuan looked at Zhou Tianshu coldly. For some reason, Zhou Tianshu felt his scalp go numb. How arrogant! The puny Celestial Empire wants to force the 10,000 Confucian sect with some fortuitous encounter? Zhou Tianshu shouted. Yin Chuan squinted his eyes and said, Zhou Tianshu, you have to understand that this emperor is not negotiating with you, and you have no room to negotiate with this emperor. This emperor has taken pity on you because of Goddess Shichin. Just because I don't want to kill too many people, it doesn't mean that this emperor won't kill you. You're going too far. You were just lucky earlier. Since you ancient immortals who just went through the tribulation want to die, then don't blame me. Zhou Tianshu said coldly. Set up the formation. Zhou Tianshu shouted. The sins of the heavens can still exist, but the sins of one's own making cannot be spared. Gigu Zi said indifferently. Kill. Yin Chuan shouted. Roar. Wang Jian and Meng Tian roared and led a group of immortals into Zhou Tianshu's formation. Hundreds of millions of Confucian cultivators quickly set up the formation. However, they could not withstand a single blow from the two ferocious gods. The two of them charged at Zhou Tianshu. Help! Experts were sent flying everywhere. The two of them were like two huge meat grinders. Even the formations and groups could not stop the two of them as they charged forward. The two armies behind them were also incomparably ferocious. For a time, they were unstoppable. The various ambitious and ruthless people in the surroundings were petrified as they watched this scene. The strength that the heavenly dynasty displayed completely overturned everyone's understanding. Is this really the heavenly dynasty? Boom! The 10,000 Confucian sect disciples were forced to retreat. In the blink of an eye, Meng Tian and Wang Jian charged to the front. Zhou Tianshu's expression changed. The 10,000 Confucian sect's aura, providence, descend. Zhou Tianshu shouted in panic. Buzz! A huge circular altar appeared under Zhou Tianshu's feet. Countless talisman scripts covered the altar. The karmic rank of the birth position. A look of satisfaction flashed in Yin Chuan's eyes. The circular altar under his feet was the karmic rank of the birth position, a proof of identity bestowed by the heavens. Golden dragons swooped down from the sky and headed straight for Zhou Tianshu. Boom! Zhou Tianshu's aura skyrocketed, stirring up a huge storm in the surroundings. He held a sword in his hand and slashed at Wang Jian and Meng Tian. The two fiends slashed at Zhou Tianshu. Their energy spear and energy sword slashed at Zhou Tianshu. Zhou Tianshu used the karmic rank of the birth position to absorb endless providence. Not only did his strength skyrocket, but he also used the karmic rank to form a huge golden barrier around the altar. The golden dragon circled around the golden barrier. Boom! The two sides collided. Wang Jian and Meng Tian's sword and spear pressed against the golden barrier. Blood-colored killing intent shrouded the golden barrier. Roar! The two ferocious gods shouted. The heavenly cycle scripture and the heaven and earth altar sank by 3 meters. Zhou Tianshu was completely suppressed by the two fiends. Impossible. How can the two of you suppress me? I should be the one suppressing you. Zhou Tianshu roared in shock. Zhou Tianshu roared in shock. The surrounding ambitious and ruthless people were also extremely shocked. Indeed, this should not be the case. Even if Zhou Tianshu's cultivation was ridiculous, he had used the power of providence. How could he not block Yin Chuan's two subordinates? This should not be the case, right? Zhou Tianshu fell further and further. In Xianyang City, Yin Chuan held the Dao seal with one hand. He narrowed his eyes and thrust his palm into the battlefield. Whoosh! A huge palm print appeared in the void. Within the palm print, there seemed to be stars revolving around it. The palm print charged at Zhou Tianshu. Wang Jian and Meng Tian suppressed Zhou Tianshu, preventing him from moving. At the same time, Yin Chuan's huge palm print descended. Oh no! Zhou Tianshu's expression changed. Boom! Yin Chuan's palm imprint shattered the golden barrier and charged straight for the heavenly book of cycle. Arg! Zhou Tianshu screamed miserably. Zhou Tianshu's head exploded. Roar! Roar! The golden dragon of providence above Zhou Tianshu's sea of providence screamed miserably. Roar! The 18-claws golden dragon of providence suddenly flew out of Yin Chuan's body and soared into the sky, charging at Zhou Tianshu's corpse. Roar! Wang Jian and Meng Tian quickly moved aside. Boom! The 18-claws golden dragon of providence sent Zhou Tianshu's corpse flying with a swipe of its tail. Then it swallowed Zhou Tianshu's heaven and earth altar. Boom! After swallowing the heaven and earth altar, the 18-claws golden dragon of providence quickly returned to the Great Jin dynasty's sea of providence. Roar! The 18-claws golden dragon of providence reared its head and roared. Rumble! The 10,000 Confucian sect providence surged over. It poured down on the Great Jin dynasty's sea of providence. Chapter 1131. Rumble. The 10,000 Confucian sect providence surged towards Great Jin, causing the Great Jin's providence sea to churn. Countless Confucian cultivators fled in panic. Of course, there were also those who wanted to take revenge for Zhou Tianshu. Unfortunately, Xianyang's army was too strong, and they were all wiped out in the blink of an eye. The faces of the ambitious and ruthless people twitched slightly. Aside from Sun Wukong, whose eyes grew brighter and brighter, no one else charged forward. After all, Zhou Tianshu had mobilized the strength of an entire Daorite, while the other factions had only sent a portion of their strength. They quietly looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan closed his eyes. High in the sky, the golden dragon of providence was also surging, wrapped in providence. It was absorbing the providence that it had just obtained. The officials of Xianyang were waiting excitedly. This wait lasted for an entire day. Roar! The enveloped golden dragon of destiny suddenly let out a long roar. As it roared, the golden dragon of destiny that enveloped it suddenly exploded. The golden dragon of providence revealed itself. It was still an 18-clawed golden dragon of providence, but looked more solid. The dragon horns on its head grew more numerous, making it look even more ferocious and domineering. Roar! With a roar, half of the providence above the providence sea rushed out in all directions, charging towards the surrounding cities. In the past, before Yin Chuan went into seclusion, he had scattered providence to the various cities in the world. However, in the years since his return, all the providence had been collected. With the dynasty's providence, it was very difficult to distribute it to all the cities. However, Now that the holy court had advanced, it could do as it pleased. Above each city, there was a small golden dragon that was protecting the luck of the city. As a result, the holy court's control over the world grew even more. This was because the golden dragon of Providence could see any city through the providence. Only Yin Chuan could oversee Xianying and look down on the world. Of course, one could only see a city if one looked with a purpose. Boom! An altar slowly appeared under Yin Chuan's feet. It was the karmic position of birth. From now on, the speed at which he absorbed heaven and earth Yuan Shi would be 1,000 times faster than ordinary people. Roar! The golden dragon of 18 claws of destiny roared into the sky. For a moment, the clouds in all directions began to spin rapidly amidst the loud roar. Citizens of Great Zhun, the celestial empire of Great Zhun will be promoted to the holy court of Great Zhun. Yin Chuan shouted. His voice reverberated throughout the world. Greetings to the holy king. Long live the holy king. Li Si was the first to greet respectfully. We pay our respects to the holy king. Long live the holy king. The officials all bowed respectfully. Long live the holy king. Long live the holy king. Cheers came from all over the world. Long live the holy court of great perfection. Amidst the tsunami-like cheers, Dezhun was officially promoted to the holy court. At that moment, the expanding land gradually came to a stop. The sealed world was completely unsealed. The Jinlong domain was once again complete. Great perfection, holy court, holy king Yin Chuan. All around, the ambitious and ruthless people looked at Xianyang with complicated expressions. Yin Chuan's expression softened slightly after receiving the worship of the world. Then, he looked at the group of ambitious and ruthless people. Great Chu Holy Court, Qin Shao. Greetings to the great perfection, holy king. The great Chu Holy King called out from afar. Great Qi Holy Court, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong called out. Great Wave Holy Court, Wang Zichuan Dojo Wuwen. Sea Dragon Dojo, Whale King. The group of experts announced their names. Of course, the 3 holy halls and the 2 dojos were the main ones. Now that they announced it solemnly, it was obvious that they recognized the strength of the great perfection holy court. As for the celestial empire and the sacred grounds, their voices were much weaker now. Yin Chuan looked at everyone. Great Chu, Great Qi, Great Wave, Zichuan, and Sea Dragon. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. The experts also stared at Yin Chuan. The great perfection holy court has already arrived in the Jinlong territory. The Jinlong territory has always been in chaos, and there hasn't been a new territory lord for tens of thousands of years, right? Yin Chuan said lightly. The faces of the experts sank. What did Yin Chuan mean? I'll take the Dao seal. Although you all have delusions, you didn't offend Xianyang like Zhou Tianshu did. I'll give you all 100 years. Within 100 years, you can either leave the Jinlong territory or submit to the great perfection holy court. Yin Chuan said lightly. Hua! The surrounding forces were in an uproar. Yin Chuan? What is he doing? He just became a holy court, and he's already challenging everyone in the Jinlong territory? Isn't that too overbearing? The faces of the experts darkened as they looked coldly at Yin Chuan. The experts of the heavenly dynasty and sacred grounds were furious, but no one dared to say anything. They had thought that the great perfection holy court was a sheep, but who would have thought that it was a wolf in sheep's clothing? No, it was a tiger in sheep's clothing. The tiger was out of its cage, and it wanted to devour the entire Jinlong territory. That's all I have to say. Everyone, go back and discuss what I've said. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. The Chu sacred king was furious. Yin Chuan turned his head and looked coldly at the sacred king. It was as if the Chu sacred king dared to say no, he would kill him immediately. His powerful aura pressured the Chu sacred king. The Chu sacred king swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The faces of the experts all turned ugly. Only Sun Wukong was surprised. Ha! What a great perfection, holy king. Sun Wukong suddenly laughed. The experts all looked at Sun Wukong. At this time, they needed someone to take the lead. Sun Wukong? Yin Chuan looked confused. Obviously, he had some recollection of this name. However, it was from the memory of his previous life. Perhaps it was the same name. After all, this was the sacred king of Daki. Since he was a sacred king, he was a human. In his memory, Sun Wukong was a demon king. You want the Daki sacred court to retreat? Sure, as long as you could take one hit from my staff, the Daki sacred court will leave the Jinlong territory immediately. Sun Wukong shouted. Oh, Yin Chuan looked surprised. How about it? Sun Wukong smiled. Come on. Yin Chuan nodded. Sun Wukong took a deep breath and flew into the sky. In the end, the experts did not say goodbye to Yin Chuan. They left quickly with their subordinates. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, all the experts were gone. The sky was clear in Xianyang. Meow, Meow jumped over. Yin Chuan, you talked to Sun Wukong for a long time. Who was the person you mentioned? Meow asked curiously. You don't know him. Yin Chuan shook his head and did not explain. Chapter 1132. The Great Perfection Holy Court had officially settled in the Jinlong domain. During the Ascension campaign, the heroes of the Jinlong domain had gathered. However, they were all scared away by a native of the Sealed Realm. Once the Great Perfection Holy Court became famous, it spread all over the world. Xianyang, Skyward Palace. Yin Chuan sat on the dragon throne. He looked down at the officials. In the palace, Meng Lingtian and the others were bidding farewell. Yindi, we will set off to find the founder, Meng Lingtian said solemnly. Yin Chuan looked around and said, Julu Academy, do you know anything about the world? Very little. Meng Lingtian smiled bitterly. The Ascension campaign had been engraved in everyone's hearts. The immortals of the Julu Academy were all very respectful to Yin Chuan. Yifeng, give me a general description. Yin Chuan shouted. Yifeng stepped forward. Yes. Yifeng looked at Meng Lingtian and smiled. Although the other party's cultivation could not be compared to his, Yifeng did not look down on him. At least, the integrity of this group of people was not something ordinary people could compare to. Everyone, the world of immortals is divided into two realms, Yin and Yang. The world of the living has 9 continents, and the world of the dead has 6 continents. In the world of the living, the world can be seen as 3 huge circles. The outermost circle is the outer east continent, the outer south continent, the outer west continent, and the outer north continent. The innermost circle only has 1 continent, the middle heaven continent. Yifeng explained. Meng Lingtian nodded. And the 4 continents in the center are called Ring Northeast Continent, Ring Southeast Continent, Ring Southwest Continent, and Ring Northwest Continent. The people of the Julu Academy were stunned. It was as if they could imagine the outline of each continent just by hearing the name. Each continent has 36 territories. The Great Perfection Holy Court's Jinlong domain is located in the outer east continent, next to the northeast continent. Yifeng said. What about the founder of the Julu Academy? Meng Lingtian asked. Dongfang Bubi is currently in the center of the northeast continent's 36 weaves, the Eastern Weave. He is the ruler of the Eastern Weave. Yifeng explained. Moreover, all the territories under the heavens are separated by oceans. Yifeng added. Yifeng didn't even need a map. With just a few sentences, he had already summarized the entire mortal realm. Many thanks. Meng Lingtian and the others bowed solemnly. Meng Lingtian and company did not suspect that Yifeng and company knew about the patriarch's whereabouts, because there was no need for Yifeng to lie to them. Meng Lingtian, Yin Chuan looked at everyone. Everyone from Jilu Academy looked at Yin Chuan. Be careful, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Thank you, Yindi. The immortals of the Jilu Academy bowed. Yin Chuan nodded and watched the Jilu Academy students leave. After the Jilu Academy left, the meeting continued. Yifeng returned to the ranks. Lu Gang stood up. Sacred King, Sun Wukong has already informed the heavens of Daki and left. He took a large number of officials with him, but the people can't do anything. Lu Gang said seriously. Sun Wukong has left? Yin Chuan asked. Yes, it's been 3 years. All the forces in the Jinlong Weave have been indifferent to your orders. They're all waiting for someone to take the lead. According to our spies, some forces are even preparing to form an alliance to fight against Daki. Unfortunately, after 3 years, we received news that Daki has retreated. Now, the Jinlong Weave is in an uproar and all the forces are anxious, Lu Gang reported. Yin Chuan nodded. Sacred King, are we going to attack? Wang Jian asked in a deep voice. Yin Chuan tapped his fingers on the armrest of his throne and shook his head. No, wait a little longer. Yes, Wang Jian replied. Lu Buwei. Yes, Sacred King, you're in charge of recruiting soldiers, not only within Daki, but also in the Jinlong Weave. Quickly expand Daki's military, Yin Chuan ordered. Yes, Sacred King. Li Si. Yes, Sacred King. You're in charge of organizing the newly recruited soldiers and stationing them in all 4 directions. Yes, Sacred King. Zhang Yi. Yin Chuan called out. Zhang Yi, originally Feng Shao, was a spy from the Heavenly Buddha Empire in the Sealed World. He was given the title of Daki's 7th Legion Commander for stealing the country. Yes, Sacred King. What do you think? Yin Chuan asked. Fight them, Zhang Yi said solemnly. Send Zhang Yi to roam around the various heroes. Find an opportunity to subdue them and bring them under Great Jun, Yin Chuan ordered. Yes, Sacred King, Zhang Yi replied. The hall suddenly fell into silence. Yin Chuan looked at Jin Diyu, who was among the officials. For a moment, Jin Diyu was also somewhat anxious. Jin Diyu, Yin Chuan called out. Yes, Sacred King. Jin Diyu stepped forward. Do you have anything to say to me? Yin Chuan asked. Jin Dayu's expression changed. He looked at the officials and smiled bitterly. Yes, since Sacred King already knows, there's no need for me to hide it. My first ancestor was the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi of the Great Thousand World. Unfortunately, he died. The second ancestor was God Emperor Luya. I'm sure Sacred King knows that he was the Great Qin Empire's monster god uncle. After the Great Qin Empire was destroyed, my ancestor could no longer stay in the Great Thousand World. He brought his descendants here by chance. Unfortunately, he was ambushed and died. Only I, Jin Dayu, am left, Jin Dayu said bitterly. Yin Chuan nodded. Luya, monster god uncle? The past is like smoke, but how can I forget it? From today onwards, Jin Dayu will be the Great Jin Holy Court's monster god uncle. Yes, thank you, Sacred King, Jin Dayu said with reddened eyes. Inheriting his ancestor's title was a great reward from Yin Chuan. Not only did he recognize Jin Dayu, but he also recognized Luya of the past. Court is dismissed, Yin Chuan said. Long live the Holy King. Long live the Holy King. Yin Chuan was still sitting on the dragon throne after the officials left. There was one more person in the hall. Gue Guzi. Sacred King, I will set off today, Gue Guzi said solemnly. Yin Chuan nodded. Traveling between the 2 worlds is a special ability of feng shui masters. However, there's a limit to the number of people we can bring. We need to find a road to the underworld as soon as possible. I've already done my research. This is the weakest world, and there should be 6 roads to the underworld. Unfortunately, only 2 have appeared so far. They're in the outer South Continent and the outer North Continent. The other road to the underworld has yet to be discovered. I will do my best to find it. Gue Guzi said solemnly. Don't worry too much about this trip to the underworld. My other body will appear soon. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Is it the myriad ghost domain? Sacred King, you don't have to worry about my safety. Gue Guzi smiled. Maybe we'll meet Su Fu and the others. If Su Fu and the others have become immortals, their memories should have been restored. Yin Chuan thought for a while. Su Fu's feng shui skills are not inferior to mine. His alchemy skills are even better. Sacred King, you don't have to worry about his safety. Gue Guzi said. Go. Gue Guzi nodded and left the hall. Yin Chuan thought for a while and walked toward the back of the palace. In the back of the palace, ZZ was sitting by a small lake. She was using the comb that Yin Chuan had given her to comb her hair. Meow. Sister ZZ, I realize that Yin Chuan has changed. Meow said unhappily as she gnawed on an immortal stone. What's wrong? ZZ's hand paused for a moment and then returned to normal. That day, when he was talking to Sun Wukong, he mentioned a person. I asked him for a long time, but he didn't tell me. Meow. Stinky Yin Chuan. Meow suddenly scolded. It's useless to tell you. ZZ comforted. Meow. I just don't like it. Meow shook her head. ZZ smiled slightly. At this time, Yin Chuan slowly walked over from not far away. Who made Meow unhappy? Yin Chuan said with a smile. ZZ looked over, and her expression trembled. A trace of panic suddenly appeared in her heart, but she quickly hid it. Meow. It's you. Meow immediately cried out. What about me? Yin Chuan smiled. I only asked you about a person. You didn't even tell me. Meow criticized. Ha! You wouldn't know if I told you. And this person is very troublesome to talk about. I'll tell you slowly in the future. Yin Chuan smiled. Meow. That's more like it. Meow laughed. I have something to say to ZZ. Go play somewhere else. Yin Chuan smiled. Meow. What can't I listen to? Meow asked curiously. Husband and wife talk. Yin Chuan said directly. Meow. Oomph. Meow snorted and skipped away. Only Yin Chuan and ZZ were by the small lake. ZZ's fingers were twirling, and there was some panic in her eyes. Taking the comb from ZZ's hand, Yin Chuan said softly, ZZ, what's wrong with you? Why do I see that you're a little absent-minded recently? No. ZZ immediately shook her head. Yin Chuan grabbed the comb and gently combed ZZ's hair. As he combed her hair, ZZ's eyes suddenly turned red. What's wrong? Yin Chuan asked softly. ZZ bit her lips. Yin Chuan waited patiently. Many of you have recovered the memories of your previous lives. I found that many of you have changed a lot. Even you have become more arrogant. I'm worried. ZZ's eyes were suddenly wet. Looking at ZZ, Yin Chuan held her in his arms. With a smile, Yin Chuan said, I'm still Yin Chuan. I'm still the same. It's just one more memory. The most important thing is that our love is real. It will never fade and never change. Really? ZZ's mood suddenly became better. Looking at ZZ, Yin Chuan suddenly kissed her. This kiss lasted for the time it took to burn a stick of incense before they separated. At this moment, ZZ's body was limp and her eyes were watery. You and I have been husband and wife for so long, but we haven't consummated our marriage yet. Wouldn't we become the laughing stock of the world if word got out? Let's just do it today. Yin Chuan suddenly carried ZZ up. No. ZZ's face immediately turned red. Objection overruled. I'm not joking. Yin Chuan carried ZZ and stepped into ZZ's bedroom. All the maids were chased out. Outside, the maids all looked confused, but Meow Meow ran over again. Meow, where are Yin Chuan and Sister ZZ? Meow asked a maid. There. A maid pointed at a palace. The moment she pointed at the palace, the sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Meow. Heavenly punishment? Heavenly punishment again? Isn't Yin Chuan immune? Why is there heavenly punishment again? Meow was surprised. Chapter 1133. The Netherworld was a world without a sun, with only a silver moon shining down on the earth. Everything was heavy with energy, but it was also vast and boundless. In the world of the living, there were volcanoes that contained countless amounts of fire. In the Netherworld, there were springs that contained boundless energy. In the Netherworld, the myriad ghost domain. There were dozens of springs in the myriad ghost domain, and one of them was located in the center of the domain. This spring wasn't large, with a diameter of about 10,000 feet. However, over the past few thousand years, the spring's mouth had shrunk until it was only 100 feet wide. Not only this one, but the entire myriad ghost domain springs were also shrinking, as if there was some kind of power that was forcefully extracting the energy from the entire domain. However, no one could find out what was going on. There was a villa around the spring in the center. There was a group of mysterious people living in the villa. The villa's name was Suzhuang. This group of people didn't interact with the outside world, and they didn't care about the distribution of forces in the world. They simply guarded the spring. Within Suzhuang was a courtyard. There was a huge alchemy furnace in the courtyard, and a silver-haired man in purple robes was sitting cross-legged beside the furnace. He was watching the fire while looking at the giant spring not far away. Celestial Emperor, Su Fu knew that you would definitely recover. Since you've recovered your memories, this subject's memories have also been unsealed. Su Fu was incompetent. I didn't take good care of your corpse in your previous life. When it fell into the spring, this subject will accompany this spring and wait for the Celestial Emperor to send someone over. Su Fu's eyes flashed with determination. Master, a series of anxious cries came from the outside world. Come in, Su Fu called out. Soon, a group of black-robed people rushed in. Master, it's not good. The two great ghost kingdoms of the myriad ghost domain are at war. One of the black-robed people said anxiously. Oh, Su Fu raised an eyebrow. Master, the myriad ghost domain's two great holy courts, the Soul's Wrath Holy Court and the Soul's Wrath Holy Court, have been fighting for the past few years. Finally, the myriad ghost domain has been divided into two. Now, the final battle between the two kingdoms is about to begin, and this spring will be the battlefield. One of the black-robed people said, That's right, Master. Let's leave this place quickly. The ghost soldiers of the two dynasties have already gathered in all directions. When the time comes, they will launch a general attack. Our Suzhuang is right in the center of the battlefield. Master, the two dynasties have already sent scouts over. They want us to leave quickly. The war will officially begin tomorrow. We're at the center of the battlefield. If we don't leave, we'll be affected by the war between the two dynasties. This battlefield is occupied by the top generals of the two dynasties. Everyone said again and again. No way. Su Fu glared at Zhang Xian. Master, His Majesty is already dead. With your geomancy and alchemy skills, you'll be able to reach a high position in the Holy Court. Why are you still guarding this place? One of the disciples asked anxiously. You bastard. Su Fu glared at Zhang Xian. No one dared to say anything. I won't stop you if you want to leave, but I'll definitely stay here. If any of you leave, you won't be my disciple anymore. Su Fu said coldly. Everyone's faces turned ugly. However, at this moment, no one dared to say that they were leaving. At the same time, no one dared to leave even though their lives were in danger. They were waiting for the danger to come tomorrow. Su Fu and all of his disciples were waiting by the side of the secluded spring. The secluded spring was surrounded by a vast plain. Countless ghost soldiers had already gathered in the east and west of the plain. There was a large flag in the east with the words Secluded Holy Court on it. There was a large flag in the west with the words Soul, Wrath Holy Court on it. The two armies had gathered. Countless ghost soldiers were exuding a murderous aura. Their bodies were blue, and wherever they stood, a bone-chilling wind would blow. Boom! Boom! The sound of soldiers gathering resounded throughout the world. The commander of the East was dressed in armor. He looked coldly at Su Zhuang, who was at the center of the battlefield. There are still ghosts that haven't moved? The commander said coldly. It's not ghosts. It's a group of people. These people are extremely stubborn. One of his subordinates said, Oomph, they don't know what's good for them. If they want to die, then die. The commander said coldly. The commander of the West also looked at Su Zhuang, who was at the mouth of the secluded spring. However, there was no pity in his eyes. The commanders of the two armies were only waiting for the time to come. One of Su Fu's disciples stood at the entrance of the villa and looked over with an extremely ugly expression. 8 million? Both sides have 8 million ghost soldiers. What should we do? A black-robed man said anxiously. Senior brother, we follow master. At worst, we will die. After we die, we will become ghosts. Another black-robed man comforted. How can it be that easy? When people die, some of their souls will disperse. Only the lucky ones will turn into ghosts. Even if we turn into ghosts after death, we will be the weakest ghosts. These 10 million murderous weapons will swallow us in one gulp. That's right, junior brother. When ghost soldiers fight, most of them devour each other. If they swallow us, we will be completely gone. Everyone panicked. Inside Su Zhuang, Su Fu suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction of the secluded spring. This is the aura of the zombie king? The zombie king in the secluded spring? Could it be that the celestial emperor's corpse didn't shatter? Right, the world-suppressing bronze coffin. With the protection of the world-suppressing bronze coffin, how could the celestial emperor's corpse be fine? The celestial emperor's final cultivation was the life-stealing poison. Could it be? Could it be? Su Fu's face suddenly revealed a trace of ecstasy. The two armies were about to fight. Other than Su Fu's group on the battlefield, there were 3 figures standing in the distance outside the battlefield. The person in the lead was dressed in a white robe and held a folding fan in his hand. There was a heroic aura between his brows, and his long hair fluttered behind him. His handsome face revealed a trace of curiosity. The two people behind him were expressionless, as if they were his followers. The secluded spring in the myriad ghost domain has decreased. The ancestor said that a giant demon will be born. He sent me to investigate. A giant demon? I didn't see it, but I saw this group of interesting people. The two armies are fighting, and this group of people still hasn't left. Interesting, interesting. The white-robed man patted his folding fan and said curiously, Sir, should we intervene? One of the followers behind him asked. The white-robed man twirled the folding fan in his hand and smiled slightly. No need. Strange people will do strange things. Just watch. Yes. While everyone was waiting, the horns of the two armies were finally blown. Woo! Kill! Kill! The marshals of the two armies shouted at the same time. With a loud roar, the 8 million soldiers of each army charged into the battlefield. Rumble! The ghoul army covered the sky and the earth like a huge net, covering the entire plain. The ghoul army charged quickly, and the ghoul soldiers at the front saw Su Zhuang. Flesh and blood? Ha ha ha! I haven't eaten human flesh in a long time. This flesh and blood is mine. No one's going to take it from me. It's mine, ha ha, mine. The ghoul army at the front charged straight at Su Zhuang. Their eyes were filled with wild excitement. Master, this is bad. Su Zhuang's disciples immediately shouted. The group of disciples quickly ran to the central courtyard. 8 Desolation Feng Shui, Earth Dragon Turn. Su Fu shouted. Roar. A dragon's roar came from the ground. Then, the Earth Dragon vein was quickly drawn over and formed a huge shield that enveloped Su Zhuang and the secluded spring. Boom! The two ghoul armies were blocked when they got close. Roar. A Feng Shui formation? A Feng Shui formation? I'll eat it too. I'm a hungry ghoul. As long as it's energy, I'll eat it. Roar. Tens of thousands of hungry ghouls surrounded the Feng Shui formation and quickly gnawed at the dragon chi outside the formation. What should we do, master? The disciples were terrified. The disciples were terrified, but Su Fu did not blame them. At the very least, none of the disciples betrayed him. At the most critical moment, none of them left. They chose to believe in him. Let go to the mouth of the secluded spring. Su Fu said excitedly. Ah, everyone was terrified, but they still followed Su Fu. They're out. There's so much flesh and blood. Haha, eating a human is more worthwhile than eating 10 ghouls. A ghoul shouted. Ha! The ghouls attacked the Feng Shui formation, but even more ghouls were fighting. The ghoul soldiers of the two armies quickly weaved in and out of the battlefield. Rumble. The entire plain was shrouded in a strong, murderous aura. The ghouls were killing each other. The commanders of the two armies stood on opposite sides of the battlefield and watched the battle. In the distance, the young man in white was also watching quietly. He looked at the ghouls gnawing at the dragon chi in the distance and did not understand Su Fu's plan. Su Fu led the disciples to the mouth of the secluded spring. The bottom of the secluded spring was liquid, and the top was mist-like dark yin chi. "What are we doing here, master?" the disciples asked coldly. The ghouls around them howled. The scene was like hell. It was extremely terrifying. Su Fu's eyes lit up because the dark yin chi in the secluded spring was churning violently. Gurgle. The dark yin chi churned, and Su Fu's eyes became more and more excited. In fact, he was so excited that his entire body was trembling. Boom! A small opening appeared in the distance, and a large number of ghouls rushed in. Ah! The disciples quickly waved their Dharma treasures in fear to fight the ghouls that rushed in. The disciples were slightly stronger, but the ghouls were endless. Quick! The formation is about to break. Eat! Don't let them take the flesh and blood. These people are mine. The ghouls roared excitedly. The secluded spring churned for a while. Finally, a loud sound was heard. Boom! With a loud sound, a monstrous dark yin chi burst out from the secluded spring. Countless secluded spring exploded and shot into the sky, shooting in all directions. Su Fu's formation was shattered, and some of the ghouls were also blown away. Rumble. Following the monstrous dark yin chi, a figure slowly floated out of the secluded spring. It was a man in a black dragon robe, and his entire body was emitting a dark yin chi. The dark yin chi surrounded him, and it seemed to condense into a black dragon that circled in the sky. He wore a flat imperial crown on his head, 5 dragon boots on his feet, and a black dragon imperial robe. A huge deterrent force was emitted, forcing countless ghouls to retreat. The powerhouses in all directions looked at him in surprise. Zombie, a marshal said in surprise. Zombie Emperor? While countless powerhouses were still in shock, the zombie emperor floated into the sky. He looked exactly like Yin Chuan, the zombie Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan's eyes were red, and 2 blood-red fangs were exposed in his mouth. He looked extremely majestic. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of cloth being torn could be heard from Yin Chuan's back. A pair of huge wings suddenly appeared on Yin Chuan's back. The wings were 20 meters long. They were hairless, but looking from afar, it was breathtaking. It was a pair of dragon bone wings, and the dragon bones were covered with a layer of fine dragon scales. It looked like a bat's wing, but the entire wing was covered with dragon scales. The dragon bones seemed to be covered with dragon skin, and the dragon scales stood upright. Flying high in the sky, with a vast moon behind him, it looked like the Lord of all demons had descended. The zombie emperor opened his mouth and roared at the sky. Roar! The zombie emperor's roar did not sound like a human's, but like a dragon's roar. The loud dragon roar formed sound waves that radiated out in circles, like countless light wheels spreading out. Ah! Ah! Countless ghost soldiers suddenly fell to the ground, holding their heads in pain, rolling on the ground. The 2 marshals looked at the zombie emperor's roar in panic, and a strong sense of confusion flashed in their eyes. In the distance, the white-clothed young master's eyes widened. Roar? The void trembled from the roar? This is the void shaking. This is the giant demon that the old ancestor spoke of? This is the giant demon? The white-clothed young master exclaimed. Roar! The dragon's roar suppressed the world. At this moment, the world was filled with dragon's roar. Your subject, Su Fu, welcomes the return of the Heavenly Emperor. May the Heavenly Emperor live for 10,000 years. Su Fu was so excited that his whole body trembled as he knelt down. The moment Su Fu knelt down, the disciples quickly followed suit. In the sky, Yan Chuan's dragon roar lasted for an entire incense stick's worth of time before it stopped. The huge dragon bone wings flapped slightly, and he looked down. The countless ghost soldiers looked at the sky in shock. Zombie, who are you? Zombie King, I am the first army commander of the Nether Holy Court. Yu Wuxia. Zombie King, I am the first army commander of the Soul Fury Holy Court. Chun Jiao. Who are you? The commanders of both sides let out loud shouts. Yan Chuan looked down at the entire plain, but he ignored the two ghosts. His eyes were still red. Suddenly, the red light in his eyes condensed. Suck! Yan Chuan opened his mouth and took a deep breath. As he inhaled, a majestic suction force covered the entire plain. Help! A hungry ghost screamed in shock. Under this suction force, the hungry ghost was sucked into the sky and into the Zombie King's mouth. It wasn't that hungry ghost, but countless ghost soldiers. Countless ghost soldiers couldn't help but be sucked into the sky. Save me. Commander, save me. No. Countless ghost soldiers were sucked into the sky and into the Zombie King's mouth. Originally, these ghost soldiers wanted to eat people, but now, it was as if they were being eaten. They all roared in shock. As for the Zombie King Yan Chuan's mouth, it was like a bottomless pit. The rolling ghost soldiers were all sucked into his mouth like a surging river. Rumble. Under this suction force, the countless ghost soldiers couldn't even escape. This suction force covered the entire plain. Of the 10 million ghost soldiers of the two dynasties, none of them were able to escape. Even the two marshals were roaring in shock as they tried to resist this suction force. No, impossible. How could this be? The two marshals roared in horror. In the distance, the white-clothed young master also sucked in a breath of cold air. The appearance of a giant demon sucked in millions of ghost soldiers? What a powerful demon! Chapter 1134. Giant Demon. Absorbing millions of ghost soldiers? What a powerful demon! The white-robed young master sucked in a breath of cold air and frowned. A zombie king from the secluded spring? One of his followers asked. Not only that, I have seen many zombie kings from the secluded spring, but this is the first time I have seen such a demonic one. The white-robed young master said seriously. Young master, should we capture him? One of his followers asked. No need, the old ancestor sent me here to take a look and report to the old ancestor. The white-robed young master shook his head. In the distance, rumble. The rolling ghost soldiers were swallowed by the zombie Yan Chuan. The two commanders roared in shock as they struggled against the suction force, barely managing to block it. The other ghost soldiers were not so lucky. 16 million ghost soldiers were all sucked into the Zombie King's mouth. While absorbing the ghost soldiers, Yan Chuan's red eyes slowly regained their clarity. After a while, the suction force stopped. Roar! Retracting his fangs, Yan Chuan looked around. The countless ghost soldiers that had filled up the vast plains were now all gone, leaving behind only the commanders of the two armies. They stared blankly and fearfully at the Zombie King with dragon wings on his back. Su Fu's eyes were filled with excitement. This scene was so familiar. On the other hand, Su Fu's disciples were completely horrified. Secluded Holy Court? Soul, Wrath Holy Court? The Zombie King suddenly said. The expressions of the First Legion commanders of the two dynasties turned ugly. I am Yu Wuxia, greetings senior. I am Chun Jiao, greetings senior. The two of them no longer had the arrogance from before. They understood that if the Zombie King did not show mercy, they would have been swallowed into his stomach. The Zombie King looked at the two of them and said, Go back and tell your holy king that 500 million li is my territory. Anyone who dares to invade will die. The faces of the two commanders twitched. 500 million li? This was forcibly taking over the territory of two dynasties. This was blatant aggression. Although the two of them were from two different dynasties, they did not dare to refute. I will definitely pass on Senior's words. Great perfection, holy court, Yin Chuan. The zombie king said. Great perfection, holy court, Yin Chuan? The two commanders were at a loss. I've never heard of it before. Was there such a thing in the history of the myriad ghost weave? Goodbye, the two of them said immediately. After saying that, the two commanders turned around and quickly flew away. There was no hesitation at all. There were more than 10 million ghostly soldiers, and he could eat them all in a single bite. Staying behind would be suicide. Zombie Yin Chuan ignored the departure of the two Legion commanders. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Oh no, he's discovered us. The white-clothed man's expression suddenly changed. The expressions of the two lackeys changed as well. They quickly grabbed their weapons and stood on guard. The three of them were on high alert. After all, they had set up a formation around them. Under such circumstances, how could he see through it with a single glance? Yin Chuan indeed saw the white-clothed man, but soon, Yin Chuan no longer paid attention to him. Boom! The wings on his back flapped, and all of them shrank back. Yin Chuan slowly descended from the sky and landed at the mouth of the secluded spring. The Celestial Emperor. Su Fu congratulates the Celestial Emperor on your rebirth, Su Fu said excitedly. Su Fu knelt down, and the group of disciples quickly followed suit. They all looked curiously at Yin Chuan. The Celestial Emperor? Isn't he the Emperor? How did he become the Celestial Emperor? Is Master so excited that he's confused? In the distance, the white-clothed man was speechless. He's looking down on us? The white-clothed man suddenly felt like a crow was flying over his head. He's too arrogant. He doesn't take us seriously? The three of them had strange expressions. The white-clothed man's expression suddenly changed. I know, this giant demon isn't ordinary. He saw through our intentions with just a glance. Oh, we don't have any enmity towards him. So he ignored us. What strong eyesight. A giant demon? Yin Chuan? The white-clothed man frowned. Sir, what should we do next? One of the lackeys asked. The appearance of a giant demon won't be so simple. Something big will definitely happen in the myriad ghost domain. One person against two dynasties? Haha, there's a lot to see. This giant demon can see through my desolation transformation formation with just a glance. Let's go back and wait for the two dynasties' reaction. The white-clothed man said as he patted his fan. Yes. The three of them stepped forward and shot in a direction. Su Fu and the others knelt down. Yin Chuan's expression relaxed. Su Fu, you've worked hard all these years. It's good that the Celestial Emperor has returned. I have no regrets. Su Fu said excitedly. Get up. Gue Guzi is already here. He'll find us soon. Yin Chuan said. Sir is here? That's good. Su Fu said excitedly. Yin Chuan nodded and waved his hand at the secluded spring. Boom! The sky-burying coffin flew out of the secluded spring. As it flew out, Su Fu was filled with admiration. Yin Chuan didn't put away the sky-burying coffin. Instead, he looked at the coffin. Come out. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, 3 sword lights shot out from the sky-burying coffin and flew in front of Yin Chuan. Wong! The sound of swords rang out, and the surrounding void trembled. In front of Yin Chuan were 3 long swords, the Grand Emperor's sword, the Jade Emperor's sword, and the God sword. One was black and yellow, one was red and black, and the last was pure white. Wong! The 3 swords trembled violently. As they trembled, the 3 long swords suddenly changed shape. In everyone's eyes, the 3 long swords slowly turned into human forms. The 3 men with sword chi rushed into the sky. One was wearing a black and yellow robe, another was wearing a red and black robe, and the last one was wearing a white robe. The 3 men had eye-catching sword-like eyebrows, and their bodies were surrounded by sword intent. Between their brows, there seemed to be sword chi shooting out at any time. Every strand of their hair seemed to be condensed from sharp sword intent. Boom! Countless sword chi surrounded them, and suddenly they all gathered into their bodies. The Grand Emperor pays his respects to Master. The Jade Emperor pays his respects to Master. The God Emperor pays his respects to Master. The three of them bowed respectfully to Yin Chuan, swords turning into human forms. Su Fu's disciples all revealed looks of shock. Yin Chuan nodded and said, Jade Emperor, go after Yu Wuxia, and the God Emperor, go after Qinjiu. Follow them to their respective capitals and cut off their dragon veins as a warning. Yes, Jade Emperor and the God Emperor replied. Whoosh! The two of them turned into two streams of light and shot straight away. Desolation waited for the thunderous might of the two dynasties, but Yin Chuan made a move first. The two great divine swords each went to a different place and wreaked havoc in the sacred court. Celestial Emperor, please move to Su Zhuang, Su Fu said excitedly. Yin Chuan nodded. However, at this moment, Yin Chuan's expression froze. Yin Chuan's surprise didn't come from the netherworld, but from the world of the living. World of the living, Xianyang. In the chambers of concubines, Yin Chuan and Zizi formally performed the ceremony of husband and wife. Rumble. Dark clouds rolled in the sky and pressed down on Zizi's chamber as if they were going to completely destroy it. Buzz. Vaguely, a seemingly invisible pillar of heaven shot into the sky and went straight for the tribulation clouds. Boom! The vast tribulation clouds suddenly exploded as if they were expelled by the pillar of heaven. The pillar of heaven was naturally Yin Chuan's imperfect heavenly path. However, it was enough to dispel the tribulation. This was because she was the wife of a Tao god and was protected by the heavenly Tao. Only a Tao god could have her. Now that Yin Chuan had proven his identity with the imperfect heavenly Tao, the other heavenly Taoists no longer targeted him. Many people gathered outside. Inside the chamber, Yin Chuan and Zizi were even more surprised. The two of them were honest with each other. Zizi lay in Yin Chuan's arms with a happy and satisfied face. Yin Chuan stroked Zizi's smooth back and sighed in his heart. Now, you don't have to worry, right? Yin Chuan said with a smile. Yes. Zizi's face blushed. Wife of a Tao god? No wonder Kong Out Yin wanted to snatch you back then. It turns out that only the fate of a Tao god can awaken the fate in your body. Are you also a Tao god? Yin Chuan exclaimed. Me? Moreover, you're one of the most special Tao gods. Yin Chuan sighed. Zizi lay in Yin Chuan's arms and turned her hand slightly. A yellow pillar appeared in her palm. This is the heavenly path? Zizi asked in surprise. Yes, and it's the heavenly path that I need the most now. This heavenly path actually sealed itself back then. Haha, now that it has appeared again, it saves me a lot of effort, Yin Chuan said with a smile. Really? Zizi's eyes lit up. From Yin Chuan's tone, it seemed that her heavenly path could be of great help to Yin Chuan. Yes, although your control over it is limited and you can't use its power, I don't need it to fight my enemies. Moreover, this heavenly path doesn't have much offensive power. It's not like other heavenly paths that are everywhere. This heavenly path can only stay in one place and won't move. Yin Chuan nodded. Zizi said, in surprise. Zizi had a certain understanding of the heavenly path. The heavenly path formed the world and was everywhere. If someone could mobilize the power of the heavenly path, they could even mobilize it in different places at the same time. Your heavenly path has another name, the road to the underworld. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Road to the underworld? Zizi said in surprise. The heavenly path that you control is the third road to the underworld. When the heroes of the world know about it, there will be a lot of competition. However, it doesn't matter. With me around, no one can take you away, Yin Chuan said with certainty. Yes, Zizi nodded gently. Road to the underworld? After a few years, I'll prepare everything and officially open the road to the underworld. When the road to the underworld opens, the true dragon weave and the myriad ghost weave will become one. Yin Chuan said happily. Will opening the road to the underworld be dangerous? Will it attract a lot of powerhouses? ZZ asked worriedly. It doesn't matter. When it opens, I'll do my best to expand the territory. By the time the powerhouses of the world hear about it and come, it'll be too late. I've already stabilized the 4 directions, so who can take me away? Whoever wants to travel between the 2 realms will have to pay you a toll. Yin Chuan said with a smile. ZZ's face turned red as she pushed Yin Chuan away. The underworld. The myriad ghost weave. What's wrong, Celestial Emperor? Su Fu asked curiously. It's nothing. I was too conservative before. It won't be long before the great Jun army descends into the underworld. There's no need for the Yushin and Han new holy courts to exist. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Huh? Everyone was confused. Chapter 1135. 5 years later, the scouts of the various forces in the True Dragon territory all noticed that something was wrong with Xianyang. In the east of Xianyang, there was a huge area that was designated as the Forbidden Land of the Great Jin Dynasty. It was guarded by the Tiger Race's paragon by Ditian. No outsiders were allowed to come close. Although the scouts were surprised by this forbidden area, they didn't think much of it. After all, every country had their own forbidden areas. However, in recent years, a large number of Great Jun's troops had entered the forbidden area. Once they entered, there was no news of them. In the forbidden area, Yin Chuan and ZZ led some important ministers to the center of the forbidden area. On the outside, the various legions were surrounding them. Countless soldiers stood respectfully. He waited quietly. The ministers looked at ZZ in surprise. Let's begin, Yin Chuan encouraged. Yes, ZZ nodded. ZZ took a step forward, closed her eyes, and opened her arms. The officials waited quietly, and so did Yin Chuan. Suddenly, with ZZ as the center, a gust of wind blew in all directions. The wind raged and blew in all directions. It even blew to every corner of Xianyang. For a moment, violent winds rose from all 4 corners of Xianyang. All around, countless scouts from various countries stared in shock at the forbidden ground and rushed towards it. Boom, boom, boom. With Bai Ditian personally leading the charge, all the scouts from the various nations that rushed over were sent flying. Rumble. Inside the forbidden area, the ground was cracking, and from within the cracks, boundless Yin energy shot up into the sky. Surging Yin energy appeared, and the surroundings were immediately filled with wails and howls. Ghost Valley locking Yin poison. Ong. Following Gue Guzi's shout, the dragon veins in the surroundings surrounded him and quickly locked the Yin Qi in the center, not allowing any of it to leak out. Yin energy enveloped everyone. Vaguely, all the soldiers suddenly saw an extremely vast heavenly pillar. The heavenly pillar soared to the 9th heaven and descended to the 9th underworld. This was the heavenly Tao that ZZ controlled. As soon as the heavenly Tao appeared, the shocking feeling caused everyone's hearts to tighten. The heavenly Tao was not fixed there, as if it was slowly sinking into the ground. Rumble. The yellow pillar with a diameter of tens of thousands of feet suddenly sank into the ground, sinking deeper and deeper until it was completely submerged into the ground. Boom! The surrounding space trembled, and the yellow pillar stopped moving. Before everyone's eyes was a deep pit with a diameter of tens of thousands of feet. Within the deep pit, surging yellow water flowed endlessly. Yin Qi constantly appeared around the yellow water, but it was quickly controlled by Gigazi. Yin energy condensed and slowly formed a black fog that surrounded the entrance to the Yellow Springs. It was a huge lake with a diameter of 30,000 meters. The lake was filled with rolling yellow water. Hiss! The officials gasped in excitement. In the mortal realm, everything was under control. Although there was a sensation, it wasn't intense. Things were different in the underworld. The entire 10,000 ghost domain exploded with a bang. Hum! The entire myriad ghost domain shook violently. Sacred King Nether, Sacred King, and Sacred King Soul, Rage, both walked out of their respective halls and looked into the distance in shock. Something's not right. The two Sacred Kings' faces darkened. At the center of the myriad ghost weave, within a city, Desolation Hua and his two followers were in the middle of a discussion. Sacred King Nether, Sacred King, and Sacred King Soul, Rage ignored Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan demanded a radius of 500 million miles. Neither of them were willing to give up their territory, but neither of them came to attack him. One of the followers frowned. Who asked this Yin Chuan to be so strong? He sent two sword cultivators, and they actually caused a ruckus in two sacred halls and left safely. The two sacred kings have no choice but to pay attention to Yin Chuan. The other follower said in a low voice. Desolation Hua patted the folding fan in his hand and narrowed his eyes. According to my guess, this Yin Chuan seems to be planning something big. Oh, why do you say that? When Yin Chuan was born, how domineering was he? In these 5 years, he's actually holed up in one place? That's not realistic. Does he really not care about 500 million miles? Not necessarily. Maybe he's planning something even bigger. Desolation Hua guessed. Something even bigger? Is it useful? How can they control the territory with so few people? A country doesn't just rely on the emperor to be strong. It also needs the cooperation of countless people. Let's wait and see. Desolation Hua smiled. Just as they were talking, a loud sound came from the outside world. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. The city that they were in almost collapsed. The three of them quickly walked out of the hall and looked into the distance. In the distance, they saw a huge pillar descending from the sky. It was a spectacular sight. Below the pillar, a rolling yellow sea appeared. The yellow sea flowed in reverse and rushed to the sky along with the pillar. Rumble. Rolling yellow water rushed to the sky. All of a sudden, the countless Een souls drifting between the heavens and the earth seemed to have found a refuge as they quickly rushed towards the yellow spring sea. Rumble. The yellow spring flowed in reverse and reached the 9 heavens. The yellow spring path? Desolation Hua's face changed. How is that possible? Even the ancestral master couldn't find it. How could it appear here? Is it a coincidence? No, it's Yin Chuan. It's Yin Chuan who found it. Desolation Hua's eyes lit up as he realized. Desolation Hua took a step and rushed toward the yellow spring path. His two followers followed closely behind. Desolation Hua wasn't the only one. The experts in surrounding cities who saw this all flew toward the yellow spring path. Yellow spring path. After 5 years, this place was no longer what it used to be. Although the yellow spring path hadn't opened, Yin Chuan's sky burying coffin could still send many people over. South of the yellow spring path, there was a new city. It was like Xianyang City in the Yang world. It was just that there weren't many people and many of the constructions were only in the beginning stages. At the border of the city, there was a huge stele with 3 huge words on it. Great Qin City. Outside the Great Qin City, there were some soldiers gathered. Zombie Yin Chuan led all the soldiers to the shore of the Yellow Spring Sea. Su Fu stood at the side. The Yellow Spring Path is open. Chapter 1136. Rumble. A large number of soldiers and horses rushed down, passing through the Yellow Springs Road and quickly entering the Netherworld. The group of Legion commanders followed suit. Underworld, Yellow Springs Sea. In a short period of time, a large number of Een spirits had rushed over and rushed into the Yellow Springs Sea. They wanted to go through the Yellow Springs Road and return to the world of the living. However, at this moment, The Yellow Springs Road seemed to have been set up by ZZ, making it difficult for ghosts to pass through as easily as Sufu. On the contrary, these ghosts could only crawl up the Yellow Springs Road. As they crawled, they didn't know when they would reach the end. Rumble. In the Yellow Springs Sea, army after army rushed out. The army that entered from the Yang realm quickly arrived in the Yang realm. When he arrived at the underworld, he immediately saw a group of soldiers waiting for him. Even His Majesty is here? The army was slightly stunned. However, Yifeng and the others immediately reacted. Greetings, Your Majesty. Yifeng, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and the others quickly called out. Zombie Yin Chuan nodded. Meng Tian, lead the First Legion and guard the surroundings. Don't let anyone come close. Zombie Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Meng Tian led the army to block the incoming figures. Whoosh, whoosh. One after another, streams of light shot over. Yellow Springs Road. It's actually the Yellow Springs Road. A voice cried out. Boom. The person who shouted was sent flying by a huge force. The people flying over from all directions were slightly stunned. He immediately stopped. Everyone stop. Anyone who dares to take another step forward will be treated as an enemy of the Great Perfection Realm and will be killed without mercy. Meng Tian shouted loudly, his voice spreading in all directions. The experts in the surroundings were shocked. However, there were still some who refused to believe it. Where did this brat come from? I am the city lord of Yellow Ghost City from the Nether Holy Court. Get out of my way, shouted a yellow-robed expert. A vast spear energy greeted him. Boom. The city lord of Huang Ghost City exploded into a cloud of blood and gore. Meng Tian stood in the blood mist and looked around. Who else wants to die? Meng Tian glared. Ka. Great Jun armies kept appearing from all directions, and the expressions of countless powerhouses became extremely ugly. An army from the mortal realm? The expressions of countless powerhouses in the vicinity turned extremely ugly. Almost everyone in this area was from the Nether Holy Court and the Soul Fury Holy Court. At this moment, they both felt that something was amiss. The Zombie King, who was originally alone, seemed to have an army now, and it's even an army from a mortal realm? Seeing the army continuously entering the underworld, countless experts felt a chill in their hearts. Quick, go back and report this to the Saint King. Scouts from both nations immediately fled. However, there were even more who chose to stay behind. For those who weren't afraid of death, they stepped forward again. But even before Meng Tian could act, all of them were blasted into smithereens by the First Legion. The experts were terrified of the battle prowess of Dejun's army and could only watch from afar. Desolation Hua brought his 2 lackeys over as well. Looking from afar, he squinted his eyes. Something's not right. This zombie king, Yin Chuan, was just born. How could he suddenly have such an army? Desolation Hua frowned. Young master, should I go and take a look? One of the lackeys asked. No, you're not their opponent. Desolation Hua shook his head. The 2 exclaimed in surprise. Desolation Hua's face gradually became serious. It seems that this isn't as simple as the birth of a giant demon. The myriad ghost domain should correspond to the true dragon domain, right? These people all came from the true dragon domain. However, according to the information that the old ancestor gave me, the true dragon domain didn't have a powerful country called Dejun. Desolation Hua frowned. While everyone was still in shock, more and more Dejun's army entered the underworld. Not long after, the army had reached 10 million people. When the scouts from the 2 dynasties saw this scene, their faces twitched. 10 million? So many people? We greet the Saint King. Long live the Saint King. Long live the Saint King. The army of 10 million shouted in unison. There was an army in this group, but there were also many civil officials. Jin Yu, lead the 3rd Legion to guard this place. No one is allowed to approach. Everyone else, follow me into the great Qin city, Yin Chuan ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. The officials replied. Yes, Your Majesty. Jin Yu, who was the last to arrive, replied. Yin Chuan stepped forward and led the army towards the great Qin city. Along the way, the army of 10 million was extremely disciplined. They entered the great Qin city in an orderly manner. With the sudden addition of 10 million people, the great Qin city became much livelier. They headed straight for the Imperial Palace. Great Qin City's Imperial Palace, Imperial Court Hall, Central Hall. It was one of the two great halls of Dezhun, along with the Yang Realm's Chaotian Hall. In the plaza in front of the Central Hall, Yin Chuan looked at the sky. The officials led by Yi Feng, Li Si, and the others stood respectfully. In the Yang Realm, in the Chaotian Hall's plaza, Yin Chuan, Lu Buwei, and the other officials stood in the plaza. The two Yin Chuan looked at the sky at the same time. In the Yang Realm, Yin Chuan looked at the Sea of Providence and suddenly roared. Dezhun's Providence split. Boom! The vast Sea of Providence was suddenly torn apart in the sky, splitting into two. Roar! The Yin Chuan statue transformed into the 18-clawed Golden Dragon of Providence. Golden Dragon of Providence, split. Yin Chuan roared. Roar! The Golden Dragon of Providence suddenly roared in pain. Countless citizens of Xianyang looked at the sky in surprise, not knowing what the Sage King was going to do. The surrounding sentries also looked at the sky in shock. Boom! As the Golden Dragon of Providence trembled, its head suddenly seemed to be torn apart. Suddenly, two heads shook out. The two heads trembled incessantly, as if they were about to tear the body apart. Roar! Roar! The two heads roared, and the giant dragon quickly tore apart. Boom! The 18-clawed Golden Dragon of Providence suddenly split into two, turning into two Golden Dragons of Providence. The two Golden Dragons of Providence condensed on their own. However, they were much weaker than before. Clearly, they needed a huge amount of Providence to slowly recover. The two identical 18-clawed Golden Dragons of Providence. Established two capitals, Xianyang City and Great Qin City. The heavens' fate, divide and serve. The human Yin Chuan shouted. Roar! One of the Golden Dragons of Providence suddenly roared. Boom! Dragging half of the Providence, it headed straight for the road to the Yellow Springs. Rumble! After tumbling in the road to the Yellow Springs for a while, it came out of the netherworld. Boom! The Golden Dragon of Providence charged straight for the Great Qin City and flew in front of Zombie Yin Chuan. Roar! The Golden Dragon of Providence soared into the sky and floated above the Great Qin City. Rumble! The Sea of Providence shook and slowly settled down. Crack! 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 A large number of small golden dragons quickly turned into the appearance of courtiers. Just like an immortal world, they quickly condensed into divine statues. With the arrival of Providence, the Golden Dragon appeared. The Great Zhun Holy Court had officially established a foothold in the netherworld. Countless experts in the surroundings were confused. Providence? Capital? Emperor? Courtiers? Army? Apart from the lack of territory, it was as if all the elements of a country had been gathered. Territory? Territory? Suddenly, many spies of the two dynasties shuddered. Great Zhun is going to expand its territory. Great Zhun is going to send troops. The spies of the two dynasties shuddered. An ominous feeling rose in their hearts. Many experts quickly flew back, wanting to send the news to the capital as soon as possible. On the other side, Qiliang Hua's face darkened. Something's not right. Why does this Yin Chuan have such a strange aura? It's one thing for the mortal world to send troops, but there's also a sea of providence. Qiliang Hua's face darkened. Young master, that won't do. Left attendant, go back and see the old ancestor immediately. Tell him that I told you to send people to the Jinlong domain in the Yang realm and gather all information about Dezhun as quickly as possible. Mournful Spirit said with a grave expression. Huh, young master, this is just a holy court. Aren't you making a big fuss over nothing? One of the lackeys asked in surprise. My foresight has never been wrong. Otherwise, the old ancestor wouldn't have sent me to the myriad ghost domain to investigate. I need to be quick. Remember, quick, Chiliang Hua said in a deep voice. Yes, the lackey replied. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.